My name is Chinsun. I found myself in a boundless new world filled with powerful cultivators who could move mountains. To my surprise, I arrived with a special system that granted me eternal life. While I didn't get flashy powers, the laws of time no longer applied to me. Every year, I receive one attribute point to increase my stats, and I have a faithful companion, a black ox who is also immortal and receives his own points. Early on, I realized that living forever doesn't mean I can't be killed. My first attempt at a quiet life in a village ended in disaster when neighbors stole our crops and beat us. My poor ox even lost a horn. This taught me a valuable lesson. I need to keep a low profile. I decided to focus on building my strength. My first point went into power, though I accidentally broke my own hand testing it out. Misfortune followed us when our small hut burned down, leaving us to live in a cave. We spent our time learning useful trades like carpentry and blacksmithing. I didn't care about money. I just wanted food for me and my ox. We eventually started a successful rice farm, arming ourselves with axes just in case the thieves returned. The arrival of cultivators in our village changed everything. They were looking for disciples with spiritual roots. I watched in horror as they killed a villager just for being persistent. It was a wake-up call. These people were dangerous and viewed ordinary lives like ours as nothing more than livestock. Though I had a weak spiritual root, the cultivators rejected me because I looked terrified. I didn't mind. I had no desire to join a place where people might eat my friend the ox. I decided that the best way to live was to stay away from the fighting. We stayed in the village for 20 years, watching generations grow and pass away while we remained the same. Eventually, people grew suspicious of my youthful looks, and I knew it was time to leave. Before moving on, I finally got my revenge on the man who robbed us years ago. We trashed his farm and outran the entire village thanks to our increased speed. Now, we travel the world together, staying hidden and prioritizing safety above all else. I watched as the cultivators arrived in our village, their power both dazzling and terrifying. When a villager begged too hard to be a disciple, they killed him without a second thought. That moment changed me. I realized these immortals viewed us like livestock. Even though I had a weak spiritual root, my ox and I acted completely terrified, so they would leave us alone. They called us weak-minded and flew away, which was fine by me. I had no interest in joining a group that might decide to eat my best friend. We decided to stay in the village and live a quiet, peaceful life. To stay busy, the ox and I learned every trade we could, from carpentry to funeral services. We became experts at playing the swana and carrying coffins, becoming the most professional duo in the area. While everyone else aged, I stayed young, living each day with a positive attitude and focusing on my secret strength training. 10 years flew by. I became so strong that I could shatter a massive boulder with a single punch without hurting my hand. My ox was just as impressed as I was. We were happy being unbeatable in our own little world. However, time eventually took the people I cared about. When the kind old village chief passed away, I played the swana to see him off, feeling a quiet sorrow that no one can escape the cycle of life and death. As another 10 years passed, the village changed. My friend Xiao Haizi grew up and had children of his own. I became a respected elder figure, but people started to whisper about why I never aged or got married. Some even insulted my manhood. I got into a huge argument with the village gossips, but since my ox couldn't talk to back me up, I lost. Ultimately, I realized we had lived here too long. Our unchanging faces were starting to scare people, and I noticed some villagers looking at my ox like he was a meal. Even though my strength had hit a mysterious bottleneck, I knew it was time for us to find a new path. I decided to invest my points into speed, and the effect was immediate. My steps felt light, and my walking speed doubled. It was finally time to leave the village. Everyone I knew had grown old or passed away, and our unchanging faces were starting to scare the locals. I even worried they might try to eat my ox. Before leaving, I gave our land and some rice to my friend Xiao Haizi as a final gift, leaving him a letter wishing his family a beautiful life. But before we could truly move on, I had a 20-year-old grudge to settle. I told my ox that a true gentleman never forgets justice. We headed to the neighboring village to find the men who had robbed us and broken my ox's horn all those years ago. We covered our faces like bandits and struck at night. First, we dug up their ancestral grave and smashed the tombstone. Then, my ox plowed through their fields until they were a total mess. The next day, I marched right into the leader's house. He was an old man now, leaning on a cane. I snapped his cane and slapped the teeth right out of his mouth, reminding him of the rice he stole 2 decades ago. When his sons and the rest of the villagers came charging at us with knives and hoes, we just laughed. With our new speed, we were impossible to catch. As we made our escape, my ox let out a smell so terrible it made the chasing crowd gag and fall weak. We left them in the dust, listening to their shocked cries as they discovered their ruined fields and graves. It felt great to finally close that chapter. We disappeared into the distance, leaving behind a legend that the village would talk about for years. Deep in the mountains, I realized just how much my strength had grown when I brought down a massive brown bear with a single punch. As my black ox and I feasted on the meat, I took the opportunity to teach him a vital lesson about the dangers of this world. Even though we are physically strong, we are nothing compared to cultivators with magic. I explained that in this world, even hunting a chicken is risky. If that chicken belongs to a sect, their masters will come for us, and the cycle of revenge never ends. Safety must always come first. To test his survival instincts, I gave him a hypothetical problem about a cultivator and a spiritual herb. No matter what he chose, being a hero, picking a side, walking away, or taking the herb, I told him he was wrong. In this lawless world, any of those choices could lead to a painful death if we are discovered. My ox eventually realized I was just teasing him to make a point, and he tossed me into the air in frustration. Our playfulness was cut short when I spotted a real fight happening in the distance. We immediately moved to hide our tracks, burying our leftovers and cleaning the area with practiced skill. We tried to slip away quietly, acting like unremarkable peasants, but a man from the Baishin sect jumped down from the trees and stopped us. I immediately went into character, pretending to be a terrified farm boy. I trembled and bowed, trying to look as helpless as possible. The man, seeing my smooth hands, assumed I wasn't a fighter. However, he demanded I leave my ox behind for meat. I begged him to stop, acting desperate, but he drew his sword and accused me of being a spy. Even as I lowered the rope and pretended to give up, I was carefully watching him, realizing he was likely a martial artist rather than a true cultivator. I kept up the act of a victim, waiting for the right moment while the man turned his back on my powerful, hidden strength companion. A flash of killing intent appeared in the man's eyes as he raised his hand. Bang! The ox suddenly stood up and kicked him hard from behind. The impact was like a boulder crashing down. The sound of breaking bones echoed. The man's face turned pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his mind spinning as his body lurched forward. Chen Sun's chest heaved, adrenaline surging, yet his mind became sharply calm. He pulled the mountain axe from his belt and struck the man's neck with all his strength. He had tried to control his force, but the steel cut deep. The axe stuck in the bone. Chen Sun's face was splattered with blood as he gasped for breath. "Old ox, let's finish this," he said quietly. His pupils trembled as he took out a spark stone. Drywood was scattered all around. The ox began digging a pit beside him without hesitation. Flames roared on the ground, burning everything to ashes. The remains were scattered, leaving no trace behind. A man and a black ox quickly erased all evidence and even arranged the scene carefully. The man didn't dare to take anything from the body. They started running, faster and faster. Chen Sun swore that in all his life, he had never run so fast. The ox was even faster than him. 2 hours later, several people arrived at the scene. They frowned. "Master, this is where Lu Tian stopped." "Why?" "There was a young man leading an ox. It seems senior brother Lu wanted to buy the ox to help a new disciple regain strength." "Humph." The sect master stood on a tree branch with his hands behind his back, observing the ground. There are burn marks and messy footprints. It's hard to tell which way they went. "Master, could Lu Tian have been harmed?" The man's heart trembled. Lu Tian was a skilled member of the Baishin sect. If something had happened, there should have been some sign. The one who did this was careful and left few clues. "That young man is the key." The sect master frowned. "Did anyone remember his face?" "Reporting to master." "No." The man bowed his head. Who would pay attention to the face of a boy herding cattle, especially during a mission? "Useless. Please calm down, master." Everyone lowered their heads. Lu Tian's death was indeed strange. "Let's go. There's nothing more to find here." Take care of his family. Since we haven't found a body, he might still be alive. The sect master sighed softly. Though there were burn marks on the ground, he didn't believe someone could really commit such a crime and destroy all evidence in such a short time. Yes, master. They stepped lightly, moving through the trees like shadows, and soon disappeared from sight. By a riverside, Chen Sun lay in the water, washing away the blood. He looked up at the sky, lost in thought. The ox played nearby, suddenly splashing water onto Chen Sun's face. He shivered and instantly came back to his senses. Old ox, you did well this time. Remember, when dealing with enemies, don't waste words. Chen Sun spoke coldly. He wasn't a saint. We don't bother others, but if anyone tries to harm us, we'll make sure they regret it completely. Moo, moo. The ox snorted fiercely. Anyone who dared to touch Chen Sun would be kicked without hesitation. By the river, they burned all their old clothes. Chen Sun changed into a new outfit and spent the night there. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, they continued their journey toward a great city, said to be home to many cultivators and much safer than the wilderness. More than half a year later, at the end of the year, the setting sun painted the sky red. A young man led a black ox along the horizon. In the distance lay a vast city, crouching like a giant beast, watching travelers with a sharp gaze. This was Panning City, ancient and full of history. Crowds came and went through its gates, filling the air with lively noise. Inside the city, fighting was forbidden. It was a place of order and prosperity, backed by the Ningyun Mountains. The townsfolk often climbed the mountains to gather spiritual herbs to sell to cultivators. The Ningyun Mountains stretched endlessly, their peaks lost in mist. It was said that hidden deep within them were immortal sects, unseen by ordinary people. Wow, this is the first time I've seen such grand city walls, Chen Sun said in awe, smiling as he looked at the weathered stones. Old ox, our new life begins here. Moo. The ox bellowed excitedly, also amazed by the city's size. It was far larger than the fences back in their village. What a vast world, Chen Sun said with bright eyes. To see mountains and rivers, to experience the wonders of life, that's the true meaning of living long. Let's go, old ox. Moo. The boy and the ox began to run, raising clouds of dust. Chen Sun laughed heartily, and the ox answered with cheerful moos. People by the roadside smiled and shook their heads, though some looked on with envy. Youth truly was a wonderful thing. The gates of Panning City were enormous. Countless carts and villagers with their livestock passed through without crowding. Chen Sun looked around in amazement, smiling at everyone who met his gaze, leaving a good impression wherever he went. He stared curiously at the city guards, impressed by their strong and upright appearance. It was his first time seeing real soldiers. They looked truly brave and full of spirit. One guard frowned, noticing the boy's gaze and preparing to speak. But then the boy raised his thumb in approval, giving a look of admiration. The guard paused, smiled, and nodded as if to say, I understand. Walking into the city, the view suddenly opened up. A man and his black ox stood still, amazed, as a grand and lively scene unfolded before them. The streets were wide and bustling. Countless vendors called out to sell their goods, while street performers entertained the crowds. People cheered loudly and tossed copper coins in appreciation. Many pedestrians passed by, dressed in fine silk. Every movement carried an air of grace and tradition. Looking up, there were pavilions and towers everywhere, lanterns hanging high. Scholars and elegant ladies recited poems from the balconies. The colorful sights dazzled the eyes, leaving Chen Sun and the black ox stunned. Wonderful. Moo. Chen Sun and the black ox stood at the edge of the crowd, joining in the excitement. After a moment, Chen Sun hesitated. Watching for free didn't feel right. He searched his waist pouch, found a copper coin, and tossed it into the performer's gong. Hearing the sound, the performer turned toward him and breathed out a stream of fire, drawing cheers from the crowd. Excellent. Chen Sun laughed happily and clapped his hands. The black ox was startled, thinking the performer must be a cultivator showing his powers. Truly, this was a grand city. After watching for a while, they left the crowd and bought 2 sticks of candied fruit. Chen Sun took a bite, then the black ox took one too, making the passing young women giggle. These are so finely made, Chen Sun said in amazement, looking at the handmade goods sold by the street vendors. Each item was crafted with care. This was their lifelong trade, and there was no room for deceit. "Young man, see anything you like?" a friendly vendor asked. "I'm just looking. When I have money, I'll definitely come back to buy something," Chin Sun replied with an embarrassed smile. He truly meant it. "No problem. I have a wooden carving that's a bit damaged. If you like it, you can have it," the vendor said, taking out a tiger carving. It looked lifelike, though the tail was slightly broken. "Boss, let us trade you some rice for it." "I really like this carving," Chin Sun said. "Deal." The vendor handed over the carving, and Chin Sun gave him some rice in return. Back on the street, Chin Sun held the carving carefully, admiring it with joy. The black ox looked on enviously, wondering why the vendor hadn't given it one too. "It's all right, old friend. When we have money, I'll buy you a little wooden cow," Chin Sun said with a grin. Moo the black ox immediately understood and mooed happily twice. It was the end of the year. Along the river, countless lanterns like floating lights slowly rose into the sky, carrying people's wishes for the coming year. The whole city of Panning was brightly lit. This was a local custom called the Wishing Lantern Festival. Chun Sun looked up at the sky, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Old bull, shall we join in and make a big wish tonight?" "Moo, moo." The ox's eyes sparkled. Of course it wanted to. It had plenty of wishes of its own. The riverside was crowded with townsfolk, and perhaps even a few cultivators. In a quiet corner, Chun Sun bought 2 wishing lanterns. He and the ox decided not to squeeze into the crowd. "Old bull, what's your wish? Let's write it down. They say it works better that way." Chun Sun held a piece of charcoal and looked at the ox. "You can write it yourself. Didn't I teach you how to write?" "Moo." The ox grabbed the charcoal with its mouth, its eyes thoughtful as it began to write on the lantern. "Heh, it's not something silly, is it?" Chun Sun chuckled, watching the ox write. "Forever." Chun Sun frowned, trying to read the crooked characters. With Chun, he froze for a moment, then looked deeply at the ox. The 2 lanterns slowly floated upward, joining the thousands of others until they disappeared into the night sky. "Moo?" The ox nudged Chun Sun. "If you say your wish out loud, it won't come true," Chun Sun said mysteriously. The ox's eyes widened, and it stopped asking. Man and ox continued their night walk through Panning City. Chun Sun also looked around for some work. After all, he was skilled in many trades. After improving his speed this year, he had even shared some of that strength with the ox. The next day, Chun Sun went to a blacksmith shop. He walked in with confidence, startling the owner, who thought he might be there to cause trouble. "Sir, we don't take animals here," the owner said nervously. "I was born strong," Chun Sun replied. "I think your forge could use someone like me." "What do you mean?" "Boss, are you hiring?" Chun Sun suddenly smiled broadly and rolled up his sleeves. "I'm strong enough for 2 people, and with my family's ox helping, your business will surely thrive." Bang! Chun Sun was thrown out of the shop. The blacksmith spat and said, "You think I take in anyone who shows up out of nowhere?" "Moo." The ox grew angry. How could the man insult them like that? It snorted and spat back. Chun Sun quickly stopped the ox and said coldly, "If we're not welcome here, we'll find another place that is." The blacksmith crossed his arms, and a few other smiths came out from behind him. Their stance made it clear that if Chun Sun said one more word, they'd start a fight. Without another word, Chun Sun took hold of the rope and led the ox away. "Whatever," the men muttered, waving their hands before returning to their work. On the road, the ox nudged Chun Sun, telling him not to be upset. "It's fine," Chun Sun said. "I heard there's another blacksmith shop on the next street. Business isn't great there, so maybe we'll have better luck." "Moo." The ox nodded. When they arrived, Chun Sun was surprised. The place looked like it was about to close down. An old man sat in a chair, dozing off. "Sir," Chun Sun called as he led the ox inside. There wasn't a single customer. "Huh?" The old man jumped up, his cloudy eyes blinking. "Young man, what do you need?" "Heh, I'm naturally strong. Are you hiring at this blacksmith shop?" Chun Sun asked with a smile. "Huh, hiring?" "Yes," the old man said quickly. "But all the other smiths have left, and I can't afford to pay much." "That's fine," Chun Sun replied. "Just give us a place to stay." "Deal," the old man said happily. "You can live in the backyard of the shop." They agreed at once. Chun Sun and the ox unpacked their things, while the ox looked around for a place to store the rice. This world is really vast, Chin Sun sighed. The shop was so big that even the ox could move around easily. An hour later, he and the ox began working together at the forge. The sound of hammering filled the shop, making the old man's eyelids twitch. Such strength. Young man, the old man said, his eyes brightening as he clasped his hands behind his back. You've worked as a blacksmith before, haven't you? Though your technique is a bit rough. Of course, sir. To be honest, I have 5 years of work experience. Anyone who hires me is making a great deal, Chin Sun boasted. He loved blacksmithing. It was a way to control strength, but he still couldn't achieve perfect precision. You can't forge like that, the old man said, shaking his head. You're wasting too much energy. Let me show you how it's done. A true master, Chin Sun thought as he watched the old man work. His technique was completely different from the village blacksmiths. But after a short while, the old man was already out of breath. I'm getting old. Young man, your turn, the old man said, waving his hand and glancing at the ox nearby. It really seemed to understand human speech. All right, Chin Sun replied. He copied the old man's movements, and to his surprise, it worked. He could feel his control over his strength improving bit by bit. Over the next year, Chin Sun and the black ox forged iron every day, while the old man guided them patiently, even giving the ox a few playful instructions. Whether immortal cultivators or ordinary people, everyone had their own wisdom and strengths. Chin Sun learned a great deal in this humble forge. Master Sun, our blacksmith shop is getting busier and busier, Chin Sun said with a grin, his upper body bare. The shop was finally making money, and both he and the black ox had saved a little, which the ox had buried in the backyard. The old man's name was Sun Kale. He once had a son who went to the Ningyun Mountains in search of immortality, but never returned. Since then, Sun Kale had lived alone. That's wonderful, Sun Kale said with a smile. Ever since Chin Sun joined the forge, he had been smiling more often. Chin Sun's speed and quality of work far surpassed other blacksmiths in town. Word spread quickly, and more people came to order custom weapons, always leaving satisfied. Chin Sun, a loud voice echoed down the street. A burly man approached with 2 others, carrying a long blade. Brother Zhang. Chin Sun greeted him cheerfully. What do you need forged this time? I'll make sure it's done right. This was Zhang Jiang, the senior disciple of a martial sect. He was bold and generous, often visiting the forge and recommending it to his fellow disciples. Zhang Jiang stepped forward and shouted, 100 broadswords. Can you take the job? A huge order. Chin Sun's eyes lit up as he continued hammering. Of course. When do you need them, Brother Zhang? In 2 months. But if you finish in 1, I'll pay extra. Zhang Jiang grinned. No need to talk about extra payment, Brother Zhang. I'll take care of everything for you within a month. Chin Sun gave Zhang Jiang a reproachful look. We're brothers, aren't we? Come back next month at this time to pick it up. Straightforward. See, this Brother Chin really knows how to do business. Zhang Jiang laughed loudly and looked back at the 2 men behind him. They nodded in agreement. People like them admired Chin Sun's style. Brother Chin, don't ever think about eating that ox of yours. It's rare to see such a smart animal these days. This one's been in my family for generations. I wouldn't eat it, Chin Sun said quickly, waving his hand. All right then, I'll be off. If anyone causes trouble at your forge, just let me know. Zhang Jiang laughed again and looked at the ox. Blackie, come on, see me off. Moo. The ox turned its head and actually responded. Ha ha. Zhang Jiang left with his 2 companions, while Chin Sun's farewell echoed behind them. Zhang Jiang raised his hand in response, his figure soon disappearing down the street. Chin Sun, you shouldn't work the forge for too long, said Sun Kale, frowning slightly. You're strong, but overdoing it will harm your body. When you're old, you'll end up like me. Don't worry, old Sunday. I was born strong, Chin Sun replied casually. He wasn't even using his full strength and didn't feel tired at all. He kept adjusting his power, striking harder each time. In the past, such force might have ruined the metal, but now he had perfect control. One strike was worth several of his old ones, and the work came out even better. To outsiders, it looked like he was just forging iron, but in truth, Chin Sun was training himself. The more skills he mastered, the better, and time was something he had plenty of. All right then, Sun Kale said with a smile. Over the past year, Chin Sun's cheerful attitude had rubbed off on him, making him feel younger too. That night, Chen Sun returned home with the ox. He used the year's cultivation points to increase his speed again. The man and the ox crouched together, acting mysteriously. Old ox dig. Moo. The dirt flew as the ox dug, soon revealing a clay jar filled with copper coins and a piece of silver. Chen Sun sighed in amazement. He finally had some money. Moo. Moo. The ox nudged Chen Sun, its eyes full of hope. We'll finish Brother Zhang's order first, then go by the wood carvings. Don't worry, I remember. Moo the ox jumped happily. Its joy was simple. Chen Sun moved to another spot and buried the clay jar in the ground. When away from home, one could never be too careful. The next month, Zhang Jiang didn't come. Chen Sun was puzzled. Brother Zhang had never missed an appointment before. Maybe something came up, he thought, and kept working at the forge. He still had a long way to go before mastering his strength, but hard work could make up for it. A month later, someone finally came to pick up the blades, but it wasn't Zhang Jiang. Hey, miss, where's Brother Zhang? He said he'd come last month. Chen Sun asked casually, while the ox carried the long blades behind him. Senior Brother Zhang died in a fight with the Baishin Sect, the young woman said softly, her voice heavy with sadness. What? Chen Sun's eyes widened. Then he quickly changed his tone. I spoke out of turn. I'll get your blades right away. All right, the woman nodded. Soon, she and her companions paid and took all 100 blades. Chen Sun sat down and sighed. Turning to the ox, he said quietly, Brother Zhang is gone. Moo? The ox nudged him in surprise. Brother Zhang was still so young. They say he died in a fight. In the martial world, such things happen all the time, Chen Sun said with a sigh. Even cultivators can die if they get involved in battles. The ox nodded firmly. Their quiet life was much safer. Our path to longevity isn't about fighting or showing off. We just avoid trouble and help our friends when we can, Chen Sun said calmly, his eyes distant. Nothing in this world can shake us anymore. Keep a peaceful heart. Moo. The ox looked at him admiringly. It couldn't have said it better itself. Chen Sun. The iron supplier heard our business is doing well and raised the prices. Sun Kailu rushed in, worried. He was in charge of buying iron for the shop. What? Seriously? Chen Sun jumped up, anger flaring. They had just started making some money. That's taking advantage of honest people. Old ox, grab the tools. Let's go talk to them. Chen Sun swiftly drew the 2 axes from his waist. Bare-chested, his well-defined muscles showed as he shouted, Let's go reason with them. Moo. Moo. The bull snorted angrily. With a shake of its head, its custom-made armor covered its body. No one could stop it. It was ready to reason with people too. The iron mine was a few streets away. Chen Sun and the bull charged forward with great momentum, their steps full of power. When the mine owner saw them, his face turned pale. Good sir, what do you mean by this? Nothing much. We just came to talk things over. Why did the price go up when we wanted to buy your iron ore? Chen Sun gripped his axes and shouted, That's not fair, you know? Moo. Moo. The bull bellowed behind him, its voice strong and deep. The mine owner broke into a cold sweat. The man before him looked fierce, muscles bulging, and behind him stood a huge armored bull. And they said they came to talk things over. Hee hee, please don't be angry, good sir. Are you from Sunkale's group? That's right. Boss, give us a fair answer. The blacksmith shop belongs to Zhang Jiang, and Brother Zhang looks after it. Chen Sun spoke each word clearly. If they didn't show some strength, people would take advantage of them. This was true anywhere. Very well, please wait a moment and have a seat, said the mine owner politely with a smile. Fine. We're reasonable people, not here to cause trouble. Chen Sun's tone softened. He sat down and placed his axes on the table, waiting calmly. Before long, the mine owner stepped outside, smiling broadly. These are the ones, 1 man and 1 bull, causing trouble at the official's place. Arrest them. A group of soldiers rushed in and quickly detained Chen Sun and the bull. We're just here to talk. We're innocent. Chen Sun shouted, struggling slightly. I really came to reason with you. Enough. You're disturbing the peace of Panning City and causing trouble. The soldiers barked coldly and took them away, while Chen Sun kept shouting that he was innocent. 5 days later, Chen Sun and the bull walked out of the prison, finally free again. But their axes and armor had been confiscated, so they had to go back and make new ones. Back at the blacksmith shop, Sunkale prepared a brazier. He and the ox moved around playfully, laughing as if nothing had happened. After Chinsun's earlier confrontation, the iron or seller didn't raise the price again, which was a small victory. Time passed quickly. 5 years went by. The blacksmith shop was now thriving, even taking away much of the neighboring shop's business. When that shop's owner realized it was Chinsun behind the success, he was filled with regret for not recognizing his talent earlier. He invited Chinsun to a restaurant for a meal, and their old grudges disappeared. However, Chinsun's appetite shocked him. He even packed leftovers to take home, leaving the other man with quite a bill. Now, the two called each other brothers. Chinsun was always thoughtful and sincere in dealing with people. But today, Chinsun was racing down the street, moving so fast that the wind followed behind him. His eyes were full of worry. Over the past 5 years, he had mastered his strength completely, adding 5 points of longevity to his speed. Now, Chinsun and the ox had the following attributes: strength, 21. Speed, 8. Chinsun carried several bags of herbs in his hands. Sun Kale's health was failing, and for the past year, he had survived only with the help of medicine. All their savings were gone. But Chinsun didn't care about money. It came and went like the wind. What mattered most were the people beside him. He believed in cherishing every moment and living fully. After all, people are not made of wood. How could they be without feelings? He had already reached the end of every cultivator's path, immortality. There was no need to abandon emotions in pursuit of some so-called ultimate truth. That was his final principle as an immortal. Chinsun always followed one rule: help friends when you can, and never act recklessly when you can't. Please make way, Chinsun shouted with a frown as he sped past. People on the street gasped in surprise. What incredible speed! In the backyard of the blacksmith shop, the ox was tending the fire and boiling medicine. It didn't want old Sun to die either, and it let out low, worried moos, its head hanging down. By the bedside, Sun Kale was clearly near the end of his life. Sometimes he was clear-headed, sometimes forgetful, but today his face looked unusually bright. He called Chinsun and the ox into the room, slowly sat up against the wall, and the ox poked its head in, watching him with concern. Hee. Sun Kale patted the ox and smiled kindly. I'm fine. Everyone has to face this day sooner or later. Elder son, don't worry. I asked the doctor in town. If you keep taking your medicine every day, you can live at least another 10 years. Chinsun smiled casually. I'm strong, and business is good every day. We're not short of money. I still remember the first day you came to the blacksmith shop, Sun Kale said with a wrinkled smile, looking at Chinsun. You were like a noisy country boy. Chinsun forced a smile, but didn't reply. I don't have much left to teach you. You've learned everything. From now on, this shop is yours. Sun Kale smiled gently and held Chinsun's hand. Save more money, find a good wife, and stop spending so much on medicine. Elder son, you underestimate me. These herbs don't cost much. Chinsun waved his hand. Didn't you hear me say I asked? No need to comfort me. I know my own body. Sun Kale coughed lightly, interrupting him. I have something for you. He reached behind his pillow and took out a book, smiling weakly. My son once read this and went off to seek immortality. Elder son, I'm not interested in that, Chinsun said, uninterested in the book. Living well is what matters most. If my son had your mindset, things would have been better. Sun Kale's eyes grew distant as he sighed softly. I don't have much to leave you, so please take it. All right, Chinsun nodded. Ox, Sun Kale looked at the animal fondly. I've seen many beasts, but you're the most intelligent. Heaven cherishes life. It will bless you both. Moo, moo. The ox moved its head. Elder son, don't say such things. The doctor said the better your mood, the longer you'll live. Chinsun held Sun Kale's hand tightly. It was cold, and a chill slowly spread through his heart. Chinsun, I'm here, Elder Sunday. Thank you. Sun Kale smiled warmly, gazing deeply at Chinsun and the ox, as if trying to remember their faces forever. Go on now, I'll rest for a while. All right, old ox, let's go make the medicine. Moo. Chinsun and the ox hurried out to the yard, following the recipe to prepare the medicine, their movements a bit clumsy. The next day, a cold wind blew as countless yellow leaves fell from the plum tree outside the courtyard. Sun Kale passed away peacefully in his room. On the street, a black ox pulled a cart carrying a coffin. Chinsun walked behind it, pushing with a blank expression. People passing by frowned and stepped aside, thinking it unlucky. Neither the man nor the ox cared about the stairs. They slowly guided the cart out of the city, careful not to let it shake. Chen Sun found a quiet, peaceful place to bury his teacher. On the tombstone, he carved, "The grave of my mentor, Sun Kale." The cold wind blew, scattering yellow paper through the air. A deep sadness filled the land. Chen Sun lit incense, bowed, and then walked back toward the city with the ox. Their figures slowly disappeared into the distance. Back at the blacksmith shop, they sat in silence. The chair in the corner was empty, as if the old man would never again nap there. "It's all right, old ox. We should be happy. Moo? If it weren't for us, what would have happened to Master Sun? There would have been no one to take care of his final matters. Moo? At least we kept the blacksmith shop running these past years, and Master Sun lived happily, didn't he? Moo? Exactly. We did a good thing. Come on, cheer up. Ha ha ha. Moo, moo, moo." Their laughter sounded more like crying. The shop soon fell silent again. Chen Sun wasn't sure if he was comforting the ox or himself. He suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing something was wrong. "Moo?" The ox looked at him in confusion. "Old ox, we've been tricked," Chen Sun said firmly. "That doctor must have seen we were desperate and overcharged us for the medicine." He sighed deeply. If only he had learned medicine. In their small mountain village, there were no real doctors, only home remedies for small injuries. He had never thought this day would come. A mistake, indeed. The ox nudged him, as if to say, "Why didn't you study medicine? Let's keep working hard at the forge and earn some money first. We still owe the neighbors quite a bit." A new determination lit up in Chen Sun's eyes. The medical trade was clearly profitable, and besides, one could never avoid injuries while traveling the world. Learning medicine was essential. A new goal had taken root in his heart. Moo. A bright light flashed in the ox's eyes as it thought, "If Chen Sun learns medicine in the future, maybe he can heal people himself, and no one will have to die from illness anymore." Seeing the ox's approving gaze, Chen Sun smiled slightly. The gloom from earlier disappeared. Life was full of unknowns and challenges. That was what made it wonderful. "Old ox, let's get to work." Moo. The sound of hammering rang out again from the blacksmith shop. Now, Chen Sun's control over his strength was so precise that he could strike with a finger without harming an ant's body, hitting only its tiny head. Because of this, the ant nest in the shop suffered greatly and began to move away, leaving behind many tiny remains. Chen Sun's blacksmith shop had become well known in the nearby streets. His prices were fair, his work excellent, and he was well liked by everyone. Many matchmakers came to propose marriages for him. His strong build and 16 well-defined muscles made even the matchmakers blush. Chen Sun only gave a cold smile and said, "After years of forging iron, my heart has become as cold as my hammer. Women would only slow down my work." After hearing this, many young women secretly sighed in disappointment, yet admired him even more, thinking how strong and noble he looked when he spoke. A year later, Chen Sun finally paid off all his debts and even saved some money. He continued to improve his speed and skills. At dawn, the streets were quiet, with only a few people passing by. They cleaned the blacksmith shop, packed their belongings, and hung pots and pans on both sides of the black ox. "Old ox, it's time to go." Moo. They carefully sealed the shop. The property still belonged to Chen Sun, so he could return any time he wished. "Let's go," Chen Sun said with a carefree smile, glancing one last time at the familiar street. "Moo, moo," the ox called out happily. Chen Sun had promised to buy a wooden carving and release a wishing lantern later. Life needed a bit of ceremony, otherwise it would be too dull. The sound of bells jingled softly from the ox's harness as the two figures slowly disappeared into the distance. When the sun rose, a passerby noticed that Chen Sun's blacksmith shop was closed and that he was gone. They sighed quietly, wishing they had ordered a few more tools from him while they had the chance. When Chen Sun's blacksmith shop closed, the nearby blacksmiths were overjoyed. They celebrated and raised their prices. Everyone agreed it was time to charge more. It was the end of the year again, and the city of Panning was as lively at night as when they had first arrived. With curiosity in his eyes, Chen Sun walked slowly down the street, leading his ox. He stopped often to look around, holding all kinds of food in his hands. Now that they had money, they could finally enjoy themselves. They shared their food, taking turns with each bite, which made the people around them laugh. Many said the young man was quite amusing. But something unexpected happened. When they stopped to watch a street performance, Chun Sun couldn't get the ox to move. Only after the ox had watched to its heart's content did they continue on their way. The ox believed the performers were cultivators showing their powers, and it watched in fascination, mooing softly the whole time. "Boss, do you still remember us?" Chun Sun smiled as he approached a vendor's stall. "We're here to buy some wood carvings." This time, there was a child sitting beside the vendor, playing with a carving. The stall had moved, but not far from where it used to be. "Oh, young man, it's you." The vendor looked surprised, then suddenly recognized him. The boy who once traded rice for a wood carving. "You haven't changed a bit. Do you have any carvings of oxen? We'll take 2. "Sure thing." The vendor smiled and searched through his goods, soon finding 2 lifelike ox carvings without a single flaw. He handed them to Chun Sun. "Here you go, young man." After paying, Chun Sun waved the carvings in front of the ox, teasing it until it grew anxious, which made Chun Sun laugh heartily. Later, they went to the riverside to release wishing lanterns again. This time, the ox refused to let Chun Sun see its wish, blocking his view with its whole body. Then Chun Sun led the ox toward the southern part of Panning, where many medical halls were located. The blacksmith shops were in the north, but that was too far. It would take days to walk there. 2 days later, they arrived at a shop with a sign that read Ping Tai Medical Hall. A couplet was written on both sides of the door. Left, "May all people in the world stay healthy." Right, "Then the medicine on the shelves will gather dust." Horizontal inscription, "Peace under heaven." The hall was crowded with people, most wearing worried expressions. The doctors of Ping Tai Medical Hall were well respected, known among the locals for their kindness and skill. The people inside are very busy, constantly giving medicine to those coming and going, while several doctors are busy saving lives. Sometimes, loud cries of pain can be heard. "Old Nyo, I'll go inside to check the situation, but I'll tie you outside the door. You're grown up now, so you need to learn how to protect yourself," Chun Sun said seriously. "If a stranger tries to take you away, just shout loudly and kick him, but don't kick too hard." "Moo." Dahainyo nodded and gave a reassuring look, as if to say, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Just here for medicine or treatment," a clerk casually said. "I want to see Dr. Ning." Chun Sun cupped his hands and said. He had heard that Ning Si was the owner here, kind and caring, with a good reputation among the people. "Young man, are you looking for me?" Ning Si came from another hall. He had thick black hair, a mustache, and a worried look in his eyes. He was middle-aged, but to Chun Sun, he seemed healthy and well-maintained, probably older than he looked. "Dr. Ning, I want to learn medicine." Chun Sun cupped his hands again. His sleeve slipped off slightly, showing strong muscles. Ning Si's eyes flicked with surprise. He looked very sturdy. "Hee, I'm not taking apprentices right now. You should try another place," Ning Si said calmly, not planning to take anyone as a student at the moment. "Dr. Ning, I truly want to learn medicine. I can endure hardship." Chun Sun looked hopeful and begged earnestly. "I can do chores here, as long as I can learn something." Sigh. Ning Si hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, outside, a loud mooing sound was heard, startling everyone. A strong wind blew through, and Chun Sun rushed outside quickly. He moved swiftly, earning Ning Si's admiration. Ning Si hurried out to see what was happening. "That stubborn black cow of mine just won't be led away," he chuckled, explaining to the onlookers. His face looked grim. For the first time, he truly felt how strong a cow could be. "Moo! Moo!" Dahainyo roared angrily. Just as it was about to lift its leg, it saw Chun Sun come out and immediately shouted loudly. "What are you doing?" "This is my cow." Chun Sun's eyes widened in anger. He shouted, "Let go? Are you saying it's your cow? Well, it is now yours." The sneered and looked at Chun Sun from head to toe. He thought he was just a young boy with little experience. "So, you don't want to reason anymore?" he said. "Huh, ridiculous. That's my ox. Do you still want to fight?" The spat and loosened his grip on the leash. He slowly rolled up his sleeve and waved a dagger. He had been roaming these streets for years, and catching a young troublemaker like this was easy. "Everyone, listen up. This guy doesn't want to reason," he announced. Chun Sun frowned slightly and shouted to the nearby villagers, casually revealing 3 axes at his waist. They paused, his pupils shrinking. "What's going on?" Everyone was watching. Chen Sun took a step forward, unbuttoned his shirt slowly, revealing his six-pack abs. His body looked as if it had been forged by a master, strong and tough. The villagers gasped. The boy looked ordinary, but now they saw he was a skilled fighter. Wait, brother, I just realized I was wrong. That's not my cow. Haha, the eyes flickered. He was impressed by the boy's strength. He slowly backed away, thinking he had met a tough opponent. I'm leaving now. I'm leaving. Get lost, you coward. Chen Sun suddenly shouted angrily and charged forward. His speed was so fast he left only a shadow behind. His fist, as big as a punching bag, reflected in the eyes. Grandpa, stop hitting me. The screamed as he rolled on the ground, begging for mercy. The ox spat repeatedly and finally kicked him away to another spot. The looked hopeless, his body almost falling apart. Blood covered his mouth and nose, and he reeked of saliva and sweat. This boy with six-pack abs and a tough body was so powerful that even calling a few friends wouldn't help. He could only endure the beating and remember to stay away from him in the future. Well done. This deserves it. He's been lazy and wandering around all day. I've hated him for a long time. The villagers cheered. A hero had appeared, doing what they dared not do. Chen Sun snorted coldly. If anyone dared to retaliate, he would fight back fiercely. The ox nudged Chen Sun, staying close to him to feel safe. It's okay, old ox. I'm here. Chen Sun held the head of the ox in his arms, his gaze coldly watching the direction where the was fleeing. He suddenly looked at Ning Si, making the latter feel uneasy. The young man carried 3 axes and had 16 abdominal muscles. Was he really here to learn medicine? Please accept me, Dr. Ning. We can just do odd jobs at Pingtai Medical Hall. My family's legendary ox can help too. Chen Sun bowed with his hands clasped, speaking sincerely. Moo. Moo. The ox also seemed to be asking Ning Si for acceptance. Dr. Ning, please take him in. Such a righteous young man is rare. Yes, Dr. Ning. This little brother is also pitiful. He came to the city with his family's ox to make a living. The surrounding villagers also spoke up for Chen Sun, clearly seeing him as someone with a tough background. All right, I'll take you in. Ning Si nodded in agreement. The boy seemed truly pitiful. If he was left outside, he might be harmed by those thugs. At least here in the medical hall, no one would dare to hurt him. Thank you, Dr. Ning. Chen Sun was overjoyed and bowed to the villagers to thank them for their support. Let's go. Ning Si smiled, hands behind his back, leading them into the back courtyard of the medical hall. Medical skills are vast and profound. Nothing can be taken lightly. The first step is to learn how to identify medicinal herbs. Ning Si gave him a book on herbs and asked Chen Sun to compare and memorize the herbs in the backyard. Otherwise, Chen Sun wouldn't even be qualified to do odd jobs at the hall. But he believed he was quite clever, so he started teaching the ox to recognize herbs while reviewing himself. However, reality gave Chen Sun a harsh lesson. There are thousands of herbs, and being able to identify them accurately isn't just about memorization. At night, candles were lit in the backyard. One person and one ox studied by the light. Old ox, I didn't find it. Turns out, your brain isn't very sharp either. Chen Sun laughed loudly, feeling balanced. They were evenly matched. For Chen Sun, the most painful thing in the world wasn't failing to learn but the fact that the old ox had learned, while he still hadn't. Moo. Moo. The ox was angry. Its eyes widened, and it nudged Chen Sun. It didn't recognize some obscure characters and still needed him to interpret, but it already had a plan. It intended to take advantage of Chen Sun's moment of distraction to surpass him and suppress his arrogance. Time passed quietly as they studied and identified medicinal herbs. Another year went by, and Chen Sun officially wore the uniform of the Pingtai Medical Hall staff. He walked with a slight breeze, wearing a confident smile. Over the year, he learned most of the herbs. However, Dr. Ning did not praise his intelligence, only saying he was hard-working and patient. He also focused on speed, believing that in martial arts, only quickness matters. As long as he ran fast enough, disasters would always be a step behind him. Clerk, 1 qian of wintergreen, 2 qian of centauri, 3 qian of autumn stone. Got it. Chen Sun replied smoothly, quickly taking the herbs from the cabinets and packing them for the customer. At night, after resting, Chen Sun cracked sunflower seeds while Black Bull sat nearby. continuing to study the herb book. But his eyes showed doubt as he looked at Black Bull. He said softly, "Old Bull, moo." Black Bull shivered, unable to hide that it had been up to something. "I've been watching you for days. Did you learn secretly?" Chin Sun raised an eyebrow. This cow had broken a big rule, playing happily with him at night, then secretly learning herbs while he was working during the day. How bold! Moo, moo. Black Bull broke out in cold sweat, denying it completely, but its eyes betrayed it. "Tonight, you are not allowed to read." Chin Sun turned away and continued cracking seeds. "Until you realize how shameful this behavior is, I won't study with you." Moo moo. Black Bull was anxious. It circled around Chin Sun, accidentally knocking him over. Chin Sun sighed. He couldn't force it, so he decided to teach it gently and logically about the dangers of secret learning. "Do you understand? If I'm not here and you make a mistake, you might not recognize all the herbs. These are medicinal herbs. Mistakes can be deadly." Moo, moo. Black Bull nodded repeatedly. It understood and promised never to learn secretly again. "Come on, let's continue. I'll tell you about this herb's use." Chin Sun pointed at the book, and Black Bull leaned in. The two of them, man and cow, resumed their study, full of enthusiasm. The next year, Chin Sun had memorized all the common herbs in the medical hall. Every night, he and Black Bull tested each other, naming herbs aloud. Dr. Ning still only said, "Not bad," with little other reaction. If he has no work, Chin Sun quietly goes to the doctors and watches them examine patients, eager to learn whenever he can, since he has plenty of time. At night, back at the clinic, Dr. Ning gives Chin Sun a book on pharmacology. The book explains how different herbs can treat various illnesses and which herbs should not be mixed. Truly profound, Chin Sun marvels, his eyes shining with excitement. He feels like a door to a new world has opened for him. "Old Nyo, we've just begun learning." Moo moo. Dahe Nyo is already interested, his eyes wide with wonder. Chin Sun also adds some points to his speed skill and continues studying. Spring passes into autumn. Chin Sun has changed into a fine assistant's outfit. 5 years have flown by. They have been at Pingtai Medical Hall for 7 years now. Chin Sun has seen much pain, helplessness, and crying. But his optimistic attitude also brings some comfort to the common people who come here. Every year, some staff leave the clinic, but everyone remembers the cheerful young boy and his waist-mounted axe, which he never parts with. In a large hall of the clinic, Ning Si sits solemnly. If you could mistake someone at first glance, after 7 years, Ning Si would never mistake Chin Sun. Chin Sun, dressed in formal clothes, is bowing to the ancestor statue and then serving tea to Ning Si and his wife. "Master, mistress," Chin Sun bows respectfully, his eyes full of respect. "Chin Sun, what does it mean to be a healer? To treat illnesses and save lives is my duty. But virtue is even more important." Ning Si narrows his eyes and looks at Chin Sun. "If you encounter a mountain bandit who robs and commits evil but is badly injured and asks for your help, what would you do?" Chin Sun pauses, then replies seriously, "Master Ning, I will be honest. Yes, since he is badly hurt, I will notice him first, but I will not help him." Chin Sun hesitates, his face showing struggle. "I would cover my head with a scarf to avoid future revenge." Ning Si and his wife are surprised. He has already thought of an escape route. Good, good. Ning Si smiles as he tastes his tea. "A healer should not do evil. Just stay true to your heart." "I just wanted to hear your honest answer." This boy is indeed good, upright in character, and very kind. The teacher's wife nodded and smiled, saying, "If Chin Sun tries to please them by saying he will save this person, they might look down on him and think he's insincere." "All right, then you are officially accepted as a disciple. I have only taken 2 students in my life, and you are the third." Ning Si looked serious. He had observed Chin Sun for a long time. "Although you are not the most talented, I believe you will become the best healer." The teacher's wife was surprised. It was the first time she heard Ning Si praise someone like this. Even their daughter had never been praised so highly. "Teacher Ning, you flatter me." Chin Sun's expression was calm. He bowed his head and clasped his hands, but the corners of his mouth started to turn up slightly. After becoming a disciple, Chin Sun returned to the back courtyard of the clinic. He was cracking sunflower seeds and imagining the scene that just happened, with a look of pride. He thought, "My master praised me as having the aura of a healing emperor. with divine energy spreading for 30,000 miles. The heavens are congratulating Emperor Chun on his return. Moo moo moo. The black bull was convinced. Its eyes widened with excitement as it ran around wildly, occasionally nudging Chin Sun. It was genuinely happy for him. Ha ha! Laughter from Chin Sun and the black bull echoed in the yard. Chang Sheng kept adding points to his speed. Over the next 3 years, Chen Sun followed Ning Si on medical visits, traveling to the common people, solving various difficult cases. Sometimes, when small troubles arose, he would unconsciously show off his six-pack abs. Chen Sun carried a small notebook everywhere. He had many questions, and Ning Si was very patient, constantly answering him. Such a diligent student was rare. However, once they visited a wealthy family for a consultation, Chen Sun accidentally revealed a mountain axe strapped to his waist. Everyone was shocked. Is he really a doctor? Chen Sun just smiled shyly. After all, carrying an axe when going out was quite normal. He calmly adjusted his robes to hide the axe, but accidentally revealed 2 more. The household guards immediately became alert, holding long sticks. This young man was definitely not an ordinary person. Chen Sun maintained a friendly smile and kept explaining. Traveling the world with a weapon was understandable. If Ning Si hadn't been there, a fight might have broken out. During Ning Si's diagnosis, the members of the young master's household kept breaking out in light sweat. If they encountered an incurable disease, this young man might just chop the patient with an axe to end their suffering, solving the problem instantly. Chen Sun looked at their expressions with confusion, smiling and nodding to reassure them. These people quickly returned the smile, nodding their heads like little chicks pecking at grains, with cold sweat continuously dripping down. At Pingtai Medical Hall, today the sun shines brightly, and the spring scenery is beautiful. Chen Sun has now changed into a doctor's robe. Anyone passing by respectfully calls him Dr. Chun. Dr. Chun, please save him. A commoner helped a person with a darkened face into the medical hall, looking very anxious. Chen Sun's eyes sharpened as he observed their faces. From their appearance, he could tell the poison had already entered the bloodstream. If they delayed any longer, it would be the beginning of the end. Is it snake venom? Chen Sun laid the person on a nearby bed. The person had 2 small wounds on their hand, clearly caused by snake fangs. No, Dr. Chun, he ate poisonous mushrooms. Ah, Chen Sun was startled. He began checking the pulse, his expression changing as he looked at the commoner. After eating the poisonous mushrooms, he was also bitten by a snake. Bang! The commoner immediately knelt down, crying and shouting, Doctor, please save him. I will write a prescription for you. Go get the medicine first. We might still have a chance to save him. Chen Sun took a piece of paper, started writing and drawing, then handed it to the commoner. The latter's face changed when they saw the bill. They didn't have enough money to buy the medicine. No worries. I'll cover it for you first. You can pay me back when you have money, Chen Sun said calmly. Helping where he could was his principle. Over the past year, he had earned quite a bit from treating wealthy families. Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor. The commoner was overjoyed, tears streaming down their face. Chen Sun nodded. In this world, if a man falls, their family might fall too. Helping within his means was no harm. But gradually, he realized he had been mistaken. Chen Sun's reputation for kindness spread. The doctors in this medical hall all had families to support, so they couldn't be like Chen Sun, single and spending their own money to help common people. He had been praised as a divine healer, offering free treatment, accepting credit for medicine, and even allowing patients to owe him. People were about to present him with a banner of praise. Countless poor people gathered around him. Chen Sun's money was running low, but he refused to trouble others or force the staff at the clinic to do good deeds like him. Only a few debtors came to repay their loans. He truly had no money left. The situation changed. Some villagers started to criticize him for not saving those in danger, calling him hypocritical. People he had helped before looked at him with disgust. Some villagers, hearing that Chen Sun no longer offered credit, spat in front of the clinic, annoyed that they had traveled so far for nothing. Good deeds don't spread far, but bad news travels quickly. Rumors spread that the Pingtai clinic had a dishonest doctor, who always carried 3 axes, making him seem untrustworthy. In the backyard of the Pingtai clinic, Chen Sun no longer dared to treat patients in the main hall. Wow, The clown is myself. Chen Sun chuckled bitterly, his laughter tinged with sadness. Even the staff and doctors looked at him differently. You like to pretend, don't you? Are you still pretending? Many people inside the clinic secretly mocked him, remembering how he once overshadowed them. Moo moo. Moo moo. Dahainyo pressed his head against Chen Sun's face. Recently, he also heard the rumors spreading everywhere. Old cow, look. I told you before, we should just help our friends nearby. Now you understand what I mean, right? Moo moo. Dahainyo looked at Chen Sun with concern. He had never seen Chen Sun so downcast. To him, Chen Sun was always cheerful and happy. You underestimate me. Everything is within my plan. I just want to prove to you what those words mean, Chen Sun said with a forced smile, holding Dahainyo's head tightly, their faces close together. Moo. Dahainyo nudged Chen Sun softly, feeling very sad inside. But deep down, he was extremely angry. Old cow, let's go. This place isn't good for us. I'll go say goodbye to Ning Shidao. Chen Sun patted Dahainyo. His presence here was hurting the clinic's business, and he didn't want to cause trouble for anyone. Moo. Dahainyo jumped and hurried to pack their pots and bowls. Watching him busy, Chen Sun felt a warm feeling inside and smiled slightly. At Ning Si's residence, Chen Sun had changed into his old blue clothes, no longer wearing the doctor's long robe from the clinic. I am aware of this matter and understand your difficulties. Ning Si sat in the main seat, his eyes showing experience and weariness. He spoke slowly. Human nature is inherently evil. This is a conclusion I have reached after many years of practicing medicine. I hope it will help you on your future path. Thank you for your guidance, Master Ning. I will never forget your teachings, Chen Sun said solemnly, bowing with respect. He had learned so much over the past 10 years. Ning Si picked up an unnamed book from the table and explained, "This is a collection of my many years of experience. I want to give it to you." Really? Chen Sun was surprised. He quickly stepped forward and caught the book. Master Ning, you are too kind. Ning Si gently pulled back, his face changing slightly. He tried to take the book, but it seemed to be clamped tightly as if caught in iron tongs. Haha, it's fine. Take it. Thank you, Master Ning. Chen Sun suddenly appeared, and the book instantly appeared at his waist. His speed was so fast that Ning Si's pupils slightly widened. Go now? Come back when you have time, Master Ning. Thank you for your kindness. If the Ning family ever needs help, I will return no matter how far I must travel. Chen Sun looked serious and bowed deeply. Ning Si nodded continuously, full of emotion. For these years, I have been watching you. You are wise beyond your years, not just an ordinary person. Keep to your true heart. Chen Sun slowly looked up, glanced at Ning Si one last time, then turned and left. Watching Chen Sun's figure disappear, Ning Si smiled slightly. Little son, I wish you a bright future and a promising tomorrow. On a mountain trail, a young boy is carrying a bamboo basket, searching for medicinal herbs, with an ox following behind him. Over the past 3 years, Chen Sun has focused on increasing his longevity points, especially his speed. He wants to see if he can improve beyond 20 points. Currently, his longevity points are Strength 21, Speed 18. With such extraordinary speed, if Chen Sun runs hard, he becomes almost a blur to the eye. Quite impressive. Old ox, let's look carefully. Chen Sun's basket is full of herbs. Maybe he can find a legendary spiritual medicine that cures all diseases. In the Ningyun mountain range, villagers often find rare herbs, some over hundreds of years old. They sell them in the city and make good money. Moo moo. The ox happily runs around, recognizing many herbs. It's amazed by how much it has learned, and now its mind is clearer. But don't go too deep, Chen Sun warns nervously. There are said to be monsters, which are different from normal wild animals. Chen Sun looks worried. If we meet a cultivator and they don't like us, they might attack us. Moo. The ox responds with a sound, understanding. Suddenly, a desperate cry echoes from the forest, startling many birds into flight. Chen Sun instinctively covers his head with a bandana, and the black ox halts. They exchange worried looks. There's a monster. A few villagers run from afar, shouting in panic. When they see Chen Sun's bandana, they freeze for a moment, then shout, "Run! It's a monster! Old ox, run!" Chen Sun is terrified and panicked. He and the black ox rush forward, but behind them, a fierce roar sounds. A beast that looks like a wolf and a tiger chases wildly. It's bigger than a tiger, with glowing red eyes. Wow, what kind of creature is that? It's so terrifying. Moo, moo. Chinsun and the black ox scream in fear. They've lived many years, but this is a new experience. They move quickly, crushing dry branches beneath their feet, creating 2 gusts of wind. The villagers behind are terrified. They're running so fast. The monster gets angry, its eyes turning even redder, saliva flying. It loves to chase fast prey. Ah, it's coming. The villagers scream in fear. One person faints from fright. Surprisingly, the monster ignores them and chases after Chinsun and the black ox. Why are you doing this? Are you crazy? Chinsun's eyes widened in shock. The monster beast was actually chasing after them, moving much faster than a wild animal. Moo, moo. Dahae-nyo charged wildly, sweat breaking out on its forehead. The monster beast was too terrifying. Moo. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. Dahae-nyo ran too quickly in panic and accidentally crashed into a huge tree. The tree cracked and started to tilt, almost uprooted. Old cow. Chinsun shouted anxiously, stopping to check on its head. Moo. Dahae-nyo felt dizzy but was fine, just a few scratches. It rubbed against Chinsun. Roar. The monster beast was about to catch up, its eyes showing excitement. It was the first time it saw prey that could run so fast. Chinsun and Dahae-nyo were surrounded. They stood together, looking very scared. The monster beast looked extremely frightening. We're doomed, old cow, Chinsun said, trembling. He still held the cow's head, and Dahae-nyo's pupils trembled, its hooves trembling. Is this the end of their journey? The monster beast drooled and circled around them, not showing any suspicion because these prey were so timid. Suddenly, the monster beast bent down, its eyes bloodthirsty. It dropped a droplet of saliva on the ground and charged fiercely at Chinsun. Its eyes shone with excitement and killing intent. They were close now, but suddenly, its expression changed. The human no longer looked afraid, but was very calm. A strong whirlwind appeared on the ground. Chinsun turned into a blur, moving so fast that even the monster beast's eyes couldn't keep up. It was terrified. Although you're strong, it's not enough for me to use my second mountain-breaking axe, Chinsun said. He had already appeared behind the monster beast, walking backward with a bloodied axe in hand. His tough mask only revealed a cold gaze. Suddenly, the monster beast's belly was hit with intense pain. It howled in agony and fell to the ground, blood spilling everywhere. Dahae-nyo leapt suddenly, Black Bull strike. Boom. The ground was smashed into a big crater. The monster beast's intestines were crushed, and it was dead beyond death. Chinsun was ruthless, blood splattering again. Is that all? Is that all? Moo. Moo. Scaring your dads, why don't you bark like a dog? Moo moo. One person and one cow wildly beat the carcass, venting their anger. Spit flew everywhere. They were truly frightened by this beast. A big pot was set up, water boiling. Time to eat. Old cow, this time we got lucky. This beast can use magic, like the ice and fire double extremes. Chinsun thought for a moment. He had heard legends about monsters in the city. Only cultivators can kill such creatures. But this meat smells really good. Moo moo. Dahae-nyo made happy sounds with its mouth. It was delicious. It was the first time it had tasted such fragrant meat. After they finished eating, they quickly cleaned up the traces, packed the leftover meat, and even filled the hole. Chinsun carefully arranged the scene of the crime. The monster's ashes floated around, making it look like nothing had happened. They ran far away and found a forest area with fewer wild animals. Old cow, even clever rabbits have multiple burrows. We can't be weaker than rabbits. Let's dig. Moo. Having great strength was good. Chinsun was skilled at digging holes in the wild, building foundations, digging clay, and so on. He never slept on the ground. Finally, Chinsun carefully placed a large stone on top of the hole, leaving a small gap covered with grass and leaves. No one could tell there was a hole inside. The lantern inside the hole lit up, making the world safe again. Comfortable. Moo moo. Chinsun leaned against Dahae-nyo, lost in thought. This world was full of dangers, especially today's monster, which almost scared them to their pants. He hesitated for a long time, then took out a book given by Old Sun, the Chi refining technique. There is spiritual energy in the world, connecting with the heavens and earth, guiding into the body. Chen Sun kept reading, his mouth opening wider and wider. He wanted to say 2 words, but hesitated because the next line always raised his feelings even higher. He swallowed hard, eyes wide with shock, and shouted, "Awesome! Moo!" Dehainyo sat up in fright, looking at the chi refining technique. "What is this?" "Old cow, a cultivation technique." Chen Sun was excited. This was the joy of free benefits. Cultivating can make you fly, and you don't even need to join a sect to become a beast of cultivation. Moo. Bull also became excited. In the past, they had seen cultivators flying on swords across the sky, which made them very jealous. The chi refining stage has 10 levels. The 10th level can form a foundation, breaking the limit of lifespan. The lifespan is 400 years. When Chen Sun read this, he and Bull both subtly curled their lips. They looked at each other and let out a strange, mischievous chuckle. But their current cultivation only reached the foundation building stage. They didn't know what came after. Let's try together, follow its movement pattern, and feel the spiritual energy of the world. Chen Sun sat cross-legged, also teaching Bull how to sit properly. He laughed so hard he trembled, saying, "Everything in this world that has spiritual roots can sense spiritual energy. Moo, don't worry, you definitely have it. You're a spiritual beast. Moo." Bull grinned, feeling reassured. "Come on, spiritual energy of the world. Listen to my command. Enter my body." Moo, 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 moo. One person and one cow followed the movement pattern of the technique, beginning to sense the spiritual energy. They closed their eyes, calmed their minds, and a whole hour passed like this. 2 hours went by. 3 hours went by. No way. Absolutely impossible. Chen Sun suddenly opened his eyes wide, looked at Bull, and asked, "Is it a fake?" "Moo moo." Bull hesitated for a moment, then nodded, seeming to have no feeling. "It." Chen Sun looked pained, supporting himself with his hands. "I didn't expect old Sun's son to be harmed by a fake. It seems he also found something wrong after practicing, which is why he kept it." "Moo moo." Bull nodded, agreeing that it made a lot of sense. Chen Sun was very clever. But then, Chen Sun's tone changed, and he frowned slightly. "After practicing, I do feel something in my belly. Moo, maybe it's because I ate too much beast meat. I need to go out for a bit." Bull. After Chen Sun left, he found a hidden spot, dug a small hole, and squatted down. He started to think deeply. Could it be that my spiritual root is too weak? Chen Sun clenched his features tightly, then slowly relaxed. It can't be. Bull is a spiritual beast. Could it also be affected by its own weakness? Chen Sun thought about this and couldn't help but secretly smile. His body moved more and more vigorously. Suddenly, his face changed, and he looked at his foot. "Oh no, what the—" "Back in the cave," Chen Sun said. "Old cow. There might be another reason. Maybe our spiritual roots are too weak." The cow didn't respond but kept sniffing, wondering why Chen Sun's body had a strange smell. "Old cow?" Chen Sun frowned, confused. The cow's nose was almost at Chen Sun's foot, pulling mountains with strength, with a mighty spirit. "Moo." Chen Sun suddenly lifted the cow. He was angry and said, "Old cow, I am talking to you. Moo moo." The cow behaved and lay against the earthen wall, keeping a distance from Chen Sun, with a look of quiet amusement in its eyes. "We practice for an hour every day. If it doesn't work, forget it." "Moo." The cow nodded and looked at Chen Sun, who was walking over. It quickly changed position, but Chen Sun wouldn't let it. The cow looked helpless and almost cried. They forced themselves to sleep together for the night. The next morning, the sound of birdsong reached the cave, and a ray of sunlight shone in. "Let's go, old cow, to pick herbs." Chen Sun slowly opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and looked sleepy. "Then I'll put some medicine on your head." "Moo." The cow also woke up, and its head still hurt a little. Time flew by quickly. They had been in the Ningyun mountain range for 3 years, but they hadn't encountered any dangerous monsters coming out of the mountains. However, they saw countless bones of common people. Sometimes, when there was nothing to do, Chen Sun and the cow went back to their old ways. The sharp sound of a Swana horn and bells echoed through the forest, making them feel like they were returning home. Chen Sun was now dressed in animal skins, carrying a bamboo basket, holding a mountain axe, with 2 more tied around his waist. He had painted some lines on his face and carried a bow and arrows on his back, looking like a true wild man. The cow's horns finally recovered this year. It was also dressed in animal skins, with several large lines painted on its head. If you didn't look carefully, you might not recognize it as the cow. A wild boar was frantically running away, eyes wide with fear. It remembered that a few days ago, its father was killed by a wild man with his own hands, and its mother was killed by a wild ox. Gulp, snort. The wild boar suddenly stopped, making trembling sounds with its mouth. It looked around, right at the human and the buffalo nearby. Hee. Chin Sun grinned with a bloodthirsty smile, blocking its path. The cow mooed. The buffalo sealed its escape route. Little pig, become part of our bodies. We will grow stronger together. Ha ha ha. Chin Sun showed a twisted smile. In a quick move, he appeared silently above the wild boar's head. The black buffalo charged forward instantly, working perfectly with him. A flash of blood appeared, and the wild boar fell weakly. Chin Sun and the black buffalo finished off the entire family neatly. Let's go, old buffalo, moo. Chin Sun carried the carcass of the wild boar. The bloodstains were buried in a hole by the black buffalo, and they headed toward their underground cave. Old buffalo, I never thought that spell was real. Chin Sun was munching on the wild boar meat, his mouth greasy. My hearing is so much better now. Cultivating immortality really is different from us ordinary folks. Moo moo moo. The black buffalo nodded constantly. As the night deepened, it could see things more clearly than before. This feeling was completely different from the one brought by the longevity point. The longevity point seemed to strengthen the body, while cultivating immortality was about elevating the senses, an upgrade of life itself. But our speed is stuck again, Chin Sun sighed softly. He didn't believe in giving up, so he increased his speed level at the longevity point to 21, even affecting the black buffalo. But just like strength, it seemed to hit a barrier, unable to further enhance their physical energy, which was very strange. Moo moo. The black buffalo also looked puzzled. Could it be that they can only live forever in the mortal world? After all, no common people could challenge them now. Maybe next year, we try magic power? Chin Sun said uncertainly. He thought of it as blue energy, but they didn't have any skills for that. Moo. Moo. The black buffalo shook its head and nudged Chin Sun. Essence of all things. Moo. The black buffalo nodded wildly. So, they would try that. Magic power was too mysterious. Its black buffalo charge was already impressive enough. All right, I'll go with your idea. Chin Sun smiled, slapped the greasy hand on the black buffalo, but he didn't realize the black buffalo was watching him carefully. In the following year, they continued gathering herbs in the mountains, identifying medicinal plants, practicing medical skills daily, and cultivating the breathing technique. Chin Sun felt increasingly grateful to be alive. He had once imagined what eternal life would be like, watching the world change, history unfold, with countless tombstones behind him, leaving only a lonely figure in the world. But now, Chin Sun would say, forget your deep thoughts. The joy of living forever is something ordinary people can't understand. In a mountain cave, Chin Sun and Dahe Nyo moved again. Heavy rains flooded the mountain, destroying their small holes, but Dahe Nyo protected their pots and utensils fiercely, so things went relatively smoothly. Old cow, ha. Chin Sun, soaked from head to toe, laughed loudly, not caring that their home was gone. He punched Dahe Nyo hard. You're really something. I've believed in you since I was young. Moo moo moo. Dahe Nyo happily jumped a few times. When they were clearing the cave entrance, it had protected all their belongings. Let's try it, and see what the essence of all things really is. Chin Sun grinned and started a fire. Watching the pouring rain outside the cave, he felt very happy. The sound of rain was truly soothing. Moo. Dahe Nyo responded and began helping. It occasionally ran outside to get soaked in the rain, then shook the water onto Chin Sun. Chin Sun was furious. With great strength, he pulled the mountain and overwhelmed the dead cow, drenching it like a drowned rat. The man and the cow sat by the fire to warm themselves. Chin Sun added the longevity point to the essence of all things. Suddenly, his face changed drastically, and a green light surged from his body. Moo moo moo. Dahe Nyo looked terrified, rubbed itself quickly, and anxiously circled Chin Sun, making frantic noises. Old cow, I'm fine. Chin Sun took a deep breath and hugged Dahe Nyo. It's the essence of all things. Moo. Dahe Nyo softly whined, terrified. If Chun Sun got hurt, it wouldn't want to live anymore. I'll try. Chun Sun's expression grew serious. He opened his palm, and a green light flickered on his body, sometimes bright, sometimes dim. Gradually, a drop of green liquid gathered in his palm, shining like a gemstone, bright and clear. He suddenly felt weak, sweating all over, as if he'd run 800 miles. He exclaimed, "Is this thing draining my essence? Moo? Old cow, come try it." Moo. After a while, a drop of green liquid condensed on the cow's hoof. One person and one cow collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The cow finally understood what Chun Sun meant. It seemed to see a few young cows laughing happily. "It's a trap," Chun Sun trembled. Despite having 16-pack abs and being praised by neighbors as the strongest man at iron forging, he was almost out of strength. Moo. The cow's eyes were dull and lifeless. It thought it was invincible among cows, but in just one round, it was defeated. An hour later, they finally recovered. Chun Sun looked worried. If they had encountered a wild beast just now, they would have been in real danger. "Old cow, don't use this essence randomly. We should at least split it up," Chun Sun said, checking his body. He felt fine, but was still cautious. "Tomorrow, I'll brew some medicine to strengthen myself. We can't be careless." Moo moo. The cow nodded happily. Learning medicine was a good thing. "What good is it?" "Looks like a green gemstone." Chun Sun frowned as he looked at the green liquid in his palm. It was very strange and didn't evaporate like water drops. He picked up an axe and placed the green liquid on it, but nothing happened. He tried it on pots and pans, still no reaction. He even put it on a stone, no change. Finally, he reluctantly put it on a bandana worn by a bandit, but still no reaction. "Moo!" The cow shouted in surprise. Chun Sun was startled and looked at the cow. He immediately knelt down and examined a wild grass plant, studying its pattern. "Wow!" Chun Sun exclaimed in shock. He looked at the cow and placed the green liquid on the plant. Instantly, they merged and changed visibly. "Moo! Old cow, this is a huge discovery. This green liquid can actually speed up growth," Chun Sun said excitedly, spitting out some dirt as he spoke. "But we need to observe more. If it's really like this, we're set for life." "Moo moo moo." The cow grinned and carefully protected the wild grass. Chun Sun opened his palm. Without hesitation, he twisted his features and shouted loudly, "I am a healer. What if you drain me?" Bull. Silence, as still as death. Only the sound of heavy rain outside the cave. Chun Sun froze, his hand unresponsive, unable to gather the green liquid again. He cleared his throat and said, "Old cow, you try." "Moo." Bull opened his palm, as if using all his strength, but still no reaction. "It's okay. We can take our time. We're not in a hurry." Moo moo. Time flows quickly, pushing people forward. Another year has passed in the blink of an eye. Rumors of wild men began to spread around the Ningyun mountain range, terrifying everyone. These wild men often appear deep in the mountains and forests. They have a wild ox with them, which eats only human bones. Many villagers' remains have been taken by them. At night, eerie sounds of flutes echo through the woods, accompanied by strange bell sounds, like soul-calling messengers. If you encounter these wild men and can't defeat them, it's better to find a hole and bury yourself. Many villagers are terrified and dare not go deep into the mountains. Now there's a wild man outside the range, and people wonder if anyone is safe anymore. Today, villagers go into the mountains in groups, armed and alert for sudden attacks. If they manage to kill the wild man, they can claim a reward from the authorities. Many bounty hunters quietly join in. At the foot of a mountain peak, Chun Sun and Bull are collecting human bones. "Old cow, even though we don't know them, we have our rules in this line of work." Chun Sun picks up a bone from a pile of grass. "Let's build a grave for them. It's a way to earn merit." "Who's having an easy life these days?" "Moo moo." Bull nods repeatedly. They've accumulated quite a bit of good karma. As Old Sun said, heaven will protect them. "Look, just one step of yours, and 10 years of merit are gone." "Moo moo moo." Bull suddenly lifts his leg and shouts. He accidentally stepped on a bone. He looks at Chun Sun with a pleading expression. "All right, today I'll eat meat, and you can have soup. The Buddha will forgive you." "Moo. Moo." Bull looks conflicted, but for the sake of merit, he nods. Missing one meal won't kill him. They find a nearby hole and bury the bones, then begin a ritual. Bull works hard, the bells jingling loudly. He accidentally stepped on the bones earlier and wants to make amends. During this year, they finally understood the role of the essence of all things. However, they could only condense 1 drop each day. When the points reached 1, it could speed up plant growth by 1 month. Now, they have increased the essence points to 2. As Chen Sun predicted, 1 drop can now accelerate growth by 2 months. This made them very happy, as it meant they could cultivate many valuable medicinal herbs. They also made progress with the qi refining technique. All of them reached the 2nd level, with clear 5 senses. The world around them became much clearer. Chen Sun's body also gradually developed what is called magical power, but it was useless without skills. "All right, let's go, old bull," Chen Sun said with a smile. They were not afraid of doing such things and felt very at ease. It was their daily walk after meals. Moo moo, Bull rubbed against Chen Sun, trying to share some of his good karma. Ha ha. Chen Sun walked side by side with Bull, heading toward their cave. On the way, when passing through a forest, both Chen Sun and Bull suddenly moved their ears. They quickly separated and dodged to the sides. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sharp arrows shot toward them. They were half buried in the ground. The power was so great that if they hadn't dodged, their bodies would have been pierced. "Oh, these wild man and wild ox are so quick and alert," a refined and elegant man on a tree said with a smile, slowly lowering his bow and drawing his sword from his waist. "Senior brother Su, such barbaric people, let our junior sister handle it." A woman giggled, her eyes flashing with cold light. "Junior sister Wan, you go deal with that wild ox. I'll take care of the wild man. Don't get hurt," a scarred man sneered. "Thank you, senior brother Tian," junior sister Wan replied with a charming smile, her demeanor full of allure, making the scarred man feel eager. Senior brother Su smiled silently beside them. Hunting such wild people was a good way to boost the reputation of the 100 Mysteries sect. Not only would they eliminate threats to the people, but many wealthy families in the city might donate money. Improving their status in the martial world could also attract many newcomers. Using a killing move right away? "Aren't you afraid of hitting the wrong person?" A cold voice came from beneath the tree, filled with suppressed emotion. Senior brother Su looked at Chen Sun with a sneer and said, "Your face is blurry, you're wearing animal skins, and you have a wild ox with you. You must be that savage who eats human bones." "We knew it. We have never eaten human bones. We only built graves for them. If you don't believe it, check for yourselves." Chen Sun spoke clearly and firmly. "My old ox, and I have never caused trouble for any of you." Ha! The 3 of them seemed to find this the funniest joke in the world. Senior brother Su shook his head and sighed. "No wonder you're a savage. Do you think you are in charge now? I and the old ox are willing to face you directly. But I will say it again, we haven't provoked any of you." Chen Sun's cold gaze swept over the 3 people in the tree. "It was a misunderstanding, wild man. I think you are the one who misunderstood. The truth no longer matters." The scar-faced man drew his sword with a fierce grin and stepped forward confidently, showing his strong skills. "Only when you die will the common people be at peace, and our Baishin sect can move forward." As soon as he finished speaking, the scar-faced man suddenly charged at Chen Sun. His veins bulged, his sword gleamed and trembled, looking very fierce, aiming straight at Chen Sun's head. Too slow. Chen Sun narrowed his eyes slightly. He turned to the side and drew a mountain-breaking axe from his back, blocking the swift and heavy sword attack. Clang! A spark flew as the scar-faced man trembled in his grip, surprised. This savage was incredibly strong, but his attack lacked technique and clearly showed no martial skill. Chen Sun silently gave a glance to Dahei Niu. The 2 quickly engaged in a fierce fight, metal clashing non-stop. Difficult to tell who was winning. Just as Dahei Niu was about to help, Wan Shimi suddenly appeared from behind, swinging her sword to attack. But Dahei Niu kept running away, avoiding her strikes without a scratch. Good-for-nothing beast. Wan Shimi's pupils widened slightly. It was the first time she saw such a nimble black ox. Her sword light flashed constantly as she chased the black ox around. Senior brother Su frowned. The savage was very strong, and brother Tian might not last much longer. He shouted loudly, "Brother Tian, I will help you. Senior brother Su, come and kill this beast." The scar-faced man was very anxious, sweating coldly. His hands were covered in blood, and his palm was split open. Every time he collided with the mountain-breaking axe, his body trembled. Senior brother Su leapt into the air. The savage was full of openings. He swung his long sword, filled with fierce killing intent, and slashed sharply from the side at Chen Sun. Finally, you're here. Chen Sun's lips curl into a slight smile. He quickly pulls out a pickaxe from his waist and blocks the surprise attack with lightning-fast speed. Clang! A harsh collision sound rings out. Brother Su is startled. It turns out Chen Sun is wielding 2 axes. Chen Sun suddenly speeds up and vanishes from the spot. Junior brother Tian, be careful. Brother Su is shocked. The wild man didn't even use his full strength just now. But it's too late to warn now. 2 flashes of axe light pass by. The scarred man's blood splatters, his head flying into the air. His body thuds to the ground. The afterimage hasn't stopped yet. Brother Su is stunned, eyes wide, clutching his sword tightly. Boom. Chen Sun takes a big step forward, leaps to the side, and swings his 2 axes down heavily. Brother Su reacts quickly, raising his sword to block, but he underestimates the sheer power. Ah! Brother Su roars in anger. His sword cracks, and his hands and body make cracking sounds as bones break. His sword is shattered by the axes. The axes continue their attack into Brother Su's body, spilling a lot of bright red blood. You! Brother Su's eyes are full of hatred. He can't believe he's going to die like this. I don't know how to use light skills yet. If you run away, it would be a shame. Chen Sun snorts coldly, slowly pulling his axes out of his body. When you decide to kill, the ending is already set. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother talking to you. Brother Su collapses, still in shock. Meanwhile, Sister One screams nearby. The ox sees Chen Sun move and also acts. It kicks her so hard she's left disabled. The black ox charges and dies instantly. Old ox, do your work. Moo. One person and one ox are both very angry. They burn the body and scatter the ashes, setting up the scene for the crime. Even the top detectives would say nothing happened here. 2 figures gradually disappear, but both look unhappy. What kind of thing is this? It's so confusing. But this also teaches Chen Sun a lesson. People's hearts are dangerous. They change into new clothes and prepare to go down the mountain to ask around, since they haven't done anything bad. The next day, Chen Sun carries a bamboo basket, cleans the ox and his own body, then starts down the mountain with the herbs they cultivated. His eyes look harmless to both people and animals. Yamashita was filled not only with common people, but also with soldiers and some martial artists. Everyone held their heads high, with confident looks, and kept talking about how to hunt down the wild men. Big brother, what happened on the mountain? Why is everyone so worked up? Chen Sun led the ox over. The people around him only glanced at him briefly before looking away, just a boy herding cattle. Little brother, don't you know? There are wild men on the mountain. A middle-aged man loudly said. I heard they kill people and even eat their bones. Don't go up the mountain. Really? Chen Sun was surprised. Could it be about him? He hadn't killed anyone since yesterday, and he hadn't been in the mountains for years. Haha, so you see, life is precious. Such a big mountain range. Finding wild men isn't easy. The middle-aged man looked at Chen Sun's surprised face, seeming quite pleased, and said a few more words. Thanks, big brother. I won't go into the mountains then. Chen Sun cupped his hands, led the ox toward the city, and felt more and more that something was strange, like he had caught on to something but couldn't quite say what. He always felt that, although it was a small matter, some people had exaggerated it for no reason. Old cow, forget it. Don't get involved in these disputes. Chen Sun patted the ox and said casually, maybe it's something arranged by a big shot. Moo. The ox didn't understand, but it didn't matter. They had already run away. Chen Sun returned to the city and visited the Ning family. Everything was fine. Ning Si's hair had turned whiter, and Chen Sun also gave him some rare medicinal herbs. Ning Si kept sighing, saying he was lucky to have a good disciple, but he was too kind-hearted and worried he might suffer later. He held Chen Sun and talked all night. The next day, Chen Sun bowed and said goodbye to Ning Si. They were going back to the blacksmith shop, which was truly their home in Panning City. A few days later, Chen Sun showed a small smile as he pushed open the door. The house was full of dust and smelled strong. He looked at the empty spot and softly said, Old son, we're back. Moo moo, ox also called twice. Old cow, get to work. Clean up, moo. The man and the ox started working together, cleaning and sweeping everywhere. The blacksmith shop looked brand new, clean and tidy. Passers-by were surprised to see the blacksmith shop doors suddenly open. They called out, "Is Brother Chin-sun back?" "I am Aunt Lee." "Yes, Aunt Lee, it's me." A loud shout came from the blacksmith shop in response, making Aunt Lee very happy. She quickly kicked her foot and told everyone nearby that Brother Chin-sun had returned. Chin-sun hadn't been seen for over 10 years, and now he was back. He was a skilled blacksmith. The iron tools he made are still in good condition and are used by the villagers. Neighbors gathered around. Some knew Chin-sun, others were strangers. They all talked about how the local blacksmith shop was not good enough, how high the prices were, and that it had to be Chin-sun's shop. "Wow, Brother Chin-sun, you haven't changed at all. You look much younger." Aunt Lee looked at Chin-sun from head to toe, amazed. She thought he looked much older than before. "Hee, I went to learn medicine and health techniques," Chin-sun explained, then looked at Aunt Lee. "The most important thing is to stay positive. The more you live, the younger you feel." "Really, Brother Chin-sun?" "Of course. Just look at your old man in bed at home." Everyone around laughed. Aunt Lee blushed and said, "You're so funny." Then she hurried away. "All right, everyone come back tomorrow. I need to prepare." "Okay, Brother Chin-sun, I wish you great success with your business." "Yes, I will definitely come to support you." The neighbors were very enthusiastic. Chin-sun smiled politely, feeling completely different inside. The blacksmith shop owners nearby heard Chin-sun was back and started shouting angrily, "Lower your prices. Lower them for me." Later, Chin-sun's blacksmith shop only opened for half a day each day and stopped accepting orders because he was too busy. Just making a living was enough. Meanwhile, they were in the backyard working on medicinal herbs. The essence of all things could increase in age even if the herbs were away from the soil. Amazing and incredible. "Old cow, I found a very fundamental problem," Chin-sun said seriously. He had thought about this for a long time. "Moo?" Black cow looked confused. "Are we feeling that reaching the second level of chi refining is hitting a bottleneck? Absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth is becoming harder, and we need to take our time to improve. Moo, do you think that as long as we have enough time, we can keep improving our cultivation? That we can just keep grinding away?" "Moo, hee. Old cow, you are really naive." Chin-sun smiled softly. "This spiritual root is a talent. You might improve during the chi refining stage, but in the foundation establishment stage, it's not so certain. Moo, if there's no external help, just luck, we might get stuck at a certain level and never break through. That's talent. It can't be just gained with time." "Moo? Moo," Dahae-nyo exclaimed, realizing how true it was. Chin-sun thought of the great people from past worlds. Some things can't be caught up with just time. Ordinary people can only gain more knowledge and experience, no matter how long they live. But they might never reach the heights of those geniuses. That's talent, a harsh reality. The worst part is, Chin-sun and Dahae-nyo are just ordinary immortals. They looked at each other deeply and suddenly hugged. Behind their tender embrace, they both smirked secretly. "Turns out, you're also not very strong, but we have to be careful. Look, we didn't do anything in the mountains, but we might offend someone." Chin-sun said seriously. "There are many doubts about this. Things don't seem right. Don't be curious. Just stay out of it, like now." "Moo." Dahae-nyo looked at Chin-sun with admiration. When they were in the village, villagers asked Old Lee about his secret to long life. He said he never meddled in others' affairs. At that time, it didn't make sense to Dahae-nyo. Now, experiencing it firsthand, it was exciting. It was all about experience. Follow brother's son, and everything will be arranged clearly. "Moo." Dahae-nyo was completely convinced. Chin-sun was truly very clever. Remember, even if the Ning-yin mountain range has 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs, we won't go. Don't risk your life for luck. Keep a steady mind. Moo. Dahae-nyo rubbed against Chin-sun. Chin-sun smiled slightly, patting its head. "We have the essence of all things. Our strength will grow slowly. We don't need to seek revenge or cause trouble. Let's not disturb our happy days." Dahae-nyo nodded heavily. It was true that after practicing the chi refining technique, its mind was a bit restless. "Old cow, don't get things mixed up. Even if you reach the highest level of cultivation and live forever, if you lose your mind, the world could end. But life still goes on. Chen Sun quickly noticed that the bull was feeling a bit restless. He said, "The process we go through is the most important, not that silly realm. If we die because of bad luck, so what? Who's afraid? Moo 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 moo." The bull nodded its head like a chick pecking grains, understanding what Chen Sun meant. Maybe some powerful being doesn't like us and wipes us out in one move. We could die together, and in the next life, we might still be together. Chen Sun, a single man, said this with a carefree attitude. He thought that death was just part of life, and immortality was just free riding. The bull was enlightened by his words. It quickly ran to Chen Sun and said that maybe a powerful being was coming right now, so it had to stay with Chen Sun until the end. Ha ha! Chen Sun laughed loudly, pushing the bull away repeatedly, but the bull kept pushing forward. Half a year later, a loud explosion shook the peaceful city of Panning, breaking the silence of Ningyun mountain range. Countless cultivators stood in the sky, visible even from the city, looking like UFOs. "Wow! Old cow, come see the flying people," Chen Sun shouted excitedly. He grabbed some sunflower seeds from the table, took a stool, and ran outside. The bull jumped out happily, eating sunflower seeds too. Its eyes looked up at the sky, amazed at the sight. On the street, people hurried out to see the cultivators, some kneeling on the ground, praying for protection. Chen Sun and the bull had much better eyesight than the ordinary people, almost like they had telescopes. "Old cow, what do you think is happening? Are they fighting?" Chen Sun sat on his stool, leisurely cracking sunflower seeds. "Why are they all standing together? Don't they have formations or something?" "Moo." The bull didn't understand what was happening and kept eating sunflower seeds on the ground. Above the horizon, a rainbow light flashed, and a loud explosion echoed across the sky. Many villagers trembled and knelt down, mumbling something. "That's awesome. They must be at least at the foundation establishment stage," Chen Sun said in amazement, enjoying his sunflower seeds more and more. "Old cow, do you think one day we can fly? That would be called bullish to the sky. Moo moo." The bull was furious. It now understood what Chen Sun meant and realized he was teasing it. It immediately snatched Chen Sun's sunflower seeds. Chen Sun quickly opened its mouth and took back the seeds. In the distant sky, the battle suddenly grew more intense, with colorful magic lights flashing constantly, and even cultivators falling from the sky, spectacular to watch. Chen Sun and Nyo couldn't help but clap their hands, feeling much more entertained than watching a circus. "Oh my! Each one looks like a humanoid weapon," Chen Sun exclaimed, opening his mouth wide. He was truly amazed. No matter how skilled immortals' martial arts are, magic spells come like laser beams. Who can stand against that? Moo. Nyo also opened his mouth in agreement, finding it all too unbelievable. Many townspeople watched with awe. This was the power of immortals, an ultimate height that mortals could never reach. The fight among the immortals came quickly and ended just as fast. Bright streaks of light appeared in the sky, and after half a day, they gradually disappeared. "It's over so soon? I haven't had enough yet." "Oh," Chen Sun sighed. Nyo echoed, still eager to watch more. They could have enjoyed it for at least a month, much more exciting than any TV show. "Old Nyo, time to get to work," Chen Sun said. "Moo," replied Nyo. Life still had to go on. The duel had nothing to do with them. Still, Chen Sun started to imagine. If he ever entered the immortal cultivation world, watching others fight would be quite enjoyable. In the backyard, Chen Sun and Nyo stared wide-eyed at the wild ginseng that had grown for over 100 years. The countless nights they spent extracting its essence now seemed insignificant. "Old Nyo, we're rich," Chen Sun said, staring intently. This wild ginseng was cultivated with all their effort and green liquid, definitely worth a fortune. Moo. Nyo was excited. He had never seen gold before. With this age, it's definitely a treasure sought after by many wealthy families in the city. "It's a life-saving treasure," Chen Sun said. Nyo hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. They weren't short of money. Their daily expenses were covered. This was their precious treasure. "All right, let's keep it for now, just in case," Chen Sun nodded. He felt it would be a shame to sell it, wasting all those nights and days of extracting its essence. "Old Nyo, we should cultivate some other herbs too. A few decades should be enough. Otherwise, it might attract too much attention and cause problems," Chen Sun advised. "Moo." The ox nodded heavily, and Shin Sun told him many stories about how possessing treasures could bring trouble. The ox understood. They had spent several years in the Ningyun Mountains, gathering medicinal herbs, but had never found the legendary spiritual medicines. No one is that lucky in life. However, after today's battle among cultivators in the sky, the people and nobles of Panning City became restless and eager to seek immortality. Many people headed to the Ningyun Mountains. Some con artists also appeared, tricking others into losing everything, and bandits killing for loot. Meanwhile, the business of selling coffins started to boom. These martial arts sects also began to get involved. Disciples unwanted by the immortal sects, I want them. Things ignored by the sects, I will handle. Gradually, stories of heroism and justice spread across the land, and the wild people in the Ningyun Mountains were gradually forgotten. Time seemed to make everything easier to accept. Years passed peacefully, and another 5 years went by quickly. During these 5 years, Chun Sun focused all his energy on refining spiritual essence. He and the ox finally reached the 3rd level of the Qi refining stage. The neighbors he once called brothers and sisters grew old or moved away. Chun Sun and the ox took care of many funerals, helping their families. One autumn night, the sky was high, and the cold moonlight shone down on the earth, dark and quiet, yet illuminating the memorial halls. It seemed more people had passed away this year. As early autumn nights grew longer, a cool breeze brought a sense of sadness. Chun Sun stood outside the memorial hall, blowing a swana horn. Leaves fell silently. He felt sad and sighed quietly. Familiar smiling faces disappeared one by one. Maybe, over time, those faces would fade from his heart too. Inside the hall, people whispered and cried softly. Chun Sun walked slowly through, helping where he could. Now what more could he do? Only attend the funeral feast. Brother Chun Sun, thank you. Please accept our condolences. Chun Sun stood up quietly, forcing a faint smile. We have performed the rites. On the road to the underworld, no ghost dares block the way. Their family members nodded heavily, holding Chun Sun's hand tightly, tears of gratitude in their eyes. Moo moo, the ox called softly outside the hall, jingling as it moved, blessing those who had passed. The person has gone, and the living continue on. This street seems no longer suitable to stay on. Chun Sun and Ahei Nyo are too unusual, and more people come to find them. It seems no one cares about the blacksmith shop anymore. The next morning is quiet and still. The wind is cold, and the old trees by the street look yellow and withered. The sound of the shop closing is soft. Chun Sun and Ahei Nyo leave. He glances back at the street, and his eyes unintentionally reflect the marks of time. They are like travelers through time, rushing by as if they are just passing visitors. No one knows where they have gone. This blacksmith shop never opens again. The neighbors say Chun Sun might have passed away far from home. Years later, people only remember that there was once a blacksmith who was very skilled at forging metal. 1 month later, at night, in Panning West City. This is the busiest part of the city. Only the rich and powerful live here. Land is extremely expensive, and common people look on with awe, kneeling in front of the property. Even dogs shake their heads. A group of people walk along this lively street. The men look proud and confident. The women are beautiful and elegant. Their eyes are full of wonder, but their manners seem otherworldly. The mortal world is still more exciting, the girl says with a clear, crisp voice like a spring. In the sect, I only practice and play with spiritual beasts in the mountains. Junior Sister Yi, you're wrong. Let me say a few words. A serious-looking man shakes his head slightly. That's because you haven't seen the cities of cultivators. Panning City is just a tiny dot. The world is vast and beyond your imagination. Ah, senior brother you really. Is that true? Junior Sister Yi is excited, her face slightly red. Has senior brother you been there? Senior brother Yu's expression turns serious, and his face looks even more stern. He says carefully, I haven't been there. Everyone's face stiffens. Hey, what's that? Junior Sister Yi suddenly sees something surprising and runs over quickly. The others follow helplessly, but when they see it, they are all shocked. It's a small house, with 4 iron wheels underneath. There's a sign on the small building that says Sun Taste Snacks. It looks like a shop, but also like a street vendor's stall. It takes up a large area, surrounded by many people. The place is lively and crowded, with a lot of energy. The owner is sweating and holding a big pot. Flames are shooting out as he cooks, adding surprising seasonings now and then to delight the customers. Inside the small house, there was a window with a black cow's head sticking out. The cow was holding a black hoof, collecting coins and giving change. Outside, there were many skewers being grilled. The delicious smell spread for miles, making everyone in the group feel hungry. Such a busy food stall naturally attracted jealousy from others. But the owner, who wore 3 axes as accessories, had a relaxed posture that revealed his 16-pack abs when he bent over, making everyone feel like brothers. "Boss, I want to eat this," exclaimed Sister Yi happily. She wanted to try everything, pointing at different foods. "Young lady, first come, first served. You need to pay first," said the boss straightforwardly. The waiting people felt pleased hearing this, as eating here was enjoyable. "Brother Yu, come quickly and pay," Sister Yi shouted, jumping excitedly. She kept sniffing the delicious aroma with her nose, looking enchanted. Brother Yu felt uncomfortable. He pushed through the crowd to the window, took out a silver coin, and looked slowly at the cow, as if exchanging a look that lasted forever. Brother Yu was confused, slightly opening his mouth. Why was it a cow? The cow was also confused. It snorted, wondering how there could be so much money. It couldn't quite understand. "Moo!" The cow called out to Chin Sun. "Here it comes." Chin Sun turned around. When he saw the silver coins, his eyes lit up. He was from a wealthy family. He smiled at Brother Yu and said, "Young master, my old cow has never seen silver before. Please don't mind." "No problem," replied Brother Yu, blinking. After taking the broken silver, he still looked a bit confused. He stood outside the crowd while his junior brothers and sisters went to eat. He frowned slightly, looking at the cow with shining eyes. "Normal body, no problem," he muttered softly. Then he looked at the stall owner and thought, "Also a normal body. Looks like I was overthinking." Chun Sun's hand paused slightly as he was cooking fried rice. He sensed someone probing him. His magic power fluctuated, but it was covered by the essence of all things. "There is a cultivator," he thought silently. Still casually preparing food, he became alert. He looked up and smiled, calling out that the food was ready, sweeping his gaze over everyone nearby. That little girl called Brother Yu, so this group might be dangerous. Better not to provoke them. Chun Sun kept a calm mind, working steadily and greeting everyone with a smile. As midnight approached, the nearby residents gradually went home. The streets became quiet, and Chun Sun was also preparing to close his stall. Everyone, young masters and misses, were closing up and going to sleep. No more eating. Chun Sun was surprised. This group had been eating here all night. His ingredients were almost gone, but he had made enough money. Young Sister Yi snorted softly. "Boss, keep cooking. We have plenty of silver." "Boss, your food really is good," said Senior Brother Yu suddenly. Seeing his junior and junior sister praise the food, he tried some too and couldn't stop. "Yes, boss, we're not short of silver," others agreed, their eyes full of admiration. "Sorry, no more ingredients, everyone." Chun Sun's pupils widened slightly. Can these cultivators really eat so much? Mainly, he added some rare medicinal herbs to his seasonings, which ordinary people couldn't afford. "So, boss, do you come here every night?" Young Sister Yi asked happily. "I haven't had such delicious food in a long time." "Not always. My stall is mobile," Chin Sun replied. "Mobile? Yes, I go wherever I feel comfortable. I don't stay in one place for long," he explained. "Staying in one spot for too long isn't good." "Why don't you come to our sect as a chef?" she asked. "Qingling, Senior Brother Yu suddenly scolded coldly. "It's time to go. If you say another word, I'll send you back." Hearing this, young Sister Yi shivered, and the other junior disciples looked surprised. Senior Brother Yu was angry. "Everyone, take care on your way," Chin Sun said with a smile, bowing slightly. Finally, he saw off the group of big spenders. He let out a small breath. "Old Nyo, let's go." "Moo." A cow ran out of the small hut. They worked together to push the cart easily and found a quiet grassy spot to stop. "Old Nyo, how much did we earn today?" Chin Sun wiped his sweat and smiled. "You worked hard," he said. "Moo moo." The cow rubbed against Chin Sun, feeling a bit too familiar. "Let's earn more money and save it. Over the years, I've used all the earnings to help friends with their affairs." "Moo." The cow nodded. Life was good now. It didn't need to socialize or meet anyone, or they might disappear again. It had many friends. The neighbors often came to chat and share their worries. The neighbors thought the ox couldn't understand, but it actually could. It believed they were being sincere and liked listening to stories. Old ox. Chin-sun suddenly patted the ox's head. The ox cried out in pain, moo moo, and looked at Chin-sun with a confused expression. Come on, cheer up. Are you pretending to be deep? Chin-sun pretended to be angry. He had rarely seen the old ox smile this month. Why can't you get over it? Moo, the ox softly called out, lying inside a small house. It licked its foot with its tongue, looking sad and still upset. All these things we do are good deeds. Just think quietly and dedicate the good deeds to our friends. They will be rich in the next life and live happily every day, Chin-sun said with a bit of annoyance. Using his secret trick, heaven and Buddha will bless them. Moo. The ox's eyes sparkled. It loved talking about good deeds and believed in their power. Moo moo moo, really? I already gave them. Do I look like someone who wouldn't? Chin-sun said seriously, confidently. Moo 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 moo. The ox immediately stood up, sat cross-legged, and kept mooing, as if chanting something. Chin-sun shook his head with a smile and sighed softly. His mind was slowly changing. The moving little house was his first step. The longer you stay somewhere, the more bonds you form. They weren't heartless people, but they simply didn't belong in the mortal world. Moo. Is it done? Moo. The ox leaned against Chin-sun, grinning. It had already given all its good deeds to friends and was ready to start saving again. Ha ha. Chin-sun patted the ox with emotion, and they gradually fell asleep together. In the days that followed, they lived peacefully in Panning City. They wandered around, looked at things, and at night, sold snacks. During the day, they went shopping for supplies. When they saw something they liked, they bought it. After a year, Chin-sun's mobile little house became quite famous in Panning City. Many people came to see it, giving thumbs up and saying, delicious. Finally, on a bright and sunny morning, while they were shopping for supplies, the mobile little house was stolen. Chin-sun was carrying 2 bags of meat. He looked at the empty grassland. The 2 bags of meat slowly slipped from his shoulders and fell heavily to the ground, hitting not only the earth, but also their hearts. Our house. Moo moo. Moo. Black Bull anxiously shouted, running around the grassland, but couldn't find where their house was. 1 person and 1 cow knelt on the grass, their eyes empty, hopeless. Home was gone again. It all. Chin-sun's face was full of anger, veins bulging on his forehead. How could someone steal such a big house? Black Bull trembled with rage, constantly snorting on the ground, grass flying everywhere. It was so maddening, extremely infuriating. It must be a big gang doing this, Chin-sun spat, looking at the trail on the grass. Today we're going to fight back hard. Our pots, pans, and utensils are all inside. We've been with them for so many years. Moo. Black Bull stood up. Its muscles bulged, staring toward the wheels. It wouldn't be easy to push, even they needed a lot of strength. Chin-sun reached into his clothes and took out a long-lost bandana, unbuttoned his shirt to reveal his 6-pack abs. Then he slowly drew 2 large axes from his waist. Black Bull silently stood beside him. They both looked in one direction. Chin-sun's chest rose and fell. Old cow chase. Moo. 2 figures turned into 2 fierce gusts of wind. Their eyes were bloodshot as they crazily chased after the thieves. Today, if they didn't turn everything upside down, the sun and moon would lose their light. No one would escape. Thieves who steal homes must die. They crossed the grassland and the bridge, finally seeing their little house. Chin-sun roared in anger, leaping high and far. Bang! He landed steadily on the moving little house, looking coldly. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, what do you think you're doing? He slowly turned around, looking at the ground. His pupils shrank, full of soldiers. Unfair. Moo moo. Chin-sun and Black Bull were once again captured and thrown into prison. The reason was that his stall was too big, taking up a lot of space that belonged to ordinary people. Others needed to live too, and there were only so many prime spots in the city. Countless vendors reported to the authorities, saying Chin-sun's little house was not very proper. This made it hard for them to survive. 10 days later, Chin-sun and Ahae-nyo sadly left prison. Life inside the jail was tough. They looked up at the sky and smiled, feeling how good it was to be free. The government was fair. They returned the pots and bowls to them, but the small house was to be torn down. They told them not to cause trouble anymore. Chen Sun was very grateful. He cried loudly, calling out to the sky and promising never to bother others again. He admitted it was their fault. This year, the longevity points were still added to the essence of all things. 1 drop of green liquid could make plants grow 8 months faster. Their current points: strength 21, speed 21, essence of all things 8. Chen Sun's hair was messy, and his clothes were dirty. He and Dahe Nyo started living as wanderers. They often played with stray dogs, making happy noises. After 2 months, they reached the southern city. Chen Sun heard some news. Dr. Ning was about to pass away. He personally visited and gave his mother 100-year-old mountain ginseng, then left immediately. A month later, Ning Siyun passed away. Many people saw him off, tears in their eyes. The Pingtai Medical Hall had helped many people. The Ning family was large, with many members. They wore white headscarves. Chen Sun quietly stood at the edge of the crowd, feeling like he was just an unimportant person. A cold wind howled past, brushing Chen Sun's memories. Only the fading scent in the air remained, impossible to find again. So far in life, 3 people were most important to Chen Sun. First was the old village chief, who remembered them in their hardest times and helped them with a meal. Second was Old Sunday. When they first arrived in Painting City, they had no support. He gave them their first home. Third was Teacher Ning. He taught him many lessons about life and healing. It seemed that medical skills became less important. They seemed to have all left, Chen Sun said, unable to hold back his tears. He didn't dare to look at Teacher Ning's final moments. Dahe Nyo nudged Chen Sun gently. Chen Sun hugged his head tightly. They kept following the crowd to see Teacher Ning off. It felt like if they walked too slowly, he might go even slower. The setting sun was blood red. Its last rays spread over the southern city. Beyond the mountains, a few calls sounded like migrating geese. The vast sky seemed only to be crossed by their shadows. The Ning family carried the coffin farther and farther away, gradually disappearing beyond the city gate. Chen Sun stood there for a long time, tears slowly flowing down his face. Many common people also chased after them, their figures passing by each other, all showing sadness in their eyes. Chen Sun led Dahe Nyo as they walked toward each other, their steps heavy and slow, with no joy or sorrow in his eyes. They left, completely departing from Panning City. Another year quickly passed. Inside Panning City, countless prayer lanterns floated into the sky. The mountain wind blew gently. Chen Sun and Dahe Nyo sat on the mountain top, looking far away, silently making wishes in their hearts. That year, the long life points were still added to the essence of all things, which was very important to them. Old cow, let's go. Chen Sun smiled slightly. He had become much more mature now, with a calm and experienced look. Brother Pang is still waiting for us. Moo. Dahe Nyo nodded, reluctantly watching the prayer lanterns in the distance. They used to release lanterns every year in the city, and even when they were in the Ning Yun mountain range, they would return at the end of the year. 2 figures slowly descended the mountain, their eyes filled with a mysterious meaning. At the foot of the mountain, a chubby boy with sharp eyes, dressed in luxurious brocade robes, seemed to be waiting for someone. Brother Pang. A shout came from afar. Chen Sun, leading Dahe Nyo, approached. He smiled gently, looking harmless and kind. Sun brother. The chubby boy cupped his hands and smiled, sounding a bit old-fashioned. The path of cultivation is long. It's better not to be too greedy in the mortal world. The boy was at the 3rd level of Qi refining, well known as a wandering cultivator mediator in the Ning Yun mountain range. He specialized in helping scattered cultivators attend the annual Ascension Conference, earning a lot of money and having good relationships. Brother Pang's words are very true. Chen Sun nodded with a cheerful smile, but inside he was thinking critically. If he wasn't greedy, why was he bought by some precious herbs? Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be mixed in the mortal world. But he also understood that if the mediator didn't say such things, who would go to the Ascension Conference? Sun brother, are you still planning to bring a cow with you? The chubby boy frowned slightly. This was a different matter, involving extra costs. If you're entering the immortal sect, it's better to handle this black cow in advance. Brother Pang, you're joking. With my talent, I can't just enter any time. I'm just going to broaden my horizons. Sun brother has a good heart. No wonder he can cultivate to the 2nd level of Qi refining at such a young age. Big Brother Pang. Can't you see I'm gathering herbs? A few years ago, I found a spiritual plant and accidentally ate it, Chen Sun said casually, clearly inexperienced. They now skillfully use the essence of all things to hide their internal magic power, making it impossible for outsiders to detect their strength. This is truly the key to survival and a comfortable life. I see, the little fat boy said, his eyes brightening with understanding, easing some of his doubts. Brother Sun, do you know why the major sects hold the Ascension Festival? As they continued walking deeper into the mountains, the little fat boy led Chen Sun and Dahainyo forward. Along the way, they even met a few wandering cultivators, which startled Chen Sun. However, these cultivators looked quite indifferent, as if they knew the little fat boy. They glanced at Chen Sun briefly, and then went on their way. Please enlighten me, big brother Pang, Chen Sun said humbly, which the little fat boy appreciated. Besides the disciples recruited by each sect, many wandering cultivators are out there, the little fat boy explained. Most of them are on the path to immortality due to various unexpected reasons, and among them are some talented geniuses. Big brother Pang makes a good point. If they are overlooked, it's a loss for the great sects, Chen Sun agreed. Yes, I've been in this line of work for many years. Every year, the number of wandering cultivators is like a flood, the little fat boy sighed, shaking his head. This is also a great opportunity for the major sects to strengthen themselves. Who doesn't want to go further? It mainly depends on people like Big Brother Pang. Without you, where would we wandering cultivators have a chance? Chen Sun said sincerely, feeling deeply. Suddenly, the little fat boy patted Chen Sun on the shoulder, his eyes showing admiration. He had considered giving him more money but decided against it. He had seen too many wandering cultivators end their lives prematurely, so he was more open-minded. If they couldn't reach Foundation establishment, they might as well enjoy the mortal world. Brother Sun, I have one more thing to say, the little fat boy spoke. Please, Big Brother Pang, give your advice, Chen Sun replied. These major sects have very high standards for cultivation talent. If you don't have a chance, you should learn to accept it and not let inner demons trouble you, the little fat boy said sincerely. He had never seen such a sincere wandering cultivator before. Usually, those wandering cultivators considered themselves extraordinary, claiming to be immortals. When they entered the Ascension Festival, they realized how harsh reality was. Many would go mad or do unpredictable things. Thank you for your advice, Brother Pang. I will remember it. Chen Sun paused and respectfully cupped his hands. All right, let's go. The little chubby boy smiled and continued leading the way. Gradually, they approached a valley shrouded in thick fog, where they couldn't see their fingers in front of their eyes. This is it, Brother Sun, 9-Star Valley. The chubby boy stood with his hands behind his back, looking into the fog. This formation was built by several sects working together. If an ordinary person enters by mistake, they will get lost here and be sent out later. Can we just go straight in? Chen Sun asked instinctively, his eyes wide with amazement. The thick fog was actually a formation that changed the sky's appearance. Of course, the formation can detect the magic power inside a cultivator. The chubby boy chuckled. Well, Brother Sun, I must go now. I need to guide other casual cultivators. All right. Thank you, Brother Pang, Chen Sun said with a happy smile, cupping his hands. The chubby boy nodded and turned to leave gracefully. Old cow, we've arrived. In the world of cultivators, Moo, Chen Sun and Dahainyo stood outside, trembling like they did on their first day in Panning City, but now their hearts were even more excited. Chen Sun didn't go inside, but took Dahainyo to the side. The Immortal Ascension Conference wouldn't officially start for a few days. Now was the time for casual cultivators to enter. He silently watched the group of casual cultivators. They wore different clothes, some with straw hats, others with masks, very mysterious. All of them stepped into the fog and then disappeared. Chen Sun suddenly understood. Moo. Dahainyo seemed impatient, eager to go in. Let's go, Chen Sun shouted and pulled out a bandana from his pocket, quickly tying it on his head. He held Dahainyo's leash and stepped into the fog. Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled the air. The fog gradually dispersed, revealing a brand new world. 9-Star Valley was much larger than he imagined, stretching endlessly. Many casual cultivators wandered inside, whispering to each other. Everywhere were stalls, but there were no calls for business. The items on display were unfamiliar. He couldn't even name them. In the distance, there were small pavilions where small sects and clans stayed. Every year, they came to buy things from the casual cultivators. Impressive, Moo. Chun Sun led the cow slowly through the valley, staying far from the vendors, and then stopped to observe. They weren't trading gold or silver, but a six-sided crystal called a spirit stone. Many casual cultivators also took out pills to trade. Chun Sun's throat was dry, and he opened his eyes wide in surprise. The cow looked confused. What are these? Where did they come from? It's been so many years, but he's never seen anything like this. Old cow, are we just country folks now? Chun Sun swallowed hard, his heart pounding. It was like a funny scene from a story, full of awkward moments. The cow nodded repeatedly, his big eyes growing wider. He nudged Chun Sun and pointed his head toward a direction. Wow, is that a spiritual herb? Chun Sun looked in that direction and stepped forward. He approached a young girl's stall and saw 3 bright green herbs, glowing faintly with spiritual energy. These herbs were very different from ordinary medicinal plants. Their patterns and scent were completely different, like 2 different kinds of things. The girl was lowering her head, tidying up her things. Suddenly, she saw 2 legs and 4 cow hooves. This person was definitely not kind, probably a bandit in the past. Okay, you can look. The girl stepped back nervously, her expression tense. The mask felt very oppressive. Miss, how can I tell the age of these herbs? Are you buying? I don't have spirit stones right now. Do you have pills that can improve cultivation? I can trade for those. Not at the moment. Then why are you asking? The girl said impatiently. She was already scared and now being teased again. Sorry to bother you. Chun Sun felt a bit embarrassed. He led the cow away. Cultivators' business practices were very different from ordinary people. He needed to change his way of thinking. They just watched from a distance as people gathered at the stalls, listening to the vendors explain the names and uses of these items. Over time, I gained quite a lot of knowledge about talismans, seal brushes, cinnabar, and pills, just a little bit of the basics. Old cow, I've remembered everything. Now I can tell some stories too. Chun Sun felt very happy and learned many new things. Let's go see that person. Moo moo, Black Bull cheerfully mooed, and it also remembered what it saw. Near a stall, an old man with white beard looked proud and confident. Several wandering cultivators gathered around him. He said, "This is energy-boosting pill. If you take it regularly, 1 bottle can help improve your cultivation level. This is made by me after 49 days of hard work. It works even for those at the 5th level of Qi cultivation. 3 low-grade spiritual stones, no tricks." After speaking, he opened a bottle. A strong smell of spiritual energy and medicine filled the air. Many nearby cultivators were tempted and reached for their spiritual stones. That old con artist is at it again, scamming at the immortal Ascension Conference. Suddenly, several loud shouts came from afar, full of anger. Everyone, I suddenly feel something. Maybe my cultivation has improved again. I'll come back tomorrow. The old man's face changed. He quickly rolled up his sleeve and ran away, disappearing into the crowd. His quick movements showed he had done this kind of dishonest trick many times. Friends, don't believe this person. All those pills are fake. They have no effect at all. A few people who arrived hurriedly cupped their hands and warned everyone around, their eyes showing anger. It seemed they had been scammed quite a bit. The wandering cultivators around also expressed thanks, but inside they felt scared. They almost fell for the scam. The pills looked completely normal, with no sign of being fake. After the crowd dispersed, Chun Sun sighed and said, "Old cow, look. Even in the world of cultivation, there are scammers. It's no different from us ordinary folks." Moo moo. Black Bull nodded heavily, its pupils trembling. It had believed the old man's lies just now. Chun Sun led Black Bull forward, secretly listening to others' conversations and gathering news. His actions were sneaky, but he didn't realize it himself. Only 3 days left until the immortal Ascension Conference begins. The 10 great sects of Qian country will gather. If we get in, it's like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Haha, I guess we shouldn't even think about it. Just entering an ordinary immortal sect would be good. The 10 great sects are beyond our humble talent. That's true, but I still want to try. It's hard to be satisfied without giving it a shot. The 10 great immortal sects each have 5 levels of checkpoints at the center of the valley. Without great wisdom and strong determination, don't even think about it. I heard many people get hurt or die every year. If you're not at the 7th level of chi refining, it's better not to go. Sigh. A few casual cultivators shook their heads and sighed as they walked past Chinsun. The path to becoming an immortal is like walking a narrow bridge with many dangers. It's not like those gifted geniuses who are taken away at birth. At the valley center, the 10 immortal sects, 5 checkpoints. Chinsun and Dahe Nyo remembered the key points. They looked at each other and smiled, feeling like they gained something. Old Nyo, let's go over there. It looks like they're selling weapons, Chinsun shouted excitedly. He's good at forging weapons. He pulled Dahe Nyo and headed over. There were also many people gathered there. They stayed outside, but Chinsun was disappointed. It wasn't weapons, but magical tools, which aren't made by forging. There were many flying swords and strange-looking items, all controlled by magic power. Wow, that's impressive. Chinsun's mouth watered with envy. If he could turn a mountain-splitting axe into a magical tool, maybe one day he could split mountains with it. Moo, Dahe Nyo drooled. If he could train his horns into a magical tool, who could stop him from charging at anyone? The man and the cow seemed to understand each other, each imagining their own future. Drool kept flowing, making the surrounding casual cultivators frown. Who are these country bumpkins? Even their cows are the same. They didn't care about others' looks, but saw another stall. Old Nyo, all these are skills. No, spells, Chinsun stammered as he pulled Dahe Nyo closer again. The big cultivator was surprised. Wow, even bandits practice cultivation? There were many spells like summoning technique, fireball, gathering chi, and immobility technique, all displayed openly on the stall. Chinsun and Dahe Nyo kept swallowing saliva. They all wanted to buy, but they lacked spirit stones. For the first time, they felt how poor they were. Fellow cultivator, do you like anything here? Brother, where did you get these spells? So many. What do you mean? The big man frowned. It seemed this person wanted to start his old trade here. He quietly took out a talisman, ready to call someone. Brother, no misunderstanding. Next time I have spirit stones, I'll come back to buy. Chinsun quickly waved his hand, looking a bit flustered. He grabbed Dahe Nyo and ran away, his heart still pounding with excitement. He was too thrilled. What is that? The big man put the talisman back in his bag and looked angrily in the direction Chinsun was leaving. Moo moo. Dahe Nyo kept rubbing against Chinsun, eyes full of excitement. Is this the world of cultivators? It's so amazing. Old cow, Chinsun held Dahe Nyo's head with one hand, his lips trembling. We've lived so long, but it's all been a waste. Moo. Dahe Nyo nudged Chinsun affectionately, which was quite nice. Chinsun kept muttering about how awesome everything was, as if he was enchanted. One stall was enough for them to stay in the distance all day, and this was just the tip of the iceberg in the cultivator world. They kept walking until nightfall. They found a quiet place, using the sky as a blanket and the ground as a mat, leaning together and slowly falling asleep, but they didn't dare sleep deeply. Inside the valley, disciples from various sects maintained order, so it didn't seem chaotic. Those with grudges would leave the valley to settle their scores. After 3 days, countless wandering cultivators gathered in the valley, shoulder to shoulder. Their eyes burned with ambition, and their magic tools shimmered with light, all aiming to become immortals in one go. So lively, Chinsun led Dahe Nyo to the edge of the crowd, looking toward the center of the valley. There, 10 tall towers were built, decorated with intricate patterns. The materials used for construction were not ordinary iron. Moo moo, Dahe Nyo raised its head high. From afar, the buildings gave off a powerful aura. They had never seen anything like this in the mortal world. Suddenly, a loud humming sound echoed in the sky. A huge ship slowly approached, with several figures standing on it. They looked ethereal, and a flag fluttered in the fierce wind as they moved forward. Qingyang Sect has arrived, one of the 10 great immortal sects of Qianghua. Space-breaking boat, wow. The valley buzzed with excitement and amazement. The experienced cultivators quickly recognized the names. Chinsun and Dahe Nyo could only keep muttering, wow. Suddenly, 4 enormous red spiritual beasts flew across the sky, making loud calls. People were standing on their backs, overlooking 9-Star Valley. One of the 10 great immortal sects of Qianghua, Zun Sect. I heard that the sect has countless beautiful fairies. If I could just have a chance to meet one. Hong Lin Yuan. Only such divine sects can keep such celestial beings. Again, there was a loud noise. Even spiritual beasts appeared. They are truly wealthy, and many wandering cultivators longed for this opportunity even more. Small sects inside the valley felt sad. When will they be able to appear like the 10 great sects? Every year, they only get scraps from them, as if caught in a never-ending cycle. One after another, the 10 great sects revealed themselves. The sky inside the valley roared constantly, each more exaggerated than the last. It seemed like they were competing with each other or showing off their strength to the wandering cultivators. The wandering cultivators were excited, their faces flushed, hearts pounding with anticipation. Just as they felt they might suddenly advance, Chen Sun and the Black Bull had already knelt down. They were sweating all over, more dramatic than the others, muttering, "Wow," nonstop. This was much more intense than when a cultivator in a mountain village was recruiting disciples. This was real cultivation. If I had another chance, I would gladly be invited by one of the 10 great sects to do chores. Chen Sun looked hopefully at the high platform and said dreamily, "I would say yes. If there was a time limit, I'd want it to be 10,000 years. Moo moo." The Black Bull nodded repeatedly. It could help too, doing chores, clucking loudly, and plowing fields. At the 10 high platforms, disciples from various sects stood in front. Some were men, some women. They stood with their hands behind their backs, their eyes sharp. Foundation-building cultivators pressed down on the crowd of wandering cultivators with their powerful aura. Everyone's face changed, becoming more serious. They all looked toward the high platforms. The rules remained the same. Those under 40 years old have a chance to pass 5 tests and enter the sect. An old man stood at the front, channeling his magic power and shouting, "Interested ones, enter the trial. The valley will close in 7 days. Roar, roar." Low growls sounded one after another. The wandering cultivators' eyes turned red as they looked toward the sect they were interested in, stepping forward. Some sects had arenas, others tested spiritual roots. Each was different, all aiming to select the best disciples from among the wandering cultivators. Every year, countless wandering cultivators died or were injured, but no one gave up. In the Qinghua, a foundation pill was hard to find, and only within the great sects could one have a chance. Elders from various sects moved around secretly, observing the unsuccessful candidates. When they saw someone promising, they would personally invite them. This is also a common rule among the 10 great sects. They must leave some hope for others. "Old cow, let's not go." "Who?" "There's no chance. We can't get past the spiritual root test, and our strength is even less likely." Chen Sun glanced at the cow and decided not to rush to death. "I just realized a way to make some money." "Who?" The cow got excited. "They really need spirit stones." Chen Sun quietly took out a small booklet, looked around, and said, "Let's memorize the levels of each sect, then analyze the pros and cons." "Who?" He said, "The rules don't change, right? If we understand the strength needed for these levels, we can make a booklet and sell it to new cultivators." Chen Sun patted the cow. "This can save them a lot of time and prevent many injuries. Do you understand?" Who? The cow nodded excitedly, eyes shining. "You're really clever. Let's go." Chen Sun grinned slyly. They first went to the arena, constantly recording the strength of various scattered cultivators, figuring out what level of strength was needed to win safely. He categorized and analyzed each sect's levels, figuring out who was best suited to go where. 7 days passed quickly. Chen Sun and the cow were stunned. How could it be so fast? They hadn't finished their analysis yet. Each of the 10 great sects led a dozen or so scattered cultivators and left gracefully. The elders of small sects were also satisfied and returned home, while many scattered cultivators looked lost and hopeless. Those who died in the levels were taken care of by members of the small sects, who maintained the valley. I shouldn't have gone to the Ziyun sect level. I wasted a lot of time and energy. It's just not suitable for me." A scattered cultivator pounded his chest in frustration. He had wasted another year. How many years are there in life? After 40, there's no more chance. At least the Ziyun sect trial was safe, wasn't it? Be more open-minded. Brother Zhou even lost his life. Hey, if next year doesn't work, I might as well enjoy worldly pleasures. That's all we can do. One by one, scattered cultivators passed by Chen Sun, their eyes filled with sadness and self-doubt. Some even went mad, being killed by Sect disciples inside the valley. Others accepted it calmly. Cultivating isn't suitable for everyone. They returned to the mortal world and never came back. At this moment, the fighting seems to have just begun. Some seasoned cultivators over 40, who are wandering monks, came to the Ascension Conference not to compete, but to look for prey. There have been many fierce battles outside the valley. Chen Sun and Dahe Nyo hurriedly ran away, covering their heads. Luckily, they are poor, so no one targeted them. Old cow, go to the outskirts of the mountain range first. Moo. Chen Sun and Dahe Nyo frantically fled. No matter who comes, they can only run. The dark side of the cultivation world has just begun to reveal itself. Another year has quickly passed. They live a rough life on the outskirts of Ningyun mountain range, no longer daring to pick up human bones. Their cultivation has only improved a little, still stuck at the 3rd level of qi refining. They added their longevity points to the essence of all things and cultivated a 100-year-old medicinal herb. Every day, they search for spiritual herbs on the mountain range's edge, but they haven't seen a single shadow. They dare not go deep into the mountains. There are not only monsters, but also small fairy sects, making it very dangerous. Another year, another Ascension Conference. Chen Sun and Dahe Nyo arrive as scheduled, with a bit more confidence in their eyes. They can even comment on the items at the stalls. They took a 100-year-old medicinal herb to sell, but were harshly humiliated. Someone scolded them, saying if their brains are bad, they shouldn't come to cultivate. Hey, why look down on people? Do you have no mortals in your family? Are they all dead? Moo, Dahe Nyo spat. Chen Sun and Dahe Nyo walk through the valley, still talking and complaining. They keep their original looks and familiar attitude. 3 days pass quickly. The moment for the 10 great sects to show off has arrived. Chen Sun and Dahe Nyo stand in the valley, looking forward. Their rivals are really good at pretending. There are countless cheers and exclamations. Today, Chen Sun also shouted a few times, at least calling out the names of other sections. During these 7 days, Chen Sun and Dahe Nyo continue to write and draw in their small book. Dahe Nyo also adds some comments on the side. When the valley closes, Chen Sun and Dahe Nyo are the first to rush out, even faster than the 10 great sections. They are so quick that no one even notices they have left. In front of absolute speed, even schemes and tricks seem to lag behind. Years pass in the mountains. Another 5 years go by. The beasts in Ningyun mountain range suffer a great disaster. Chen Sun and Dahe Nyo call each other little friends every day, and many beasts are harmed. They finally reached the 4th level of the qi refining stage and invested all their longevity points into the essence of all things, hoping that one day, when the time was right, they could find a spiritual herb. Their current longevity points are Strength, 21, Speed, 21, Essence of all things, 15. This year's Ascension Festival, Chen Sun and the Black Bull arrived as scheduled. They came again and again. They looked radiant, as if they had returned home. Besides the pots and pans hanging on either side of the Black Bull, they also printed many small booklets in the city. Chen Sun gained fame at the festival and was nicknamed the persistent Ascension candidate. He was so poor that he only had his Black Bull left. No one knew his face or his name, making him quite mysterious. But he was not very smart. He always wore a black headscarf and dreamed of becoming a bandit in the cultivation world. Rumors said that vendors should be careful of him because he often lingered around stalls but never bought a single spirit stone. People thought he might be scouting for something. However, these were just idle gossip among casual cultivators during their free time. No one paid much attention to Chen Sun. They just thought he was a fool. Every year, new people arrived, and old ones left, all eager to seek immortality. 9-Star Valley. Big brother, this is my masterpiece after years of hard work. All the checkpoints and precautions of the major sects are included here, Chen Sun said, bending over and smiling as he kept promoting his booklet. It will greatly increase your chances of entering the immortal sect. Oh, a few casual cultivators stopped in their tracks, showing interest. Can we take a look? Seeing Chen Sun's fierce mask, they were all surprised. This person was definitely not an ordinary person. Of course, if you're satisfied, you can pay, Chen Sun said with a smile. These people looked unfamiliar, probably new to the Ascension Festival, so the chances of a sale were high. Brother Zhang, this looks really good. one of the casual cultivators said, showing it to the two people beside him. It even mentions what kind of disciples the 10 major sects are looking for. Indeed. But I'm not sure if it's true, the others nodded. If it's real, that would be amazing. Don't worry, big brother. I come here every year. If there's any problem, just come find me, Chen Sun said, patting his chest seriously. Just one low-grade spirit stone is enough. You won't lose out or get scammed. Even if it only increases your chances by 10%, isn't that a profit? All right. The man shouted loudly, still looking at the booklet. This fellow seems straightforward. I'll buy it. Big brother, you have good eyes. You'll surely succeed in entering the immortal world. Chen Sun smiled flatteringly and happily took the low-grade spirit stone, feeling very pleased. All right, I'll take your good words, the man chuckled. This person is really good at talking. The spirit stone was worth the price. Take care, brothers. Meow? Chen Sun and the black bull called out behind them, their faces full of smiles. They finally earned their first fortune. Old bull, let's go. Meow meow. Chen Sun was ambitious. He didn't steal or rob. Earning spirit stones felt clean and satisfying. The black bull was so excited he almost cried, constantly rubbing against Chen Sun. They really did it. The latter hugged the bull's head, and no one knew how much effort they had put in. This big brother looks extraordinary, talented beyond compare. If I'm not mistaken, he's here to join the 10 great immortal sections. Huh. Fellow Taoist, what's the matter? A young man paused, looking surprised. Was his talent already so obvious? He was seen through right away. Chen Sun slightly squinted and examined him carefully. But Big Brother might be missing something very important. The young man also looked at Chen Sun. Although he wore a scarf, his wise eyes betrayed him. Plus, behind him was the black bull, and he was carrying pots and pans. This added a sense of wisdom to him. This person is extraordinary. Fellow Taoist, please speak plainly, the young man said politely. Chen Sun reached behind and took out 3 booklets, spreading one hand over them and speaking seriously. To become an immortal, first look at this booklet. Huh. The young man was startled and quickly took it. Could this be the legendary? Hee. All the tests of the 10 great immortal sects are in this booklet. It depends on whether Big Brother recognizes its value, Chen Sun said softly, standing with his hands behind his back. His gaze had become quite sharp over the years. He could tell at a glance who had spirit stones and who didn't. The young man wiped his cold sweat. Everything in this booklet was valuable knowledge, much better than hearsay. Fellow Taoist, this will cost quite a few spirit stones, right? Just one low-grade spirit stone. No, that's not worth it at all. The young man suddenly shook his head. Chen Sun's expression changed. He had misjudged the situation. I think it's at least 2 pieces, the young man said seriously, pulling out a spirit stone from his storage bag. Big brother, no need. The price is fixed, Chen Sun frowned. He didn't like haggling. Just 1 piece, 2 pieces, 1 piece. Are you refusing to give me face, fellow cultivator? The young man's expression suddenly turned sharp, as if he had become a different person. Chen Sun was startled and quickly changed his tone. All right, 2 pieces. Big brother, you are indeed not an ordinary person. The young man immediately changed his expression again, smiling at the corner of his mouth. Fellow cultivator, you are also extraordinary. I like this booklet very much. I'll take it. Take care, big brother. Chen Sun called out, feeling quite frightened. In that brief moment, the other person's spiritual power was several times stronger than his. Moreover, he was carrying a legendary storage bag, which probably had a great background. Such a person is best kept at a distance. Moo. Dahainyo nudged Chen Sun, wondering why he was standing still. It's okay, old bull. Keep selling the booklets. Moo. One person and one cow kept bowing and smiling as they promoted the manual. Someone said it was a fake, but Chen Sun didn't get angry. That was normal. However, the day's harvest was quite good. They sold 50 booklets, and they now had 51 lower-grade spirit stones. Being able to consume pills that cause the body to develop resistance is a sign of a very powerful cultivator. Ordinary cultivators do not even consider such resistance. The next day, they continued selling their booklets and finally collected enough 100 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Sun was trembling with excitement, and Dahainyo kept mooing and circling around him. Old cow, we must stay low-key, Chen Sun whispered cautiously, feeling like everyone was trying to steal their spirit stones. Moo, moo, the black cow responded, understanding. On the third day, they stopped selling booklets and wandered through various stalls. Suddenly, Chun Sun's eyes lit up when he saw a familiar, old acquaintance. "Miss, it's you," he said. The girl looked the same as before, with no major changes. She had a stall with a few spiritual herbs and bottles of pills. She looked surprised, but her legs and the 4 black cow hooves were still the same. Chun Sun couldn't help but think, why is this bandit still bringing her cow here? Hee, it's you. The girl forced a smile. Her look was so familiar that it was hard to forget. "We're here to buy things, and we have spirit stones," Chun Sun said. "That's good. What do you want to buy?" she asked. Her eyes brightened, and she got excited. She just hoped they weren't here to tease her. "Can you tell me about these 3 herbs?" Chun Sun asked, squatting down with an awkward smile. Although he was not a master alchemist, he had some medical knowledge and could tell a little. In the girl's surprised eyes, Chun Sun took out a few spirit stones from his pocket to prove he really had them. "Okay," she replied, a bit awkward. She pointed to each herb as she explained. "This is shueyun grass, 20 years old, used in gathering chi pills. This is frost maple grass, only 10 years old, used in heavy feather pills. This is divine meeting grass, 30 years old, also used in heavy feather pills." The girl explained each one. Although the herbs weren't very old, it was impressive for a wandering cultivator to gather so many. If the herbs were older, many spiritual beasts and monsters would come to fight over them. "Miss, I'll buy all of them. How many spirit stones do you want?" Chun Sun licked his lips, staring intently at the herbs. The age of the herbs seemed easy to judge, just as he expected. 20, she said after thinking. Chun Sun stood up with a startled cry. The sharp sound made the girl frown. She softly asked, "How much will you give?" 8 pieces. "What?" The girl also stood up and shouted, "Is this how you bargain? Why don't you just rob someone?" Chun Sun looked embarrassed. He reached into his pants and struggled to take out a few spirit stones. He said, 10 spirit stones. "That's all I have." The girl's chest rose slightly as she watched Chun Sun's expression, but she couldn't tell anything from his face. Just his nose, eyes, and mouth were visible. "All right, deal," she nodded firmly. "Can you give me 3 more boxes?" "I don't have enough space." Chun Sun looked at the medicine boxes behind her, which he had wanted for a long time. No wonder she sells medicinal herbs. She's a real professional. The girl's eyes widened. She thought, this guy really is a bandit, picking at everything. But she still gave him the boxes and finally smiled sweetly at Chun Sun. "Old cow, you should save some and spend some. Understand?" Moo moo. The Hainyo, the ox, nudged Chun Sun in dissatisfaction. They had been in the mortal world for a long time and understood this rule well. "Big brother, how much for that fireball technique?" Chun Sun walked to a stall selling spells, his expression calm. A middle-aged man glanced at Chun Sun and slightly widened his eyes. For lower-grade spirit stones, Chun Sun looked uncomfortable and hesitant. The Hainyo tugged at him. Let's go, friend. Wait a moment," the middle-aged man said, looking at Chun Sun and then at the Hainyo. "Are you really serious?" "Yes, I am a little serious," Chun Sun nodded. 2 spirit stones, take it, big brother, that's generous," Chun Sun praised, reaching into his pants to take out 2 spirit stones. He bought the spell and left quickly, all in one smooth move. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. He took out a copy of Fireball Technique from behind his stall. It's a common spell, and he could print countless copies. Chun Sun and a Hainyo bought a spell from each stall they visited, but no more than that. They bought Control Object Technique, Basic Alchemy, Herb Encyclopedia, Spirit Light Technique, and more. They also bought a bag of medicinal seed, spending almost 100 spirit stones, which quickly ran out. Chun Sun and a Hainyo walked through the valley, their hearts pounding. They felt their wealth was too much. Many wandering cultivators might try to rob them. Old cow, moo. Each person and cow exchanged a deep look, then quickly sped up and rushed out of the valley, disappearing from sight. This time, the 10 great sects had not yet revealed themselves, but they chose to run away. Outside the Ningyun mountain range, a beast's den was occupied by them. A large stone blocked the entrance tightly, and ordinary people couldn't move it. The stone was covered with dense vines, making it hard to notice the cave without careful observation. Snap! A flash of fire lit up, illuminating the entire cave. Chen Sun's face was flushed red, and the cow ran around wildly, spinning and darting about. Old cow, keep your composure. Don't reveal your strength. Chen Sun spoke with a trembling voice, smiling softly. Look at you. When will you be as calm as I am? Moo. The cow kept rubbing against Chen Sun happily, making cheerful sounds. We have 15 points of spiritual essence from all things, totaling 30. That means we can speed up the growth of spiritual herbs by over 2 years in just one day. Chen Sun became more excited, spitting out saliva as he spoke. Old cow, do you know how to do math? How many years is 1 month? Moo moo. The cow responded twice, then used stones to write and draw on the ground, starting to calculate. 75 years, Chen Sun exclaimed excitedly, looking at the cow. 100 years spiritual herb per month. That's incredible. Moo? Moo moo. The cow suddenly looked surprised, dropping the stones. They had researched that 100 years spiritual herb required about 100 to 200 lower-grade spirit stones. They also had spiritual herb seeds, which they could sell and buy more, creating an endless cycle. In this cultivation world, who could have more spirit stones than them? Don't think too much. We don't have the strength yet to sell in large quantities. Chen Sun looked at the expression of the cow and knew what he was thinking. Use a quick method, trade 1 for 1, to avoid attracting attention. Besides, we still need to refine pills ourselves. Moo moo. The cow nodded repeatedly, eyes wide and blank, almost floating with excitement. First, let's grow the 3 spiritual herbs in the medicine box to 100 years. We'll cultivate them one by one. Chen Sun spoke calmly. The 100-year spiritual herbs planted outside emitted a unique medicinal aroma that could attract many beasts and spiritual creatures. This kind of medicine box not only preserves the herb's potency, but also masks their scent. They needed to gather more of these in the future, Chen Sun thought to himself. The ox solemnly agreed. Old ox, get to work, Chen Sun said with a smile. We still need to practice magic. Moo. The ox's eyes lit up. It had been looking forward to learning fireball magic. Those acrobats knew how to do it. They started practicing daily, growing spiritual herbs, training in magic and chi refining techniques. When hungry or thirsty, they hunted in the mountains. Life was very comfortable. After more than half a year, the cave was tense, filled with nervous whispers. Shaman Black Ox, I didn't expect that in such a short time, you've already reached the 4th level of chi refining. Today, I can't let you stay. Chen Sun looked serious, his fingers clashing as his magic power surged. Watch me control objects. Moo. The ox was alert. Suddenly, a small stone moved behind it, trying to sneak attack. Moo moo moo. It stood on 2 legs, eyes wide, and with a burst of magic, its cow paw released a small fireball straight at the stone. Crackling. The whole cave filled with a hot, fiery smell. Seeing the stone turn to ash, the ox grinned. That's all it took. Power that moves mountains and covers the sky. Moo. The ox let out a loud cry. Chen Sun laughed happily, lifting the ox over his head. This move never failed. After playing for a while, Chen Sun and the ox sat on the ground. Their confidence was soaring, and they finally had magic to protect them. But the ox also surprised Chen Sun. Over the years, at the Immortal Ascension Conference, he learned that spiritual beasts are very different from humans. Usually, spiritual beasts can't cultivate human techniques or magic, but the ox could. It had already surpassed ordinary spiritual beasts. No matter what kind of beast the ox was, it was always family to Chen Sun. He smiled warmly and patted the still-mooing ox. Another year passed, and the Immortal Ascension Conference came again. Chen Sun led the ox forward, walking alone with calm in their eyes. Many wandering cultivators looked at them and shook their heads silently. These were the most tragic people in the cultivation world. No talent, unable to see hope, and ultimately left to fade away in the wilderness. But they no longer sneered at them. Such people earned respect. They reflected the true sadness of the world, greatly tragic. Some experienced people also squinted slightly, feeling they were not as good as this person. If this person didn't come, they would feel a bit empty inside. Chen Sun had never been involved in their treasure hunting. He was too poor and had a pure desire to seek immortality, almost like a fool. Inside a sect building in the valley, Chen Sun's expression was no longer calm. He shouted sadly, "Senior, Just a little more. I've spent half my life and only found this one plant. The old man frowned slightly as he looked at the 100-year-old divine grass. He hesitated. Senior, look at this 100-year spiritual herb. Its quality is still good, and it hasn't lost any medicinal power. I just found it and brought it here. Chin Sun tried hard to hold back 2 tears of joy. Just a little more, and it will be yours. Then add 10 more pieces. Its medicinal power is indeed good. Okay. Chin Sun's face immediately became serious. He wouldn't push his luck. The old man saw Chin Sun's change of expression and looked a bit annoyed, as if he was just acting with an old friend. Senior, I want to buy a few more medicine boxes. My old ox loves them very much. Chin Sun grinned, receiving 120 spiritual stones. If I find more, I can bring them to you. Haha, 5 low-grade spiritual stones for 1. Go get them yourself. The old man shook his head with a smile, glancing at the ox outside the pavilion. These 100-year-old spiritual herbs weren't that lucky to be picked. To the old man's surprise, Chin Sun bought 30 of them at once, placing them in the pockets on both sides of the ox, then disappeared. Such an inexperienced kid, the old man muttered, even taking back the spiritual herb box from his hand. Deep in the Ningyun mountain range, crane spirit trees could be seen everywhere. The box was made from crane spirit trees, not difficult to craft. But years later, Chin Sun learned about this and was furious, feeling like he had ants crawling all over him whenever he saw a crane spirit tree. Now they had come to a pill refining pavilion. The pills sold here were more expensive than those sold by wandering cultivators outside, but their quality was guaranteed. Friend, do you see anything you like? A Sect disciple came to greet Chin Sun. Inside, there were many items: alchemy furnaces, spiritual herbs, pills, and all kinds of alchemy tools. He had seen many strange people among the wandering cultivators. The man wearing a black veil didn't cause any waves in his heart. How much for this alchemy furnace? Chin Sun cleared his throat and pretended to be very knowledgeable. This is a low-grade yellow-tier alchemy furnace, costing only 20 low-grade spirit stones, the disciple of the sect said with a smile, pointing to a small furnace. The larger one is also. I'll take this one, Chin Sun said quickly. His heart trembled at the price. He asked, Brother, I see that the scattered cultivators sell similar furnaces for only 10 low-grade spirit stones. Most of those are either ungraded alchemy furnaces or have significant damage in some areas, the disciple patiently explained. This will seriously affect the success rate of pill making and the quality of the pills. Professional, Chin Sun praised. Buying such magical tools from a proper merchant was the right choice. He then handed over the spirit stones and left. In this world of cultivation, items are divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. There are higher levels, but ordinary cultivators like them can't reach those. Meow. The black bull was very fond of this small furnace and kept asking Chin Sun to show it. The law of wealth, companionship, and land. Ancient people truly did not deceive me, Chin Sun thought inwardly. Even eternal life couldn't escape this rule. Staying in one place, cultivating forever, it's just a dream. Cultivation progress is often blocked by limitations. They continued selling small booklets. Last year, these booklets were very popular, selling over 100 spirit stones in a day. In a dark corner, Chin Sun's eyes sparkled with light, but he showed no sign of joy. Old bull, let's not sell any more this year, he said. Meow. The black bull looked confused. Isn't selling well? First, these booklets are too easy to copy. Second, they attract too much attention. We just want to make our first big gain, Chin Sun explained. Meow. The black bull suddenly understood. Its mind was becoming sharper. It could understand what Chin Sun meant with just a glance. Of course, it didn't understand other people's expressions very well. Hey, fellow cultivator, so you're here. An old man in flowing white robes approached with a gentle smile, as if he'd been looking for them for a long time. What do you want? Chin Sun's eyes narrowed. It was the old scammer from the pill shop. I have a piece of luck related to your booklet. I wonder if you're interested, the old man said with a smile, clasping his hands behind his back. He had been watching Chin Sun for a long time, coming every year, but never daring to challenge him, not believing he wouldn't take the bait. Chin Sun silently shook his head, said nothing, and led the ox straight onto the street, showing no interest at all. The old man was stunned in place and said, "So he's really a fool, with a wooden head, on the street. Old cow, remember, in this life, we don't harm others or seek easy gains. But we also shouldn't believe that good things will fall into our laps." Chen Sun's eyes were deep as he said carefully, "We might miss many opportunities, but we will never suffer losses. Moo moo." The ox kept nudging Chen Sun, as if it remembered something. They began searching again for spiritual herb seeds. Herbs are hard to find, but seeds are plentiful. Chen Sun bought several bags, but most of the seeds inside were dead, mixed with good ones to deceive buyers. Chen Sun immediately lost patience. He was at the 4th level of qi refining and possessed the fireball technique. He thought he was easy to bully. "Clearly, I was given a bag of spiritual stones, but you only gave me half a bag of seeds." Chen Sun raised an eyebrow, though no one saw. "Moo moo." The ox also shouted angrily at the stall. "What's wrong? Spiritual herb seeds are like this. Are you trying to pick a fight, fellow cultivator?" The man sneered. A yellow talisman floated in the air. He flicked it, causing a flash of light that disappeared instantly. He looked at Chen Sun provocatively. Everyone knew that this fool, who was leading a cow and wearing a black veil, was just a beginner in business. He was at the 3rd level of qi refining, alone and unprotected. Chen Sun's eyes flashed with insight. This man was actually at the 4th level of qi refining and seemed quite wealthy. "Brother Liao, who dares cause trouble here?" A few people ran from behind the crowd. They wore similar clothes, likely from a cultivation family. All of them were at the 4th level of qi refining, and one was even at the 5th level. Many scattered cultivators gathered around, looking at Chen Sun with mockery and indifference. "What's this? Bullying the weak with numbers?" Chen Sun smiled coldly, showing no fear. "Business isn't done like this. I know who you are. Turns out you're this fool bandit." A round-faced man sneered. "Brother, leave this person to me." "Good." The man nodded slightly. "No fighting inside the valley. Be careful, fool. Kneel and kowtow to my brother. Admit your mistake, and this matter will be over today." The round-faced man looked up and glared at Chen Sun. "I don't want to see you at the next Ascension ceremony." It was clear these people wanted to mock him. The more unhappy someone was with life, the more they liked to bully those weaker than themselves. If he didn't show some attitude soon, these wandering cultivators would think they could do whatever they wanted. "Who do you think you are? You look like a rotten watermelon." Chen Sun calmly replied and stood still. "You're not even worth my attention." "Sharp-tongued, huh? Watch me teach you a lesson." The round-faced man's face twisted with anger. How dare this fool insult him? He took a step forward, glowing faintly in his hand. His powerful fist, filled with fierce energy, aimed straight at Chen Sun. Bang! Chen Sun took a step back and threw a simple punch. It collided with the man's fist. The man's expression changed suddenly, showing a hint of pain, and he let out a loud cry. "Ah!" Cracks sounded as his bones broke. The round-faced man was knocked flying backward, looking at Chen Sun with fear. What kind of strength was this? Liao's golden Vajra fist was broken. This person is hiding his true power. Haha, I didn't expect this fool. Fellow cultivator to have such strength. A commotion arose around them. The onlookers' eyes changed. They realized this person wasn't simple. Liao family, huh? Chen Sun nodded slightly and looked at the furious group. "Remember, you still owe me half a bag of spiritual medicine seeds. Be careful outside 9-Star Valley, fellow cultivator." The man helped the round-faced man up, smiling coldly. Knowing some physical techniques doesn't decide everything. "Oh," Chen Sun smiled. Under the mask, his smile was even darker and more terrifying, making the Liao family members tremble with fear. The wandering cultivators watching from the side exclaimed inwardly, "This mask's pressure is so strong." Chen Sun led the ox away directly. Behind them, a Liao family member followed, but their steps gradually quickened, then sped up. They made 3 sharp turns and suddenly disappeared out of 9-Star Valley. The Liao family member behind was stunned. Where did they go? On the road. "Old cow, I was impulsive this time. If I hadn't cared about that half a bag of spiritual medicine seeds, I wouldn't have made enemies." Chen Sun's eyes showed regret. Over the years, they had heard many rumors, but they had chosen to ignore them. Moo moo. In Bull's eyes, he didn't care at all. Clearly, they were the ones who deliberately bullied us. In life, we can't always give in. Let's not go to the Immortal Ascension Conference for now. The Liao family will definitely block us, Chun Sun said softly. First, we need to improve our strength. We have no support, and the world of cultivation is much harsher than the mortal world. Moo, Bull responded. He was more sensitive than Chun Sun. It was obvious that the Liao family had murderous intentions. Back in the cave outside the mountain range, Chun Sun kept reflecting on himself. Staying in the mortal world for too long, rushing into this world just for a moment of anger, could bring deadly trouble to them. Old Bull, when we encounter this kind of thing again, we should endure. When our strength is enough, we can take back what we lost. Chun Sun muttered lowly, words Bull couldn't understand. A few little rabbits. Moo moo moo, Bull nudged Chun Sun. Their current mindset wasn't strong enough to see everything as trivial. They had to go through it. Old Bull, it's okay. Chun Sun hugged Bull. Go find some spiritual herbs. I'll look at alchemy. Moo. Bull obediently ran off, hoping to make Chun Sun happier. Chun Sun looked through basic alchemy techniques. First, he needed to gather spiritual fire within his body, then slowly extract the medicinal properties of the herbs, and finally fuse everything into a pill. However, spiritual fire consumed a lot of magic power. If one was careless, an entire batch of pills could be wasted. True master alchemists relied on countless spiritual herbs to make their pills. But alchemy also mentioned that earth vein fire could replace spiritual fire, though such places are usually occupied by immortal sects. Ordinary cultivators can't hope for that. Chun Sun was absorbed in reading. Having studied medicine before, he found some similarities in the techniques. The most common pills during the qi refining stage were heavy feather pills and qi boosting pills, both excellent for increasing cultivation. The recipes were already very common. Spiritual herbs aged 20 years are suitable for medicine, Chun Sun muttered. Of course, the older the herbs, the better. But herbs with more years are usually used to make even better pills. Time flew by. Unknowingly, a year had passed. They missed the Immortal Ascension Conference this time. The Liao family had already set up a tight guard outside the valley, and they had missed their chance. It seemed that the fool was somewhat clever, knowing he had offended a big figure, and had started to hide like a turtle. This year, a few people started selling small booklets like Chun Sun's, and they became very popular, earning a lot of money. Inside the cave, Chun Sun continued to add the long life point to the essence of all things. Today, Chun Sun was calm and focused. He sat cross-legged on the ground. The Black Bull stood up, constantly patting Chun Sun's shoulders, breathing heavily, looking very excited. The auspicious time has arrived. I will start refining pills. I hope the gods and Buddhas bless me and give me a chance. Moo 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 moo. The Black Bull also shouted behind Chun Sun. Chun Sun's half-closed eyes suddenly opened wide. In front of him was a pill furnace. He pointed at it, and the furnace spiraled upward into the sky, level with his sight. Around them, dozens of spiritual herbs called heavy feather pills were laid out. All of them were over 30 years old, collected over the past 2 years. Go! Chun Sun shouted loudly. A spiritual herb floated into the furnace. Fire magic flowed from his palm. His internal energy began to drain, and sweat appeared on his forehead. Under Chun Sun's control, the fire grew bigger and smaller. The Black Bull's mood was like riding a roller coaster, up and down, not daring to breathe loudly. One by one, the herbs flew into the furnace. The smell of medicine filled the air. The Black Bull's eyes widened. Suddenly, a popping sound like bubbles bursting was heard. All the heavy feather pills turned into waste liquid and were discarded. Chun Sun gasped for breath. He took out a blank notebook and carefully recorded his feelings, including how long each herb needed to be heated. Theory and practice were completely different. Moo moo. The Black Bull kept patting Chun Sun's shoulders. It couldn't do delicate work, only rough work. Old Bull, it's okay. I need a few days to recover my energy. Moo. The Black Bull replied, as if to say, you can rest for years if you want. 3 more days passed. Chun Sun finally recovered his energy. Today, he was full of spirit and shouted, the auspicious time has arrived. I will start refining pills. I hope the gods and Buddhas bless me and give me a chance. Moo 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 moo. The pill furnace spiraled upward again. Herbs kept flying into the furnace. Soon, another batch of waste liquid was discarded and cooled. Another 3 days later, Chun Sun's energy was restored. Sitting cross-legged, his veins bulged on his arms. He roared, "The auspicious time has arrived. I will start refining pills. I hope the gods and Buddhas bless me and give me a chance. Moo 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 moo." The alchemy furnace spiraled upward, and each spiritual herb continued to fly into the furnace. Soon, there were again pools of cooled, discarded medicinal liquid. 1 month later, Chun Sun's fingers trembled slightly, his lips quivered, and he softly said, "The auspicious time has arrived. I will open the furnace to refine the pills. I hope the gods and Buddhas bless me and give me a chance. Moo." The furnace spiraled upward again, herbs kept flying in, and soon, pools of discarded medicinal liquid cooled down once more. Another month passed. The black bull looked listless. Chun Sun's eye sockets were deeply sunken, his hair was messy, and he spoke trembling. "The auspicious time has arrived. I will open the furnace to refine the pills. I hope the gods and Buddhas bless me and give me a chance." Moo. The furnace spiraled upward again, herbs kept flying in, and this time, the aroma of medicine was strong. Chun Sun finally grasped the essence. The black bull's eyes shone with excitement. It slowly stood up, wanting to say, "Awesome," but couldn't quite say it. "Old bull, I did it. I did it. Ha ha ha." Chun Sun laughed wildly, his eyes bloodshot, as if he wanted to swallow the furnace whole. So many herbs, so many spirit stones just gone like that. In the world of cultivation, even dogs wouldn't bother to be pill masters. Only those backed by a sect might be considered. Moo moo. The black bull was very excited, looking at the dozen or so pure white pills, constantly patting Chun Sun's shoulder. The aroma of the medicine filled the entire cave. It was truly wonderful. First, record everything. This is all experience. Chun Sun almost forgot himself. This was the big deal. He took out a notebook to write and draw, reviewing daily. He had plenty of time. "Old bull, try the effect." Moo. They both used their hands to point at a pill, which slid into their mouths. It was smooth and silky. Chun Sun and the black bull's spirits lifted as a pure medicinal force spread inside their bodies. That feeling was like swimming freely in the ocean, experiencing the ultimate pleasure. So comfortable, Chun Sun couldn't help but say. As the medicinal power spread, it seemed like his bottleneck was loosening. He took another heavy feather pill to continue refining. The black bull kept making happy mooing sounds, sitting cross-legged on the ground. "Awesome. Moo." After taking the third pill, the stuck bottleneck suddenly opened like a dam breaking, and he instantly advanced to the 5th level of qi refining. Chun Sun and Bull jumped with joy. They didn't want to get stuck at any stage. "Don't refine any more pills this month. Focus on stabilizing your level," Chun Sun said excitedly. "Then find a river to wash up, and next month, we'll start the furnace." Moo moo. Bull nodded wildly. Starting is always the hardest part. In the following days, the three of them lived a simple life. Working at sunrise, resting at sunset, growing seeds, refining pills, and practicing. Another year passed quickly. The Ascension Conference was held as scheduled, but the bandit from the Oxen village was no longer there. The Liao family was furious, but their ambushes had failed again. They had no strength left, and no one knew what the bandit looked like or where it came from, as if it had vanished into thin air. Inside the cave, Chun Sun added the lifelong point to the essence of all things. In the next 6 months, Chun Sun successfully refined 3 more pills. They ate pills to strengthen their levels, staying calm and patient. Time was the least valuable thing to Chun Sun and Bull. The most important thing was to take each step carefully. Now, they had already broken through to the 6th level of qi refining, an incredible achievement. Although growing these spiritual herbs is very difficult, our essence of all things seems to overcome everything. Chun Sun and Bull opened another hole in the cave, planting many spiritual herbs inside, all over 50 years old. He had read in the Compendium of Spiritual Herbs that these herbs must grow in spiritual soil, not ordinary dirt. Moo. Bull looked at their land and was overjoyed. The spiritual energy here was strong, and they were all cultivating here now. This refining furnace is also too fragile. Chun Sun frowned, feeling that the furnace wasn't very good. "Looks like I need to replace it soon." Bull nodded. He didn't know much about refining pills, but he felt that the outer shell of the furnace had become a bit worn out. The next year, Chun Sun didn't refine pills, but was very busy studying the compendium of spiritual herbs, reading and researching every day. Bull took care of the herbs, harvesting them when they matured and storing them in the medicine box. Life was peaceful, with fewer troubles coming their way. Another year passed, and the Ascension Conference arrived again. Many new faces appeared, ambitious and confident, aiming to ascend to immortality in one leap. Some old faces shook their heads and sighed. They once mocked the bull-headed man, but now they had become like him. The opportunity was right in front of them, but they felt unwilling inside. They looked down on the mortal world and preferred to die in the 9-Star Valley rather than return in shame. Deep in the Yun mountain range, countless bones were buried. Those selling books were very happy. More competitors meant they needed fresh blood. Most people didn't know that there were many such ascension festivals. The 10 great gates of immortality wouldn't hold their events in just one place. The Liao family also gave up completely. They continued doing business inside the 9-Star Valley. It was just a small matter, and there was no need to let others think they were stingy. They guessed that the bandit had been eaten by some beast and left no bones behind. Inside a cave, Chun Sun added the long life point to the essence of all things. He then focused his mind and prepared to refine pills. Dahe Nyo was ready with spiritual herbs and cheered him on, massaging Chun Sun's shoulders and back. Now that my power has greatly increased, I want to start refining pills. I hope the gods and Buddhas will bless me and give me a chance. Chun Sun's gaze sharpened. His robes moved without wind, and his black hair floated behind him. The ceremony felt very grand. Moo! Dahe Nyo let out a long moo. Chun Sun was skilled. He quickly placed each spiritual herb into the furnace, and everything went smoothly. Originally, it took 3 days to recover from a batch of pills. Now it only took 2. Time passed quickly. After more than half a year, suddenly there was a loud explosion inside the cave. The alchemy furnace blew up. Chun Sun's face was covered in black smoke. He looked confused, spitting out thick black fumes. His hair was disheveled, with a patch in the middle blown away. Moo! Dahe Nyo looked panicked. It snorted heavily and hurried to check. Luckily, no one was hurt. In an instant, it felt weak under its feet. Its big eyes looked like crescent moons. It stepped back slightly, its belly twitching, and its breathing was suppressed with a constant snort. The furnace exploded. Chun Sun frowned slightly. He hadn't yet realized how serious the problem was. It seems this magic tool is also wearing out. Why does it feel so cold on my head? Chun Sun felt something was wrong. He reached up and touched his head, then touched it again. His features twisted as he looked down. Where are my hair? Suddenly, a roar like a lion king shook the cave, causing some loose stones to fall. Gaga! At this moment, the black bull was almost unable to continue, making strange noises. He had never seen Chun Sun look like this before. Chun Sun silently put on a bandana over his head, his blood-red eyes fixed on the black bull. Old bull, die for me. Moo! A terrible scream echoed inside the cave, sounding like the cry of a slaughtered cow during a festival. This year slowly passed amid Chun Sun's fiery temper. They added the longevity point to the essence of all things, reaching level 19. Snow began to fall heavily over the Ningyun Mountains, covering the land in white. The sky and earth seemed to merge into one, blurring the boundaries and the horizon. This year, Qiangwa seemed a bit unstable. Rumor has it that there was a war at the border, and many brave warriors set out to defend the frontier. The snow was falling all around. Their families seemed to be saying goodbye, leaving footprints in the snow, full of worry. Many families of the brave soldiers stayed until dusk, watching their loved ones leave. But the snow at dusk was deep and intense, filled with complex feelings, like countless threads of emotion or a surging sea that could drown everything. No matter what happens in the mortal world, it seems it cannot stop the countless wandering cultivators from seeking immortality. The Immortal Ascension Festival continued as usual. The monk who wore a head covering and was involved in the competition did not return, gradually forgotten by others. However, something big happened inside the valley. Hundreds of Sect disciples personally went to catch those selling pamphlets. They didn't kill anyone, but all their belongings were confiscated. These pamphlets seriously affected the interests of the major immortal sections. Originally, everyone competed fairly, but now, with this strategy guide, more casual cultivators joined the challenge. Some talented disciples were also taken away, blamed on the pamphlet, as if it misled people. All 10 great sects united to eliminate this threat. If such incidents happen again, those involved will face severe consequences. On the outskirts of the Ningyun Mountains, inside a cave, their supply of spiritual herbs was completely used up. The alchemy furnace was broken, and Chen Sun was already thinking about the next plan. Black Bull sat nearby grinding herbs. He used his powerful hooves, which he normally used for eating, to crush the ingredients. Old Bull, let's finish the remaining pills first. Keep the other spiritual herbs for later. Moo, Black Bull responded casually, using his hooves to put the powder into bottles, then continued grinding with full concentration. Chen Sun carried 2 water jars, which also held clothes, and said with a smile, Old Nyo, do you want to fetch water? Moo moo. The cow anxiously mooed, quickly tidying the stone mill. Wherever Chen Sun went, it followed. The cow moved aside a large stone outside the cave, and after Chen Sun left, it covered it again, checking for any weaknesses. Outside, snowflakes drifted down, and the cold wind blew fiercely. Chen Sun wore only a thin shirt, but felt no cold at all. They arrived at a stream, where they dug ice holes everywhere. Chen Sun held a water jar in one hand to collect water, while the cow also held another jar, standing happily in the middle of the creek. During this, because the cow was so excited, the ice broke and it fell in. Chen Sun quickly pulled it out. After filling the jars with water, they sat together to wash clothes. Each of them, the boy and the cow, seemed to be talking about something, laughing happily. Snowflakes danced in the sky. They sat in a snowbank a few feet deep, as if only the boy and the cow existed in the world. Life was peaceful, and they enjoyed the moment. Soon, the sound of broken twigs and heavy footsteps crunching snow came from afar. Although distant, with their sharp hearing, they had already heard it. Chen Sun and the cow looked toward the snow-covered forest. There, a large group of people was approaching, wearing worn-out clothes and holding wooden sticks. Their faces were dirty and red from the cold. There were at least 100 people, men, women, and children. Everyone looked surprised, seeing the snow used for washing clothes and a cow sitting up, holding clothes and soap nuts on its hooves. Old folks, are you lost? Chen Sun asked casually. They were ordinary people, and his caution gradually eased. The cow just glanced at them, sensing no danger, and continued washing clothes, mooing now and then. Young hero, we are refugees from Dansong City. An elderly man hobbled over. He looked like a martial artist, strong and healthy, unbothered by the cold snow. Dansong City? That's so far away. You must have come from the other side of Ningyun Mountain Range, Chen Sun said in surprise. He had heard of Dansong City before, near Panning City, but it was a long journey. Are you heading to Panning City? Yes, yes. The old man nodded happily, seeming to have hope. Old sir, what happened? Why is the Ningyun Mountain Range so dangerous? How dare you cross it? Young hero, you are mistaken. We are just traveling around the outskirts, taking a detour. The old man shook his head and sighed deeply. Now, the Qian kingdom is in chaos, with armies fighting and bandits causing trouble. The lord of Dansong City has been killed. Really? Chen Xuan was surprised and immediately understood. It was him who was fleeing too. Panning City is just southeast of here. You took a longer route. Thank you, young hero, the old man said with a bow. After saying so much, he just wanted to ask for directions. No problem, no problem. Chen Xuan waved his hand and looked at the refugees. Be careful on the way. There are many wild animals here. Thank you, young hero. Thanks, big brother. Thank you. From the crowd, many people expressed their gratitude. A little girl called out cheerfully. Their eyes shone with hope. They were finally approaching Panning City, a big city with good security. Chen Xuan smiled slightly as he watched everyone leave. Bull also mooed at them. Old cow, let me tell you, no matter which world you're in, whenever there's a kingdom, there's always chaos. The common people suffer. Chen Xuan sighed. In his previous life, his country's history was full of painful wars, etched into everyone's blood. Moo? Moo moo moo. Bull got excited. It stopped working with its hooves and kept rubbing against Chen Xuan, eager to hear more. Then I have to start from the Xia dynasty. Chen Xuan began to tell the story seriously. Bull's eyes widened in amazement. Listening intently, and even taking note of some names. Half an hour later, they had finished washing their clothes and were sitting here enjoying the snow. Chen Xuan was still telling history to Bull, lost in the story. If you want to know what happens next, stay tuned for the next episode. Chen Xuan patted the eager Bull and looked at the clothes. Our clothes are frozen into ice blocks. Moo. Bull suddenly snapped out of its trance. It was true. Let's go, let's go. Luckily, we have fireball magic. Chen Xuan stood up, carried the water jar and clothes, and headed into the cave with Bull. With magic, drying clothes was much easier. On the way, they gradually felt something was wrong. The wind and snow carried a strange smell of blood. Old cow. Chen Sun quietly said as he took out a hood from his pocket and put it on his head. Be careful, Moo. Dehei Nyo responded softly, eyes alert. Its sense of smell was very sharp. In the distance, under a tree, several bodies lay on the snow, blood turning the snow red. The snow was gradually covering them again. Chen Sun frowned deeply and slowed his steps. It seemed like every half-mile, there was a new body with knife wounds that hadn't been dead long. The footprints were messy and unclear. Moo. Dehei Nyo looked at Chen Sun. Some of the people looked familiar, like villagers who had asked for directions earlier. Chen Sun moved closer and checked the bodies. One woman was protecting a young girl, but both had died, and their wounds were starting to freeze. Chen Sun remembered the little girl. Her sweet voice saying, "Thank you, Big Brother," still echoed in his mind. His heart trembled. He said slowly, "So vicious, they didn't even spare the children." Moo moo. Dehei Nyo was still nudging the bodies, trying to wake them. They weren't likely cultivators, but bandits. Chen Sun squatted down and looked into the distance. All the bodies here were old people, women, and children. The attacker was probably still chasing after the villagers. 2 water jars and some clothes were left where Chen Sun and Dehei Nyo had placed them. 2 axes spun slowly, slicing the snow into halves. Whoosh, whoosh, boom. The thick snow around them trembled. A loud explosion sounded in the air. It was as if they were walking through a sea of snow, kicking up huge snow waves behind them, full of power. Far away, dozens of mountain bandits laughed wildly. Their swords dripped with blood. Now, Panning City was in chaos. Many soldiers had been conscripted. Who could stop them? Big Brother, more and more refugees are coming to Panning City. One bandit grinned fiercely. They're bringing everything they own. This is a big opportunity. This is a good day, another said. The Big Brother, holding a large sword, laughed wildly. Finally, our time has come. Little ones, kill. Yes, Big Brother. Yes, Big Brother. The mountain bandits raised their large knives and shouted loudly. Behind them, there was a pile of bodies. They had killed and robbed happily. In the past, soldiers would come to fight them, but now they were all on the battlefield. Life was easier. Suddenly, screams echoed as a few innocent villagers fell and died. Their eyes showed deep anger and unwillingness. They were so close to safety. The bandits laughed even louder as they searched the villagers' clothes for gold and jewelry. The fleeing villagers liked to carry these items. Suddenly, there was a noise behind them, like a riot. All the bandits looked back, squinting their eyes. The snow on the ground was splashing high. What's that thing? Big Brother spat and stood at the front, wearing animal skins and holding a knife. The snow was too heavy to see clearly. Huh? Something is running. Wow. Big Brother, something feels wrong. Is it a person? Or a black ox? Run. Hurry. Big Brother's pupils shrank sharply. He suddenly roared loudly. When they saw the figure clearly, it was already too late. Chen Sun took a step forward, speeding up. A sharp sound of breaking the air suddenly appeared. Big Brother's mind went blank. In the blink of an eye, the figure was right above him. The person's eyes were the coldest he had ever seen in his life. With a sharp sound, Big Brother's head was cut off and flew into the air. He seemed to be in shock, blood pouring out of his body, spraying everywhere. He collapsed forward. Hi-hey, the black ox, charged into the crowd of bandits, roaring angrily. The bandits looked pained, as if hit by a mountain, and were killed by the black ox. One desperate scream after another rang out. They didn't even know who had killed them until the end. Thick smoke filled the air. Dozens of bandits' bodies were burned by fireballs. Chen Sun and the black ox gradually disappeared into the heavy snow. Inside the cave, Chen Sun and the black ox had brought back the water jar and clothes. They were silent, feeling that their kindness had caused trouble. They didn't bother to bury the bodies of the dead bandits. They were buried under thick snow, and many had disappeared. If Chen Sun hadn't led the way, they might not have met this group of vicious bandits. Old ox, some things are not up to us to decide. Chen Sun let out a gentle sigh and patted the cow. This world, this environment, we can't decide or change them. The cow mooed and rested its head on Chen Sun's lap. Our only choice is ourselves, to live without regrets, Chen Sun said with a slight smile. Things like this happen all the time. We should learn to accept it. The cow nodded, feeling that those people were too cruel. Robbery and killing are wrong. Old cow, let's start practicing. I haven't finished eating the rejuvenation pill yet, Chen Sun said, his expression firm, quickly dismissing his earlier bad mood. Look ahead. There's still much to do. The cow blinked and became alert. They took their pills slowly and carefully. At first, they ate several pills at once, but now they only take one and sit quietly for days, gradually absorbing the medicine and familiarizing themselves with their growing power. Time passed as they sat quietly, slowly depleting their supplies. Another year went by, and it seemed there was no more snow that year. Now, they had broken through to the 7th level of qi refining. The rejuvenation pills were all used up, but they kept 700-year-old spiritual herbs, planning to get rich. Chen Sun also finally increased his spiritual essence to 20. Next year, they planned to add more magic power to see if their internal energy would grow. More and more refugees escaped from the other side of the Ningyun mountain range. Some died from hunger and were eaten by vultures. Others were killed by wild animals, and some were robbed by mountain bandits. Some people passed by their cave, and it seemed the outside world was becoming more chaotic. Seeing many poor and hungry people, Chen Sun and the cow quietly gave them some dried meat. But they kept their distance, as they couldn't fully understand the cause and effect of the world. In such a world, wandering cultivators longed even more for strength. They desperately wanted to join the 10 great immortal sects, rather than live a dull life in the mortal world. Compared to the suffering outside, the Immortal Ascension Conference was lively and more enthusiastic than ever. They dreamed of a broader world of cultivation. Inside the cave, one person and one cow lived peacefully, minding their own business. The chaos outside had nothing to do with them. Old cow, I'm going to the Immortal Ascension Conference. Wait for me here, Chen Sun said. This time, he decided not to wear his hood or bring the cow, to be safer. The cow mooed in response. The ox held Chen Sun tightly with its mouth. They had never been apart. I'll be back in a day. If I'm not here, come find me. Who? Really? Have I ever lied to you? I'll be back in half a day if everything goes smoothly. Chen Sun smiled. Since they no longer had spiritual medicine or alchemy furnaces, they needed to make a trip. Who? The ox nodded, ran to move a large stone from the cave, and waited there for Chen Sun. Chen Sun quickly ran out, carrying 4 medicine boxes, each containing 400-year-old spiritual herbs. He also didn't hide his cultivation level with any energy. The ox hesitated, then chased after him, escorting Chen Sun far away. Just before entering the deep mountains, it stopped, continuously mooing. Chen Sun looked back every few steps, and only after the ox disappeared from sight did he speed up. More people are here now. On the way, Chen Sun met many wandering cultivators. Seeing his 7th level of qi cultivation, they all showed respect and took the lead. In a world where strength is everything, the powerful always come first. Chen Sun remained very low-key, and no one paid him much attention. After entering 9-Star Valley, he moved confidently through various places. He also heard about the sale of books. Chen Sun just smiled faintly, a strange look flashing in his eyes. There were more wandering cultivators selling things inside the valley, mostly bartering to increase their chances of success and challenges. He arrived at a small sect's pavilion, adjusted his mood, and walked in with a sad face. Senior, that night with the fierce storm, this spiritual herb was picked from a mountain cliff after much hardship. Chen Sun was about to break down again, tears in his eyes. To preserve its medicinal properties, I was badly injured, just to deliver it to you as quickly as possible. The sect elder didn't understand this act, hesitated for a moment, then added 10 spirit stones to Chen Sun's supply. Senior, you have a keen eye? Truly, a keen eye, Chen Sun cheered excitedly. as if he had never seen spirit stones before. The elder examined Chen Sun carefully and was shocked. He was a 7th-level Qi cultivator, and so young. In awe, the elder watched as Chen Sun bought 30 more medicine boxes, still using snakeskin pouches. Is this really a 7th-level Qi cultivator? The elder was stunned for a long time. His behavior and words didn't seem like someone of that level at all, more like an ordinary commoner. Chen Sun hunched his back and slowly walked through the valley, stopping at various scattered cultivator stalls to bargain for a long time. He bought 3 bags of spiritual herb seeds, but before paying with spirit stones, he carefully checked everything. He looked plain, especially with the torn hole in his snakeskin bag. The empty herbal box that accidentally showed through made the seasoned cultivators feel uneasy. Chen Sun wandered around again, then entered another sect building and told a different version of his story. His words showed no embarrassment, but he seemed uncomfortable everywhere. His waist was bent more than before, as if the snakeskin bag was pressing down on him. His face looked sad, like someone who had lost a cow, and he argued loudly over the price of a spirit stone at a stall. He bought a better alchemy furnace in the pill refining pavilion, spending 50 low-grade spirit stones, and asked about the broken furnace. I see, Chen Sun thought to himself as he walked. He realized that the alchemy furnace also needed to be nourished with spiritual power. He used to just leave it after using it. Every hour, he went to different sect buildings to sell 100-year-old spiritual herbs. For plants sold out quickly. His snakeskin bag also had more than 10 bags of herb seeds, but all were materials for Qi refinement stage pills. He couldn't buy better ones. He searched around calmly and patiently. With his cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refinement, many scattered cultivators treated him politely and didn't dare to cheat him. Then Chen Sun quickened his steps, a slight smile on his face, and disappeared into 9 Stars Valley, returning safely to his cave. Old cow, I'm back. Chen Sun moved a large stone aside, and a shadow darted out. The cow immediately rushed over, mooing loudly. Haha, let's go inside and talk, Chen Sun said, holding the cow's head. He looked around, sealed the cave entrance with the large stone, and went inside. Moo Moo the cow kept circling Chen Sun happily, using its mouth to tug at him. All right, just this once. I won't leave you behind again, Chen Sun said happily, looking at the snakeskin bag. Quick, check out the treasures inside. Moo. The cow's eyes lit up. It seemed to smell many herb seeds and hurried to look. It was stunned when it saw what was inside. Moo the cow looked at Chen Sun in shock. There were more than 20 bags. That's amazing. Haha. Old cow, I leave them to you. There are still many spiritual medicines for nourishing energy inside. Chen Sun looked at the alchemy furnace, holding his treasured items tightly. This time, he planned to take good care of it. Moo Moo. Dahainyo's eyes sparkled with excitement. It stood up and took the medicines to another cave. It really enjoys planting spiritual herbs. Their combined spiritual essence is now 40 units. In 1 month, they can cultivate 3 plants of spiritual medicine that are over 30 years old. Old cow, get to work. Moo. 1 person and 1 cow, full of enthusiasm for the future, started busying themselves without stopping. The clouds drifted lazily, time passed quickly. Another year of spring and autumn. Life is short, and many past events and memories have accumulated. Old cow, keep the medicine box safe. Use your magic to nurture it, and don't let bugs eat it. Moo Moo. Old cow, remember to sort the spiritual medicines properly. Don't be careless. If you don't develop good habits now, what will you do in the future? Moo Moo. Outside the Ningyun mountain range, inside a certain cave, even 2 immortals are working hard, making good use of their time and doing meaningful things, with fewer sighs and regrets. This year, the Qi Kingdom seems even more turbulent. There are even cultivators causing trouble among ordinary people. The 10 great sects have sent many disciples, determined to stabilize the mortal world. These disciples are the source of their strength. Do they want us to have no successors? Cultivators appearing openly in the mortal world have excited many common people who burn incense and pray for protection. With the 10 great sects personally involved, Qi Kingdom seems to be getting more chaotic, with monsters and ghosts appearing. More mortals are coming to Ningyun mountain range seeking immortality. The monsters deep in the mountains become more excited, and countless bones are added. The Ascension Conference has become somewhat chaotic. Inside the cave, ding, the host can now allocate skill points. Chun Sun's mind rang with the voice of the immortal system. His eyes gradually became excited. Old cow, this year we can try to use magic power. Chun Sun shouted to Dahainyo, maybe our magic power will increase greatly, and we can break through in one go. Moo. Dahainyo opened its big eyes and hurried over. Its body was black and shiny, like coal. If it weren't for its pair of horns, it really wouldn't look like a cow. Come on, I am ready to ascend. Moo moo. Chun Sun and Dahainyo looked excited as they sat on the ground, beginning to add points. Their current cultivation points: Magic Power 1, Strength 21, Speed 21, Essence of all things 20. A warm flow surged through their bodies. Chun Sun and Dahainyo grew more nervous, their eyes slightly closed as they quickly sensed their internal magic energy. Half an hour passed. Huh? It's gone? Moo? Chun Sun was confused, and Dahainyo was confused too. They felt nothing. They were still at the 7th level of chi refining. Inside the cave, it was still dark with a faint candlelight. The slight breeze coming through the giant stone was gentle. Did I add too few points? Moo. Dahainyo looked at Chun Sun and nodded. It should be like that. More points added, better the effect. Let's see next year. For now, I need to work. Busy, Chun Sun said indifferently. Dahainyo also nodded and ran to the medicinal field, not caring much. 2 months later, Chun Sun and Dahainyo were drying clothes with fireball spells when suddenly, a huge fire erupted inside the cave, with thick smoke billowing. Wow. Quick, stop it. Moo. Chun Sun and Dahainyo shouted in alarm, but the fireball spell was cast, and the clothes were all burned. Dahainyo hurriedly pushed a giant stone aside. Chun Sun, wearing only shorts, ran out, looking hopeless. What? What is going on? Chun Sun muttered numbly, slowly looking at Dahainyo. I used a fireball spell, moo moo. Dahainyo shook his head, eyes wide with suspicion, looking at Chun Sun. Did you secretly learn some magic? Is this a fireball spell? Moo. Dahainyo pushed Chun Sun aside, stood up, and wanted to show what a fireball spell really was. He was not going to let this old cow pretend. Chun Sun stared blankly at Dahainyo, still unable to understand. Moo. Dahainyo shouted loudly. He looked into the distance with a serious expression, his strength and magic energy bursting from his hooves as a huge fireball rose into the sky. Boom. Crackle. Flames flickered, and a massive fire spread out. Countless dry branches and leaves burned, and thick smoke rose. Old cow, stop quickly. Save the fire. Chun Sun was terrified. They hadn't even learned water magic yet. They were setting the mountain on fire. The cow looked at its masterpiece in disbelief, then was suddenly pulled away by Chun Sun before it could react. An hour later, the fire was finally extinguished. Chun Sun looked grim, almost burned out of his underwear, with messy hair, looking more miserable than fleeing villagers. They returned to the cave and sat facing each other. Old cow, I understand now. This magic power isn't from within us. Chun Sun swallowed hard, let out a burp, and a puff of black smoke escaped. This magic power boosts our spells. Moo. The cow understood, eyes still wide with shock. This is incredible. The key is that it consumes very little magic. Chun Sun opened his mouth wide. The fireball spell now used less than half the magic it used before. So that's the secret. Moo, move aside, old cow. Chun Sun narrowed his eyes, spreading his palm. Let me try the flame of pill fire. Moo. The cow quickly backed away, hiding in the herb-growing cave, sticking out half of its cow head. Very pure. A small flame flickered in Chun Sun's hand. He kept controlling his internal magic to strengthen it, and the flame grew larger and larger. Until it matched the original pill fire, Chun Sun stopped. So that's how it works. Chun Sun smiled slightly. He kept controlling the pill fire, and the magic inside his body drained very slowly. If I keep at it, I can master pill fire very precisely. Moo. The cow slowly approached, watching the pill fire. Although it looked the same as before, it seemed more lively. Chun Sun clenched his hand, and the pill fire returned to his body. He looked at the cow. Old cow, we need to start refining our magic again. Moo? Because I don't want to be left with just my underwear, Chun Sun said irritably. Understand? Moo moo. The cow grinned, understanding. In the days that followed, They kept practicing controlling their internal magic. They finally found the secret and could manage it freely. During this time, Chinsun also brewed several batches of pills. The success rate of forming pills increased greatly, and their magic consumption decreased. Many alchemists failed at the fire of pill refining, because even a small fluctuation in magic inside the body could ruin a batch of pills. They chose to use more stable spiritual fire from the earth veins. One person and one cow slowly smiled in the cave, the flickering candlelight casting a terrifying glow on them. The sky can be repaired, the sea can be filled, and the south mountain can be moved. The sun and moon have passed and cannot be caught again. 5 years have flown by in the blink of an eye. The border of the Qianghua kingdom faced a great battle. The crown prince officially took the throne, and the court was filled with chaos and bloodshed. The common people cried out in suffering, overwhelmed by hardship. The Wu kingdom was full of ambition. Their army pressed forward, causing turmoil in Qianghua. The 10 great sects of immortals began to interfere in the war. The immortal sects of Wu kingdom refused to join. A new round of fighting started, with hidden dangers everywhere. Under the great changes of the world, no one could stay safe alone. When a kingdom rises, the people suffer. When it falls, the people suffer. Outside the Ningyun mountain range, a person wearing a bandit mask was walking slowly into the mountains, leading a large black ox. As they passed through a forest, a dozen bandits jumped out from the trees. They licked their lips and looked at the person and the ox with cold eyes, holding shiny swords. The person with the ox was probably not a big figure. The mountain bandits had good judgment. They wouldn't attack everyone. Attack! Leave the ox behind. Die, all of you. Ha ha. A dozen bandits leapt into the air, their eyes shining with bloodthirsty excitement. Killing was a joy, especially hearing the final desperate screams of their prey. The person leading the ox seemed unaware, still walking forward. The bandits grew more excited. What a fool. Suddenly, chaos erupted. Strong gusts of wind swept through, and countless stones shot up from the ground around the person and the ox, flying like arrows. The stones moved so fast and fiercely that they were faster than the eye could see. Ah! Screams of terror echoed through the forest, startling the birds into flight. The dozen bandits fell helplessly to the ground, their heads pierced by stones, large holes torn in their skulls, blood pouring out onto the ground. Moo! The ox let out a soft call. Flames ignited in the forest. The bandits' bodies were gone, but the grass around them was untouched. The person and the ox continued walking forward calmly, as if nothing had happened, without a hint of surprise or disturbance. Old ox, this world is becoming more and more chaotic, Chen Sun said calmly, looking straight ahead. Ningyun mountain range is full of chaos and danger. We should prepare to leave. Moo! The cow responded heavily, with a hint of hostility in its eyes. Over the past 5 years, they had experienced and seen too much. It seemed that the world was never as beautiful as they once imagined. Some people fled and ate their companions raw out of hunger. Others migrated with their entire clans, only to be killed by mountain bandits. Some sought immortality and enlightenment, only to die at the claws of monsters. Others harbored ill will toward them, repaid kindness with cruelty, and were ultimately ruthlessly killed. After all these experiences, a trace of indifference appeared in Chen Sun and the cow's eyes. They're just passing strangers who don't even know their names. Chen Sun's lips curled slightly. Old cow, don't let them affect your mood. Our world is still vast. Mumu the cow rubbed against Chen Sun and grinned. They continued walking together. Over these 5 years, all their longevity points had been invested in their magic power, making their spells incredibly advanced and causing a big change. Now, they dared not use their magic fully. Even a small control spell became terrifyingly powerful. It was like plucking enemies' heads from 1,000 miles away as easily as reaching into a bag. On the ground, as long as something was within their sight, they could shoot down even low-flying birds. Fireball spells were even more frightening. Moreover, the pills they brewed seemed to carry an indescribable power, much stronger than before. Their alchemy furnaces had even broken down from overuse. But after taking so many pills, they had now broken through the 10th level of Qi cultivation. Neither the rejuvenation pill nor the energy-boosting pill could increase their cultivation further. A thin, clear barrier formed inside their bodies, solidifying their dantian like a steel wall, impossible to break through. Today, the sun was blazing, though a north wind blew, bringing a warm feeling. Deep inside the Ningyun Mountains, the air was filled with a strange floral scent. Walking along the rugged mountain path, they encountered a group of people coming down the mountain. A young woman walking ahead paused and looked at Chin-sun for a long time. "It's really you." Chin-sun and the cow were stunned. Who was this? Were they trying to play tricks? Even the people beside the young woman looked at her with confusion. Could she recognize someone just by wearing a hood? "It's been nearly 10 years. I didn't expect you to come back again." The young woman suddenly smiled, carrying a faint fragrance. "I remember your hood and the cow." Chin-sun frowned. Her smile seemed to bring to mind a young girl who had been frightened by him long ago, now slowly merging with this young woman. Her voice had become more mature, and her face was no longer that of a young girl. Her eyes held more stories and a sense of calm. "Is that you?" Chin-sun remembered and asked, "Isn't the Ascension Festival starting soon? Are you not selling spiritual medicines anymore?" "No, I've stopped. My cultivation talent is limited, so I plan to go home." The young woman smiled, her head covering still looking funny. "My family has arranged a marriage for me. Congratulations. I actually know a bit about happy events like weddings," Chin-sun said seriously, slightly bowing his hand. "From your face, I can tell you are a lucky person. Things will go smoothly for you in the future." "Then I'll take your good words as a blessing," she replied. The young woman nodded slightly, glancing deeply toward the direction of the Ascension Festival. "I wish you success in reaching the immortal realm and everything goes well. Safe travels, friend," Chin-sun said, stepping back with Dahainyo. The young woman turned around, giving Chin-sun a sweet smile like before, then she and the others left. Chin-sun continued on his way. The two groups of people headed in different directions, each toward their own future, passing by each other. Suddenly, he stopped, looked back at the people below the mountain. A breeze swept through, causing the mountain flowers to bloom all over. The young woman's black hair fluttered in the wind. Chin-sun smiled calmly and turned to leave. Inside Nine-Star Valley, Chin-sun led Dahainyo into the area. All around were unfamiliar faces. They moved quickly, scattered among the crowd, cultivators eager for strength. After 3 days, representatives from 10 great sects arrived. The area buzzed with noise. Chin-sun and Dahainyo silently watched from a high platform. These 10 sects send different people each year, but all are foundation establishment stage cultivators. "Old Nyo," Chin-sun said. "Mu, breakthrough." Chin-sun led Dahainyo toward the Ziyun sect's high platform. The scattered cultivators looked surprised. Someone bringing a common cow to challenge the test was quite amusing. At the top of the platform, 3 women stood with their hands behind their backs, their eyes sharp and bright, watching the man with the head covering with interest. The first challenge was a puppet beast, 10 mechanical puppets at the Qi refining stage 5. They dodged attacks and moved to the next level. Many scattered cultivators' eyes were drawn to Chin-sun. He was a cultivator at the Qi refining stage 7. As Chin-sun stepped forward, a flash of red light flickered across the puppet beast's body. They formed a formation from all directions and attacked Chin-sun, showing no fear of life or death. Suddenly, the ground beneath Chin-sun trembled. He left the afterimage in place and quickly lifted the black bull, dodging several spells. In an instant, he appeared behind a puppet beast. Chin-sun's palm was covered with flames. The puppet beast's back seemed to melt like lava, revealing a crystal. The puppet beast suddenly became immobile. Following the same method, Chin-sun acted quickly, accurately, and decisively. All 10 puppet beasts were defeated easily, as if it was not a difficult task. Who is this person? What kind of spell did he just use? The puppet from the Purple Cloud Immortal Sect was actually taken down by him. These puppets are made from valuable materials. This is eye-opening. Usually, we just avoid danger, but he managed to destroy all these puppets. His strength is terrifying. The crowd below the high platform of the Purple Cloud Sect was shocked. They had never seen anyone who could drag a black cow and take down 10 puppet beasts at the same time. At the top of the platform, 3 women looked at each other with surprise. "Senior Sister Yun, this wandering cultivator is a bit too much," one woman said angrily. This was the property of the Purple Cloud Sect, and he had destroyed it all. "Interesting," Senior Sister Yun parted her lips slightly and said calmly, showing no concern. I want to see what kind of talent he has. As she finished speaking, the three of them took out a token each. The second test, measuring bone age and talent. Chun Sun entered a large hall with black bull. Inside, the hall was colorful and bright, with a formation in the center. He stepped directly into it. Bone age 20. The woman looked at her token, trembling as she spoke. Talent. 5-element mixed spiritual root. Such a pity. But among wandering cultivators, he's considered quite a notable figure, Senior Sister Yin said with slight regret. It was clear that Chun Sun hadn't used his full strength in the first test. However, cultivation talent was heavily restricted in the Purple Cloud sect. Their focus was on combat strength during the Qi refining stage, which was not very important to them. Inside the hall, Chun Sun smiled faintly. His goal had been achieved. The Purple Cloud sect valued talent the most, and there was no need for him to continue. The first test was just to give everyone hope. He had observed for years and already saw through the sect's ways. Old cow, let's go, moo. Chun Sun left through another door, not attempting the challenge again. It seemed he knew his talent was not enough. Sister Yin simply looked at Chun Sun deeply and then turned her gaze elsewhere. The Purple Cloud sect also sent a few disciples who released puppet beasts from their storage bags, and the next round of challenges began. Friend, please stay. A middle-aged man in green clothes, with kind eyes, called out to Chun Sun outside the other door. Hunters usually appear as prey. Chun Sun looked at him blankly, leading the black bull, and asked, Friend, what do you want? I am Yin Jun from the Weiyun sect of Jiang State. The man introduced himself, then sighed slightly. I saw your brave fighting earlier, but your talent limits you. It's a pity. Qian State has 9 regions, and the Ningyun mountain range is in Yongquan State. It takes at least half a year to travel there on foot. The Weiyun sect is also a major immortal sect in Jiang State. Although not as famous as the 10 great immortal sects, it is well known in the cultivation world of Qian State. The Weiyun sect has good relations with the Purple Cloud sect. It is said that the higher-ups are quite close, which is why Yin Jun could come here to take a chance. So, you are a disciple of Weiyun sect. I've heard of you. Chun Sun cupped his hands, pretending to be enlightened, waiting for more. He was surprised to learn that this person was a 9th-layer Qi refining cultivator. Are you interested in joining Weiyun sect? Yin Jun asked with a smile. Yongquan State doesn't have many big sects, and cultivation resources are limited. In the past, these scattered cultivators felt honored to be invited, without question. How can you prove you are a disciple of Weiyun sect? I can't just follow you based on your words, Chun Sun said. I've been observing for a long time. Why do some sects always prefer strong fighters among scattered cultivators and not care about talent? Please tell me honestly. After joining Weiyun sect, what would I need to do? I understand that there are no free lunches in the world. And most importantly, can I bring my family's ancestral black bull with me? Chun Sun asked seriously. These questions had been in his mind for a long time. This was the main reason he was afraid to join the 10 great immortal sects. The disciples of these medium-sized sects had reasons to talk about, but the Foundation establishment elders wouldn't bother much. What if they told him to get rid of the black bull? When he first came here, the little fat guy told him it was best to get rid of the black bull. He even said it would be better to kill him. Yin Jun was stunned, his mouth opening wider and wider. What happened to this person? Did he have some deep childhood trauma? This is a token of the 5 elements sect disciple. Please take a look, fellow cultivator. Yin Jun took out a green token from his storage bag. It had the words, 5 elements, written on it, with mysterious patterns that clearly were not ordinary. If this token is activated, it can signal support from 5 elements sect disciples within a 100-mile radius. Yin Jun was a bit speechless. If recruiting a suitable disciple wasn't beneficial, he wouldn't bother explaining so much. Try activating it yourself. Fellow cultivator, please don't mind. As a casual cultivator, I can't compare to your major sect disciples. When I retreat into seclusion, I will activate it myself. Then you can tell if it's real or fake. All right. Chun Sun nodded with a smile, looking at Yin Jun with anticipation. Yin Jun took a deep breath, blinking as he said, Actually, it's not a big secret. It concerns the lives of low-level cultivators in the Qian Kingdom. Please, fellow cultivator, speak plainly. It's about the spiritual medicine for Foundation establishment pills, Yin Jun slowly explained. It turns out that Qian Kingdom has a secret realm called the Southern Dipper Mountain. It opens once every 20 years. It was sealed by hundreds of great cultivators from Qian Kingdom over 10,000 years ago to ensure there would be successors in the cultivation world. Inside, there are countless spiritual medicines, with the most precious being those for making foundation establishment pills. However, these medicines are divided and guarded by various great sects, with limited quotas. The secret realm also has strict restrictions on cultivation levels. Only Qi refining stage cultivators can enter. The competition every 20 years is fierce, with only about 1 in 10 surviving. Besides the 10 great sects that have methods to cultivate foundation establishment pills, other sects do not. This is the fundamental difference between immortal sections. Relying on natural foundation building wastes time and easily leads to obsession or demonic possession. Qi refining stage cultivators only have a lifespan of about 100 years. Reaching the 10th level takes a lot of time. Even gaining an extra year of effort can lead to fierce conflicts. The spiritual medicines for foundation establishment in the outside world of Qian Kingdom have long been exhausted. There are too many Qi refining stage cultivators, and the demand far exceeds supply. I see. Chen Sun understood. It seems they are being sent to do the dirty work, maybe even as cannon fodder. Of course, if someone manages to gather 3 main spiritual medicines, the sect's senior brothers can refine a batch of foundation establishment pills, and those who gather will share in the benefits. Yinjun added, then turned the conversation. Our 5 Elements sect has never forced disciples to participate. Fellow cultivator, you need not worry. Chen Sun chuckled softly after hearing this, but did not reply. Instead, he thought to himself, there's no need to force it. Those with poor talent, who see no hope of foundation building, should just give up. After joining the 5 Essence sect, you can choose your own steward. As long as you meet the contribution requirements each year, you're good. In Jun, with his arms crossed, spoke calmly. For example, I am an outer sect steward. I can exchange my contributions for techniques and spells. Every year, there's a big sect competition. If an elder takes a liking to you and accepts you as a disciple, you could rise quickly and become an inner sect disciple. And what if I don't meet the contribution requirements? You can make up for it the next year. But if you fail to meet the standards for 3 consecutive years, you will be expelled from the sect. In Jun's eyes flickered with fear at this point. Being expelled means losing your cultivation. Outer sect disciples can only do this. Inner sect disciples don't need to worry about it. Of course, those in the foundation establishment stage are also exempt. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for clarifying. However, you big ox. Injun looked at the black ox with a slight frown. The sect only accepts spiritual beasts. That's perfect. Chen Sun patted the black ox. Moo moo. The black ox stepped forward, a surge of spiritual power flowing within. Injun was shocked. He was at the 2nd level of Qi refining, and he had not noticed this before. Then there's no problem. Injun took a step back and said, spiritual beasts are a great help to cultivators. One of the top sects, the Beast Taming Sect, specializes in spiritual beasts and is very powerful among low-level cultivators. Good. I, Chen Sun, am willing to join the 5 Essence sect, Chen Sun said solemnly, bowing with his hands together, making eye contact with Injun. Please accept this token. Injun's eyes lit up with joy as he received the contribution. You haven't officially joined yet, so we can't call each other brothers. Thank you. Chen Sun took a small green token, which was smaller than the previous one. He felt a little excited inside. On the day of the closed valley, the senior uncle will activate the token. You will know where to meet when the time comes. All right, I won't bother you anymore, Chen Sun said with a smile, leading the black ox away. Injun nodded and looked toward the challenge area of the Purple Cloud sect. He also held a token similar to those of the 3 women. On the street, the black ox looked excited, occasionally nudging Chen Sun. Old ox, we're leaving this place now. Chen Sun smiled softly, feeling a bit hurried. It seemed he had grasped many things, yet like sand slipping through his palm, he had also lost many unintentionally. However, joining the Wuyun sect was already part of Chen Sun's plan. He had heard that the sect's strength was average, neither weak nor strong, just as they expected. Every year, disciples of the Wuyun sect would wander near the tall platform of the Ziyun sect. Although he didn't know their exact relationship, as long as they attracted attention, it was enough. By showing extraordinary strength at the first test of the Ziyun sect and losing at the second, the people from Wuyun sect would come looking for them. This time, they had brought all their belongings. Dingling. A clear, crisp sound rang out as the black bull shifted its body a few times, looking at Chen Sun. Chen Sun paused, walking over to the black bull. He looked at their pots and bowls, which were already yellowed and rusty. Later, we'll polish these carefully. They are treasures. Moo, Chen Sun and the black bull slowly walked through 9-Star Valley. For the first time, their steps weren't so hurried. They gradually left the valley entrance, and their speed suddenly increased. On a mountain ridge, a lonely grave stood. They arrived at Sun Kai Li's tomb, tidied the weeds, and lit a few incense sticks. Old Sun, we're leaving now. It's a faraway place. I don't know when we'll return. Chen Sun's voice was soft as he picked weeds with one hand. Haha, we've never been that far before. Moo, the black bull muttered beside him, speaking some of its thoughts. The mountain wind blew, and the sound of jingling came from the black bull. 2 figures had already left, and a faint sigh drifted with the mountain breeze into the distance. Half a day later, Chen Sun arrived at Ning Si's tomb, where a gravestone for Ning Si's wife stood nearby. Master, mistress, Chen Sun's voice trembled slightly as he bowed with clasped hands. Their smiles and voices seemed as if they had just been yesterday. Although you're not the most talented, I believe you will be the best healer. This child is indeed good, upright in character, and with a kind heart. It seemed they were sitting in front of the tomb, still watching Chen Sun with smiles, their eyes full of pride. We're leaving now, to say goodbye to master and mistress. Chen Sun looked solemn, bowing deeply. The black bull followed, bowing carefully. He patted the cow and was about to turn away when suddenly his steps slipped, as if someone had pushed him. Chen Sun's pupils shrank sharply, and his eyes trembled. Moo, old cow, it's okay. Let's go. Chen Sun smiled faintly without looking back, leading the cow away. At this moment, a gentle breeze blew, and countless floating fluff suddenly soared into the sky. There was no confusion or hesitation. The 2 figures walked farther and farther away. A huge full moon hung high in the sky. The early winter moon was clear and cold, pouring down icy silver light from the west. Outside 9-Star Valley, many wandering cultivators had already begun to leave. The valley would close tomorrow, and they had no hope left. In the distance, on a grassy field, several angry roars and screams sounded. Blood drops fell on the grass, and 7 or 8 figures stood around, with cold smiles on their faces. The cold wind howled, blowing the grass back and forth like waves in the ocean, rising and falling, very spectacular. How dare you provoke our Liao family? This is the result. The middle-aged man who once sold Chen Sun's spiritual medicine seeds stomped on the head of a wandering cultivator. His eyes were cold, and flying swords circled around him. Brother Dao, that fool with the hood has appeared. The round-faced man grinned fiercely. He still remembered the punch from before. I didn't expect him to come again. The Liao family had been doing business in 9-Star Valley for many years. Many cultivators in the family, though not all foundation establishment stage, were not to be trifled with by wandering cultivators. Humph, he's been hiding for so long. This time, he won't escape, the middle-aged man said grimly, and the flying swords around him became even sharper. Suddenly, a sense of dread suddenly struck. The Liao family members' expressions changed, and they looked up at the high ground of the grassland, their eyes filled with shock. Under the full moon, a hooded person and a cow stood high up. Their robes fluttered loudly in the wind, and the 3 mountain-breaking axes and the black cow's horns were rendered even colder by the silver glow. Liao family members, long time no see. The hooded person slightly tilted his head, a cold smile on his lips, looking down at everyone. I heard you were looking for me. The round-faced man's eyes gleamed with excitement as he held a talisman in his hand. A faint glow appeared, and he shouted, Set. Swish. Chen Sun moved quickly. A strong gust of wind suddenly rose, pressing down on the grass so hard that it couldn't stand. At this moment, his cultivation level kept rising. 5th level of Qi refining. 6th level of Qi refining. 10th level of Qi refining. All the Liao family members felt their scalps go numb, their eyes nearly bulging out. The round-faced man's pupils trembled violently, because Chen Sun was already in front of him, interrupting his spellcasting. Too slow. Chen Sun lifted the round-faced man with one hand. The man trembled all over, his lips trembling as the talisman slowly fell onto the grass. Whoa! Dahe Nyo roared angrily. A fiery whirlpool spun continuously, and in an instant, endless flames burst out. The sky was filled with firelight, and huge walls of fire surrounded all the Liao family members. A hot wave of energy hit them, carrying intense magical fluctuations, hiding violent power visible to the eye. What's happening? Foundation establishment. Senior from the Foundation establishment stage. It's over. The other Liao family members felt weak, and their hair stood on end. They trembled with fear, their voices trembling, and their eyes filled with firelight. They could feel the intense heat on their skin. The middle-aged man remained in a dazed state. He watched helplessly as Chen Sun carried the round-faced man toward him step by step. Instinctively, he manipulated his flying sword to defend himself. The flying sword was grasped by Chen Sun and crushed inch by inch, like the middle-aged man's heart. His legs went weak, and he stammered, "Senior, we didn't know who you were. Where are my half-bag of spiritual medicine seeds? They're here?" "Here." The middle-aged man hurriedly took out several bags of seeds from his storage pouch and handed them all to Chen Sun. Chen Sun only took half a bag of the seeds. His gaze suddenly turned cold. "But I will never forgive those who mean us harm. You, Brother Dao, stop." Inside the firewall, screams of agony echoed. Chen Sun and Dahe Nyo looked coldly toward Nine-Star Valley. They had heard that the Liao family had been hiding there for years. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Chen Sun's small token emitted a faint glow. He infused it with some magic power and looked in a certain direction. "Old Nyo, let's go, moo moo," responded the cow. In an open space inside the valley, a flying boat stood still. Around it, more than 10 people gathered, some dressed uniformly, all respectfully watching a tall, straight-bodied man. This man was one of the outer sect elders, Ao Gu, who was at the early stage of Foundation establishment. "Elder Ao, how many people are coming?" Jun asked politely. "It's fine. This year's disciples are quite good." Ao Gu stroked his beard and said, "I heard there are a few young scattered cultivators with small age bones. One has a bone age of 20 and has reached the 7th level of chi refining. He broke through 10 puppet beasts of the Ziyun sect with one move." Jun was also surprised. He even has a spiritual beast at the 2nd level of chi refining. His cultivation talent is a mixed spiritual root. Oh, such a person exists? If they go to other immortal sects to challenge, it might not be our Wuyun sect's turn. Ao Gu nodded repeatedly, looking very satisfied. Such a person would definitely be a main force in the Nanda Mountain secret realm, and Jun had just found him. At this moment, Chen Sun, leading the cow, hurried over, dusty and tired, with the clattering of pots and pans. "Friend Chen, let me introduce you." Jun stepped forward with a smile. "This is Elder Ao, an outer sect elder of Wuyun sect." He then looked at Ao Gu. "Elder Ao, this is the person I mentioned earlier. Nice to meet you, Elder Ao. Sorry for being late." Chen Sun cupped his hands and quickly took off his hood, revealing a clean, innocent-looking face. "Not bad, not bad." Ao Gu looked at Chen Sun and the cow, smiling slightly. He liked respectful juniors who knew manners. "Go to the back." "Yes." Chen Sun quickly led the cow to stand with the scattered cultivators, smiling and greeting everyone. Half an hour later, everyone was gathered. They all stood in front of the flying boat. Chen Sun and the cow's hearts pounded with excitement. The flying boat was huge, over 10 zhang long. It had no mast or sails, made entirely of wood-like material, and could hold over 100 people. Though not as powerful as the 10 great sects, it was still a very strong sect. "Let's go." Ao Gu stepped onto the flying boat, clapped his hands, and directed some magic power. The flying boat let out a deep, rumbling sound. Jun led the scattered cultivators onto the boat, while Chen Sun pulled the ox around, inspecting everything. It was clear that this material was not ordinary wood. This flying boat is so big, Chen Sun kept marveling. It was his first time seeing a flying boat up close. "Old ox, jump a few times." "Moo moo." The ox really jumped twice, but no sound came out. It was solid and quiet. Other scattered cultivators also kept praising, their faces full of happiness, just like Chin Sun. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, and the flying boat slowly lifted off. Chin Sun and the others wobbled, quickly leaning over the edge to look down at the ground. Old Ox, we're taking off. Moo moo. A strong cold wind blew, making Chin Sun and the ox's lips tremble. The Nine-Star Valley became clearer and clearer. Ao Gu sat cross-legged, surrounded by array flags. He pointed with both hands, and a transparent protective shield covered the entire flying boat, blocking the wind. Awesome. Chin Sun looked at the light screen, swallowed hard, and tightly hugged the ox. Moo. The ox was now very nervous. It suddenly realized it was a bit afraid of heights, so it quickly curled its head into Chin Sun's arms. The full view of the Nine-Star Valley appeared before their eyes. Chin Sun was stunned. He saw how big the valley was, with many strange flowers and plants growing everywhere. The figures on the ground gradually shrank, and the mountains, rivers, and valleys became clearer. The flying boat had finished taking off and was now moving at full speed. Old Ox, we're leaving. We're really leaving, Chin Sun shouted excitedly, clutching the edge of the boat tightly, eyes wide open. Ningyun Mountain Range. Moo. The ox also stuck out its head, looking at the Ningyun Mountain Range where they had stayed for so many years. This time, they were truly leaving for good. Old Ox, look. Panning City. It's so big. Chin Sun pointed to another place. A huge city outline appeared before them, and they could see countless people moving inside. It was their first time viewing from above. Moo? Moo moo. The ox seemed to be searching for something, looking down everywhere. The flying boat cut through clouds and mist, passing over towering mountains. Old Sun's mountain peak. Chin Sun saw it, and the ox saw it too. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, Old Sun, moo. The great black ox also became excited. Even though some clouds and mist drifted by, it still saw everything clearly. Chin Sun's eyes filled with tears, perhaps because the wind was too strong and sand got into his eyes. He also saw the resting place of his master and mistress. Let's go. Everything on the ground became smaller and more blurry. The flying boat was moving very fast. The city of Painting gradually disappeared, and the Ningyun Mountains slowly faded away until they could no longer be seen. One person and one ox kept looking in that direction, where they carried many happy memories. The flying boat hummed as it cut through the sky. Clouds and mist were blown apart, and their thoughts drifted far away. Goodbye, small mountain village. Goodbye, Painting City. Goodbye, Ningyun Mountains. The vast sky was filled with countless birds flying freely, matching the blue sky and white clouds. The flying boat flew alongside them, but was left far behind. Chin Sun and the black ox stepped away from the edge of the flying boat, their eyes firm as they looked ahead. The winding mountain ranges grew farther away. The flying boat changed direction a few times and then headed straight toward Jiang Prefecture in Qin Kingdom. An exciting journey was about to begin. On the flying boat, Elder Ao looked at everyone. It seemed their moods had mostly settled. Senior Ao, the scattered cultivators bowed and showed respect. They felt Elder Ao's gaze. The sect has spent a lot to send this flying boat to pick you up. We hope everyone keeps a clear mind. Elder Ao spoke seriously. Some honest words needed to be said first. Whether in this cultivation world or in any sect, everyone contributes their effort. Please do not waste time and follow the sect's rules. Understood, Elder Ao. The scattered cultivators were all shaken inside. The idea of killing, stealing treasures, or acting selfishly no longer worked within the sect. Chin Sun's eyes flashed with realization. Inside the sect, it wasn't a place to just pass time. That's what the annual contributions were for. Since the sect provided a safe platform for cultivation, everyone knew they should give back. Everyone understood this deep down. They had managed to climb from being scattered cultivators to where they are now. No one was foolish. Elder Ao looked around at everyone and nodded slightly. Though these scattered cultivators weren't highly talented, they were the main force in the secret realm of Nanda Mountain every 20 years. They dared to fight and kill, and they had many skills. Within the sect, the talented disciples are too valuable to risk their lives. This is why each year, even at great cost, the sect recruits strong wandering cultivators to pave the way for these promising students. Good, Aogu nodded expressionlessly, then stopped speaking. He sat cross-legged at the front, and the few disciples from the Wuyun sect sat behind him to begin their cultivation. Friend, a thin man, resembling a monkey, approached Chen Sun. He had a fair face, handsome features, and was at the 8th level of qi refining. Chen Sun and Nyo sat at the back of the boat, smiling and nodding at this future senior brother. My name is Ji Kuan. From now on, we are fellow disciples. Sorry to bother you. I hope you don't mind. Ji Kuan cupped his hands and smiled. He looked around. The other wandering cultivators were either very powerful or unfriendly. This one seemed easier to get along with. I am Chen Sun. So you are senior brother Ji. I've heard of you for a long time. Please, have a seat. Chen Sun patted the front and said confidently. He then looked at Nyo. This is my family's ancestral black bull, at the 2nd level of qi refining. Moo. Nyo, lying down, suddenly stood up and called out to Ji Kuan. And spiritual beast. Hello, junior brother Nyo. Ji Kuan sat cross-legged and smiled. He didn't know much about sect rules, so he just called casually. But hearing Chen Sun call him senior brother made him feel a bit proud. After being a wandering cultivator for so long, he finally joined an organization. Moo. Nyo was happy to be called junior brother and called out again. Hee. Chen Sun, which hall do you want to join? The Wuyun sect is large with many factions, but sect rules can be mistaken. We must choose the right path in life. Oh? Does senior brother Ji have some inside information? I know nothing about the Wuyun sect. Chen Sun looked at Ji Kuan with admiration. It was obvious he had someone inside the sect. You're overthinking, Chen Sun. I was just asking about the Wuyun sect disciples who invited me. Nothing special. Ji Kuan quickly waved his hand, a faint smile appearing on his face. Are there many people in the Wuyun sect? Chen Sun asked curiously. Looking at those martial arts schools, they only had about 1,000 people. Ji Kuan extended his hand and made a mysterious gesture, indicating the number 5. 5,000 people? Chen Sun exclaimed in shock, looking at Nyo, who also looked surprised at him. There are so many cultivators. They have lived for so many years, and the total number of cultivators they have seen is less than this. Haha. Ji Kuan looked at Chen Sun's expression and felt very happy. He shook his head again. 500 people? That's a bit few. Chen Sun said with slight disappointment in his eyes. Junior brother Chen, it's over 50,000, Ji Kuan said slowly after taking a deep breath. However, when Chen Sun heard this, his eyes widened in shock. Junior brother Chen. Moo. Not long after, Chen Sun calmed down, his mind was filled with shock, and he said, Senior brother Ji, 50,000 cultivators? That's right. When I heard it, I reacted pretty much the same as junior brother Chen. Isn't that the 10 great schools of Qian country reaching the heavens? Exactly. Not only Qian country, but I also heard that cultivators from other countries are among the 10 great schools. Ji Kuan sighed and said that all the outstanding cultivators of Qian country are within the 10 great schools. He wondered how wonderful that place must be. Old cow, did you hear what senior brother Ji said? This is experience. This is vision. Chen Sun spread one hand and said. Nyo was stunned listening and kept nodding. He thought that 9-Star Valley was the peak for cultivators. However, for us outer disciples without background, joining the Outer Court Elders Hall is the best choice. Ji Kuan said seriously. Although it involves some dangerous tasks, the contributions are high. You can exchange for many treasures, gain practical combat experience, and quickly improve your cultivation. Chen Sun understood. From Ji Kuan's words, he realized that Ji Kuan was trying to recruit him. They were starting to form a group so quickly. All right, senior brother Ji. I will consider it. If I decide to join the Outer Court Elders Hall, I will come to find you first. Chen Sun cupped his hands and spoke sincerely, his eyes full of honesty. Good. Then I won't bother junior brother Chen and brother Nyo anymore. Ji Kuan said with a smile, bowing slightly before leaving gracefully to find other friends. Moo. Nyo called out after Ji Kuan's figure. Chen Sun's expression was calm. Based only on Ji Kuan's words, he wouldn't make any decisions. Moreover, the Outer Court Elders Hall conflicted with his ideals. He didn't want to fight or kill inside the sect. He had finally found a place with order and just wanted to live happily. However, everything would have to wait until he reached Wuyun sect. Buzz. The entire flying boat continues to move forward in the sky, and all the scattered cultivators on board feel more and more nervous. Jiang Prefecture is located in the northern border of the Qian Kingdom. The area is mostly plains and large rivers, with many wild animals. The local people are brave and often act heroically. However, there are several grand mountain ranges within Jiang Prefecture that are very mysterious. One of them is the Jade Bamboo Mountain Range, which ranks second in size within the prefecture. It lies on the west side of Jiang Prefecture, while the most majestic mountain range, the Han Yun Mountain Range, is on the east side. The Jade Bamboo Mountain Range stretches for thousands of miles without end. It is always covered in thick fog, and many villagers have lost their way inside. When they return, they say they saw signs of immortality. Although the mountains are huge, few people go there. Many legends have grown around it, and even the government has issued notices forbidding ordinary people from entering. The mountains are full of steep peaks and ridges, with cliffs wrapped in clouds and mist. Ancient trees tower high, and rivers flow close to the mountains, adding to the mysterious atmosphere. But what most people in the prefecture don't know is that this place is actually the location of a major cultivation sect, the Wuyun Sect. An endless, magical array has been continuously strengthened and improved by generations of Wuyun Sect elders, making it invisible to the outside world. Inside the array, there are many towers and pavilions built among the mountains, and over a dozen grand halls sit atop the peaks, overlooking the entire Jade Bamboo Mountain Range. Among the towering mountains, countless secret dwellings are hidden everywhere. Occasionally, divine light flashes and spiritual energy is intense within the mountains. Whoosh, whoosh, countless disciples of the Wuyun Sect, dressed uniformly, ride flying swords and rush past from low in the sky. They look tense and busy, racing against time in their limited lives. Above the sky, several flying boats pass by. After a month, Chen Sun and others finally arrive. Chen Sun and the ox lie beside the flying boat, constantly marveling. They feel a wave of weakness, overwhelmed by the sight. Old ox, this is the world of cultivation. What's the 9-star valley compared to this? Chen Sun speaks tremblingly, staring eagerly at the ground. The buildings are completely different from those in the mortal world, luxurious, grand, and high class. Moo. The ox's eyes tremble, and its mooing sounds stretch long. There are many cultivators on the ground. Buzz, buzz, several large ships smoothly landed on the ground. This is an open-air platform, like a big square, with over 100 disciples standing in front, holding clothing and magical tools. Inside the ships, the elders stepped onto their magical tools and floated away, still talking and laughing as they went. Only about 40 or so casual cultivators came down. They looked nervously at the disciples from the sect, unsure of what to do. Chen Sun, holding the ox, also stood at the edge of the casual cultivators, looking around. There was no formal entrance ceremony at all. Everyone, Injun, standing at the front with a bright expression, was in a very different mood from when he was at 9-Star Valley. Please take your sect items. From now on, we are brothers and sisters in the sect. As he finished speaking, his disciples stepped forward. The casual cultivators hurried to receive their clothes and tokens. Dust removal technique, sword control technique, 5 elements formula, sect rules, and even storage bags. Chen Sun couldn't stop smiling, giggling softly as he watched the disciples in front. One disciple frowned slightly. He didn't like casual cultivators much and said coldly, "After receiving your items, go to the main hall of the sect to choose your positions. Your contribution points will determine your future in the sect." "Thank you. Thank you." Chen Sun nodded happily, quickly changing into a blue robe. His appearance changed completely. "Excuse me." He hadn't finished speaking when the disciple turned and walked away, not wanting to say more. "So cold?" Chen Sun raised an eyebrow. "How do I find the main hall?" He looked at the ox, turning around. "Old ox. Heh, do I look like a fairy?" Moo the ox let out a surprised sound. "It's true. Clothes make the man." Chen Sun looked much brighter than before. "But we shouldn't throw away our clothes." Chen Sun carefully folded his rough cloth clothes and put them in the pockets on both sides of the ox. He had sewn them himself, so they were high quality. Moo, the ox nodded happily. The spiritual energy inside this sect is much better than in Ningyun Mountain Range. Junior brother Chun, Ji Kuan, also changed into his clothes and hung his token at his waist. "Let's go to the main hall of the sect." Seeing Chun Sun looking lost, Ji Kuan guessed he hadn't asked for directions. The sect disciple seemed quite proud and didn't want to talk much. All right. Thank you, Senior Brother Ji, for leading the way. Chun Sun led the ox behind Ji Kuan as they walked down the high platform. Junior Brother Chun, no need to be polite. We all come from 9 Stars Valley, so we should look out for each other, Ji Kuan said loudly, showing a big brotherly attitude. Chun Sun nodded, feeling a good impression of Ji Kuan. Although he looked like a skinny monkey and sometimes had a gloomy face, he was a good person. The main hall of the Wuyun sect was built on a hillside. It was lively with many disciples coming and going. The hall was simple and elegant, very grand. Chun Sun and the ox stood in front, tiny like ants, hardly noticeable, only able to look up. Outside the hall, tall black pillars were carved with unknown spiritual beasts, their claws and scales lively, as if they might fly away at any moment. Junior Brother Chun, I'll go in first, Ji Kuan said, looking at Chun Sun, who was still amazed. But you should think about what I said. Okay, I will. Thank you, Senior Brother Ji. You go ahead. Chun Sun quickly recovered and cupped his hands. Ji Kuan didn't say more. He turned to walk into the main hall, eyes full of hope and excitement. His long-held wish was finally coming true. Old cow, look at this building. This shows the strength of a big sect, Chun Sun said admiringly. He slowly approached, touching the pillars, and said, This is a crafted artifact. Moo. The ox was interested. It nudged the pillar with its head, feeling the coolness. Compared to the other disciples, Chun Sun and the ox had fewer selfish thoughts. They started to admire the hall, commenting on it as they looked around. Their knowledge grew quickly, and their eyes sparkled with joy. They kept touching and examining everything. Inside the hall, groups of disciples kept coming and going. But Chun Sun and the ox kept circling around the hall. Junior Brother, a righteous-looking man, approached with a strong presence. What are you doing here with that ox? Chun Sun was surprised. The man was a 9th-level chi refining cultivator. He cupped his hands and said, Greetings, Senior Brother. We are admiring the sect's main hall. Admiring the main hall, the man paused, looking at the tall pillars. Junior Brother, I am a disciple of the law enforcement hall. Time is precious. It's better not to waste it on such things. Understood, understood, Chun Sun said hurriedly, sweating. Thank you, Senior Brother. You're such a good person. Yes, you are a new disciple of the 5 Essence sect. The man smiled slightly. His sect token was worn backwards, and he was holding a storage bag in his hand. He had many items hanging on both sides of his large black ox, clearly a wandering cultivator who just joined the sect. Brother, you have good eyesight. Chun Sun felt a bit uncomfortable. Come, I will accompany the junior brother into the hall and introduce you to the different halls of the sect. The man was very friendly, acting like a caring older brother, pulling Chun Sun with one hand and holding the ox's reins with the other. Okay, brother, take your time. Moo. 2 exclamations came from outside the hall, and the enthusiastic senior brother pulled them into the main sect hall. This caring senior brother talked a lot, often advising fellow disciples inside the sect to stay on the right path. He was known for making many disciples cry and admit their mistakes, begging for mercy. His name was Lu Feng, a skilled enforcer in the sect's law enforcement hall, respected and liked by his fellow sect members. The sect's main hall has many branches, including the Alchemy Hall, Forging Hall, Talisman Hall, Spirit Beast Hall, and Law Enforcement Hall. The Law Enforcement Hall has a large system with various tasks, such as demon hunting, managing the sect's outside markets, and recruiting disciples. However, one of the least popular tasks is managing the sect's medicinal garden, considered the most tiring and thankless job. Because spiritual herbs are hard to grow, requiring daily watering with spiritual water, weeding, and other care. Each year, they must also report their share of spiritual herbs from their fields. Initially, all disciples thought it was easy, rushing to do it. But they soon found that not only did they have no time to cultivate, but they also couldn't deliver enough herbs, and their contributions were not recognized. Instead, they received harsh scolding. Growing spiritual herbs is a technical skill. Without experience, disciples at the chi refining stage don't know how to do it. Even if contributions increase, only a few will go, and the sect has to send some elders to help. Senior Brother Lu, it's this one. I want to plant spiritual herbs. Chin Sun said excitedly. It was a perfect match, too perfect. Junior brother Chun, I already told you the disadvantages. Lu Feng frowned. He strongly advised new disciples not to take on the task of managing the medicinal garden, as it was irresponsible for both the sect and the individual. Don't worry, senior brother Lu. My family has been planting spiritual herbs for generations. Chin Sun spoke seriously and respectfully cupped his hands. Thank you, senior brother Lu, for clearing up my doubts. I will do my best to manage the medicine garden. Although others might think Lu Feng was meddling, Chin Sun didn't see it that way. Lu Feng had helped him a lot, and he remembered this kindness. Good. Junior brother Chun, since you just joined the sect, if you have any questions, come to my cave to find me, Lu Feng said kindly. Since it was a family specialty, Chin Sun felt reassured. He then took out a talisman from his storage bag and handed it to Chin Sun. Use this to activate your magic power if needed. Chin Sun carefully took it, a strange look flashing in his eyes. He nodded seriously. Junior brother Chin, make sure to study hard and not waste time. I'll be going now, Lu Feng said with a gentle smile. Yes, senior brother Lu, Chin Sun replied. Meow. Chin Sun and the ox watched Lu Feng leave. A small smile appeared on their faces, as if they were back in their old mountain village. He walked to a high platform inside the hall and said, Uncle, I want to manage the medicine garden. Really? An old man, looking very frail and as if the wind could knock him over, replied softly, taking out a jade token and a book. Thank you, uncle, Chin Sun exclaimed happily. He looked at the jade token. It was a forbidden zone token for a certain medicine garden. Without it, he couldn't enter. Forcing his way in would be considered an invasion of the sect. Boy, managing the medicine garden isn't easy, the old man said drowsily, as if he was dozing or meditating. Just bring spiritual herbs here every year. Okay, Chin Sun said confidently, nodding. That little cow is quite good, full of spiritual energy. The old man looked at the ox behind Chin Sun, showing a hint of interest. Meow. Uncle, this is my family's ancestral black ox. Boy, go ahead. What are you thinking about? The old man seemed to regain some spirit. His eyes on the disciple made him feel like he was about to the spiritual beast from him. Hee, I won't bother you anymore. Uncle, Chin Sun said with a shy smile. He realized he had been overthinking. This is a big sect for cultivation. What spiritual beasts are not there? It's not like the 9-Star Valley. Old ox, let's go. Meow. Chin Sun led the ox happily. Their steps were lighter, finally free from the worries and scheming life. Cultivating in a sect was much better. On the road, they make way when they meet fellow disciples. Their faces kind and friendly, but they do not initiate conversation. Following the guidance of the jade pendant, they arrive at a quiet, remote valley. The surroundings are filled with unfamiliar exotic flowers and plants, and the air is rich with spiritual energy, making people feel refreshed. In the distance, there is a large waterfall, tumbling with white waves and splashing water droplets that look like jade and silver into the pool below, accompanied by colorful clouds of light. The sound is loud and powerful, like spring thunder, creating a majestic scene. It feels like a paradise outside the world. Old cow, don't run around recklessly. While Chin Sun was lost in thought, the cow had already wandered off, sniffing the fragrant flowers and watching butterflies fly. Moo! The cow was enchanted, quickly running in front of Chin Sun, eyes full of joy. Ha! Chin Sun held the cow's head with one hand and looked up. A magic array was operating above. He poured his spiritual power into the jade pendant, and the array instantly opened a gap. Let's go. Chin Sun pulled the cow along, sighing inwardly. The 5 Elements sect is really vast. The entire mountain range is their sect's territory. Inside, there are several large spiritual fields filled with all kinds of strange herbs. Ancient trees with twisting branches surround the area, fragrant grasses grow everywhere, and a lively atmosphere fills the air. Chin Sun and the cow are dazzled by the variety of herbs, many of which they cannot recognize. Deeper inside, there is a thatched cottage. Outside, an old man with messy hair looks eagerly at Chin Sun, as if seeing his father. You've come. I've come. Moo. Chin Sun and the cow felt a sudden sense of shock. It seemed like this old man was about to lose control. 10 years, finally someone has come. Ha-ha. Heaven has eyes. The little old man knelt down, spreading his hands and gazing up at the sky, sighing loudly. Two streams of tears wet his wrinkled face. He was a 9th-level Qi refining cultivator, an expert. Chen Sun looked at him with confusion. How did he become like this? Even worse than they were on Ningyun Mountain. Junior brother, I've gone to report my duties. I leave this place to you. The little old man looked excited. He released a earth-colored spiritual power, stepped onto a flying sword, and passed by Chen Sun, seeming eager to leave quickly. His eyes were filled with tears. 10 years ago, he was forcibly assigned by the Sect to this place, living among spiritual herbs. His cultivation progress was slow, and the loneliness and solitude were hard for anyone to understand. Chen Sun looked at his back and then at the ox. Moo? The ox didn't understand what he was doing. It doesn't realize how lucky it is. They entered a thatched hut filled with many books about growing spiritual herbs. Chen Sun took them all in. He then led the ox to the waterfall. The ox put down its things and rushed into the water, splashing around. Chen Sun sat nearby, flipping through a small booklet. It listed different types of spiritual herbs and the rules for their use. For example, no one is allowed to secretly keep herbs. Each herb is recorded, and every 5 years, disciples from the alchemy hall come to check the records. The herbs that are collected each year are all listed. Chen Sun carefully read and memorized each rule. Moo, the ox called out from the water. It isn't worried about the herbs growing. It has discovered that the essence of all things can be diluted with water. It also really enjoys planting herbs. It finds this more fun than plowing fields. Old ox, we can't use that thatched hut. Let's open a few caves ourselves. Chen Sun looked around. The cliffs and steep rocks are perfect for creating caves. Moo, replied the ox. They are used to living in caves, and they also need to grow herbs themselves. Flying sword technique. Chen Sun took out a spell from his storage bag, but there was no sword. He would need to exchange contribution points for it. The 5 Elements sect has some tricks. There is also a popular pill among low-level disciples called fasting pill. 1 pill lasts a month, and it doesn't cause discomfort. The sect has many good things, but also many rules. Chen Sun then looked at the sect's laws. No private duels are allowed. If caught, one must go to the law enforcement hall for punishment. If there are disputes, they can apply for a duel on the arena. Except for disciples on missions outside, no one is allowed to leave the mountain without permission. However, they can go down twice a year, each time for a month, or combine the time. After reaching the Foundation establishment stage, the rules become less strict. Foundation establishment disciples are the backbone of the sect, like elders. This 5 Elements sect is bigger than a city. It has everything. No need to go down the mountain. Chen Sun muttered, if I want to exchange for herbs, I can go down once in a while. Twice a year is enough, and I won't stand out too much in the sect. Old ox. Meow. The cow ran over, soaked all over, and stared intently at Chen Sun, as if still not tired of playing. Our first plan is to open a cave residence, then start growing these medicinal gardens and spiritual herbs. No need to increase their age. Second, accumulate contributions to the sect. If we hand in enough spiritual herbs, our contribution will be much higher than that of ordinary disciples. Third, once we have enough contribution, exchange it for a flying sword. I saw a hidden place behind the waterfall. We can fly there and set up our cave residence as a place to grow spiritual herbs. Fourth, gather information about Foundation establishment pills from the sect. The Nanda Mountain secret realm is too dangerous. There's no need to risk everything. Chen Sun spoke carefully and methodically. The black cow listened with bright eyes, feeling even more admiration for Chen Sun. The most important thing is, every year there's the sect competition. We can go and watch the excitement. Meow. Laughter sounded by the waterfall. Chen Sun took off his clothes, revealing his 16-pack abs, then did a somersault into the water, feeling very comfortable. Today, under a clear sky with a gentle breeze, Chen Sun and the black cow began their busy day. The medicinal valley echoed with loud noises. Chen Sun wielded an axe, chopping wildly at a steep cliff, causing rocks to fly and dust to rise. The black cow took a water bucket from the thatched hut, constantly fetching water from the waterfall. It was also practicing a spell called Water Spirit Technique. This spell was designed to infuse water with spiritual energy. It was quite useless for most purposes, mainly for irrigating spiritual fields. Surprisingly, it had 3 levels. The black cow was very happy. There was still more to learn. The long road of life had nothing more exciting than learning new things. Both Chin Sun and the black cow believed this, full of enthusiasm for the future. Old cow, go slow when fetching water. Don't drown yourself. I won't save you, haha. Chin Sun's face was covered in lime. Even his hair was coated. He turned to look at the black cow, recalling the days when they carved ice together. Meow. The black cow was angry. It wouldn't slip and fall into the water. Last time was just an accident. What they didn't know was that the water spirit technique was quite difficult to cultivate. Most disciples managing the medicinal garden had only reached the first level. After many generations of effort, this small spell truly required time to master. There were no shortcuts. I don't know which great master created it, but every sect uses the water spirit technique because they can't find a better one. In this world where strength is everything, they only practice this technique when they are full, which is also a main reason why there are few herbal farmers. However, the 10 great sects do have such divine beings, but they are their treasures and never show themselves in front of others. Split the mountain with force. Chin Sun gritted his teeth and struck the mountain wall fiercely again. Mu, Dahe Nyo, Bull. Forgot about the water bucket, knocked it over, and hurried to find Chin Sun. Is it really that hard? Chin Sun widened his eyes, with a lot of chalk on his eyebrows. Old cow, the mountain axe has a Mu. Dahe Nyo looked at him in disbelief. The rocky wall of Ningyun Mountain was split open with a single strike from Chin Sun's mountain axe. He had been chopping for so long, and even broke his mountain axe. It's okay. I'll just sharpen it again. This is ordinary iron. Chin Sun sighed, looking at his beloved mountain axe with a pained expression. Maybe the rocks in this mountain are too hard. Moo, old cow, go ahead. Don't worry about me. Chin Sun sat on the ground and started sharpening his axe with a piece of stone. Dahe Nyo nodded and went to fetch water again. After 2 days, Chin Sun finally finished clearing the cave, placing all the pots and utensils inside, then started chopping wood and making various tools. Chin Sun was very skilled at craftsmanship. Wooden tables, chairs, he made them quickly and easily. Old cow, arrange everything first. From now on, this will be our home. Chin Sun smiled with emotion, taking out wood carvings and other decorations, placing them around. Moo. Dahe Nyo also dragged things around and ran everywhere. Spirit cleansing technique. Chin Sun performed a spell, and a gentle breeze arose, making his whole body look fresh and shiny. Haha. Moo. Dahe Nyo was surprised. It was even cleaner than taking a bath. Old cow, don't underestimate these small spells. Chin Sun marveled. He found that each small spell saved them time, including things like the fasting pill. Moo. Dahe Nyo grinned and sat cross-legged to practice the water spirit technique. Tonight, the night was calm and clear, with stars shining in the sky. Chin Sun quietly left his cave and looked up at the stars alone. Exactly what kind of world is this cultivation world? He wondered. A faint smile appeared on Chin Sun's face, and his eyes looked dreamy. He remembered Ji Kuan bragging on the flying boat. Ji Kuan said he saw in ancient books that there was a real cultivation civilization in a faraway place. Here was just a backward land. It was like primitive people. Chin Sun sneered, feeling skeptical. Surely, this place was the true cultivation world. Cultivation civilization, he whispered softly, leaning outside his cave and slowly falling asleep. Old Nyo and I will definitely go there. The next morning, as dawn broke and the sun rose, Chin Sun shook off all worries and began to work with Dahe Nyo. Old Nyo, go hunt in the wild, he said. Moo, replied the cow. Chin Sun carried an axe on his shoulder, and he and Dahe Nyo headed into the mountains. The mountain was full of wild animals, and the sect wouldn't interfere. Time passed quickly, and half a year went by. In the Medicine Valley, herbs grew everywhere, filling the air with a strong medicinal scent. The plants thrived happily. Chin Sun and Dahe Nyo sat cross-legged among them. Waves of water rippled around them, transforming into lively water balls filled with spiritual energy and magic power. Pop, pop. The water balls burst in the air. Chin Sun and Dahe Nyo slowly opened their eyes. Second level of water spirit technique. Done, Chin Sun said. It doesn't seem too hard, he thought, feeling proud. Even old Nyo has reached the second level. Moo? Moo. Dehaenyo looked surprised. What does that mean? Its progress was slow, but it learned the technique quickly. But our chi refining stage really can be refined further, Chunsun thought. If I keep refining this Dantian liquid for another 100 years, maybe I'll succeed. Moo. Dehaenyo's pupils shrank, and it nudged Chunsun. What a fool we are. Haha. Just joking. Chunsun laughed, patting Dehaenyo. Everything is going according to plan. Let's move. Moo. Dehaenyo happily mooed and quickly followed Chunsun. In the Medicine Valley, Chunsun made a straw hat for himself and also a big straw hat for Dehaenyo. The cow was so happy it even took the hat to sleep with. Under the sunlight, a person and a cow wearing a straw hat are busy working in the medicinal fields. They look happy, and no one comes to bother them. Spring passes, autumn arrives. Today the sun is just right. It is the first year since they joined the Five Elements Sect. They continue to increase their longevity points with their magic power. The protective barrier around the Medicine Valley opens a small gap. Chunsun leads the cow out happily. His storage bag is full of spiritual herbs, all of which they need to pay as their share, not missing any. They walk confidently to the main hall of the sect. They look around outside the hall for a long time. Today, they finally do not meet Brother Yu, or else he would start lecturing them again. Inside the hall, an old man is still there. Chunsun respectfully says, "Uncle, I am here to pay my spiritual herbs." The old man seems never to have fully woken up, and he responds lazily. Inside the hall, Chunsun takes out all the spiritual herbs from his storage bag. There are only a few, but they smell very strong with spiritual energy. The old man's eyes flash with light. He quickly counts and then takes out a token. He casts some magic, and his eyes become clear. "Not bad, young man. So it's you." The old man recognizes Chunsun's face under the straw hat and also looks at the cow. "You are the first disciple to join the sect and enter the medicine garden, and you are the first year to pay your spiritual herbs on time. Uncle, you don't know. My family grows spiritual herbs, and I have some experience." "Very good." Today, the old man talks more. He takes out an 8 trigram card. "This is your contribution value for this year. It belongs to you." "Thank you, Uncle." Chunsun is very happy. He respectfully takes the card and holds it tightly in his hand. "Just mark your blood to recognize the owner." "Go ahead." "Yes." Chunsun pulls the cow and runs. He already knows where the contribution hall of the sect is. "Old cow, we're rich." "Moo." The cow keeps mooing loudly. As they run past, the surrounding disciples frown. Who is that person with the straw hat? Why are they so loud? Outside the hall, Chunsun finds a quiet place. He quickly marks his blood to recognize the owner. When he checks, he finds his contribution is actually 200. "Wow." Chunsun jumps up and shouts. He looks at the cow. "Old cow, we have 200 contribution points." "Moo." The cow is surprised. It stands on its hind legs and leans on Chunsun. It quickly looks at the 8 trigram token. You should know that the sect's minimum annual contribution from outer disciples is only 100, but they have exceeded it by more than double. Let's go to the contribution hall. Today, we will spend wildly. Moo. One person and one cow start rushing forward, ready to cause chaos in the contribution hall. Half a day later, Chunsun and the cow come out of the contribution hall with sad faces. He holds a long sword with both hands, his eyes vacant and full of despair. The Black Hall, Chunsun mutters softly, his mouth moving as he keeps saying, "Black Hall, moo." The cow also looks dazed. Their contribution points have been completely used up. A sword, worth 50 contribution points, a low-grade yellow-rank magic weapon. A refining furnace, worth 100 contribution points, a mid-grade yellow-rank magic tool. A recipe for fasting pills, worth 50 contribution points. Chunsun looks at the cow with no energy, his voice rising from low to high. "Our contribution points are gone? What? That's it? Moo." The cow roars angrily, heading back to the valley to plow the spiritual fields, hoping to save a few thousand contribution points. "Old cow, go back to the valley and farm. Can't we clean out a contribution hall?" Chunsun is furious, full of ambition. "We'll work for hundreds of years and clear out that contribution hall. Moo." The cow stands up, roars loudly, and muscles swell all over. "Stop shouting." No noise outside the hall. Several scolding voices come from inside. "Moo moo. Let's go, let's go." Chunsun forces a smile, quickly pulling the cow and sneaking away. Their movements are so sneaky that they are checked several times by the law enforcement hall disciples on the way. On the road, everywhere are disciples of the Five Elements sect. They gather in groups of 2 or 3, talking excitedly, spitting, and gesturing wildly. This year's sect competition is about to start again. I heard Master by Sure has come out of seclusion. Oh my, he's the backbone of our outer disciples. The sect master once praised him as having the potential to build a foundation. If he wins this year, in 4 years, during the Nanshan trip, we might get a direct reward of a foundation establishment pill. Outer disciples like us probably won't win. The inner disciples have already taken all the spots, but we can also go and earn some contribution points to strengthen our skills. A few disciples passed by Chen Sun, talking animatedly, unaware that a man wearing a straw hat was walking nearby with a large black ox. Brothers, wait a moment. Chen Sun gently coughed and approached, leading the black ox. How many contribution points do you get for participating in the sect competition? The others were surprised. How did this person appear like a ghost, and he looked like a simple farmer? This junior brother must be new to the sect, right? Yes. Please, senior brother, enlighten us. Chen Sun accidentally handed over 3 low-grade spirit stones. Wow. The 3 exchanged glances. They had never seen such a straightforward junior brother before. They crossed their arms and laughed. We are all fellow disciples. That's right. We're all brothers. Chen Sun also smiled. Junior brother, you don't know this. The 3 looked at Chen Sun with more friendliness. In the sect competition, only Qi refining disciples can participate. If your ranking is in the top 500, you get 500 contribution points. If you rank in the top 100, you get 1,000 points and might be accepted by elders as a disciple. If you make it into the top 10, you get 2,000 points, become an inner disciple, and can choose your own master. If you reach the top 3, it's a big deal. Not only do you get various magic weapons as rewards, but there are also some unknown benefits. The others showed a faint smile, their eyes filled with longing. If they could reach the top 100, they would be truly successful. How many people participate? Chen Sun casually asked, feeling a bit excited. With 500 contribution points, he could buy what he needed. He had seen that a foundation establishment pill recipe required 3,000 points, which meant 15 years of effort, and he couldn't exchange anything else for it. Usually around 30,000 people, they replied. 30,000. Chen Sun was shocked. In his previous life, he had never made it into the top 500 in a 1,000-person exam. Of course, not only inner disciples participate, but also the descendants of elders, they added. They shook their heads slightly and sighed. Those people have top-grade yellow-rank magic weapons and various spells. We can't compare. That's just unfair. Why even compete? Chen Sun frowned. Such magic weapons were like carrying a kitchen knife, while they had a Gatling gun. What's the point? The sect will consider us, and inner disciples also have their own competitions. They only participate in the top 100 of the rankings. That's not enough. Aren't these inner disciples just having fun? Chen Sun shook his head. The resources for cultivation are too uneven. You're mistaken, junior brother. Our outer disciples are also talented. Take Brother by Sure, for example, at the 10th level of Qi refining. Who can compare? A few people boasted confidently, as if Brother by Sure was one of their own. I see. I won't bother you all anymore, senior brothers. Chen Sun led Da Hei Nyo away slowly, deep in thought. Around him, disciples were rushing past, some riding flying swords, whistling through the air. Let's go, old bull. We should check out the excitement too, moo. Chen Sun led Da Hei Nyo to run quickly, following behind the crowd. The sect competition was held on a tall mountain far from here. As they approached the mountain where the sect competition was held, more and more Wuyun sect disciples appeared. Chen Sun, wearing a straw hat and leading Da Hei Nyo, was now quite unremarkable. There were confident senior brothers, as well as gentle junior sisters, all smiling sweetly. Many disciples watched quietly, swallowing their saliva in admiration. At the top of the mountain was a large square, surrounded by 9 stone pillars. Several elders sat cross-legged on the pillars, looking down at the disciples with great authority and grace. Wow! Chen Sun wandered around with Da Hei Nyo, observing. Many disciples sat everywhere, registering with golden tokens. The square was lively, filled with shadows of people, but it didn't feel crowded. Mist floated by, giving the scene a fairy tale feel. Moo, Dahe Nyo nudged Chin Sun. Why not sign up? Let's see how things go this year. No rush, Chin Sun smiled. He wanted to see what level the top 500 in the rankings were. Dahe Nyo nodded, stretching its head to look at the cultivators around, its nose sniffing something unknown. 3 days later, divine light appeared on the main peaks of Wuyun Sect. A loud bell rang out, echoing everywhere, and disciples roared in response. Boom, boom, and so on, 9 times in total, the sound lingering. The mountain range echoed with the voices of disciples, some soaring into the sky in streaks of light, moving without any magic tools beneath their feet. The annual Sect competition officially began. It was also a chance for many disciples to see the Sect's important figures. A tall mountain peak is shrouded in mist. All the disciples respectfully ascend the mountain, not daring to fly on swords. Looking down from above, there is a large, dark crowd that makes one's scalp tingle with its size. Chin Sun walks at the back of the group, leading the ox. He doesn't even dare to breathe loudly. He saw someone walking in the air. That person's powerful magic energy surges all around. Both he and the ox feel that a single glance from this person could crush them. On the mountain peak, many dark viewing platforms are built in different places, overlooking over 100 fighting arenas. Every 3 arenas has a foundation establishment elder standing nearby. The elders sit quietly with calm expressions, waiting for the young disciples. Greetings to the elders and the sect leader. All the disciples bow and lower their heads. Their loud voices echo around, stirring the clouds and mist, creating a grand scene. On the viewing platforms, 13 important figures stand up. They look different in expression and clothing, gazing at the thousands of disciples. Their elegant presence makes them impossible to ignore, even in a crowd. You can see them at a glance. Young disciples are impressive. The great competition of the sect officially begins. Sect leader Yu Yuanhua smiles slightly. His robes move gently without wind. His deep voice spreads everywhere, making every disciple feel watched by him. Without any unnecessary words, all the disciples become excited, their faces turning red. They look at the fighting arenas, their magic energy surging inside. The foundation establishment elders' eyes shine brightly. One of them holds a jade slip and points it toward the sky. The sect competition is a matter of life and death. If you are defeated on stage, you can admit defeat. The elders step onto magic devices, floating into the air, but they do not go beyond the viewing platforms. They look expressionlessly at the disciples and send their magic energy into the jade slip. Begin. As soon as the words are spoken, countless disciples' talismans glow faintly. Their opponents are chosen randomly, and the first match depends entirely on luck. Below the viewing platforms, over 100 inner disciples stand in front of the arenas. They wear white clothes, their eyes shining with determination, watching the various fighting stages. The 13 elders on the platforms also look around. These young disciples are the future of the sect, and they don't want their talents to be wasted. As their gazes sweep across, the battles on the arenas heat up. Everyone wants to show their best, fighting with all their might. On one arena, 2 young disciples in blue robes face each other. One of them suddenly breaks out in cold sweat, trembling inside. He thinks to himself, "Why did I meet him? Master Brother Bai, I hope you can give me some guidance," he said. He was at the 8th level of chi refining, so his strength was limited but still capable of fighting. He didn't want to be looked down upon. "If you lose, don't be discouraged, junior brother. There will be another chance next year," White Shirt replied with a friendly smile. He had a gentle aura, and his face was sharp and handsome, making him look perfect. Outside the arena, there was loud cheering. Many young female disciples were captivated, shouting, "Senior Brother Bai." Some younger brothers gathered around the edge of the arena, cheering for the senior brother and putting pressure on his opponent. "Oh, wow," a disapproving voice said. Chin Sun, leading Dahe Nyo, came to a shady spot under a tree. Looking at the young female disciples, he sighed. He's handsome and strong. He would be popular in any world. Moo moo. Dahe Nyo shook its head, nudging Chin Sun. It thought Chin Sun was the best looking, even though Chin Sun never bothered to tidy himself up. Chin Sun leaned against the shade, holding a straw hat and fanning himself. He occasionally picked his nose, watching the scene with interest. On the arena, Whiteshire's gaze suddenly turned sharp. He cast a wind control spell under his feet and stomped onto the platform with force, causing a tremor. A ripple of magic spread out fiercely around him. A tense atmosphere pressed down on his opponent, who slowly appeared with a thin sword in hand. The opponent didn't waste time. He activated a talisman, and several flashes of white light appeared on the platform, suddenly appearing beneath Whiteshire's feet. Earthspike Talisman, Junior Brother really is generous, Whiteshire said with a slight smile. His body twisted strangely, perfectly avoiding the earth spikes, looking relaxed and confident. What? The opponent was stunned. He hadn't even touched Whiteshire's robe. Clang! Whiteshire's sword energy, combined with his magic, slashed out. The disciple took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and hard-blocked the attack, stepping back from the shock. His throat felt sweet, and he swallowed the blood forcibly. Steadying himself, his eyes showed streaks of blood, and he threw out another talisman. Powerful Force Talisman. The disciple looked unwilling. Since he couldn't win with magic, he decided to fight with physical strength. His muscles swelled rapidly, and a fierce aura surrounded him. He roared and charged forward with his sword. Whiteshire's expression grew serious. He reached into his storage bag and threw out another flying sword, which whistled sharply through the air. However, the disciple suddenly stopped half a foot away, blocked by a golden light shield that protected the flying sword outside. He softly smiled and said, "Diamond Talisman." Under the shade of the tree, Chen Sun and Bull widened their eyes. While others fought with magic power, this person was fighting with spiritual stones. Rich disciple, Chen Sun blinked and looked at Bull. When can we also have so many spiritual stones? The talismans kept flying out, hitting the senior brother and making him very annoyed. Moo, Bull casually called out, eyes wide with surprise. Watching these strange magic fights, he couldn't take it anymore. Wow, quick movement. Chen Sun got excited. He also wanted to learn a quick movement technique so he could use his speed to the limit. On the arena, Whiteshire didn't fight directly with the opponent. Instead, he kept dodging with quick moves. After the powerful talisman passed, the disciple became exhausted. This battle was no surprise, Whiteshire won. But this wasn't his real strength. His opponent was one of the inner disciples. Senior Sister Gu Shuang. Senior Sister Gu Shuang. At another arena, many male disciples gathered around, cheering loudly, splattering saliva everywhere, not caring whose face it landed on. On the arena, a woman with a cold face and graceful figure was wielding a long sword, flashing cold light with each move. Her sword dance looks just like a female streamer dancing. It's quite beautiful. Chen Sun chuckled and looked toward Guxuan. It was worth coming here. Old Bull, isn't it beautiful? Moo, Bull nodded repeatedly. Beautiful, beautiful, he said, not turning his head, telling Chen Sun not to bother him. Hey, why did she lose? I really liked her. Moo. Oh, Old Bull, look at that little sister disciple. She got beaten and is crying. Haha, moo moo moo. Hey, why is that short guy pretending? Did someone steal your rice? Moo. Old Bull, look. A spiritual beast. Amazing, amazing, moo. Under the shade, a person and a cow sat together. Sometimes they laughed loudly, sometimes they cursed angrily. Suddenly, Chen Sun's expression changed, and he slammed the ground. Moo. Bull was startled. What's wrong with Chen Sun? Old Bull, do you feel like something is missing? The ox shook its head and then nodded, feeling like something was missing and a bit uncomfortable. Sunflower seeds. Chen Sun suddenly patted the ox, realizing he had forgotten such an important thing. Moo moo. The ox also kicked towards Chen Sun, as if asking why he didn't bring sunflower seeds. No wonder something felt off. Oh no. Chen Sun looked regretful. This year, we'll plant sunflower seeds. I'll roast some later and add a special secret sauce. Moo moo. The ox rubbed against Chen Sun and grinned happily, which was much better. In the Sect competition, after the first match, fighters can choose to continue or rest for a day. The score is based on wins. However, disciples who lack confidence in their strength naturally want to keep fighting. The next day's matches are not as easy as today. The strong ones, of course, stay calm. After a match, they focus on resting and adjusting their energy to be in top condition before fighting again, without any carelessness. The Sect competition is becoming more intense. Even Chin Sun and the ox are getting closer, no longer watching from afar. On the 5th day, inner disciples officially joined the fight, bringing the sect competition to its peak. Chin Sun and the ox also cheered loudly with the crowd. Outer disciples, none can compare to me. Senior brother by sure, keep going. You're the best. Chin Sun raised a wooden token and shouted loudly. Many disciples looked on and gave thumbs up, showing their support. Hey, junior brother, isn't Sister Guishuang also one of our outer disciples? A few people approached aggressively, but it seemed Sister Guishuang's presence was suddenly overshadowed. Ridiculous. Chin Sun looked at them disdainfully and patted the ox. The ox understood and slowly raised a wooden token that read, Go Sister Guishuang. Sword Rise of the 5 Elements. The group was stunned, feeling a shiver down their spines. Their thumbs unconsciously extended. Looking at Chin Sun, their eyes only showed 2 words, impressive. Chin Sun sneered coldly and continued shouting with the ox, raising the energy of the crowd to the highest level. On various fighting platforms, white-robed inner disciples leapt gracefully, swinging their sleeves. They looked cold and focused, staring at their opponents. A faint killing intent spread across the platforms. The surrounding ancient trees rustled in the cold wind, and a few yellow leaves slowly fell. The arena was silent, and the important figures watching from the stands also looked with anticipation. Hiss! Countless disciples gasped in shock. These are the true future leaders of the 5 Elements sect, the ones who will guide the future of the sect. Everyone's eyes are fixed on the scene. Even the disciples below the stage look serious, feeling a strong sense of pressure. That was awesome. Meh, Chin Sun whispers, feeling excited inside. Even Black Bull lets out a low moo, impressed. But Chin Sun feels a bit disappointed. No one is talking or pretending to be a master. He wanted to see some clever words or bold threats during the contest. Suddenly, a bell rings loudly across the mountain peak, and the sect competition officially begins. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless sharp whistles cut through the air. Everyone on the stage widens their eyes, holding magical tools and unleashing their inner power, shining with colorful lights. Boom, boom. Each stage erupts into a fierce battle. Some unleash overwhelming flying swords, creating clouds of dust. Others cast fog spells, making it hard to see what's happening inside. Only the sounds of metal clashing reveal the intensity. Some disciples control banners and summon puppets, sitting behind to support the fight. Everywhere, there are sword flashes and powerful magic sounds. Everyone is fighting with all their strength, no longer holding back. Strong winds everywhere. Some nearby disciples even use their magic to block the gusts. Wow. Wow. Chin Sun's pupils shrink sharply. He keeps shaking his head. These foundation establishment disciples are terrifying, completely different from casual cultivators. Meh. Black Bull also shakes its head, just like Chin Sun, eyes wide with amazement. What kind of magic are they using? The battle lasts for 2 days and nights. Chin Sun and Black Bull sit on the ground, watching without wanting to stop. When they get hungry, they eat flatbread. Meanwhile, Bai Shi and Guishuang also fall out of the top 100. The other outer disciples sigh. The inner disciples' skills are truly beyond their reach. Finally, the sect elders start distributing rewards and encouraging everyone, saying some polite words. As the important figures and elders leave, the sect competition for the year officially ends. On the way down the mountain, Chin Sun and Black Bull keep giggling mischievously, looking very sneaky. Old Bull, that inner disciple is a bit shady. Why did he even target the vital points? Chin Sun looked at the black cow's rear and couldn't help but laugh. The best part was that the person opposite actually fell for it. Truly a big prank. The black cow also kept grinning happily, looking very proud. Next year, let's go participate too. Aim for the top 500 sects and earn some contribution points. Moo. Let's go now. Head back to plant some sunflower seeds. Moo. One person and one cow hurriedly ran, their laughter echoing through the mountains. Back in the Medicine Valley, they first took care of the medicinal fields, then quietly picked a few spiritual herbs for detox pills, cultivated the seeds, and then returned them. Old cow, I leave the spiritual herbs to you. I'm going to study sword control techniques. Moo. The black cow pushed Chin Sun firmly, showing it was good at cultivating herbs. Chin Sun nodded, confident, and went to his cave. He opened his sword control technique manual, took out a fairy sword from his storage bag, and his eyes lit up. Whether he could fly or not depended on today. Chen Sun calmed his mind and began practicing. 1 month later, on a peaceful morning in the Medicine Valley filled with birdsong and flowers, Chen Sun and the black cow stood on an open space. In front of them was a fairy sword, and on their backs was a backpack. Chen Sun had made 2 parachutes just in case, safety first. Control the sword to ride the wind. Carefree in the world. Chen Sun made a strange gesture, channeling murky spiritual power into the fairy sword. Start. The fairy sword slowly lifted off the ground, half a meter above the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Moo! Moo! The black cow jumped excitedly, mooing nonstop. Old cow, get on the sword. Chen Sun's voice trembled, his heart pounding fast. He already started imagining them flying on the sword, weaving through this beautiful landscape. Moo! The black cow stood up nervously, its expression tense. It leaned behind Chen Sun, its hooves gripping his shoulders tightly. They carefully stepped onto the fairy sword, sweat forming on their foreheads. Chen Sun's veins bulged as he raised upward and shouted, "Lift off!" Moo! Whoosh! A strong gust of wind blew, and the fairy sword roared away at incredible speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Bang! Bang! 2 figures crashed down heavily, eating a mouthful of dust. "Where's my sword?" Chen Sun shouted heartbrokenly, his pupils filled with bloodshot veins, and he spat out a mouthful of dirt and dust. Moo! Dehainyo was also thrown into a mess, but suddenly saw the fairy sword in the distance, stuck in a rock wall. Soon, Chen Sun and Dehainyo found the fairy sword again. "Old cow, our magic is enhanced, so it's a bit different." Chen Sun took a deep breath and said slowly. "Moo!" Dehainyo nodded. "That's true. This fairy sword is very fast. No worries. Take your time to get used to it and practice." Moo! Dehainyo bit the fairy sword with its mouth and headed straight for the waterfall, constantly shaking its head at Chen Sun. "Old cow, you're clever." Chen Sun was surprised. Water might add resistance, which is good for practice. "Let's get started. Let's go." Another month passed. Chen Sun had fully mastered the secret of controlling the sword. It was another morning at the same spot. Ride the wind with the sword, carefree in the world, Chen Sun muttered as he released a spell, and the fairy sword slowly rose. He stepped onto it. "Old cow, no time to explain, hurry." Moo moo. Dehainyo jumped up and stood steadily on the sword, then leaned behind Chen Sun, with a hint of fear in its eyes. "Take off." Moo whoosh. 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 A strong wind blew past, and the fairy sword finally took off. The fierce wind slapped Chen Sun's face, and they rose higher and higher from the ground, his heart pounding in his chest. Dehainyo slowly opened its eyes. The scenery around was completely different. It looked down slowly, pupils shrinking. "Moo! Old cow, old cow." Chen Sun was shocked. The old cow had fainted. He quickly supported Dehainyo with one hand, holding the sword in midair, his eyes almost closing. He also looked toward the Medicine Valley, which was now more than 10 meters above the ground, with rapid breathing. Flying on the sword felt completely different from riding a flying boat. He now had a feeling of emptiness in his heart, as if he might fall. Wow, wow, wow. The cold wind howled constantly in his ears. Dehainyo woke up too, looking at the ground with trembling legs. "Moo! It's okay, old cow. The sword is firmly attached beneath us. The last time was just an accident." Chen Sun comforted the black cow, saying that it was just holding on tighter, but his eyes showed a hint of excitement. They were really flying. A tiny magic shield opened, and the howling wind disappeared. The air around them became much quieter. "Old cow, let's take our time to get used to this." "There's no rush," Chen Sun said with a smile. He started flying again, but this time more slowly, becoming more comfortable with it. Moo! The black cow felt more relaxed and less nervous. However, Chen Sun frowned slightly. The magic shield didn't feel quite right. It lacked the fun of a breeze. An idea came to him. "Let's go." Chen Sun shouted again, circling above the valley. "Woo!" He kept shouting, and the black cow kept crying out, but it was very exciting. The black cow was both in pain and happy. After half an hour, Chen Sun felt it was enough. It was time to try his new idea. "Old cow, I need to go now and find some materials. Chen Sun said, holding an axe and heading into his cave. The black cow was still lying in the water, not fully recovered. A month later, a bright orange sun rested among dark mountains in the distance, clouds swirling and lighting up the sky. Inside the cave of the Medicine Valley, strange laughter echoed, repeatedly shouting, "I did it! I did it!" Moo moo, the black cow looked at the sky again. It was time for the breeze, Chen Sun mentioned. It kept calling out at the cave entrance. Old cow. Chen Sun slowly walked out of the darkness. The black cow looked surprised. What was that new thing? Had Chen Sun made a magic tool? Chen Sun was wearing a huge pair of goggles, holding something shiny that sparkled in the sunset. Moo? Moo. The black cow hurried over, asking what it was. Chen Sun's eyes widened. Old cow, we need to feel nature, really enjoy the breeze. What's the point of a magic shield if it doesn't feel like real wind? Chen Sun said with a big laugh. He quickly put the goggles on the black cow, specially made for it. Moo, the black cow shook its head and bounced around, feeling a strange but wonderful sensation. With this, they wouldn't be afraid of wind or dust in their eyes. Haha. Chen Sun kept smiling proudly and shouted loudly, "Old cow, let's go for a ride." Moo moo. Dahainyo got excited. His favorite thing now was to enjoy the breeze at sunset. The view was amazing. Whoosh, whoosh. The fairy sword soared into the sky, opening a barrier inside the Medicine Valley. Chen Sun immediately gained height. Countless towering peaks appeared before him. He roared to the sky, Air Force One. Chen Sun, ready for takeoff. Moo moo moo. Dahainyo also shouted along, wearing goggles and leaning behind Chen Sun. The feeling was pure freedom. The strong wind brushed their faces but didn't get into their eyes. That feeling finally felt right. This was true fun. They headed toward the setting sun. Many ancient trees and tall peaks were left behind. They could see wild animals running on the ground, chasing prey. A huge setting sun hung high in the sky. Disciples flew on their swords at lower altitudes, but their speed was much slower than theirs. Maybe this was like comparing a Ferrari to an electric car, Chen Sun thought to himself. Ahead, a young sister disciple at the 5th level of Qi refining was flying on her sword, on the same route as them. Whoosh. The young sister, with 2 long braids, looked surprised. She wondered why someone and a cow were standing on the fairy sword beside her. Their eyes had strange glints. "Senior brother," she said shyly. But before she finished, her mouth grew wider, and her expression became more shocked. She saw this person and cow, with cow hooves pressed to their foreheads. Then they raised their hands toward her. Their mouths even curled into crooked smiles. The fairy sword suddenly sped up, heading toward the setting sun. In a flash, they disappeared, looking very cool. Wow. The young sister was stunned. Even a cow could look so stylish. But the fairy sword was really fast, probably a high-grade magic tool. Many disciples looked surprised. Such quick sword skills and such cool outfits. The strong wind howled. Dahainyo grinned, watching the sword-flying disciples far behind. He thought, "Brother, this is what cultivation and life are all about." Moo moo. Dahainyo nodded repeatedly, enjoying the scenery and the fun of the ride. Wow. A loud cheer echoed in the sky, mixed with mooing sounds. Time passes quickly, and it's already the end of the year. The longevity points are still added to my spiritual power. Chen Sun leads the Black Bull and brings medicinal herbs to the main hall of the sect, earning a steady 200 contribution points. Old Bull, save it. Don't spend it. Let's join the sect competition. Chen Sun carefully puts the 8 trigrams talisman into his storage bag. Moo. The Black Bull is very happy. Chen Sun and the Black Bull also sign up for the competition. He also receives a talisman, which will tell him which fighting platform to go to. A few days later, the bell rings. On the peak of the competition mountain, it's crowded and lively, just like every year. However, this year, Guxuang and Baishir did not participate. I heard they were taken in by a senior as inner disciples. The sect competition officially begins. A vast voice echoes everywhere. Chen Sun's talisman vibrates. He immediately looks toward a fighting platform, pulls the Black Bull, and walks over, full of excitement. On the platform, opposite him is a disciple at the 8th level of Qi refining, named Zhang Song. He looks surprised because the person in front is also at the 8th level of Qi refining and has a spiritual beast. It looks like a tough fight. Senior brother, please hold back a little. I just broke through to the 8th level of chi refining, Chun Sun says with a smile, his eyes full of caution. These disciples have strange skills and many spells, so he can't be careless. After observing for a year, he found that being in the top 500 of the 8th level of chi refining is safer and less noticeable. Of course, the Sect competition is just a contest. We won't hurt your life, Zhang Song says with a strange expression. The person and the cow both wear straw hats, which is quite funny and strange. Senior brother, shall we start? Chen Sun asks. Zhang Song is a little speechless. This person carries 3 mountain-breaking axes, which look like ordinary iron, not even magic weapons. Still, he can't underestimate him. His gaze turns sharp. He suddenly flicks his fingers repeatedly, and streams of water vapor quickly form into ice crystals, flowing like clouds in water, creating many afterimages. Ice spikes shoot toward Chen Sun. The Black Bull is only at the 3rd level of chi refining, but his target is Chen Sun. Catch the thief to catch the king. So strong. Chen Sun shouts loudly. He keeps dodging and running, looking quite embarrassed. No wonder he's my senior brother. A series of ice spikes nearly struck Chen Sun each time, but he moved just in time to dodge them. The spirit beast also kept fleeing. Junior brother, you should stop hiding, Zhang Song said calmly, his finger movements growing faster. The ice spikes became more tricky in their angles. Chen Sun took out a mountain-breaking axe, smashing through one ice spike, then kept dodging. Beads of sweat covered him, and his eyes showed fear. Junior brother, how long are you going to keep hiding? Zhang Song looked impatient. He was missing his attacks, and had used up a lot of his magic power. I won't hold back anymore. As he finished speaking, several blue veins bulged on his forehead. He clapped his hands, and a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, several ice blades appeared out of nowhere, cutting toward Chen Sun. Zhang Song stepped forward with his sword, following the ice blades, trapping Chen Sun with no way to escape. That's terrifying. Chen Sun and the ox shrank back and disappeared from the spot. Zhang Song's pupils shrank. His magic and he both missed their targets. Fireball technique, Chen Sun shouted loudly. Several small fireballs shot toward Zhang Song. He quickly waved his hand back, and ice spikes appeared. A large pool of water melted in the center of the arena. Zhang Song realized this opponent was tough and probably hard to beat with magic alone. The two quickly fought on the arena, their battle intense and close. Zhang Song felt anxious. Why couldn't he land a hit? Meanwhile, the ox watched from the side, mooing loudly as if cheering. Some spectators had already won 2 rounds. After fighting for about half an hour, Zhang Song was sweating heavily. Chen Sun sat on the ground, breathing hard, seeming about to give up. I have to use my trump card, Zhang Song thought. I didn't expect such a tough opponent in the first match. He looked hesitant but didn't want to waste more time. He reached into his storage bag and set up several formation flags around him. Suddenly, a strong wind blew. Before Zhang Song could react, 2 of his flags were pulled away. Stolen? Oh no, an ambush! A dark shadow suddenly attacked. The ox charged fiercely. Zhang Song was flying in the air, looking confused, and fell heavily outside the arena. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Zhang Song cried out in pain, his eyes still blank. He looked at Chen Sun with a big question mark in his mind. Senior brother, I yield. Chen Sun staggered off the stage, returning the battle flag to him with a shy smile on his face. Junior brother, you are really fast, he said. Zhang Song took a step back, took the flag, and a look of fear flashed in his eyes. Could such speed even break through a spell? That was clever. Without the stage limit, Junior brother wouldn't be my match, Zhang Song said. Ha. Junior brother is modest. Chen Song shook his head, feeling surprised by such an unreasonable event. Chen Sun struggled to walk to a stage officer and respectfully said, Uncle, I want to continue. The uncle replied calmly, sending a spell to Chen Sun's yellow talisman, making him fight again against the previous winner. In the second round, he faced a cold-faced disciple named Lu Tao, who was actually at the 9th level of the Qi refining stage. Junior brother, if you want to admit defeat now, it's still not too late, and you can avoid getting hurt, Lu Tao said. Lu Tao looked at Chen Sun and He Niu with a blank expression. The latter looked very bad. Please, senior brother, teach me, Chen Sun forced a smile and sat up again, seeming to recover his magic power. Humph. Ungrateful, Lu Tao waved his hand, and a large black ring appeared. It grew bigger and spun in the air, howling with black wind, as if locking onto Chen Sun. The black ring suddenly flashed and headed straight for Chen Sun, an intermediate-level yellow-grade killing magic tool. Chen Sun's eyes flashed with coldness. He left a shadow in place, but the ring seemed to lock onto him and kept chasing. If junior brother can't hold on, it's still not too late to admit defeat, Lu Tao sneered. Watching Chen Sun flee in a sorry state, his movements quick. He raised his right hand, and the ring shone with golden light, growing even larger, falling from above Chen Sun. As expected of a 9th-level Qi refining senior brother, Chen Sun still praised. Suddenly, he punched out and struck the ring hard. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. A loud collision sounded. The ring was struck so hard that its golden light dimmed. Chen Sun took the chance to run again. Lu Tao's face changed drastically, and shock appeared in his eyes. Although the magic tool seemed unharmed externally, he clearly heard the internal vibrations. His expression grew serious. Although his junior brother was in poor condition now, as if after a fierce battle, he couldn't afford to underestimate him. Fireball technique. Chen Sun recited the spell, sending several small fireballs toward Lu Tao. Lu Tao looked at him with disdain. He thought, this low-level spell is nothing special. He quickly shouted, Flame Fire Technique. A burst of firelight appeared on the stage. The small fireballs were instantly destroyed. Chen Sun suddenly charged out of the flames, holding a mountain-breaking axe, and swung it at Lu Tao. Lu Tao snorted coldly. He drew a long sword, and the battle on the stage resumed. Lu Tao pressed forward, forcing Chen Sun to retreat step by step. After half an hour, Lu Tao was sweating heavily. His magic power was weakening, and he looked furious. Junior brother, can you still hold on? He asked. Still okay, Chen Sun replied weakly, seeming about to collapse at any moment. Lu Tao's magic was running low. His eyes widened in frustration. Why was he always a step behind in speed? His mind was exhausted. Finally, at the moment they fought, the overlooked spirit beast moved. Moo! It launched a surprise attack. A dark shadow rushed out from the side at incredible speed. Chen Sun was already entangled with it and had no time to react. Lu Tao shouted in anger and humiliation. He was pushed out of the arena by the ox. Chen Sun also seemed to be struggling and collapsed onto the ox. Lu Tao saw this from below the stage and was stunned. He secretly admired Chen Sun's strong will. Senior brother, I concede. Chen Sun opened his eyes weakly and showed a faint smile. Junior brother, you should rest and recover first. Let's spar again next year, Lu Tao said, offering a hand. He also acknowledged Chen Sun's strength. The fight was very exciting, and he gained some insight. Okay, Chen Sun replied with difficulty, and was helped off the stage by the ox. Lu Tao then stepped forward and handed him a healing pill. Chen Sun burst into tears, clutching Lu Tao's hand in gratitude. Lu Tao was surprised and felt guilty. He wondered if he had been too harsh. The other disciples nearby looked at Lu Tao with strange eyes, as if Chen Sun had lost. Lu Tao was frightened and quickly ran away, shaking his head as he left. Half an hour later, Chen Sun led the ox to the senior elder of Foundation building. He cupped his fists and said, Elder, I want to continue fighting. The elder frowned slightly. The disciple was wearing a straw hat full of holes, with messy hair sticking out, looking dirty and grimy, with bloodstains on his hands. All right, Chen Sun said with a small smile, his eyes full of stubbornness. Since he insisted, it was not good to refuse him. The elder nodded slightly. Such disciples are common every year, simple-minded, but always the ones who suffer the most. A burst of magical energy flickered on Chen Sun's yellow talisman, shining faintly. He looked toward another arena, where his second opponent was. Chen Sun staggered onto the stage, startling his opponent, who was at the 8th level of Qi refining. He wondered if he might accidentally hurt him badly. An hour later, the arena echoed with loud, angry shouts. Junior brother, can you still hold on? Senior brother. Come on. Chen Sun shouted back, staggering. His straw hat had a big hole and was still smoking. The 8th level Qi refining disciple looked fierce. You can still hold on? I'm about to run out of strength. Who can fight for an hour with such strong magic power? Suddenly, a ox saw the opportunity and showed a sneaky look. It charged forward. Eh, an ambush? The opponent cried out in surprise, drawing a graceful arc in the air before landing outside the arena. Chen Sun achieved his third victory. Chen Sun was also carried away by the black ox toward the shade of a tree, looking badly injured and close to death. Under the tree, Chen Sun woke up, swaying as he leaned against the trunk, smiling faintly. Moo, the black ox also lay beside him, its mouth trembling. I brought it. Don't worry. Chen Sun took off his straw hat, his hair wild like an explosion, covered in wounds. The black ox kept licking Chen Sun's wounds with its tongue. Chen Sun patted its head and took healing ointment from his storage bag. It's just superficial injuries, no big deal. Moo. The black ox looked at Chen Sun with concern. Though they often got hurt back in the small mountain village, fighting in a contest was dangerous. One mistake could be deadly. Hee, I learned a lot of medical skills from Teacher Ning. These injuries are nothing, Chen Sun said casually. As long as there were no internal injuries, applying ointment would heal in a few days, and there would be no scars. Their magic power was limited. They couldn't afford to fight us. If they really used spells, they wouldn't survive. Chen Sun smiled slightly. He liked his junior and senior disciples very much. Moo, Dehanyo nodded. Indeed, their magic was very powerful. If they used it, it would either cause death or serious injury. Winning about 6 matches should be enough. Tomorrow, if we win 3 more, we can earn that 500 contribution points. Moo. Dehanyo rubbed against Chen Sun, looking happy. Chen Sun took out some sunflower seeds from his storage bag and shared them with Dehanyo. They watched the fighting on the magic dueling platforms, which were crowded with intense battles. The next day, Chen Sun was full of energy. His opponents were getting stronger, but no matter how fancy their spells, they still needed magic power to support them. Chen Sun began his torturous journey. For an hour, he fought on the platform. No matter who came, it was useless, only relentless torment. The disciples around wanted to watch, but they soon felt sleepy. They hurried to other platforms where the fights were more exciting. Junior brother, I can't hold on anymore. A scream rang out. The disciple's face twisted, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes as he looked at Chen Sun. Senior brother, hold on, Chen Sun shouted loudly to encourage him. I'm still okay. Moo. Dehanyo launched a surprise attack. He was pushed off the platform, but a faint smile of relief appeared on his face. Finally, it was over. Chen Sun also achieved his 4th win. An hour later, Junior brother, I beg you, stop fighting. Just admit defeat. No way. As cultivators, we must have pride. Senior brother, let's fight one more day. Moo. Dehanyo attacked again, wagging his tail. The senior brother looked hopeless, staring at the sky, collapsing outside the platform. His magic power was completely drained. Chen Sun earned his 5th win. Another hour later, Junior brother, I still have countless talismans that I haven't used. You can't keep fighting. Senior brother, fire at me. Half an hour later, the senior brother trembled, his eyes trembling as he looked at his remaining talismans. They were all gone. Moo. Dehanyo launched a surprise attack and charged forward. Ah! The senior brother let out a scream. His body flew into the air, tears streaming down his face. Oh, my belongings. Chen Sun achieved his 6th win, but his legs were trembling. The next match, he had to be helped onto the platform by Dehanyo. Although Chen Sun appears ordinary, his unyielding spirit deeply shocks several Foundation establishment elders. They look at Chen Sun on the arena with admiration. Junior brother, senior brother watches Chen Sun standing unsteadily, his brow furrowing slightly. He wonders how to fight. Chen Sun's hair is flying, his eyes bloodshot. He bends forward, hands pressing on his knees, and slowly lifts his head to say, Senior brother, I accept your challenge. I will certainly show respect to my junior brother. Senior brother replies seriously. His gaze is full of admiration and respect. After a few incense burns, Chen Sun shouts loudly, swinging his fists wildly toward his opponent, full of flaws. Senior brother simply shifts slightly to the side, his eyes filled with emotion. A cold wind blows, and Chen Sun can no longer hold on. He collapses onto the arena like a strong pillar. Junior brother, whoa! They rush forward to check on him. Fortunately, he is unharmed. Even a Foundation establishment elder steps in to examine him. He's fine. He just went through many battles and is physically and mentally exhausted. He can rest for a few days. Thank you, Uncle Master, Senior Brother says with a bow. The Foundation establishment elder nods, also feeling some emotion. This person is likely a wandering cultivator. People like him often have similar traits. It's a helplessness about their talent, a defiance against fate. Even if they fight to their last drop of blood, they refuse to give up. But in reality, no important figure is paying attention to him. Such a person is too ordinary. His unyielding spirit is just reckless anger, and it doesn't change his cultivation talent. Chen Sun is dragged down the mountain by the Black Bull. Old Bull, sequence 478, steady. 2 days' effort equals more than 2 years for us. Chen Sun lies on the Black Bull's back, checking the yellow talisman in his hand. After the big competition ends, he can go to the Sect's main hall to exchange contributions. Moo. The Black Bull turns its head, looking at Chen Sun with a caring expression. Old Bull, what's the big deal? When we were in Panning City, life was tough. We all survive in tight spots, Chen Sun says casually, smiling. Getting so many contributions just by taking some hits, that's a good deal. We should thank the Sect for giving us this chance. Moo moo. The Black Bull nods, thinking that if it could help Chen Sun by taking his injuries, it would be happy. Its thick skin and strong body make it confident. Back in the Medicine Valley, Chen Sun gathered his spirits. He applied ointment to his body, while Dahainyo stayed by his side, doing nothing. This bigo pill can only be used in emergencies. We're not in a hurry for food, Chen Sun said. He took out a dull yellow pill. Last year, he had refined pills once before. After taking it, he felt no hunger, but also no fullness, just dull and tasteless. Moo moo. Dahainyo felt strongly that wild mountain food was better than this pill. It felt like there was a pile of dry grass in his stomach. Old cow, get to work. Take care of the Medicine Valley, Chen Sun said with a smile. They can't really hurt me. I deliberately didn't dodge. Moo moo. Dahainyo looked back every few steps. The medicinal garden hadn't been tended for 2 days, so he decided to go check on it. After Dahainyo disappeared from sight, Chen Sun grimaced in pain. Although he hadn't suffered internal injuries, the external wounds really hurt. A few days later, the Sect competition ended. Chen Sun and Dahainyo rushed toward the main hall. The yellow talisman wasn't taken by the Sect. It was kept as a keepsake for the disciples. Junior Brother Chen, a familiar voice called from behind. Chen Sun's face lit up. I didn't expect it to be you, Senior Brother Ji. Chen Sun was also happy. He looked at Ji Kuan, his face becoming more determined, though he still looked like a skinny monkey. Chen Sun couldn't help but feel emotional. Even within the same sect, it took 2 whole years to meet by chance. Junior Brother Chen, aren't you going to be an outer sect elder? I manage the medicinal garden. My family used to do this, Chen Sun replied. They walked to a quiet tree and started reminiscing. Dahainyo followed behind. When they stopped, he lay down on the ground. Junior Brother Chen, this medicinal garden isn't a good place. People call it the land of lost ideals, Ji Kuan said with some regret. It's mostly old sect members who feel they can't build a foundation in this life. We still have plenty of good time. We shouldn't slack off, Junior Brother Chen, Ji Kuan urged. Thank you for your kindness, Senior Brother Ji. I appreciate it, but I really don't like fighting and killing, Chen Sun replied with a difficult expression. He understood Ji Kuan's good intentions. Being an outer sect elder meant more opportunities and definitely helped strengthen his skills. Hey, Junior Brother Chen, you don't know this, but do you understand how the disciples inside the sect view us, the wandering cultivators? Ji Kuan looked upset, with one hand behind his back and clenched fists. I really don't know. Chen Sun shook his head. He thought his senior brothers and sisters were pretty good and hadn't experienced discrimination. They say we are stepping stones, and even the foundation-building elders don't pay attention to us. Ji Kuan has been working outside as an enforcer for the past 2 years. That place has many factions, constant scheming, and sometimes even embezzlement of contributions. Senior Brother Ji, what do you mean? Chen Sun asked calmly. If it had been before, he might have taken out 3 pickaxes and caused trouble. In 3 years, the secret realm of Nanda Mountain will open, but most of the participants are wandering cultivators. Yes, I know. Otherwise, how could we have a chance to join the sect? Do you know how many people go every 20 years, and how many survive? Ji Kuan took a deep breath and said in a serious tone, 700 go, but fewer than 100 return. If they don't harvest the spiritual medicine for foundation building, they gain nothing. That's so dark? Chen Sun exclaimed in surprise. He already knew they were just cannon fodder, but he didn't realize it was this bad. Of course, we are the leftover wandering cultivators after being filtered by the 10 great sections. On the surface, everyone is treated equally, but which elder actually looks up to us? Ji Kuan's eyes darkened. Over the past 2 years, many illusions have been shattered, and he has become much gloomier. Those wandering cultivators with the potential to build a foundation have already been taken by the 10 great sects. If they want to build a foundation, they must walk the bloody path. Senior Brother Ji, do you mean to go to the secret realm of Nanda Mountain? Chen Sun looked at him carefully. He's only at the 8th level of qi refining now, so his strength might not be enough. Exactly, Ji Kuan nodded heavily. My contributions are enough now. I plan to retreat and practice hard. If I break through to the 9th level of qi refining, my chances of survival will be greater. Senior Brother Ji, you could wait 20 more years. You're still young, and improving your strength first is also good. Chen Sun, in 23 years, my vitality will decline, and my strength will drop significantly. How can I compete then? Ji Kuan clenched his fists tighter, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He was truly unwilling. This made Chen Sun feel a shock in his heart. Yes, the qi refining stage lasts only about 100 years, fleeting in an instant. How many 20-year periods do cultivators have? Today, the sun is shining brightly. It's a good day to say goodbye. Ji Kuan Ping smiled gently. He liked Chen Sun very much, feeling that he never had any bad intentions. Their interactions were always relaxed and easy. After working in the Outer Sect Steward Hall for 2 years, he realized that friends like Chen Sun were rare and valuable. Maybe his decision to go to the medicine garden was the right one. Senior Brother Ji, wait a moment. Chen Sun quickly took out his storage bag and pulled out 2 heavy feather pills and a bottle of fasting pills. Senior Brother Ji, I bought these heavy feather pills at Jiuxing Valley. I still have 2 left, and their effects are still good. He now understood the importance of great kindness and great enmity. He didn't dare to give too many, fearing it would ruin their friendship. So it's a heavy feather pill. Ji Kuan was surprised. This was a treasure pill for the qi refining stage, very expensive. Junior Brother Chen, I don't have any particular purpose. Please take it back. You need it more than I do. Senior Brother Ji, take it. You need it more. Our medicine garden is well managed now, and we contribute a lot each year. Chen Sun smiled sincerely and quickly placed the pills into Ji Kuan's hand. Your kindness is hard to refuse, but I will only accept 1 heavy feather pill. Please take the rest back, Ji Kuan said seriously, his words firm. All right, fine. Chen Sun sighed softly and put the remaining items back into his storage bag. Junior Brother Chen, Junior Brother Niu, I'll be leaving now. Take care of yourselves. Ji Kuan cupped his fists, then looked at Dahei Niu. The latter quickly stood on all 4s and let out a moo. Under the tree, Ji Kuan left. Chen Sun and Dahei Niu watched his figure disappear into the distance, feeling both lonely and resolute. Senior Brother Ji will definitely build his foundation. Old Niu, don't you think so? Chen Sun murmured. Moo, Dahei Niu nodded. In their sect, only Ji Kuan treated it like a junior brother. The virtue he carried would protect him. Let's go, Old Niu. We should head back too. The straw hat isn't woven yet. Moo. The man and the cow headed towards the medicine valley. A gentle breeze blew, and countless leaves drifted under the tree, creating a beautiful scene. Time flew by quickly. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Many new disciples joined the sect, their eyes full of passion and hopes for the future. The sect's grand competition also saw many rising stars. Several dark horses gained fame and stood out among the crowd. However, there is one disciple who has become a nightmare for many others. This person wears a straw hat and leads a black beast spirit, and is known as the troublemaker of the big sect competition. If you encounter this person and cannot defeat him with a single strike, be prepared for a fight that could last an hour. Many watching disciples have nightmares at night, dreaming of straw hats everywhere in their beds. The opponents also complain bitterly. Some even admit defeat to a fellow who is only at the 9th level of qi refining, showing how fierce this person is. But because his battles last too long, he exhausts himself physically and mentally, and each year he falls into the top 500 in the rankings. Everyone feels it's a pity. However, this is just a story among lower-ranked disciples. The top 100 in the Sect's rankings each year are the real hot topic, inspiring many disciples to work harder. This is also the true goal of the Five Elements Sect, to use internal disciples to motivate these dark horses. But the rewards for winning are unknown, and external disciples definitely cannot get them. Only by constantly bringing in fresh blood can the Sect stay strong for a long time. Every year, the Sect's big competition helps many disciples improve through battles. In the Yuzhu mountain range, at a low altitude, one person and a black beast sneakily fly toward the Sect's main hall, moving at a steady pace. Old Cow, exactly 3,000 contribution points. Chen Sun licks his lips and whispers, "Moo." The black bull trembles with excitement, its body trembling slightly. It's hard to say how many good things these points could buy, but its expression is a bit sad. Most of these contribution points were earned through Chen Sun's injuries. What are you thinking about? Old Cow, let's exchange for a Foundation establishment pill recipe. Moo, a sword whizzes past from the low sky. They dare not fly too high, afraid of hitting any elder or high-level cultivator. Chen Sun has already calculated the safe flying distance. Inside the contribution hall, there is a nearly empty high platform. This spot is reserved for Foundation establishment elders, and the Foundation establishment pill recipe is kept there. Uncle, I am here to exchange for the Foundation establishment pill recipe, Chen Sun reports respectfully, handing over the 8 trigrams token to a thin, pale man on the platform. His face looks like a zombie, with bones protruding. The man's expression is cold. He looks at Chen Sun with a faint gaze. As an 8th-level Qi refining disciple, Chen Sun has earned 3,000 contribution points. The pill recipe is for Foundation establishment cultivators. What do you want it for? There are no Foundation establishment spiritual medicines available for exchange within the Sect. The slender man asked sharply, his eyes piercing through to the soul. Even at the Qi refining stage, you can't craft this. You'd better give me a good reason. This Foundation pill recipe is just something the Sect casually keeps on hand, meant to inspire Qi refining disciples. A clever cook can't make a meal without ingredients. Give yourself some comfort. I plan to go to Nanda Mountain. Then you shouldn't trade your contributions for such useless things. Uncle, you don't know. I was once a wandering cultivator. This item is my obsession. Seeing it is like seeing the Foundation stage right in front of me. Chen Sun spoke trembling, bowing his head lower and lower. His tattered straw hat seemed to tell a story of unfair fate. But the thin man nodded and added, think carefully. The trip to Nanda Mountain in half a year won't be easy. Chen Sun looked surprised. He didn't expect his cold-looking uncle to be a kind-hearted person. He said firmly, I will not regret this. The thin man looked deeply at Chen Sun, took out a pill recipe, and the contribution points inside the 8 trigrams token were completely emptied. Thank you, uncle. Chen Sun took the token with both hands, then turned and led the ox away. They flew on their swords and soon returned to the Medicine Valley. The ox had even set up some traps in many places. If intruders came, every detail would change. Moo! The ox called at Chen Sun, but no one was around. Let's go. Chen Sun's eyes shone with joy as he rushed into his cave. He quickly took out the Foundation pill recipe. Heavenly fruit, moon order fruit, tin rod flower, ice mandarin grass, cold spirit grass. Chen Sun silently recited, his eyes widening more and more. He had never heard of these, never seen them. Only a few spiritual herbs he recognized. The Foundation pill requires 27 auxiliary herbs, 3 main herbs, earth soul vine, yang ginseng lotus, and nama leaf. Moo, the ox also stretched its head to look carefully, but none of these spiritual herbs were in their Medicine Valley. Foundation stage, transforming liquid in the Dantian, awakening divine consciousness, and endless wonders. Chen Sun sighed, feeling envious. He also wanted to experience what divine consciousness was, rumored to be more powerful than the senses. Moo, if we spend 100 years on foundation building, the 5 Elements Sect won't have a place for us. Chen Sun said each word carefully, then looked at the ox, his eyes sharp. In half a year at the secret realm of Nanda Mountain, we go. Moo. The ox suddenly stood up with a burst of energy in its eyes, full of fighting spirit. The entire Qian Kingdom's cultivation sect was about to send disciples, as that was the real battlefield. Every day, we go out to gather information. We also need to start preparing, Qin Sun said. They knew nothing about Nanda Mountain and had no idea where it was. One person and one ox slowly looked outside the cave residence, a hint of killing intent flashing in their eyes. It seemed they were serious about this attempt. Half a year later, the Wuyun sect's bells kept ringing. Several figures flew on swords from each peak, looking cold and determined as they headed toward the sect master's peak. The secret realm of Nanda Mountain in Qian Kingdom was finally opening every 20 years. Elders and disciples from all peaks looked hopeful. If they gained a lot, it could help the sect grow stronger. Many small sects had risen because of their trips to Nanda Mountain. This year, thousands of people applied to join, but they could only be ranked by the sect competition, and the top 2,000 had a chance. Many elders looked sad, feeling there was no hope left. They packed their bags and slowly headed down the mountain. Outside the sect gate, there were markets built by the sect, places for cultivators to exchange ideas. The outer disciples' hall would assign them positions. As time passed, they would eventually turn to dust, perhaps never known by name. But inside the sect, there was an unwritten rule. Inner disciples were not allowed to participate in the Nanda Mountain trip. They would have their foundation-building pills instead, at a certain medicinal valley of the Wuyun sect, inside a cave residence. The walls were cracked stone, and on the ground was a dirt pit with a large black cauldron above it, constantly steaming with a strong medicinal smell. There were some remaining charcoal inside the pit, sizzling and crackling, but the cave was empty. Today, the sky was clear and blue, with no clouds. The distant mountains looked like ink paintings, and a gentle breeze brought warmth. Qin Sun and the ox walked out of the medicinal valley expressionlessly, flying on swords toward the sect master's peak. Over the past 3 years, their longevity points had increased. Now, their stats were Strength 21, Speed 21, Spirit of all things 20, and Magic Power 11. Seeing the other disciples, his face immediately lit up with a gentle smile, looking harmless with a straw hat. Qin Sun led the ox to the edge of the crowd, searching among the people for one person's figure, Ji Kuan. He has now broken through to the 9th level of Qi refining, full of confidence. It seems he has found a new organization, surrounded by many others like stars, talking constantly. Qin Sun smiled softly but did not disturb him. His gaze turned toward the sect master's hall. Both he and the ox were deeply attracted by it. People kept arriving in front of the sect master's hall. There were a total of 700 disciples at the Qi refining stage. Qin Sun stood at the back with the ox, looking unremarkable. A few figures suddenly flew out from behind the hall. They moved through the air with strong presence, and some even shimmered faintly. Gold core stage masters. They can fly through the air. Qin Sun was shocked. Now he understood that beyond foundation establishment is the gold core stage, which can live for 1,000 years, true old monsters. In front of the hall, all the disciples stood quietly and respectfully, not daring to make a sound. The ox was so frightened that it softened and broke out in cold sweat. Its spiritual sense was stronger than everyone else's. These great masters definitely had the power to kill them. Sect Master Yu Yuanhua floated in the air in front of everyone. His deep voice said, "Traveling to Nanda Mountain is a rare opportunity. I hope all disciples will show the power of our Wuyun sect." Yu Yuanhua was calm and steady. He looked over everyone and waved his hand. A faint celestial sound spread out, and distant mountain valleys echoed with the cry of eagles. This trip is led by Peak Master Wei Shan Weifeng. He is a late-stage gold core cultivator and also a key disciple of the sect. As soon as he finished speaking, the 700 disciples were surprised and excited. The sect had sent a gold core peak master to them, which made their hearts even more eager to contribute to the sect. Wei Shan, with white hair flowing, looked young and vigorous, with a handsome appearance that made the female disciples inside feel their hearts flutter. Respectfully follow the sect master's orders. Greetings, Peak Master Wei. The disciples bowed and lowered their heads, showing respect for their senior and admiration for his strength. Disciples, bow no more. Wei Shan's gentle words sounded like spring breeze, without any airs of a senior. Everyone felt a gentle force lifting them up, and Chun Sun was stunned, feeling his body uncontrollably tense. Roar! Roar! At this moment, several sharp cries shattered the sky. 5 huge spiritual beasts spread their wings and flew from the distant horizon, casting shadows over the entire main hall, making Chun Sun and the Black Bull feel nervous. Boom! 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 Cracks sounded as the ground trembled. The 5 enormous spiritual beasts landed in front of the hall. Their sharp eagle eyes and feathers on their wings made Chun Sun feel they were tougher than his mountain-splitting axe. This is the Qingya carving, mid-stage foundation establishment level. No need to worry. Wei Shan smiled faintly and stepped onto the middle Qingya carving. Everyone, come up! Chun Sun quickly led the Black Bull to the edge of the Qingya carving. They were big and tall, like little dwarfs, looking up at them. Old Bull, draw your sword and fly up, Chun Sun said, taking out his fairy sword from his storage bag. With a whoosh, he and the Black Bull soared into the sky. Suddenly, something strange happened. The Qingya carving turned its head and looked at the Black Bull, with a teasing expression, as if it was watching prey. The Black Bull got angry. If Chun Sun hadn't pulled it back, it would have charged up, thinking it was food. Old Bull, don't get too excited. Give me some face. Chun Sun quickly calmed it down in a low voice. Can it survive you? If it steals its eggs, it'll cry itself to death. Moo! The Black Bull responded fiercely, giving Chun Sun some face. Besides Chun Sun holding the Black Bull, the other disciples all focused quietly, sitting cross-legged to rest and gather strength, but their eyes showed great tension. Wei Shan only pointed, and 5 Qingya carvings were surrounded by faint blue protective shields. He bowed to the main hall's leader, and the people in front of the hall nodded with smiles. Safe travels. A voice echoed in all the disciples' ears. It's the sect leader's voice. Buzz! 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 The Qingya carvings spread their wings and soared into the sky, letting out high eagle cries. The strong wind kicked up dust from the ground. The scenery below grew smaller and smaller, making Chun Sun feel even more nervous. The Qingya carvings flew into the sky and gradually disappeared into the mountains. Many disciples on the ground gasped in amazement. Truly, the 700 warriors of Wuyun Sect. Old Bull, this time we're really going to see something big, Chun Sun said excitedly, looking at the clouds and mists around them. The ground was full of unfamiliar towering peaks reaching the sky, quickly passing by the Qingya carvings. The speed was incredibly fast. Chun Sun kept marveling, thinking it was several times faster than the flying boat they used before. Moo moo, Dahei Nyo looked excited. They had finally left the small mountain village to see the outside world. Chun Sun looked into the distance. They were ready to face anything. Over the past 6 months, they had learned a lot about the secret realm of Nanda Mountain. The 10 great sects each sent 1,500 disciples. They were strong and had many spots, making them the true winners of Nanda Mountain. But Nanda Mountain was huge, the grandest mountain in the Qiangwa Kingdom. Inside, success depended not only on strength, but also on luck. Many small sects sent only 100 people, but they often found big opportunities and brought back many spiritual herbs. Old cow, we must be careful of the monsters and spiritual beasts inside. They are not friendly to humans, Chun Sun whispered. The spiritual energy on Nanda Mountain was suppressed, so these monsters and beasts couldn't advance to the foundation establishment stage. They became very aggressive and attacked anyone they saw. He also heard from elders in his sect that these monsters and beasts were even stronger than the 10th level of Qi refining, somewhere between Qi refining and foundation establishment. Moo! Dahei Nyo nodded heavily, understanding the situation. Over the past 6 months, they had heard many rumors. Most disciples who died were killed by these monsters and beasts. The foundation establishment herbs were guarded by them. Gradually, Chun Sun and Dahei Nyo became more focused and stopped talking so much. The Qingyao eagle flew across different regions, sometimes attacked by other monsters. But Wei Mountain only released a powerful aura, causing flying monsters to flee in fear. After half a month, the Qingyao eagle's speed slowed down. Nanda Mountain was made of 19 majestic peaks connected together, like a winding, spiraling dragon soaring into the sky. It looked like a giant standing among the mountains, coldly watching the land and the approaching cultivators. Even the Qingyao eagle seemed tiny in comparison. Oh my God, such a beautiful view exists in this world. Chen Sun was deeply amazed and quietly stood up. He Niu was also stunned, standing still. They realized how small they truly were. In the distance, a strange mountain stood out sharply. The mountain stretched endlessly, lush and steep, shrouded in clouds and mist, surrounded by a large array. Chen Sun kept marveling. Only powerful cultivators could seal such a place. Even Elder Wei might not be enough. It must have been created by an extremely powerful cultivator. 5 bluestone carvings landed on an open space. In the distance, many cultivators from different sects gathered, all looking unfriendly at the 5 Elements sect. Then they looked away. To the north of the open space is the territory of Nanda Mountain. It is filled with tall, ancient trees that are dark and quiet, giving off an old, mysterious feeling that makes people feel respectful. This is where my 5 Elements sect is based. Don't run around. Wei Shan looked around and snorted coldly. Many people quickly bowed and took back their bold looks. Master Wei is mighty, Chen Sun thought to himself, feeling safer leaning against a big tree. Wei Shan didn't say much. He was waiting for the 10 great gates and the key to the secret realm of Nanda Mountain to be in their hands. At this moment, loud thunderous sounds echoed in the sky. Huge flying ships and giant birds broke through the air, bringing a suffocating aura. Shadows flickered on the ground, as if they were showing power or claiming territory. Flags of different sects fluttered brightly, with many figures standing on them. They looked down coldly at the land and the disciples of various sections. Wei Shan looked calm, without showing any worry. But inside, he felt uneasy. The 10 great sects were like 10 huge mountains pressing down on all cultivators in the Qian country. Chen Sun and the Black Bull kept shaking their heads and sighing. This scene was much more exaggerated than the 9-Star Valley back then. It was truly impressive. Wow! Chen Sun pointed to the sky. Look, old bull. Several huge ships stopped in the sky. Inside, countless women in purple robes soared into the air, stepping on lotus leaf flying devices, flying gracefully. They moved like dancers in the air, creating a purple ocean. Chen Sun almost smelled a sweet fragrance. The disciples from various sects on the ground couldn't help but stare, mesmerized by the distant scene. The fairy women of the 10 great sects, the Purple Cloud sect. If they could become partners, it would be a legendary story even after death. Moo. The Black Bull nudged Chen Sun, not impressed. Old bull, if a man joins the Purple Cloud sect, would he also wear purple clothes, step on lotus leaves, and say something during the fight? Chen Sun learned with a strange attitude, patting He Niu and speaking in a teasing tone. You hit someone, you're so annoying. Ha, moo moo moo. Chen Sun and He Niu laughed so hard they rolled on the ground. Chen Sun even imitated the cow's sounds from time to time, making He Niu laugh so much his mouth almost twitched. Hey, junior brother Chen, is that you? Ji Kuan looked at the person and cow rolling on the ground, surprised. Junior brother Chen, why are you here? Ji Shixiao, huh? Chen Sun laughed so hard tears almost came out. Come here, I have a funny story to tell you. Oh, Ji Kuan became interested and quickly moved closer. After a while, Chen Sun started imitating again, with expressive voice and emotion. Haha, Ji Kuan shook his head and laughed. This junior brother Chen, even in life and death situations, still finds time to joke. I really don't know if he's too carefree or just always so optimistic. I came with old Niu to see if we could find a chance. I think what Ji Shixiang said earlier was very right. Chen Sun stood up seriously. Ji Shixiang, don't worry. Old Niu and I won't hold you back. Junior brother Chen, where are you thinking? Ji Kuan looked displeased, placing a hand on Chen Sun's shoulder. If you can't handle it, just run. Your life is the most important. Thanks for your concern, Ji Shixiao. Old Niu and I won't fight if we don't have to, Chen Sun said with a smile. This teleportation is quite random, at most 3 people per group. I didn't know you the other day, Ji Shixiang, don't worry about us. I know you already formed a team, so I didn't want to bother you. Chen Sun smiled. His strength and popularity weren't outstanding, and no one had invited them. Ji Kuan looked unhappy. He wanted to bring Chen Sun and old Niu along, so he could help them if needed. Ji Shixiang, please don't overthink. Just go with peace of mind. We have a special move, Chen Sun patted the hand on his shoulder. During these 3 years, I also learned a spell, practiced for 2.5 years. But, Ji Shixiao, if you consider me a friend, just go ahead with confidence. Old Neo and I will definitely come out alive, Chen Sun said sincerely, feeling deeply touched. Ji Kuan's eyes still showed regret. He harshly removed his hand and turned to leave without saying another word. Moo. The cow looked at its back and then at Chen Sun. It's okay. Brother Ji is just worried about our strength, Chen Sun said with a smile, also looking at Brother Ji's back. Moo. The cow nodded, thinking to itself. Actually, they are very strong, really strong. Brother Ji doesn't need to worry about them. Suddenly, loud roars of beasts echoed everywhere. A giant python broke through the air, carrying over 1,000 disciples of the beast-taming sect. They wore gray robes embroidered with mysterious spiritual beasts. Many of the disciples on the python showed a bloodthirsty smile. They were accompanied by various spiritual beasts, and some had spiders or small snakes coiled around them. One of the 10 great sects, the beast-taming sect, is here. These spiritual beasts are really too powerful. I heard that every 20 years, during the secret realm of Nanda Mountain, the beast-taming sect suffers the least losses and gains the most. Low-level cultivators can't fight against the disciples of the beast-taming sect. Countless disciples from different sects made noise on the ground. They felt envious. Spiritual beasts are hard to raise, but once cultivated, they are a huge help. However, Chen Sun's cow was an exception. These disciples had never seen their master and a spiritual beast with such a big gap in cultivation. Old cow, if these spiritual beasts fight, how strong are you? Chen Sun sat on the ground, tossing stones. Moo. The cow let out a furious roar, marking a 10 on the ground. Awesome. Chen Sun patted the cow and praised. I've known you were capable since I was a kid. The cow lifted its head proudly. One day later, the members of the 10 great sects arrived one after another, greeting each other at their respective camps, showing no regard for the major sections. Wei Shan seemed unable to hold back anymore, looking extremely unhappy. But under the eaves, one has to bow their head. He only hoped these disciples would be more promising. At the highest open space, suddenly loud crashes sounded. Colorful spiritual lights shot into the sky, gradually forming a pillar of light, with spiritual pressure spreading. It's okay. The 10 great sects are breaking the restrictions of Nanda Mountain to open the teleportation array, Wei Shan explained to the painfully pale disciples. Yes, sect leader. Everyone cupped their fists, not wanting to embarrass themselves in front of Wei Shan. Booming sounds, booming sounds. All the major sects' bases have appeared with large 7-star formation teleportation arrays. The leaders of each sect take out an ancient token and place it into a slot. Hurry up, the teleportation array only lasts half a day, Wei Shan shouted, continuously pouring his spiritual power into it. The power of the 5 Elements Sect's token can only send up to 700 people at once. Yes, sect leader. Yes, sect leader. The 3 of them, in groups, each with their team members, teleport in and disappear in the blink of an eye. Chen Sun and the ox stand alone on the outskirts. After everyone has teleported away, they slowly step forward and enter the teleportation array. The 7-star formation glow fades and disappears. Wei Shan stands with his hands behind his back, looking toward Nanda Mountain. As the sunset turns to dusk, Nanda Mountain is peaceful and quiet. There are no beast roars, and it feels as silent as death. Everywhere is filled with poisonous mists, venomous insects, and toxic plants. If someone accidentally inhales the mist, they could lose half their life. Tens of thousands of people teleport inside, but it's like a drop of water in the ocean. They can't find each other's sect members, and even their sect tokens don't respond. They must be very far apart. On an ancient tree, a person and a cow look around cautiously. The ox remembers Chen Sun's words. When outside, safety first. Old cow, eat the anti-poison pill and the insect-repelling pill, Chen Sun says, taking out 2 pills and swallowing 1. He gives the ox 2 pills as well. Moo, the ox responds, sticking out its tongue and swallowing them. These were bought with spirit stones at the sect. This place is so strange, Chen Sun whispers. It's very different from the forest they usually enter. No signs of life, only deathly silence. However, spiritual energy is abundant. Moo. The ox stares alertly around, sniffing constantly with its nose. Old cow, the secret realm of Nanda Mountain lasts for half a year. We're not in a rush. Let's observe first, Chen Sun says, shrinking his head. He pulls out a long-lost bandit mask and slowly puts it on. The feeling and aura are completely different. Moo. The ox pats Chen Sun, looking for its own mask. Here, put it on. Put it on, Chen Sun grins. This was part of the gear they used to wipe out the old family. Moo. The cow trembled with excitement. That feeling suddenly returned. Chen Sun slowly took off his disciple robes from the 5 Condensation Sect. To outsiders, it looked like a protective charm, but to Chen Sun, it was exposing his identity. What if he had to settle accounts later? He put on a simple linen shirt he sewed himself. He felt light and free, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from him. Old cow, hold on tight. Chen Sun hugged the cow's head. They stood in a spot covered by dense leaves, steady as a rock. Moo. The cow responded calmly, knowing Chen Sun's true strength. It was not worried at all. While other disciples from various sects searched for spiritual herbs, this man and cow sat quietly in a tree all day, not moving at all. Old cow, I think it's safe here. Let's make some clothes, Chen Sun said. Moo. Just watch. I learned a set of skills from Ant. Chen Sun smiled, thinking of that small mountain village. He promised himself to visit again someday. Moo. The cow nodded. It watched Chen Sun climb down the ancient tree and carefully gather fallen leaves. It hurried to help. Half a day later, they finished. Chen Sun looked at the lucky clothes, made of countless dry leaves, feeling very satisfied. He quickly put them on. Moo. The cow was surprised. Chen Sun was lying on the ground, feeling invisible, completely unseen. Ha. Chen Sun chuckled softly. He stood up, shaking off the leaves. He quickly draped another set of leaves over the cow, covering everything except its eyes and horns. Moo. The cow looked at Chen Sun with a single expression. You're amazing. Hee. Old cow. Let's move. Chen Sun grinned. Under the disguise of the headgear, he looked terrifying. Moo. 2 clusters of dry leaves slowly moved through the ancient trees, very quietly and swiftly. They kept moving forward and saw spiritual herbs along the way. It was their first time seeing herbs in the wild, but they didn't pick any. They weren't useful. Suddenly, they stopped at an ancient tree. In front of them was a large lake, shimmering with light. The area was full of spiritual herbs, and the air was thick with spiritual energy. But the lake had a cold aura. Mist floated on the surface, making it look mysterious. Moo. The cow stretched out its hoof to stop Chen Sun. There must be danger in this lake. Old cow, are you teaching me how to do things? Isn't that obvious? Only reckless young people would go there. Chen Sun chuckled softly. Wow. Over the years, Lao Nyo has become quite skilled. Moo. Dahe Nyo nudged Chen Sun, looking dissatisfied. Clearly, it was the one who discovered the place. Yet, Chen Sun was taking credit. Ice orchid grass, cold spirit grass. There really are such herbs. From a distance, Chen Sun watched as 2 medicinal ingredients for foundation pills appeared. Over the past 6 months, he had collected information about these spiritual herbs and knew them well. As he spoke, several sounds of breaking the air came from another part of the forest. It was a small team of 3 people, but their sect or background was unclear. Old Nyo, look, there really are reckless young people. Chen Sun shook his head repeatedly, as if a water monster might emerge from the lake at any moment. Moo. Dahe Nyo nodded in agreement. These people seemed less capable than it. But something felt off about the situation. Wow. Moo. Chen Sun and Dahe Nyo stretched their necks, growling softly, their faces full of disbelief. The 3 people were happily gathering herbs, and there was no sign of any water monster in the lake. No way, this can't be true. Chen Sun clenched the tree trunk tightly, the bark peeling off in strips. Dahe Nyo also kept shaking its head. What's going on? The 3 quickly finished their harvest and left without greed, clearly experienced and decisive in retreat. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. Both sides of the forest saw groups of sect disciples rushing out. Their clothing suggested they belonged to the same sect. Several angry shouts and commands rang out, and the 2 groups immediately clashed. Wow, Old Six. Chen Sun's eyes widened. The danger was right here. Old Nyo, did you see that? The threat isn't a beast but people. Moo. Dahe Nyo looked confused. There were so many herbs by the lake. Why risk fighting others? This shows how treacherous human nature is, Chen Sun sighed. Didn't we get ambushed by those three for no reason back then? Moo. Dahe Nyo's pupils shrank. It understood now. Having been with Chen Sun for so many years, it had seen quite a few strange things. Suddenly, another change happened. Countless bubbles rose from the lake. Chen Sun and Dahe Nyo stretched their necks again, staring fixedly at the water surface. Was the legendary water monster finally coming? Fish kept jumping out of the water, seemingly playing, then quickly diving back in. Chen Sun and the Black Bull exchanged a look, both filled with anger. They could only watch the distant fight, feeling bored and uninterested. Suddenly, another strange event happened. Right under their tree, a roar sounded. A strong wind blew past, making their lucky clothes flutter loudly, and they got a lot of dust in their mouths. A red shadow quickly darted out, looking like a red-skinned lion with long, sharp fangs. It was over a zhang long, with its front claws glowing red as it wildly attacked the fighters. An animal at the 10th level of Qi refining, quite strong, Chen Sun said calmly as he tidied his clothes. Meow. The Black Bull was eager to fight, with a fierce look in its eyes. From afar, angry shouts kept ringing out. The red lion didn't give up. It chased after the disciples, gathering spiritual herbs, casting spells, and causing chaos everywhere. Blood splattered slightly. The disciples had no choice but to give up the herbs, toss them into the air, and quickly run away in different directions. Old Bull, shall we go? I only took a few herbs, and I'll give them to you. Meow. Two figures lightly landed from the trees, their faces calm and relaxed. One quickly ran toward the lake. Roar. The red lion was furious. Someone else had entered its territory, two things covered in leaves. It looked at them with suspicion. What are these strange things? I've never seen them before. Just as it was about to rush over to stop the person from gathering herbs, a huge object blocked its way. Meow. The Black Bull stood on two legs, clapped its hooves loudly, and suddenly attacked. The speed surprised the red lion. A burst of fire appeared, and the Black Bull easily deflected the lion's magic. Its long fangs were caught by a hoof and couldn't break free. Roar. Meow. The Black Bull suddenly swung its hooves hard, smashing the red lion into the ground. The lion looked pained, with a shocked expression in its eyes. It felt like its brain was about to be smashed out. Meow. The Black Bull swung again, making the lion doubt its life. Blood sprayed from its mouth, and its magic power inside couldn't flow anymore. Meow. The Black Bull roared angrily, continuing to strike with its hooves. The red lion's tongue was already smashed out, and it kept making whimpering sounds. Big brother, please don't hit me anymore. Chen Sun collected two plants, Bingyuan grass and Hanlian grass. Both are pure white like jade and emit cold air. He carefully stored them in his medicine box. Then he shouted toward another lake nearby. Old cow, we're ready to leave. The cow quickly dragged the red-maned lion to Chen Sun, leaving a long bloodstain on the ground. Old cow, you're really something, Chen Sun said in surprise. Almost crushed this lion to death. The cow grinned, showing its teeth. The red-maned lion was clueless and already imagining whether it would be cooked or steamed. The lion whimpered, its eyes dull. It had given up. It was truly defeated. Such a pity. Chen Sun shook his head. Brother, rest well. If others find you, they might skin you and refine your bones. Chen Sun carried the red lion and, with the cow, headed into the forest. If they hadn't eaten the fasting pill, they wouldn't dare to make fire here. They would have already started their feast. They threw the red lion into a hidden spot to fend for itself. Anyway, they wouldn't be able to move much for the next half year, and it was better to hide it from fellow disciples. The lion whimpered weakly, thanking them. Old cow, let's go. Chen Sun and the cow climbed a tree and disappeared in the blink of an eye. They left, but the red lion was forever scarred. Later, whenever it saw a pile of dead leaves, it would crawl and cry, recalling all the mistakes it had made in its life. Old cow, look at the map. Chen Sun spread out a rough map on an ancient tree. Many places were unmarked. Is this the lake we just saw? The map was created through the efforts of many generations of Wuyun's Sect disciples, earned with their lives. Chen Sun treasured it deeply. Moo, the cow pointed to several large lakes on the map, seeming to recognize some of them. Chin Sun was also confused. The teleportation was too random. Although they all appeared near the southern Doshan mountain, the areas were huge, making it hard to tell direction. Let's take it step by step. We'll find out where we are when the time comes, Chin Sun said casually. Moo. The cow nodded and patted Chin Sun with its hoof, making him laugh. They continued deeper into the forest. Along the way, they found a foundational spiritual herb, which made Chin Sun and the cow very happy. They kept praying, Old Sun, Ningshi, and the others, bless us from above. 3 days later, Chin Sun and the bull were stunned. They finally accepted the truth. They were lost. The environment looked the same in all directions, tall ancient trees everywhere. They couldn't tell if they were walking in circles or not. Old bull, just go forward boldly. Chin Sun started singing to the bull. The bull looked pained, mooing low and often covering its ears with its hooves. Inside the forest, it was very dark, so dark they couldn't see their hands in front of them. The tree trunks were very wide, and they were lying on them without feeling crowded. Sometimes they didn't know if it was night or day. It was all dark, and the thick leaves blocked the sky. Suddenly, a venomous snake appeared quietly, flicking its tongue and glowing eyes. It sensed heat, and 2 praying nearby, ready to spit out venom. Chin Sun was still deep in thought, seeming unaware. In an instant, he moved so fast like the wind, pulling the snake over. He wrapped his hands around the snake, tying it into a tight knot, then pulled hard. The snake was dead, completely dead, and was immediately taken away by a spirit. Just a little thing. A faint glow of fire appeared. The bull quickly stood up and covered the light, hiding it. The snake's body turned into a puff of ash. They rested for a while, but suddenly, fighting sounds woke them up. It was very convenient. They were right under their tree. A group of men and women were fighting. Now, 3 women had surrounded 3 men. Chin Sun and the bull stayed still, looking down. They seemed like disciples from the 10 great schools, probably from the Danding Sect and the Ziyun Sect. Ha. Brothers, you might as well stop running, a woman from the Ziyun Sect said with a charming smile, her eyes full of flirtation. Senior sister, we are willing to give up the spiritual herbs. Please spare us. The 3 Danding Sect disciples begged, blood dripping from their mouths. They looked battered and were chased all the way here. How can that be? Another woman giggled, seeming to enjoy teasing them. Suddenly, one woman's expression changed. The bird in her hand kept warning her. There were people nearby. The 3 women from the Ziyun Sect trusted the bird. They relied on it to catch up with the Danding Sect disciples. The 3 Danding Sect disciples also looked happy, seeing their enemies distracted. They thought they were saved. Friends, don't hide anymore. Come out. We found you. The 3 women kept shouting in all directions, but even the Silicon Valley bird couldn't tell where the person was. They must be hiding very deeply. Chin Sun and the Black Bull sneered. Playing this game with them, they really thought they were just 20-year-olds. They stood still above their heads. The women from the Purple Cloud Sect exchanged glances. They couldn't find the hidden person for now, so they decided to quickly deal with the disciples of the Danding Sect first. Delay could cause trouble. Kill. The 3 of them used their magic tools and charged at them fiercely. Brothers, fight with all we've got. The Danding Sect disciples' eyes widened with rage. They used all their strength to fight desperately. Under the tree, powerful energy roared. Chin Sun and the Black Bull remained steady like mountains, with occasional gusts of wind blowing past. But the disciples of the Danding Sect were no match, especially since they were already exhausted. A few cold flashes shot past, and their heads flew up into the air, their bodies split in 2. Such a wicked woman. Chin Sun thought silently, her eyes dark. They formed a small circle, weaving their magic in their hands, eyes scanning all around, still alert and cautious. Suddenly, the Silicon Valley bird flapped upward quickly, confirming its position. What? The 3 women couldn't believe it. They felt their hair stand on end. Someone was hiding right above them, yet they hadn't noticed. Chin Sun frowned. Why was this bird so annoying? Just because your 10 great sect disciples are so clever, huh? Who are you? One woman shouted loudly. She stepped on her magic tool and soared into the air, swinging her sword to cut. The tree trunk was split in half with a loud crash. Suddenly, 2 clusters of withered leaves fell in front of them. Everything was unclear and strange. Humph! 8th level of Qi refining. Daring to act so arrogantly here. The Purple Cloud Sect woman scolded. She pointed her sword at them. Since we've seen you, we won't let you go. Qin Sun remained calm, saying nothing unnecessary. She looked at the still flapping bird with a murderous gaze. Her body suddenly sped up, grabbing the bird with her hand. She crushed the Silicon Valley bird with her bare hands, blood splattering everywhere. This speed was so fast that no one could react. The three women were furious. They saw her kill the bird right in front of them. How dare you? You're asking for death. Where did this wild person come from? The three women looked at her with cold eyes. Their magic energy flowed, and they attacked in 3 different directions. Qin Sun's eyes are deep and calm. The ox stands firmly in front of him. It pushes out a hoof, creating ripples of fire like waves, which suddenly turn into countless fire rings. Boom! Huge fireballs burst out from the fire rings, accompanied by wild magic that roars downward, instantly forming a sea of flames. As the flames rise, their faces change drastically, showing shock and disbelief. What? What is this? A life-and-death crisis quickly grows in the hearts of the three women, spreading through their bodies and turning into a loud buzzing in their minds. In the fire, the three women scream painfully, their eyes filled with intense fear. Their magic is being eroded, and they are being swallowed by the flames, unable to fight back even a little. Ah! The women scream again, their voices fading as they become weak, until finally the fire consumes their last sounds. Old ox, do your work. Qin Sun looks around, flying on his sword and standing in the air. But their storage bags are really poor quality. These storage bags can't hold their magic. They break apart in the space of the spirit mountain, and the contents inside disappear. However, there are also storage rings on the powerful figure's fingers, which Qin Sun notices. But they can't access such treasures now. Moo, the ox nods. It uses its water spiritual technique, releasing countless water vapor that quickly turns into mist, swallowing the fire sea. Over the years, they have practiced this water technique to the 3rd level, with no bottleneck. Qin Sun and the ox destroy the scene completely, grabbing the storage bags of the 3 Dan Ding Sect disciples and turning to leave, not wasting any extra time. Old ox, don't get too proud. We can fight a few people, but can we fight hundreds or thousands of cultivators? Qin Sun and the ox quickly move through the ancient trees. He continues, be very careful. Never show off, and never become a target. Moo. The ox responds seriously. It is a bit proud, but it always listens to Qin Sun. It quickly suppresses these feelings and keeps self-reflecting. They stop on a towering ancient tree, far from where they just were. The surroundings are full of dense branches and leaves. They dive into the foliage, blending with the environment. Its dark eyes keep watching for any movement around. Sure enough, there's a map. Qin Sun's eyes lit up as he took out identical maps from the storage bags of the 3 people. The maps were much more detailed than the one from the 5 Elements sect. Dahainyo also picked up a map, and his eyes widened even more. The map not only marked various locations, but also showed where spiritual herbs were growing. Old Nyo, that place should be by lake. The map has a description, Qin Sun said carefully. The biggest advantage of practicing cultivation is clear perception. Even in such a dark place, he could see everything clearly. So, we are probably here. He drew a small circle on the map. Sure enough, they were still on the outskirts. The 3 main spiritual herbs for foundation building were marked with big red dots deep inside Nanda Mountain. Moo. Dahainyo nodded, finally seeming to understand. Those disciples from the 10 Great Gates are probably heading toward these 3 spots. They must be faster than us. Qin Sun pondered, his eyes full of thought. Let's not rush to the front line first. The fight there will be fierce. We should gather the auxiliary spiritual herbs first. He kept pointing at different locations, and his mental route became clearer. Moo moo. Dahainyo kept nodding. The area was full of towering mountains and dense ancient forests. One wrong step could lead to a huge difference. Let's leave these spiritual stones and herbs here. Keep one storage bag and destroy the other tools and techniques, Qin Sun said after inspecting their storage bags. Although he was eager, he knew they couldn't leave any risks. This was the 10 Great Gates. Moo. Dahainyo responded. There was no regret in his eyes. These items didn't belong to them in the first place. When they arrived, They had already prepared how to escape if caught. They planned to have Dahainyo swallow a storage bag, cover it with spiritual energy, and then return to the medicine valley to spit it out later. Wow, over 400 low-grade spirit stones. No wonder they are disciples of the 10 Great Gates, Chun Sun praised. He quickly stored his own items in his bag. Old Nyo, our hiding methods are too few. They even brought spiritual beasts for detection. There might be quite a few such people. Moo, Dahainyo snorted heavily. This was beyond their expectations, as they had never seen such a situation before. Haha. Old Nyo, I have a backup plan too, Shinsun sneered. He thought he wouldn't need it after joining the sect, but he patted his storage bag. 9-star Valley, 5 low-grade spirit stones, concealment technique. A sense of shock suddenly filled the ox's body. It stared foolishly at Shinsun. Big brother, you're amazing. They also realized that, besides practicing techniques and spells, their small magic tricks came easily, and they had strong understanding. Steal the goods, run away, change location, and practice the conceal breath technique there. Moo. The two moved quickly. The ox swallowed a storage bag in one bite, then used magic to destroy the other 2 bags without leaving any trace, disappearing into the endless darkness. Their smooth, practiced movements looked like they had done this many times, showing expert skills. Half a month later, inside a hollow on an ancient tree trunk, 1 person and 1 ox sat cross-legged, completely silent, not even breathing. Occasionally, poisonous insects and snakes crawled over the withered leaves, but they didn't notice the 2 living beings who had truly blended into the Nando mountain. Old ox, let's move. Moo. The person and the ox slowly opened their eyes. Their breath was weak, and flames flickered around them. Crackling sounds echoed, but the withered leaves on their bodies were not burned at all. 2 clumps of withered leaves shot out of the tree hollow, heading straight toward a certain direction. Their goal was a large river. Half a day later, they arrived. The person and the ox took out another set of lucky clothes and put them on. This place is lush with green trees, and there are many hills on the ground. The terrain is rugged and concentrated. In the distance, a long river can be seen winding along the mountains. The sound of rushing water can be faintly heard here. Many beautiful flowers grow along the riverbank, including the iron staff flower, which is much taller than other plants, standing out like a crane among chickens. Shinsun and the ox disguised themselves as a pile of grass, using the conceal breath technique, remaining still to observe the situation. There are several corpses with pierced heads by the river. The surrounding flowers and grass seem to be absorbing nutrients from the bodies, causing them to wither significantly. It's unclear how they died. They slowly moved closer, crawling forward. At this moment, a large group of disciples rushed from behind, dozens of people. The 2 piles of grass instantly froze. A gentle breeze blew, causing the grass leaves to flutter. Everything was so quiet. Brother Du, this is the place. The tallest red flowers are the iron staff flowers. Don't let your guard down. These strange flowers and plants all have mysterious methods. If you get too close, they will attack immediately. Senior brother Du squinted slightly as he looked at the corpses by the river, noting that there was not a single drop of blood around. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at a nervous 8th-level Qi refining disciple. You try. The disciple hesitated, trembling and pleading with senior brother Du. It seemed like he was being asked to risk his life. Hurry up. What are you hesitating for? Not even listening to senior brother Du. From the crowd, several people loudly scolded and urged the disciple forward. His eyes reddened, and he shouted loudly before rushing out toward a tin staff flower. But just as he touched the flower, countless vines suddenly erupted from the ground. Several sharp thorns shot out, carrying a cold, killing intent, instantly breaking his protective magic shield. His mind shook with fear. Just as he tried to retreat quickly, the vines tightly wrapped around his feet. His pupils contracted, and countless thorns reflected in his eyes. Swish, swish, swish. Help! Senior brother, save me. Senior brother Du. The disciple's face turned pale, and his eyes showed intense fear. He kept shouting, trembling with terror, trying to resist. But before he could react or make a move, his head was pierced by countless thorns. No blood spilled. The vines pierced into his flesh, continuously feeding on him. His body shriveled rapidly, visibly drying out. This terrifying scene made the people far away break out in cold sweat, including Senior Brother Du, who was at the 10th level of Chi refining. Clear these ground vines. No need to worry. Don't get close in melee. Senior Brother Du quickly saw their weakness. Their attack range was limited. He recited a spell, and wind blades shot out rapidly. Yes, Senior Brother Du. The others' eyes lit up. Their plan worked. The wind blades cut through the vines one after another. They hurriedly used their own spells to cut the man-eating vines, their faces showing joy. Humph! Which small sect's disciple dares to covet the 10-staff flower? On a hill, a loud shout came from a group of over a dozen people. They radiated a murderous aura, with spiritual beasts beside them, their eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty intent. Ah! Senior Brother Du was shocked. Turning around, he saw it was disciples from the 10 Great Gates beast-taming sect. It seemed that over time, everyone was starting to band together. In the secret realm of Nanda Mountain, everyone fights based on their ability. Are you still going to argue about seniority here? Brother Du's face was full of cold frost. With just a dozen people, they dared to act so arrogantly. There were no elders from their sect here. This Nanda Mountain is part of my 10 Great Sect's territory. Who do you think you are? A person stepped forward on the hill, looking disdainful. He spoke in a deep voice, 3 breaths of time. Either get out of here or die. As soon as he finished speaking, the people around Brother Du's side were completely suppressed in their momentum. Their expressions showed a hint of panic, and no one seemed to have the confidence of being many and strong. It looks like I need to see your skills, Brother Du said calmly, but his eyes showed anger. He looked behind him and said, "They are only a few dozen people, all at the Chi refining stage. What is there to fear? You're asking for trouble." The people on the hill looked down at them like fierce tigers descending from the mountain, rushing down. "Charge!" Brother Du shouted loudly, leading the charge. The disciples followed closely behind. They felt humiliated and angry today, determined to defeat these enemies here. A fierce battle broke out instantly. Dozens of people fought, with loud crashes and screams everywhere. Dirt and debris flew in all directions. Meanwhile, 2 piles of grass began to move slowly, unnoticed by anyone. They grabbed a 10-staff flower. The vines on the ground reacted quickly. The vines moved fast, but Chen Sun and the ox were even faster. Chen Sun cast a fireball spell, burning the vines to ashes, and black smoke rose. "Old ox, draw your sword." Moo. With incredible speed, they darted close to the ground like a flash of cold light, disappearing into the forest in the blink of an eye. What is that? What's happening? People on both sides shouted in shock and anger. They quickly separated and looked at the faint firelight by the river. They looked at each other in confusion. 2 10-staff flowers had clearly been picked, uprooted completely. But where were the people? The beast-taming sect was furious. Someone stole from us right under our noses. They immediately blamed Brother Du's side, and the battle became even more intense. Deep in the forest, strange laughter of a person and a cow echoed. Ruthless Black Hand. "Old cow, this cultivation world is dangerous everywhere. Even plants can kill people. I've learned something new." They sat on a tree. Chen Sun shook his head and sighed. They hadn't noticed this strange thing before, and it added to their strange knowledge. "Moo moo," the ox snorted. Now they had to be careful about everything, even checking this ancient tree carefully. Chen Sun carefully examined the map and suddenly pointed to a spot. "Hanyan Valley, old bull, let's go there. There are 2 foundational spiritual herbs nearby." "Moo," Dahe Nyo grinned happily. This feeling was very exciting. "Let's go." 2 figures darted out from an ancient tree, heading toward Hanyan Valley. The 2 herbs did not grow in fixed spots, so they needed to search carefully. Inside Hanyan Valley, light mist floated, and poisonous gas filled the air. It was so thick that you couldn't see your hand in front of you, and strange low growls could be heard. There were many corpses scattered throughout the valley. Some had been killed by people, while others seemed to have died from unknown causes. Chen Sun and Dahe Nyo moved cautiously, crawling forward without panic, fully using their stealth techniques. At this moment, 5 people appeared in the dim light. They looked alert, walking in unison, making no sound. Their tokens around their waists glowed faintly. Ahead, the sound of clashing weapons echoed. The poisonous fog blocked much of their view. The 5 stopped, exchanged glances without speaking, and remained silent. They formed a formation, with one person at the back. Several silver threads shot out from their hands, causing a faint tremor on the ground. In front of them, many people were fighting. Around the fight, over a dozen small, glowing green grasses grew. Unlike ordinary grass, these had dense patterns and seemed incredibly tough. One of their goals in Hanyan Valley was the Ixian grass. The other looked calm. One raised his palm, activating a talisman, and did not join the fight. A cloud of smoke enveloped him, and he disappeared instantly. The person crouching behind remained silent. The fine threads in his hand seemed to keep extending. Their purpose was to get the herbs, not to fight. Soon, 3 Ixian grasses were pulled back by the threads. The 4 others had not returned yet. Got it, the person at the back said with a slight smile. The disciples of the major sects were nothing special. They were just toys in their hands. He carefully stored the 3 herbs in a medicine box and waited for the others. Suddenly, the 2 piles of grass at his feet moved. Moved? Huh? What is that? He exclaimed in shock. A terrifying, soul-like feeling washed over him. Brother, accept this. A calm, flat voice sounded. 2 small fists, about the size of a sandbag, struck him, and his mouth was tightly covered. He instantly lost consciousness. After a while, he felt someone calling him and was given a pill to swallow. Senior Brother Lu, Senior Brother Lu, what's wrong with you? Senior Brother Lu, where is the Ixian grass? The 4 people kept calling him, their eyes full of worry. They even noticed that his storage bag was missing. What exactly happened? Where is the Ixian grass? Senior Brother Lu's eyes showed confusion as he muttered. A flash of insight crossed his mind. Suddenly, he remembered something. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he stood up angrily, shouting, "Someone attacked me." Who attacked you, Senior Brother Lu? The 4 asked quickly, united in anger. That talisman was very valuable, and they couldn't believe the Ixian grass was stolen. This was intolerable. They all looked fierce. Even among the disciples of the 10 great sects, they had the strength to fight and kill if needed. Senior Brother Lu looked at the 4 with a very bad expression, hesitating before saying, "I don't know." The 4 opened their mouths in shock. Senior Brother Lu was usually very careful and skilled at setting ambushes. How could someone be even more ruthless than him? Meanwhile, Chen Sun was inside the valley, helping a large black ox catch a giant python. The python kept hissing in fear, its pupils shrinking in terror. "Why are you so awesome, sneaking up on me? You're at the 10th level of chi refining, trying to reach the sky, huh? Moo, there are so many clear light vines here. Are we just going to take a few? Do you want to die? Are you raising them? Moo." Chen Sun held the python's head tightly, while the black ox grabbed its tail. They cursed loudly and threw it into the air, then slammed it down hard. The python's internal organs were almost shattered. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The python kept begging for mercy. It had never seen such a fierce human at the chi refining stage. One punch almost sent it back to its hometown, and it was completely overwhelmed in the fight of spells. "Old ox, gather the goods." Boom. A loud explosion cracked the ground, creating several fissures. Chen Sun pressed the python into the dirt with one hand. Smoke and dust billowed, and the ground was covered in blood. He really didn't want to fight anymore. Moo. The black ox kicked up dust and hurried to pick the clear light vines. Chen Sun snorted coldly, clapped his hands, and headed out of the valley with the black ox. The spiritual herbs in the smoke-holding valley had been collected, and they continued toward their next destination. One day later, many people have arrived here again. Seeing the scene, they are all very happy. The silver star python is injured. Quickly gather the clear sky vines. Who hurt it? How did it get so badly wounded? A few others are also shocked and look calmer. Could there be a stronger creature nearby than the silver star python? They hesitate and stop. When they were in their sect, they were warned that this python is fierce. During the last trip to Nanshan, many cultivators lost their lives to the silver star python. Hiss, hiss. The silver star python is angry. Its head suddenly flips out of the ground. The 2 people it respects are stunned. Humans are nothing, daring to provoke it. "Be careful. It's pretending to be dead. Junior sister, hide behind me." Everyone becomes chaotic. They summon their magic tools and quickly step back, their faces trembling. Hiss. The silver star python slides forward quickly, rushing toward them. Everyone casts their spells, fighting fiercely. The battle erupts inside the valley. 1 month later, Chen Sun and Bull have been in the Nanda Mountain secret realm for 2 months. They seem to be getting better and better, fully using the skills of old Six. Many disciples from different sects have suffered disasters. Rare spiritual herbs are right in front of them, but suddenly disappear. When ambushed quietly, they slip and fall unconscious, waking up confused. There are strange beasts and spiritual animals trembling every night. Seeing a pile of dry leaves or green leaves, they cry and apologize repeatedly. Is this a decline of morality or a distortion of human nature? This might be the ultimate old Six. Moo. 2 piles of green leaves stand in the center of an ancient tree, almost merging into one. A faint sigh is heard from them. Bull looks happy, rubbing against Chen Sun. They have gathered many spiritual herbs, all of which are unknown in the Medicine Valley. Truly, where there is wealth, there is luck. No riches, no growth. Old Bull, stay calm. Look at you, so inexperienced. Chen Sun's eyes turn into the shape of spiritual herbs. He takes out his treasure book and writes down what he sees and hears. These are his experiences, valuable lessons learned with Bull. Moo. Bull grins. The trip to Nanda Mountain was truly exciting. Next, we are going to the real battlefield. There are 3 ancient halls and a few supporting spiritual herbs inside. Chen Sun said in a deep voice, took out a map, and pointed to 3 big red dots. The 3 most precious main spiritual herbs are also in there. Moo. Dahe Nyo listened seriously. Inside, there are fierce beasts and spiritual beasts stronger than the Qi refining 10th layer. Although I haven't seen them, they probably already have some features of Foundation establishment stage. We must be careful. Chen Sun took a deep breath. The Foundation establishment stage is a leap in life level, no longer the same as the Qi refining stage. Moo moo. Dahe Nyo nodded seriously and kept rubbing against Chen Sun. Let's go. Chen Sun smiled, patted its head, and they disappeared instantly into the ancient tree, heading toward one of the 3 ancient halls, the Yu Hall, where the Yangshan lotus grows. The Yu Ancient Hall, with an old aura, stands in the middle of a desolate mountain. Its origin is unknown, but most of the Yangshan lotus from the now extinct Qian kingdom is found here. The ancient hall is grand and simple, looking from afar like a ruined sect hall, filled with the helplessness of passing time. Although the 10 great sects have methods to cultivate Foundation establishment spiritual herbs, it is still like pouring water into a basket. Especially for the main spiritual herbs, the environment requirements are too strict, and even they haven't cultivated many. Outside the hall, there is a pool of blood everywhere, with limbs and broken arms, and even disciples fighting each other. Corpses are tangled together, unwilling to rest in peace. Inside, shouts of battle and spells clash chaotically. On a high ground, Chen Sun and Dahe Nyo are watching from afar, both frowning slightly. Old cow, we can't afford to get involved in this mess, Chen Sun said quietly. Many disciples from the 10 great sects are just a bloody road. Moo. Dahe Nyo nodded. Outside the hall, people are still coming and fighting fiercely. Some cultivators are observing from a distance like them. Old cow, no rush. Let's see what's going on first. Moo. A person and a cow crouch far away, watching the U-Haul without moving. The spiritual herbs haven't even been harvested yet, but many people have already died. Truly, greed is insatiable. After 3 days, a sudden roar of anger and howling echoes from inside the ancient hall. Roar, roar. The sound was powerful, like a mountain flood bursting out, shaking the surrounding area for miles. Even Chen Sun and the black bull nearby were startled and covered their ears, eyes wide with shock. The white tiger leopard is out. Retreat first. Run quickly. We must hold it back. We were so close. Outside the palace, many disciples rushed out, shouting in anger. At the same time, a pure white spiritual beast with fierce eyes charged out behind them. It was very fierce, with long white fur flying in the wind. It was over 2 zhang long, opening its blood-red mouth to look down at the intruders. The white tiger leopard's sharp claws were covered in blood. Its eyes were very sharp, always able to predict the moves of the cultivators and strike first to kill them. Behind it were torn and ripped corpses, their eyes still showing fear, as if they had died instantly. Roar, roar. Another loud roar shook the mountain, sending dust and smoke into the air. The white tiger leopard paced back and forth at the palace gate, its body filled with killing aura, having killed many people. This ancient palace is really big. These disciples are like breadcrumbs, all rushing out one after another. Chen Sun kept thinking. The white tiger leopard's presence was too strong, making him feel uncertain. But now seemed to be the best time. Disciples from various sects gathered from all directions, planning their strategy. Attacking directly wouldn't work. They had to distract the beast. The ancient temple on the mountain seemed quiet now, only the occasional roar of the white tiger leopard echoing, pressing down on the distant cultivators with bad intentions. As the sun set, no one dared to attack the palace anymore. Everyone had only one life, and it was just a matter of who would go first. Chen Sun and the Black Bull slowly retreated, unable to succeed and returning to the forest. Old Bull, dig a tunnel, Chen Sun said helplessly. Their advantage was their strength and endurance. I brought tools. Let's dig straight under the palace. Moo? The Black Bull looked surprised, eyes wide. If it was just the two of them, it might really work. They had been digging holes in the Ningyun mountain range for years, so this was their specialty. I'll step down and measure the distance, Chen Sun said softly. He coughed lightly, looked into the distance, then jumped down from a tree, picked up a handful of dirt, and looked at it thoughtfully. Old cow, start working, it will succeed. Moo. One person and one cow dug a tunnel directly under the ancient tree. They worked so quickly that it was shocking. The several storage bags they collected this month were filled with dirt. Old cow, I'll leave the entrance to you. I'll keep digging. Moo. Dahe cow hurried out to block the entrance. It was very familiar with this task. No tricks, just years of experience. Day by day, under the leadership of the 10 great immortal gates, a fierce battle began outside the hall. They had to hold back the white spirit leopard so others could go inside and gather treasures. But the white spirit leopard could see what these humans wanted. It stayed firmly outside the hall. Anyone trying to rush in would face a fierce fight, and many were scared and started to retreat. The 10 great immortal gates and other sects were tense and cautious. They didn't dare to use all their strength and kept watch on each other. What no one knew was that beneath their feet, a person and a cow kept digging a tunnel far below the ground, unaware of what was happening above. After 10 days, inside the tunnel. Old cow, I can't dig anymore. I'll check the distance. Wait for me. Moo. Dahe cow sat in a dirt pit, breathing heavily. For the first time, it felt tired from digging. Chen Sun took out his fairy sword from his storage bag. He flew on the sword, calculating the distance by multiplying time and speed. The problem wasn't too big for him. He reached the entrance and measured twice more. Then he looked at Dahe cow and shouted, Old cow, it's right above us. Boom. Moo. Dahe cow stood up, muscles bulging. Its hooves struck upward, causing large chunks of stone to fall. Chen Sun also gathered his strength and punched repeatedly. Their lucky clothes got covered in mud. After about half an hour of pounding, the tunnel finally broke through. A faint light appeared, and they could see the top of the ancient hall. Two heads peeked out nervously. Wow, this ground is really tough. It took us half an hour just to break through. If the monsters had been hit like this, who knows how many times they've died, Chen Sun whispered, looking around at the many corpses. Old cow, go. Chen Sun crawled out of the ground and pulled Dahe cow along. Both of them looked very happy. Moo. The ox stomped its feet and looked toward the deep hall. Surprisingly, there was a water pool, but the water seemed very thick. Inside, there were about a dozen sun ginseng lotus plants growing, along with many rare medicinal herbs, all very strange. At this moment, a fierce battle was still raging outside. The people kept fighting the white demon leopard in a rotating attack, both sides exhausted. Chen Sun glanced at the situation outside and smiled slightly. Old ox, just take 2 plants. Over-harvesting would harm our merits. Moo moo, the ox cried out in surprise. It had never seen the herbs run out during its journey, and Chen Sun was just scaring it. Angrily, it pushed Chen Sun with its head, then hurried to the water pool. It took out a small box of herbs and picked the main and auxiliary spiritual herbs needed for foundation building. Chen Sun stayed behind to guard, ready for any sudden attack. Moo, whoosh whoosh, Chen Sun let out a sneaky scream and pulled the ox, jumping into a secret tunnel. They stepped on a fairy sword and flew away on their sword. The ox kept throwing dirt from its storage bag behind them. One person and one ox left quickly, just like they had arrived quietly and left just as softly, waving their sleeves without leaving a trace. Inside the Gu Jian of you, the white demon leopard suddenly seemed to sense something. It swung its sharp claws, forcing back the crowd, then hurried into the hall. But it was stunned. Roar! Roar! The white demon leopard became extremely agitated, its bloodthirsty eyes deepening. It slowly looked at the human behind it, going mad. Today everyone must die. What's going on? The white demon leopard has gone crazy. Retreat quickly. Retreat. Countless shouts and angry cries echoed. The tortured beasts were suffering terribly. The madness of this spiritual beast was completely unreasonable, hurting others to save itself. Whoever came, whoever died. Some people cursed inwardly. Why was this trip to Nanda Mountain so difficult? Last time, no one mentioned that spiritual beasts would go mad. Outside the Gujian of Yu, a fierce battle resumed. Many who wanted to take advantage started to act rashly, sensing the opportunity. The beast had lost its mind. In the Chilua Palace, located in an old forest, many monsters were fighting constantly. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. There grew the rare Nanmu leaves, which had long disappeared from the outside world. The palace gates were almost blocked by countless corpses. Outside, 3-tier Tenchi refining monsters stood, badly injured and covered in blood. Behind them, there was an even more terrifying monster. It can be said that every 20 years, the journey to Nanda Mountain is made at the cost of many lives, just to wear down these monsters until they weaken. This situation shows that a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Shinsun and the Black Bull definitely won't rush in, but they can stay inside the tunnel. They start to act, one digging and the other clearing the way. After half a month, the ground inside the hall suddenly shook violently. 2 sneaky heads appeared, both looking tired. Old Bull, get the spiritual medicine quickly. Moo! The Black Bull suddenly jumped out of the tunnel and quickly headed toward the Nanmu leaves. Roar! Roar! This monster reacted much faster than the White Panther. It immediately sensed movement near the Nanmu leaves and turned to come into the hall. Fireball technique. Chin Sun was surprised, showing rare seriousness. Large fireballs burst out, forming a huge wall of fire to block it outside. The monster let out a painful scream, but the blood in its eyes grew darker. A strange shield slowly separated it from the flames. Wow! Chin Sun's pupils shrank. He kept casting spells and shouted sideways. Old Bull, are you okay? Moo! Roar! Roar! Suddenly, the monster charged out of the flames, baring its teeth and rushing toward Chin Sun. It raised a huge paw, ready to crush Chin Sun into pieces. Suddenly, a huge figure burst out and immediately pushed Chin Sun back into the tunnel. Boom! Roar! A loud explosion echoed through the tunnel, deafening, accompanied by the monster's unwilling roar and screams. Hurry up, Old Bull! Moo! Chin Sun and the Black Bull broke out in cold sweat. They flew through the tunnel on their swords, with the back constantly collapsing, showing how strong this monster was. They rushed out of the tunnel and reached a safe place. Chin Sun, angry and frustrated, muttered, If it weren't for the fear of the group of cultivators outside, I would have taken that monster down myself. Moo! The Black Bull grinned and patted Chin Sun with its hoof, emphasizing safety first. While they were still talking about the monster, the time in the secret realm of Nanda Mountain was already halfway through, and the bloody smell seemed to grow stronger. By a small creek, more than 10 women were carefully picking spiritual herbs. Suddenly, dozens of people appeared around, all with playful smiles on their faces. The women from these small sects were somewhat interesting. A dozen women looked shocked. Based on their clothing, they were disciples of the Songhai Sect, one of the 10 great sections. We didn't know you were here, fellow cultivators. We will leave now, and we don't want any of the medicinal herbs, a leading woman said politely, with a confident look and brave spirit. Is it really up to you to decide, or does the Songhai Sect decide? Have you made the choice for us? A disciple from the Songhai Sect snorted coldly, acting bossy. Senior brothers, you are from a big sect. Please don't make things difficult for us, hee, but we are eager for some fun. We hope the junior sisters can help us pass the time. You. The leading woman was angry. The women behind her looked furious. unafraid, and each held a magic tool in their hands. Kill. One of them looked up with a cold smile. As soon as the words left her mouth, a chaotic fight broke out by the creek, with blood flowing into the water. On a tall mountain, there was a lone cultivator from a certain sect. He wore a black robe, showing sharp teeth, and several disciples from the 10 great sects lay dead on the ground, looking tragic. In a large lake, bodies floated up and down. A disciple from the beast control sect looked calm, commanding a swarm of poisonous insects to move. The killing at Nanda Mountain continued. In such a lawless place, killing and looting were very common. Everyone was moving toward the center, and danger was closing in step by step. Tom was passing slowly. In the blink of an eye, Chun Sun and the Black Bull had reached the 4th month at Nanda Mountain. On this journey, they had become much calmer. Over the past month, they saw too many scenes of killing, stealing treasures, fighting among allies, and colluding for personal gain. Without rules, the darkness of the cultivation world was fully revealed. Chun Sun and the Black Bull were resting against a tree when suddenly, their ears twitched. They heard many footsteps. 2 figures were fleeing desperately, their faces full of strong resentment and hatred. Stop. If you run again, she won't survive. Are you just going to watch your junior sister die? Ha ha ha. Laughter came from behind them, as if someone was mocking them. One person hesitated and paused, then quickly ran away, showing respect for his life. The other just looked at him and fled immediately. Senior Brother G. I'm sorry, a weak girl said, with silver cords, which looked like a magic tool. Chun Sun and Ahei Nyo were shocked when they heard this. They quickly looked over. Wow, it's really a disciple of William's sect, and it's Ji Kuan. Lay Thundergate. You are one of the 10 great immortal sects, yet you use such mean tricks. Ji Kuan was trembling with anger. Many people here were at the 10th level of Qi refining, so he was no match. I can give you the medicinal herbs. Please, release the person first. In the world of cultivation, the strong eat the weak. Small sects are just small sects. They don't understand this simple truth. Ha ha ha. The people of Lay Thundergate laughed loudly. One man named Chao Chen stepped forward, full of power, and coldly said, hand over the Yangshun lotus. How bold of you to steal right in front of us. Release the person, Senior Brother G. Don't worry about me. The junior sister kept twisting and crying loudly. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 strong gusts of wind swept through, accompanied by loud sonic booms. Everyone at Lay Thundergate trembled in fear, their hair standing on end. What kind of strange thing is this? Chao Chen's face changed drastically. A straw figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The 2 faces almost touched. The figure wore a black hood, but his eyes were very cold. Boom, boom, boom. A huge hand pressed down fiercely. Chao Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. His neck was instantly pressed to the ground, causing the ground to with countless fissures, surrounded by broken stones and dirt. Chao Chen let out a deep, miserable scream. His eye sockets burst, feeling like his internal organs were cracking, and blood was flowing from his 7 orifices. A blazing wall of fire separated Ji Kuan and everyone from Lay Thundergate. When the firewall rose, the junior sister was thrown over. Senior brother, junior sister, on a certain ancient tree. These disciples from the 10 great schools are really a bunch of arrogant fools. They act like they're the boss everywhere they go, Chun Sun said with a sneer, lying against the tree trunk. I think our Wuyin sect is better. What do you think, old cow? Moo, responded the Black Bull. These disciples from the immortal sects are all so arrogant. I wonder how they will be treated if they go to the 10 great schools. Good thing we didn't go to the 10 great schools. Our spiritual root is weak, old cow. Have you heard of sect violence? Moo? Constantly being mocked. Then we fight back and get mocked even more. It's endless. Sometimes even a dog barks at us, Chin Sun explained. Moo? The Black Bull was shocked. Does that mean we're fools? Only fools would do such things. And because we're too strong, we keep making enemies and falling into traps and schemes, Chin Sun continued. Do you think our long life is all wasted on these meaningless things? Moo. The Black Bull was filled with tears, realizing again. It's all thanks to Brother Sun. My good big brother, Chin Sun smiled crookedly, resting his hands behind his head. After finishing his task, he quietly left, hiding his skills and reputation. not caring about cause and effect. In his eyes, only two words mattered: impressive. Old cow, let's rest for a few days. Digging tunnels is exhausting. Moo, one person and one cow began to snore loudly, completely out of sync with the mysterious atmosphere of Nanda Mountain. The key was, it seemed no one could find a way to deal with them. A month later, countless purple lightning streaked across the sky over Nanda Mountain. Thunder roared repeatedly, and thick, dark clouds filled the entire secret realm with a heavy sense of oppression. The earth spirit vine grew inside the ancient temple by the lake, but it was known as the hardest spiritual medicine to obtain. The temple was in the middle of a huge lake called Xinyuan Lake. This lake was full of Gingjin energy. To reach the Zaipan temple, one had to be able to break through this power. The temple was guarded by spiritual beasts, making every step dangerous. Boom! Another loud thunderclap sounded. The long-anticipated dark clouds finally moved, and a light drizzle began, quickly turning into a heavy rain. People gathered near Xinyuan Lake, all looking worried. Many floating corpses floated in the lake, badly wounded and looking very tragic. Some people had already started to give up, deciding not to risk harvesting the earth spirit vine. With so many spiritual medicines on Nanda Mountain, there was no need to take such big risks. Moreover, the three major foundational spiritual medicines weren't only in these three ancient temples. If they searched carefully, they might get lucky and find them. As many people's thoughts shifted, a deafening thunder shook the sky, turning the world into a white haze. At the same time, two figures appeared on a cliff edge. They kept their calm gazes fixed on the distant Xinyuan Lake. The heavy rain soaked them, but they remained unmoved. Old cow, do you think we can do it? Moo. Moo. They had been hiding here for half a month, watching many people rush into the Zaipan temple and witnessing others die painfully in the lake after being struck by Gingjin energy. But Xinyuan Lake had a big flaw: its flying height and speed. It could perfectly avoid Gingjin energy, but meeting both conditions at once was extremely difficult. It's time to show real skill. Chen Sun took a deep breath. The rainwater went into his nose, making him cough violently. He quickly coughed several times. A fairy sword slowly hovered at the edge of the cliff. Chen Sun said seriously, "Old Nyo, this time it's really speed and passion. Our future is in your hands." Moo. Moo moo moo. The cow opened its eyes wide, kept roaring, and clenched its fists. It was serious now. Winds howled constantly, and the rain fell harder and harder. A protective magic shield appeared, and the fairy sword emitted a faint white glow. Air Force One. Chen Sun. A barely noticeable voice came through. His features tensed with veins bulging, and he roared, "Ready, moo moo moo." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of breaking the air turned into a sharp, piercing scream. A fairy sword carried a person and a cow, rushing toward the Zaipan Palace. The heartbeat sound seemed to be right beside their ears. A sword light tore through the sky, rushing toward the Zaipan Palace at incredible speed, shocking everyone. Look, someone is flying a sword right now. Such fast speed. Who is that? What? The golden energy of metal is actually dodging. Countless people by the lake roared in shock. The fairy sword was so fast that it avoided the impact of the golden energy at a highly twisted angle. Even the golden energy was half a step behind this sword. Oh my God! They were stunned. What kind of magic operation was this? In the blink of an eye, the sword had entered the Zaipan Palace. Inside, there was a deafening roar and the shouts of hundreds of people. With heavy rain and darkness, it was impossible to see who was standing above. Even if you saw clearly, you would only see two withered leaves. After recognizing the leaves, you could only see two black hoods. Who is this thief? I will kill your whole family. How dare you? Say your name, cowardly rats. Are you running away? Thief. Roar. 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 Everyone inside the Zaipan Palace, including spiritual beasts, rushed out. They all stepped on magic tools and soared into the sky, their faces full of rage. These two suddenly burst into the palace in front of everyone, rushing wildly and grabbing two earth soul vines. They flew away on a sword without saying a word. Stop right there. Which sex beast are you? Hiding and sneaking around? We will find out. Is running fast such a big deal? They heard shouting and the gentle scolding of a woman behind them. They had never been so humiliated before, like being stepped on and spat on, then asked for tissue. Watching the disciples of various sects grow smaller in the distance, Chinsun and the bull gradually smiled awkwardly. Sorry, speed really does give you the power to do whatever you want. Whoosh. The fairy sword lowered its height and flew into the deep mountains and forests, disappearing from sight. From today on, they gained a new nickname, the Sword God of Xinyuan Lake. But no one could find this person, and even the fairy sword was just an ordinary piece, making it impossible to trace. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. They also became a strange legend among low-level disciples of various sects, with rumors that they might not even be human. But maybe that was only half true. Old cow, I can't hold on anymore. Quickly, find a place to recover my magic power. Moo. The bull carried Chinsun and searched for a hidden tree hollow. Finally, its eyes sparkled as it found one. Chinsun was sweating heavily, his magic power almost drained. He painfully took out a few low-grade spirit stones and forced a smile. Guess I'll be a big spender this time. Moo. The bull kept nudging Chinsun, its eyes full of worry. Old cow, pay attention to your surroundings. I'm fine. Chinsun sat cross-legged, focusing on restoring his energy. The low-grade spirit stones in his hand gradually shattered, releasing spiritual energy into his body. His depleted magic power slowly began to recover. Moo. The bull responded and quickly stretched out its head, using a secret technique to hide its aura, remaining still. This battle was too intense. It had made their hearts race several times. Those spiritual beasts almost attacked them, but Chinsun managed to twist and dodge at the last moment. The bull looked back at Chinsun, who was closing his eyes, full of admiration. Only now did it understand what it meant to be brave and cautious at the same time, steady and reliable. For 5 days straight, Chinsun focused on restoring his magic power and gathering strength. This time, he was truly exhausted mentally and physically, and only now was he starting to recover. Old cow, Chinsun said with a faint smile as he opened his eyes. Moo. The bull was so excited it pounced on him, almost suffocating him. Old cow, are you trying to kill me? Moo. The bull grinned and quickly stepped back. This place is unsafe. Near the center, there are many cultivators. Let's run to the outskirts. Meow. 2 figures suddenly appeared. They held a lot of money, but showed no arrogance. Instead, they became more alert, constantly moving through ancient trees, getting farther from the center. They ran for several days. There is less than a month before the closing of the valley, but they have already left the noise of fighting behind. Old cow, I'm giving you this storage bag, Chinsun said with bright eyes, looking at the bag in his hand. It contains all the spiritual medicines for foundation building. Meow. Black Bull nodded seriously and swallowed the bag in one gulp. Later, we will nurture them slowly. Chinsun whispered, we must be careful. We should wait at least 2 years before starting. We have plenty of time. Meow. Black Bull nodded. He understood and was not in a hurry. This storage bag will be handed over to the sect. Chinsun looked at the bag, which held 3 main spiritual herbs and more than 10 others. I heard that the 10 great sects only need to give back 70%. Meow. Black Bull knew this too, but didn't quite understand why their sect had to take everything. Without collecting those 3 main herbs, they wouldn't even have a single foundation-building pill. Old cow, we're just cannon fodder and fighters. The disciples of the 10 great sects are more precious. Chinsun smiled indifferently, but don't hold any resentment towards the sect. This is our choice. We can't blame anyone. Meow. Black Bull nodded. Without the 5 Elements sect, they wouldn't even have a chance to come here. Let's wait here for the teleportation. Chinsun smiled slightly. This trip was truly rewarding. When the time comes, the teleportation force will pull us. No need to go to a specific place. Meow. Black Bull looked around. The formation was really powerful. They must learn it someday. Old cow. Come, let's make plans for the future. We're busy now. Chinsun patted Black Bull. Even if they seek eternal life, so what? Giving up? Being a lazy fish? Losing faith in life? Feeling the world's hardships? None of that. The immortals are busy and have their dreams and pursuits. Having seen too many sad partings and regrets, they are full of passion and love for life. They realize how precious time is and cherish the present. Moo moo. The cow quickly pressed its head against its chest, eyes filled with excitement. During the trip to Nanda Mountain, it suddenly wanted to learn many things. Whether it was Chun Sun's lucky outfit, their mining and digging activities, or the impressive sword-flying skills they showed that day, all were built on years of experience and hard work. They simply applied these skills in real situations. Every step they took was steady, and their lives felt full and meaningful. Time was spent each day with Chun Sun drawing and writing. The cow also felt energized every day. They had only just begun. Today, suddenly, Nanda Mountain shook as if the earth itself was trembling. Chun Sun and the cow's lucky outfits were destroyed. They hadn't brought any maps of the Danding sect or similar items. They were badly injured, supporting each other, looking like they might not survive. "Old cow, let's go home," Chun Sun said. "Moo," the cow responded. Chun Sun tightly held the cow. Bright beams of light locked onto various directions, surrounding them. Their faces showed slight pain. A force of space pulling and tearing them appeared, and in an instant, they disappeared from this place. Their trip to Nanda Mountain was completely over. At the various sects' bases, disciples kept arriving. Some looked very happy, some very angry, some lost and dazed, and others were badly injured or disabled. As time passed, the bases echoed with cries of pain and grief. The once lively and confident atmosphere from half a year ago was gone. Most felt only relief to be alive after the disaster. This trip to Nanda Mountain caused heavy losses for the 10 great sects, the worst in years. Rumors said there was a major incident inside Nanda Mountain. Wei Shan stood at the Wuyun sect base, counting the survivors. There were over 100, more than he expected. On an open space, Chun Sun and the cow, covered in wounds and bleeding, sat leaning against each other. Chun Sun looked in a certain direction, a hint of relief in his eyes. Ji Kuan had survived. But Ji Kuan's expression was somber. He just looked at Chun Sun briefly, then turned his gaze far away, deep in thought. "This place is not safe to stay long. Let's recover on the carved stone at Qingya Cliff," Wei Shan said, taking out several bottles of medicinal pills and distributing them to the injured disciples. Even Chun Sun received a pill. When Wei Shan saw Chun Sun take the pill, his eyes showed deep respect. His loyalty to the sect was unwavering, dedicated to the point of risking his life. Even Wei Shan couldn't help but look at Chun Sun a little more. Wei Shan would not be bored enough to tell his disciples to take out spiritual medicines now and then compare and talk with nearby sections. This was the only way he could show respect to these sacrificed disciples. Not only the Wuyun sect, but even the core disciples of the 10 great sects at the Golden Core stage did not care about the amount of spiritual medicines. They only cared about the casualties within their own sections. Inside the Wuyun sect's base, everyone sat quietly on flying artifacts, sitting on the Qingya carving. No one spoke much, and everyone's body was filled with a strong, killing aura. Their eyes showed unfamiliarity and caution, as if they had not fully recovered from the South Dipper Mountain. They sat far apart from each other. The Qingya carving suddenly soared into the sky, flying towards the Wuyun sect. When they came, 5 Qingya carvings were full of people, all confident and excited, chatting happily. But now, it seemed one Qingya carving was enough to bring them back. Familiar faces had disappeared, killed by monsters or other sect disciples. The atmosphere on the Qingya carving was heavy and gloomy. Chun Sun frowned slightly. His joy was completely gone. He didn't want to feel emotional because no matter how much he felt, it couldn't change this cruel reality. A black cow softly mooed and leaned against Chun Sun. Chun Sun held the black cow's head and kept whispering comforting words. "Place the spiritual medicines in front of you. I will record them myself," Wei Shan said calmly. Every 20 years, half of the returning disciples would die, but the other half might rise because of it. "Yes, sect leader," everyone replied, reaching into their storage bags. The sect only cared about spiritual medicines. Everything else was their own gain. If you harvest 3 main taste spiritual medicines, besides contribution points, the sect will give you an extra core pill for each of you. You should know the rules, and I can also guarantee this, Wei Shan said with a calm face, showing no suspicion and trusting them completely. As he finished speaking, several people took out 3 main taste spiritual medicines each. Everyone, including Chun Sun, was shocked, so powerful. Chen Sun and the Black Cow looked at each other. They suddenly realized that main taste spiritual medicines might not only be in the 3 ancient halls, but they chose the safest place with A-level difficulty. Ji Kuan looked pained. He only took out 1 main taste spiritual medicine and didn't have any mysterious helper to save him. He might have lost his life on South Dipper Mountain. Chen Sun and He Nyo also used all their spiritual herbs from the storage bag, without hiding any. If you haven't obtained 3 main medicinal herbs, don't be discouraged. You can save them for next time and naturally earn contribution points for the sect. Wei Shan, with one arm behind his back and sharp eyes, silently glanced over everyone. I will record everything, and the sect will not let you down. His words, the sect will not let you down, reignited hope in many people's eyes. They felt excited again. This time, they had gained experience. In the next 20 years, they still had a chance. However, Chen Sun and He Nyo trembled slightly. Wei Feng, who said he wouldn't investigate, had just scanned them thoroughly with his spiritual sense. Luckily, no one dared to steal, and everyone was honest. Chen Sun and He Nyo were the most honest, having contributed the most to the sect. The others didn't seem to notice the scan and were still listening carefully to Wei Shan. Bring out your contribution tokens. Wei Shan, calm and composed, flicked his finger, releasing his spiritual power. All the spiritual herbs on the ground were absorbed into his storage ring. Once the sect confirms, the contribution points will be converted into real value. Yes. Everyone cupped their fists and took out their contribution tokens. Wei Shan had already estimated the value based on the types and ages of the herbs. Over 100 people noticed a strange number on their contribution tokens, 6666. Chen Sun and He Nyo's pupils nearly shrank to needles. Their contribution points were exactly 6666. Most of the herbs they picked were close to the harvest year. If it had been under 300 years, the points could have been higher. Ding! The host can now add points. Suddenly, a system voice sounded in Chen Sun's mind, coming from the Qingya carving. Loud eagle cries echoed through the sky. Chen Sun continued to allocate points to his spiritual power. They flew toward the Wuyun sect and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Half a month later, the group returned exhausted to the Wuyun sect. Many people's expressions finally relaxed, no longer so cautious. It felt like a different world. Chen Sun held He Nyo, looking at the vast, towering mountains below, a hint of joy in his eyes. They had finally returned. In front of the sect master's hall, the same few people waited. Their eyes showed hope. After the Qingya carving was completed, he encouraged everyone once more, then entered the main hall with Wei Shan and others, paying little attention to them. Everyone felt a bit empty inside, as if they were not very important, led down the mountain by a few senior uncles. Chen Sun and the Black Bull walked at the back, looking around at the view from the sect master peak, marveling at it with amazement. Their attention was fully on the scenery, and they didn't think much else. However, after Ji Kuan returned, he seemed to have changed a lot in personality and became more distant from Chen Sun. Chen Sun didn't bother him, understanding that everyone has their own path. After descending the mountain, everyone started flying on their swords toward their own homes, without exchanging many words. Old Bull, let's go, Chen Sun said with a smile, taking out his fairy sword from his storage bag and flying toward the Medicine Valley with the Black Bull. In the Medicine Valley, a beautiful girl about 16 or 17 years old was carefully tending to spiritual herbs. She wore a green dress, her smile bright like a flower. She pursed her lips, with ink-black eyebrows and clear eyes like autumn water, smiling gently as she watched butterflies in the valley, her eyes full of innocence and delicacy. Her name was Lu Yuan, a disciple of the Alchemy Hall. She was taken into the 5 Elements sect at a young age and was responsible for spiritual herbs. Now she was at the 7th level of Qi refining. Junior sister Lu Yuan, we're back, haha. A loud, harsh laugh suddenly rang out. Lu Yuan's face lit up with joy. She quickly turned around and called out, Senior brother Chen Sun, Black Bull, you're back. Chen Sun and the Black Bull looked up and smiled so broadly that even their gums showed. They walked over step by step. Junior sister Lu Yuan, you've worked hard these past 6 months. But we agreed on 30 lower-grade spirit stones, Chen Sun said seriously. Lu Yuan was someone they met 2 years ago when checking the herbs in the valley and was quite knowledgeable about spiritual herbs. They didn't want to give up this place, so they left Lu Yuan to take care of it. Judging by the growth of the herbs, she hadn't disappointed them. Senior brother, you've managed the valley so well. I didn't do much. Just give me 10 lower-grade spirit stones, Lu Yuan said shyly, her face flushing. She didn't dare ask for so many, thinking Chen Sun might have been joking earlier. The Black Bull came over and rubbed her hand, letting her hold it. Junior sister, time flies. 30 spirit stones in half a year. I don't think I've lost out. Chen Sun said seriously, then took out 30 low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag. Lu Yuan looked nervous, her fists clenched. She only comes here to watch every day, practicing the water spirit technique, and can't afford such a large amount of money. The foundation here is too good. Senior brother Chen Sun. If we leave next time, will you come again? Consider this a thank you gift. Please accept it. Okay. Lu Yuan nodded heavily, thinking to herself that next time she definitely wouldn't talk about spirit stones with her senior brother. Junior sister, you should go busy yourself. We're tidying up, Chen Sun said with a smile, looking toward the Medicine Valley, feeling happy inside. All right, I'm leaving, senior brother. Lu Yuan's cheerful voice sounded like silver bells. She returned the jade pendant from the Medicine Valley and finally waved goodbye to Chen Sun and the Black Bull. Finally, it's safe. Chen Sun sighed with his hands behind his back, feeling relaxed. Old Bull, let's start working too. Moo moo, the Black Bull happily called out. They still hadn't submitted their contribution from the Medicine Valley this year. Chen Sun had said that even the smallest insect is still meat. Although they had gained 6,000 contribution points, they couldn't waste it. Whoosh, whoosh. Chen Sun flew on his sword, reaching the middle of the waterfall. The rushing water kept pounding down, but was blocked by the magic shield he cast. So fierce, Chen Sun looked up at the top. The water flow hammered the shield like 1,000 pounds, and his internal magic was constantly draining. Clang, clang. Chen Sun took out his mountain opening axe from his waist. The rhythmic sound of chopping stones echoed, but the Black Bull in the distance couldn't hear it at all, drowned out by the waterfall spray. It was running inside and outside the cave, tidying up, checking the spiritual herbs, and preparing the share of spiritual herbs to be submitted this year. Then it started setting up small traps. After 5 days, Chen Sun's contribution from the 8 trigrams finally turned into real points. 6,666 contribution points. He quickly took the Black Bull to the main hall of the sect to submit the spiritual herbs and received 200 contribution points. Old Bull, that place is really hard to cut. My 2 mountain opening axes are both chipped. Chen Sun looked very unhappy. If he used his hands to smash, he wasn't sure what chaos he would cause. Moo? Moo moo. Only by learning to refine tools can we increase our contribution points. We have enough points now to exchange for materials. Iron essence is used to make yellow rank magic tools. Chen Sun walked along the road, deep in thought. Without a master to guide him, he could only study the forging books himself, hoping not to waste the materials. Moo. Dahainyo nodded and rubbed against Chen Sun. They had plenty of time to learn, but they were worried about not mastering enough skills. Chen Sun smiled slightly and said, Old cow, if I ruin the materials and we put all our contribution points into it, don't blame me. Dahainyo looked at Chen Sun with disdain, but he wasn't worried. They went together to the contribution hall of the sect, smiling as they entered. With nearly 7,000 contribution points, they believed they could get anything in the world. When they left, their smiles had faded. They finally understood that happiness doesn't disappear. It just shifts. Now it was on the face of the Foundation establishment master who looked at them. Well, not bad. You've earned 1,000 contribution points. Huh. It seems my nephew is really talented, earning 3,000 contribution points. Wow, impressive. 5,000 contribution points. Haha. Chen Sun's mind was buzzing from the praise of his master, and he had exchanged for many items. Dahainyo snorted heavily, unable to stop him. Chen Sun was acting like a rich person, and if he hadn't pushed him hard from behind, he might have spent all his points. Old cow, why are you in such a hurry? I've specially exchanged a book for you. Basic Array Formation Manual. Chen Sun led Dahainyo and patted its head firmly. He was still overwhelmed from earlier. Moo? Moo moo. Dahe Nyo rubbed against Chin Sun happily, eyes shining with joy. The exchange was good. Basic forging, basic 5 elements escape technique, basic array formation manual, basic talisman drawing manual, basic heavenly materials and earth treasures manual. Chin Sun smiled foolishly. Although these were basic, they couldn't be bought outside. They were secret treasures, passed down, and only available for Sect disciples to exchange. There were also 4 iron essence stones, a mid-grade yellow-tier forging cauldron, brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones for talisman drawing and other items. Dahe Nyo also fantasized about learning array formations, imagining that one day he could create a formation to seal a mountain like the great cultivators. Haha. Just as they were lost in their dreams, suddenly, bang, bang, 2 loud thuds echoed, and a large tree was shaken left and right. Its leaves rustled and fell, showing it was badly hurt. Oh no, what's wrong with this tree? Why is it still growing in the middle of the road? Moo moo, old cow, forget it. Let's not argue with it. Let's go home. Moo on the road. 2 grumpy voices sounded. They were in a good mood today, so they decided not to bother with it. Back at the Medicine Valley, Dahe Nyo was reading the Basic Array Formation Manual. Chin Sun took out the Basic Forging book and started studying. Making pills with a furnace and forging with a cauldron are similar in some ways, but they have nothing to do with blacksmithing. Dahe Nyo stayed far from Chin Sun, mooing constantly. He recognized all the words, studying carefully. Although simple, the knowledge was deep and broad. Hiss, hiss, Chin Sun gasped and ate sunflower seeds, feeling that forging was turning his long-held understanding upside down. It was about using magic to the fullest, ignoring physical strength, and demanding high-quality materials. He looked at the blue double-eared cauldron in front of him and gently stroked it. Can my mountain-splitting axe be recreated in the cultivation world? It all depends on you, my precious. Dahe Nyo trotted over anxiously, pointing with his hoof at several flags in the book. You want to buy array flags? Moo, if you learn it, I'll buy them for you. First, learn the basics. Chin Sun looked at him and opened his palm. Grab a handful of sunflower seeds. Dahe Nyo cheered happily, grabbing some seeds and running to a corner, eyes full of curiosity and seriousness. 1 person and 1 cow began to live a peaceful life again. They heard that the pill refining hall was very satisfied with their Medicine Valley. They said this kid had the talent of a herbal farmer and could endure loneliness. It was even better that others wouldn't bother him. Focusing on managing the herb garden was already the biggest contribution to the sect. Time was like a cold wind, blowing away the freshness of everything. But maybe, as they kept moving forward with it, they wouldn't have many regrets even when they grew old. Unconsciously, a year had passed. Chin Sun and Dahe Nyo didn't seem to notice the passing of time. They had too many things to do and continued to increase their lifespan by adding points to their magic power. 6 months ago, an elder from the Alchemy Palace personally delivered a shiny black foundation-building pill. He also encouraged Chin Sun, saying that the Medicine Valley was doing quite well. He implied that as long as Chin Sun kept working hard, the sect would always need honest and patient people like him. When Chin Sun took the pill, he accidentally shed a tear, saying that the sect was his home and he would not let it down. The elder was very pleased and casually shared some tips on growing spiritual herbs. He even made a big promise, saying that if Chin Sun succeeded in foundation building, he could access the sect's real spiritual herb garden, which would be a new world for him. Chin Sun was very grateful and even played his best skill, the Swana, to see the elder off from the valley. The 5 Elements sect had never been involved in any scandal about disciples cheating to get foundation-building pills, so Chin Sun felt completely at ease. After handing in this year's contribution from the Medicine Valley, they didn't go to the contribution hall. They still had 2,000 contribution points, which they kept for emergencies. Even if the sect leader came to flatter him now, Chin Sun wouldn't spend these points. He was firm and wouldn't be swayed by sweet words. Go to the contribution hall. Chin Sun couldn't take it anymore. He resisted outside temptations, but couldn't refuse the persistent begging of the black bull. Moo the black bull grinned and kept wagging its tail. Old bull, today you can spend freely. With 2,000 contribution points, we can easily get a few formation flags. Moo, later, you can see if there's anything else you need. We'll get everything at once. Chen Sun thought for a moment and said, I don't have time to study formations right now. I heard it also takes a lot of materials to set them up. Moo Moo the black bull rubbed against Chen Sun, its eyes curling into crescent moons. Let's not be strangers, brother. Let's go. Chen Sun led the black bull toward the contribution hall. They exchanged many basic materials for formation flags and stones, but they weren't expensive, only about 1,000 contribution points. This year, he didn't participate in the sect's big competition. It wouldn't be good to keep bothering the junior disciples. Their goal had already been achieved, and if too many disciples were unhappy, it would cause trouble. Back in the Medicine Valley, inside his cave, Old Bull, look at these things. They're really different from the materials in the mortal world. Chen Sun squinted slightly, looking at the various materials on the ground. They all carry some spiritual energy. In the future, we shouldn't miss them when we encounter them. Moo. Dahei Nyozheng nodded seriously. After studying the array, he also wanted to check out the basic encyclopedia of heavenly materials and earth treasures. Old cow, you go ahead and busy yourself. I'll continue refining tools. Moo. Dahei Nyo responded, gathering the materials on the ground and running off. The art of refining tools is vast and profound. There are many issues to solve when melting materials. Chen Sun took out a new small notebook to write and draw. Over the past year, many rocks in the Medicine Valley had been used for refining tools, but he still dared not use the iron essence. He proved with his actions what it means to truly work hard to make up for a lack of talent. Time can really be used freely. One person and one cow began to busy themselves again in the Medicine Valley. Every day, Chen Sun would occasionally smash some rocks and bring them back to his cave to refine tools. Besides taking care of spiritual herbs, Dahei Nyo was also practicing array formations. However, mastering array formations and refining tools does not depend on spells. Neither of them had special talent. They studied diligently day after day. But their daily sunset strolls were essential and never missed, rain or shine. Chen Sun controlled the flying height and speed, riding with Dahei Nyo across the sky, feeling the beauty of the world. His heart suddenly felt open and clear. But one day, they were caught by Brother Lu Feng from the law enforcement hall, who confiscated their immortal sword and gave them a stern lecture in the small woods. Chen Sun and Dahei Nyo almost crouched on the ground, heads in their hands. Fortunately, Chen Sun sincerely admitted his mistake, loudly declaring that he was wrong to waste time on trivial things. Brother Lu Feng then returned their sword. He kept saying that if they had any cultivation questions, they could come to him for guidance. As a senior brother, he was willing to point out a few things. Chen Sun casually asked a few questions about refining tools, which Brother Lu Feng answered easily. To him, these were too basic. Then he gave another lecture, saying they shouldn't waste time on refining tools. This year, Chen Sun and Dahei Nyo spent their days under Brother Lu Feng's shadow, focusing on increasing their spiritual power and steadily earning 200 contributions from the sect's main hall. In the Medicine Valley, Chen Sun and Dahei Nyo sat around a dirt pit. Their eyes were fixed on the flickering flames inside. You should know that inside the cave, there is no wind, yet here a gentle breeze suddenly blows. Old cow, a peerless genius, truly heaven has not borne me, the cow emperor. The array is eternal like a long night. Chen Sun shook his head in amazement as he looked at the formation stones in the three corners of the cave. This array is so wonderful. It can borrow spiritual energy to resonate with heaven and earth, achieving many effects. In just a year, they managed to set up a small array, even though those array disciples might learn it in just a few days. But in Chen Sun's heart, the black bull is the strongest. Even 1,000 talented people couldn't compare to it. Moo. The black bull's tail almost spins into the sky. The array's power is enhanced by magic. Its eyes tighten, and magic energy flows from its mouth. Moo. Suddenly, a strong wind blows inside the cave, causing pots and pans to fly everywhere. Old cow, clean up yourself. A furious shout comes from outside the cave. Chen Sun crosses his arms and is blown out, his voice fading away. Moo? Moo. The black bull's pupils shrink. It quickly stops casting spells and chases after him. It forgets that only it won't be attacked by the array. Soon, Chen Sun stands steadily on the ground. His well-groomed hair is tousled by the wind. He raises an eyebrow and with great strength says, "Moo." The black bull is thrown into the water pool. Ha ha. Seeing the embarrassed black bull, Chen Sun feels satisfied. Moo. The black bull charges forward, splashing water all over Chen Sun. Hurry back and clean up. I need to start refining the magic furnace. Chen Sun pats himself and smiles. Moo. Almost done. I just need to make a simple mountain-breaking axe. No need for complicated techniques. Moo. Then we can open the cave behind the waterfall. 2 years have passed. No one is paying attention to us now. We can start that plan. Chen Sun speaks mysteriously, raising an eyebrow. Keep everything low-key, and nothing will go wrong. Moo. The black bull jumps excitedly and runs ahead. It wants to quickly tidy up the cave. But the array really is amazing. Chen Sun praised. Although these are just small formations, like blowing wind or burning fire, outsiders see them as useless and a waste of time. They think real magic is better, but to them, this is a deep and broad field of study. They have already started learning, and no one can understand how happy they are. For immortals seeking longevity, profit and fame may no longer matter. They don't want to show off in front of others. Wherever they go, they only hear surprised or mocking voices. It's good to be a transparent person in the 5 Elements sect. No one pays attention, and no trouble comes. Inside the Medicine Valley Cave, Chen Sun officially opened the furnace. Dahei Nyo was nearby, scattering flower petals and mooing happily. Today I am refining tools. Watch and see, fellow immortals. Moo moo moo. Chen Sun turned his palm, and suddenly a ball of silver iron essence appeared from his storage bag. It was bumpy on the surface, oval-shaped, about the size of a fist. Go. He made a hand gesture, and the refining furnace emitted a dull sound. Flames burst around it, fiery Dan fire. Due to limited conditions, he could only make do. Chen Sun's eyes grew more excited. He had already tested that his Dan fire could be enhanced by his magic power. With enough firepower, he was confident it would succeed. Moo. Dahei Nyo watched nervously, helping from the side. It had tried this delicate work before and knew it couldn't do it alone. Only Chen Sun could lead. He snapped his fingers, and the iron essence instantly entered the furnace. Chen Sun closed his eyes slightly. The Dan fire inside moved like a living creature, dancing constantly. The refining furnace was very different from a pill furnace. Without magic power enhancement, even with Dan fire, it might not be able to melt the materials. Small explosions kept sounding inside the furnace. Chen Sun sent out another spell, sealing the furnace completely. It was a tough process. Because he was at the qi refining stage, he couldn't feel the tiny changes inside the furnace. He had to rely on his senses. Old Nyo, add more ingredients. Moo. Dahei Nyo thought hard and ignited more Dan fire. The furnace turned bright red, and the explosions inside grew louder. Chen Sun's face turned pale, and he gasped for breath. No one would have guessed that someone would spend 2 years preparing just to refine a piece of iron essence. Do they think life is long enough? Open the furnace, Chen Sun shouted. Moo. The cauldron suddenly rose into the sky and crashed onto the ground with a loud sound. Inside the cauldron, a silver-like iron ball was being pulled to the center by magical power. Old cow, keep applying the fire, Chen Sun quickly said, continuously casting spells with his hands. The iron ball kept changing shape. Chen Sun's face turned from white to red. He was very nervous and excited. The water-like state of the iron ball showed they had successfully melted it, and it was not a waste material. After an hour, the process was complete. Old cow, the mountain opening axe, is ready. Haha. Chen Sun's veins bulged as he held a crooked, silver axe. The axe was sharp and made of pure iron, meant for breaking mountains and rocks. Moo moo. Black Bull cheered happily, jumping around excitedly. Let's go? The secret base is open. Chen Sun's face was flushed with excitement as he looked at the axe, loving it. It should be a magic tool. Black Bull nudged Chen Sun, eyes full of confidence. It was definitely a top-quality heavenly tool. Chen Sun laughed loudly. They flew on their swords straight to the middle of the waterfall. Chen Sun used all his strength and swung the axe down. Open mountain. Boom. A huge explosion sounded. Rocks flew everywhere and hit the magical shield repeatedly. The tough stone wall was split open by Chen Sun, creating a big moo. Black Bull shouted excitedly. It stood behind Chen Sun, startled by the power of the axe. It was clear that ordinary iron couldn't compare. "Old cow, see that?" Chin Sun's veins bulged as he turned and said, eyes full of excitement. "Our secret base will definitely succeed." Black Bull grinned and kept patting Chin Sun, feeling excited too. Inside, they had the future spiritual medicine for foundation building. "We'll make 2 more axes and 3 pieces of iron essence. Let's break through this." Moo. They returned to their underground cave to recover their energy and continued refining tools. In the following days, Chin Sun built a cave in the middle of the waterfall every day, while Black Bull took care of the spiritual herbs and practiced formations. It also took the axe Chin Sun gave it and polished a large stone. After opening the secret base, they planned to seal the entrance with the big stone. A month later, the cave was finished. Chin Sun and Black Bull sat inside the dark cave, listening to the waterfall outside, feeling very happy. "Old cow, bring it out," Chin Sun said with a smile. Finally, they could start planting the spiritual medicine for foundation building. The cow let out a heavy snort and directly spat out a storage bag from inside its body, filled with medicinal boxes. Both of their hearts beat faster. Inside the cave, there was still an opening, which they had filled with dirt to grow seeds. The green liquid, made from the essence of all things, allowed them to grow spiritual herbs regardless of the environment. Now, they could cultivate a century-old spiritual herb in just 1 month, which is quite amazing. Chin Sun took a deep breath and slowly said, "Old cow, let's start our foundation building plan." Today, I am officially starting to recommend this book. I feel very excited and a bit nervous. The world of this story is very large, but this is just the tip of the iceberg. Rest assured, there will be no repetitive or overly dramatic plots. I promise it will meet the expectations of fans who like this book. According to the new book rules, the initial ratings are quite low. Please give 5-star reviews to support it. Those who have read this far probably like the story a little. I hope everyone can spare a few seconds to support the book. You can read for free without giving gifts to the author. Just sending some free gifts is a big support. Watching 3 ads for 2 minutes can help me earn more income. I want to thank all the readers. Sorry for the long introduction today. I won't bother you with such talk in the future. I wish everyone success and happiness in life. He hasn't used the foundation building pill yet because, for someone with average talent, there is a significant risk of failure with just 1 pill. Moo. The cow nodded heavily. It had been looking forward to this day. It carried the storage bag in its mouth and walked toward another opening. Chin Sun squinted slightly, drew his sword, and flew through the waterfall. He wanted to stay outside to keep watch and be ready for any emergencies. Every day, they were very busy. Chin Sun spent his days studying alchemy and controlling the fire of pills. As everyone knows, during the chi refining stage, it's impossible to refine these herbs that are hundreds of years old. First, the purity of the fire was not enough. Second, spiritual herbs are precious, and it's impossible to waste hundreds of years of herbs. In just 100 years, mastering alchemy could take a lifetime. During the chi refining stage, this is simply impossible. Time passes quickly, like a sharp knife that makes people grow old. The years change rapidly, and 6 years have already gone by. Inside the sect, there are many good news. Some inner disciples have taken foundation establishment pills and successfully established their foundations. There are even some talented individuals who do not need the pills and directly break through to the 10th level of chi refining, achieving success in foundation building. It is said that a sect master, while traveling outside, received a girl with a spiritual root of the sky. The entire 5 Essence sect was excited. Top figures all came out of seclusion to meet her personally. They even prepared a grand ceremony for her to join the sect. But ordinary outer disciples like us couldn't see it. We could only envy quietly. People with a sky spiritual root find it easy to reach the golden core stage. Their future is limitless. They are considered top talents of the sect. All elders and peak masters protect her carefully and never show her to others. Most people don't even know what she looks like. No one who reaches the golden core stage is foolish. But these news make many disciples excited. The future of the 5 Essence sect looks bright. Their sense of belonging to the sect grows stronger. This is truly their home. In an ordinary medicine valley, there is a person and a cow. They are the invisible members of the sect, quietly contributing every year without fighting or competing. Behind a waterfall in the Medicine Valley, there is a chicken coop. Chen Sun is feeding the chickens. A cow is nearby, holding a feed bucket in its mouth. There are more than 20 mountain chickens and many chicks inside. They are all fat and big-eared. Their eggs often have double yolks and taste very good. Chen Sun says that for sustainable development, hunting every day will eventually wipe out the wild animals in the mountains, which is bad for virtue. It's better to raise animals himself. Old cow, our 5 Essence sect has become stronger again. Life is getting better and better, Chen Sun says happily, scattering feed as he speaks. The sky's spiritual root, huh? The Peak Master met her. Maybe she'll become a golden core cultivator after a few years of practice, he adds. The cow happily wags its tail, wishing all the sky's spiritual roots would come to the 5 Essence sect. It would be an honor. As for the so-called talent, being at the chi refining stage while others are already at the golden core stage, what does it matter? They're not enemies. When they were in the small mountain village, some might have already reached the peak of the Tao. Why bother comparing? They're not like Long Out Yin, born with a cursed physique that invites mockery. However, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. These senior brothers are also under a lot of pressure, carrying the burden for our 5 Elements sect. Chen Xuanping smiled as he finished feeding the livestock. In recent years, I heard some small sects have been destroyed, even mountain gates flattened. Our sect has sent many people to investigate. Moo. Dahainyo nodded seriously. Not only in the mortal world, but also in the cultivation world, there is constant fighting. Disciples of outer sect elders often lose their lives each year. Our strength is limited, and we prefer not to seek the limelight. We focus on peacefully cultivating spiritual fields, which also helps our sect, Chen Sun said with a smile. He has become much calmer now, no longer impulsive like a young boy. Let's go, old bull. Today I plan to refine pills. I wonder who will dare to ignore me. Moo, they looked fierce. Dahainyo suddenly dropped the feed with a bang, startling the chickens in the coop, which kept running away. Are they about to pick a lucky one again? Over the past 6 years, they finally filled their longevity points to the maximum, reaching 20. Their magic power has increased to an impressive level. They once tried. If they used all their strength to ignite the pill fire, the refining cauldron might melt. Originally, the alchemy fire for chi cultivation was just a small red flame. If they didn't control their fire, it would turn pale white when fully unleashed, becoming icy cold and undergoing a transformation. The small fireball spell is even more exaggerated. Last year, a loud explosion sent fireballs crashing like meteors. If they hadn't stopped in time, the protective barrier of the Medicine Valley could have been severely damaged. Old bull, we can finally test that defense. Moo. Hee, maybe we'll become invincible, able to break stones with our chests, and even have the potential to be the king of street performers. Ha. Moo. Laughter echoed in the air above the Medicine Valley. Then they plunged into the waterfall, entering their secret base. Inside another cave, all arranged with formations by Dahainyo. If an accident happens, he can remotely control and destroy the spiritual herbs inside without leaving a trace. They also buried the seeds of spiritual herbs in a very hidden place, where no one would think to look, as a backup plan. The black cow softly mooed, standing upright with its hooves making a strange gesture. Only then did the entrance of the cave reveal its full appearance, filled with various foundational spiritual medicines, so many they could drive someone crazy. At this moment, Chen Sun was standing quite far away, constantly watching outside. He felt a bit nervous about the black cow's formation. This old cow looked careless, but its mind was very clever, just like the true master. Many places inside the Medicine Valley were set with formations, and he had suffered quite a bit from them. Moo. Here they come. Chen Sun's eyes flashed like lightning as he looked at the spiritual medicines arranged inside the cave. All the main medicinal herbs had been over 300 years old, clear and shiny, radiating spiritual energy. Old cow, watch over this. You've learned sword control, so I might need to activate that sensing formation if something happens. Moo. The black cow nodded, then patted its storage bag. It took out a fairy sword, which Chen Sun had exchanged for it. The cow looked at it with great care and then flew away, controlling the sword. A pill furnace floated in the air. Chen Sun used his control technique. Most people at the chi refining stage could only control one object. but he could control hundreds with very little energy used. Sky Virtue Fruit, Moon Spirit Fruit, Chun Sun muttered softly. A flame appeared in his hand, splitting into 5 flames. If others saw this, they would be shocked. Did the flames really split? Could they play like this? Each medicinal herb had different properties, so the temperature and technique for the flames varied greatly. He had no master to teach him, so he could only keep trying. Chun Sun's finger movements were elegant. The Sky Virtue Fruit shot up and entered the pill furnace. After an hour, unsurprisingly, it turned into a pile of useless liquid. His face twitched, feeling heartbroken. He picked up a small notebook to record his feelings, making adjustments calmly and without rush. Several hours passed. The entire process was filled with failed medicines, and not a single successful pill. Chun Sun remained calm and began to meditate, analyzing deeply. These spiritual herbs are truly special. Their age makes such a big difference, he thought silently. The same foundational herb, just 10 years apart in age, required completely different fire control and techniques. This was very different from when he made heavy feather pills and chi-boosting pills before. Now, he controlled the fire with precision down to the exact year. No wonder he couldn't refine at the chi refining stage. This special medicine likely requires the legendary spiritual awareness to fully control, greatly increasing the chance of success in forming a pill. But I lack nothing but time and spiritual medicine, Chun Sun said with a faint smile, feeling quite interested and not discouraged by any failures. Chun Sun spends his days refining pills. He makes no more than 5 each month, records his experiences and feelings after failures, and begins meditating to explore those sensations. Spring passes into autumn, and another year quickly goes by. The Medicine Valley remains green all year, and time seems to leave no mark on Chun Sun and the Black Bull. In the secret base, the Black Bull watches Chun Sun's pill furnace with bright eyes. A fragrant aroma drifts over, and it keeps sniffing with its nose. Moo! Suddenly, the Black Bull becomes excited. Chun Sun has worked very hard this year, but the bull can't help much, only nurturing the spiritual medicine nearby. Finally, Chun Sun successfully refines a spiritual medicine, but his expression remains calm, without any sign of joy. Everything is under my control, Chun Sun said with a steady face, then slightly crooked his mouth. Foundation building spiritual medicine, just SOSO, easy to handle. Moo moo. The Black Bull circles around Chun Sun, shouting happily. It's so impressive, no wonder it's my big brother. I feel like I finally got it right. Chun Sun slowly stands up, takes a deep breath, and says, Old Bull, we have hope for foundation building. Moo. The Black Bull excitedly pounces on Chun Sun, who can't hold back his laughter and bursts out laughing. Starting is always hard, but at least I've taken the first step. Ding. The host can now add points. Old Bull, add points. Add points. Chun Sun pats the Black Bull's head. Finally, I can try improving my defense. Moo the Black Bull stands nearby, staring at Chun Sun, ready. He begins adding points, focusing on defense. A heavy force spreads through his body, and both of them feel as if their bodies suddenly tighten. Oh, not bad. Chun Sun raises an eyebrow, looking at his arm. Although it looks unchanged on the outside, he clearly feels it's gotten a lot harder. Moo? The Black Bull spins around, confusion in its eyes. Old Bull, don't hurt yourself. Just go with the flow, Chun Sun says in surprise. This old bull seems like it's about to crush its chest. Moo the Black Bull grins, showing a bit of a mischievous idea. Let's go to the main hall of the sect to get our 200 contribution points, then see the sect competition. I heard some strong new disciples have appeared. After that, we'll continue refining medicine. Meow. One person and one black cow flew down the waterfall on their swords, then took some roasted sunflower seeds from their cave and headed outside the Medicine Valley. In the years that followed, every year a person wearing a straw hat and leading a cow would come to the competition venue. They never participated in the sect competition, only relaxing under the shade of trees and eating seeds. They seemed very happy, as if they no longer cared about strength, loudly cheering for the powerful disciples. After the competition, they quietly left the mountain, yet they were very kind to others. Anyone who saw them would be met with a warm smile. When walking, they always made way for others, which made people feel very good. No one knew his name. He didn't seem good at making friends and had no companions in the sect. He always walked alone, leading his black cow spirit beast like an invisible person. Time passed quickly. Looking back, those years were full of storms and sweetness. 10 years had quietly gone by. Chen Sun and the cow had been in the Five Elements sect for over 20 years. Many big events happened in the sect, and conflicts between the celestial gates of the Qian and Wu countries grew more intense. The path of cultivation is like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you fall behind. The Qian country has many resources needed by cultivators from Wu country, and Wu country also needs resources from Qian. Inside the Medicine Valley, in the cave behind the waterfall, Chen Sun and the cow were just ordinary beings among many. They couldn't influence the big trends, only go with the flow, and had spent 10 years focusing on defense to extend their lifespan. However, it was also said that the fights were only loud arguments, not actual violence yet. But these low-level disciples didn't think so. Rumors were flying everywhere. Old cow, it feels like a fight is about to start. Chen Sun frowned slightly, looking at the cow. If they fight and come to the Five Elements sect, what should we do? Meow. The cow was a bit nervous. These low-level disciples were always spreading alarming rumors, saying a great war among cultivators could happen every 1,000 years. Chen Sun muttered. Competing for resources was something that happened in every world. The real problem was, what should ordinary people like them do? Winning wouldn't bring much benefit, but losing might mean losing the sect. And these low-level disciples had no idea how the two countries' celestial sects had developed now. Moo, the cow nudged Chen Sun, its head constantly looking into the distance. Run away? That's not possible. We need to help our sect kill at least a dozen or 20 Foundation establishment cultivators. Chen Sun suddenly shook his head, finishing his food and wiping his mouth before leaving. Are they still human? Unless our Wu Yun sect really can't hold out, we must fight to the end for Wu Gua. His eyes suddenly turned sharp. Wu Yun sect has long been their home. Unless 100 or so golden core cultivators attack them, they won't recognize their own mother in the fight. Moo moo. The cow stomped its feet anxiously. It didn't mean that. It kept shaking its head and even picked up stones to write. Chen Sun squinted slightly and patted his head. It was his own assumption. Turns out, the cow meant the big figures from Qianghua far away haven't fought yet. Why worry about things that haven't happened? Hey, that might be true. If there's a fight, it will be the first among the 5 great sections. We Wu sect haven't received any news at all. Ha ha, ha ha. Chen Sun suddenly burst into laughter, feeling very happy. Rumors are harmful. He almost thought Wu Yun sect was the center of the world. The cow rolled its eyes at Chen Sun. Sometimes, overthinking can lead to being outsmarted by one's own cleverness. But, old cow, we must also stay alert. Chen Sun coughed lightly. No matter how much we contribute to the sect, we must at least have the strength to protect ourselves. Moo. The cow nodded heavily, its eyes becoming serious. When a real fight comes, it can only do what it is capable of. It won't be reckless. That's what Chen Sun taught it. Chen Sun smiled slightly. He doesn't see himself as a saint, building up anger and exploding at golden core cultivators for the sect. He can't do that for Wu Yun sect. Their eyes suddenly looked down at the alchemy furnace. Inside, there were 5 white pills with a green leaf-like pattern on them. After 10 years, Chen Sun finally refined all the spiritual herbs for the Foundation establishment pill. But the most important thing was his familiar pill-making technique. It seemed that the result was no longer as important. They didn't understand what that pill pattern was, and the Foundation establishment pills were completely different from those sent by the elders. They didn't know why. Old cow, prepare for Foundation establishment. Moo. I'll go first. If there's danger, I can warn you in advance. Moo. This time, trust me. We don't have a master, so we can only figure things out as we go. Moo. The cow drooped its head, licked Chen Sun, then quickly stepped back, watching his serious expression. His words left no room for doubt. Chen Sun stayed calm and focused. He slightly raised his hand and swallowed a foundational pill. Suddenly, powerful medicine energy burst inside his body. His eyes widened, and he let out a muffled groan. The cow looked nervous. It was about to step forward but froze in place, afraid to make any noise. Interrupting during a breakthrough is very dangerous. At this moment, Chen Sun's pores opened wide. His body shimmered with faint light, and countless impurities flowed out. His face showed pain and relief alternately, and he gradually closed his eyes. Inside him, the iron-like barrier was melting away under the medicine's power. His dantian was undergoing a big change, with waves of energy crashing inside. After a day and night, Chun Sun was covered in sweat. His chest rose and fell rapidly as he looked at the cow with surprise. Moo! Moo! The cow kept making noise, confused about why the breakthrough was so difficult. Old cow, I'm fine. You know, building the foundation means turning the dantian into liquid, and then the divine consciousness is born in the mud pill palace. That's a successful foundation, Chun Sun said in shock, as if something had frightened him. I failed to build the foundation, but not completely. Moo moo. The cow was still nervous, jumping around. It didn't care much about that. It only cared about Chun Sun's health. This foundation pill actually expanded my dantian. Chun Sun took a deep breath. In simple terms, the body's magic power storage is 1, and mine is 2. Moo. The cow looked shocked. In the cultivation world, it's usually impossible to expand the dantian. Cultivation methods only improve the level, not the size. The difference lies in how well the technique fits the practitioner's body. For example, a water element spiritual root practicing water techniques is like adding wings to a tiger. But if they practice fire techniques, it becomes much harder and less effective. They all use common cultivation methods. With a mixed spiritual root, anyone can cultivate, but it doesn't give much advantage to their body or spells. The gap in fighting ability grows larger as they reach higher levels. A mixed spiritual root absorbs all kinds of spiritual energy, which is chaotic and takes a lot of time to purify. But a spiritual root that is naturally aligned with a certain element can directly absorb matching energy, saving time on purification. Of course, this is just their current understanding, mostly based on hearsay. Old cow, prepare the spiritual medicine, Chun Sun said with a sharp look. These 5 foundation establishment pills are far from enough, especially considering old cow's share. Moo. The black cow quickly ran to the back, not daring to delay. In the first month, Chun Sun was refining spiritual medicine while establishing his foundation. His body emitted more and more turbid energy. In the second month, another batch of foundation establishment pills was produced. They were very unusual, very different from ordinary pills. 1 year passed in the process of foundation building and medicine cultivation. The entire medicine valley was very quiet. Only the crowing of chickens and the sound of waterfall water. Today, the weather was clear and sunny, the sky blue and clean, but inside the valley, a heavy atmosphere lingered. Some spiritual fields herbs moved without wind, and the waterfall outside the secret base was cut off, as if blocked in the middle, leaving only a hole. 1 person and 1 cow appeared with bright eyes, slowly walking out from inside. They radiated a powerful aura of the foundation establishment stage, spreading their divine sense everywhere, like having a divine perspective, overlooking the entire valley. Every movement was in their sight. Haha, is this what the view looks like from the foundation establishment stage? Chun Sun stood with his hands behind his back, speaking calmly. Moo. The black cow stood shoulder to shoulder with Chun Sun. Its muscles bulged all over, and terrifying strength surged through it. The shackles of the 20th level of the longevity point were finally broken, and they could continue to improve. They gradually looked up, both with their hands behind their backs, eyes full of confidence, and their faces started to twist into smirks. Your grandpa's, old cow, we finally broke through. Moo moo. 2 roars of anger and excitement burst out as if they had been building for countless years. The entire pond was shaken, ripples spreading out and causing continuous tremors. The foundation establishment stage has 3 parts: early, middle, and late. The final step is forming a core. If successful, one can avoid eating and drinking, walk in the air, greatly increase their magic power, and even live for 1,000 years. But the golden core stage is still far away. They didn't dare to think about it for now. Reaching the foundation stage was already quite satisfying. Old cow, with a lifespan of 400 years at the foundation stage, we can stay in the sect longer. No need to wander around, living a life of uncertainty, Chun Sun excitedly said, holding the head of the ox in one arm. We finally have a safe and steady home. Moo moo. The ox kept rubbing against Chun Sun, showing feelings of happiness. They actually liked stability, at least having a place to rest when tired in body and mind. Old ox, let's go for some skewers. Celebrate together and cheer for ourselves. Moo moo. They jumped without using a flying sword, plunging into the water pool. Boom. 2 huge splashes of water burst out. Chun Sun's lips trembled slightly as he kept sinking into the water. Both he and the ox understood that what excited them most wasn't breaking through the foundation building stage. At night, the sky was full of bright stars shining brilliantly. Under the night, Chun Sun sang while roasting meat on a grill. A bonfire blazed, and the ox ran around constantly, the sound of bells ringing clear and cheerful, blending with Chun Sun's singing. Wandering on the road, Chun Sun kept nodding and singing, the skewers sizzling in his hand, his eyes always smiling as he looked at the ox. His voice grew louder, almost shouting. We have crossed mountains and seas, and walked through crowds of people. Moo. Sometimes crying, sometimes laughing, living an ordinary life. Moo. Ha ha. Moo moo. Chun Sun and the ox kept laughing loudly. The bonfire flickered with hot light, reflecting their happy faces. Late at night, when everything was quiet, one person and one ox sat side by side, gazing at the starry sky. After careful thought, they decided to add the longevity points to their spiritual power. For now, this would give them the greatest boost in strength and help them see where the threshold of the foundation building stage was, and whether they might get stuck. Their current longevity points: Strength 21, Speed 21, Spirit Essence 20, Spiritual Power 21, Defense 11. The next day, as the morning sun rose, a few rays of sunlight shone down, bringing a cool and gentle feeling. Chun Sun used a few dust removal spells on himself and the ox, smiling as he stood outside the medicine valley, beginning to walk along the path. According to the rules of the 5-element sect, if they reached the foundation building stage, they needed to go to their respective hall to register. Since they belonged to the alchemy hall, they naturally had to go and register. Bull has already hidden his foundation cultivation. On the surface, he appears to be at the 7th level of chi refining, but spiritual beasts naturally live longer than cultivators of the same level. No one knows exactly how old Bull is. The Alchemy Palace is located on a main peak shrouded in clouds and mist. The mountain is lush with green trees, and ancient-style buildings with carved eaves are hidden among the greenery. The air is filled with the scent of herbs, refreshing and calming many disciples' tired minds. Chun Sun and Bull walk leisurely, enjoying the beautiful scenery. They haven't visited many of the main peaks of the 5-element sect. Senior Brother Chun Sun, Senior Brother Chun Sun. 2 voices come from behind. A man and a woman. Chun Sun turns around with a smile. Lu Yuan, Shi Jing. Shi Jing has shiny black hair and sharp, handsome eyebrows. He looks charming and elegant. He wears a white inner disciple robe, looking like a noble son from a wealthy family. He is happy to see Chun Sun. It's really Senior Brother Chun Sun. Only you and I have a bull in the sect. Lu Yuan smiles gracefully. She has become confident and poised, but because she has been in the sect for many years, she still acts like a young girl. Senior Brother Chun Sun, why are you here at the Alchemy Palace? Shi Jing asks happily. He likes Chun Sun very much. Every time he checks spiritual herbs, his words always make people feel refreshed. Lu Yuan also looks at Chun Sun in surprise. Her clear, bright eyes widen. She notices that Chun Sun's aura seems different now, and his face doesn't show signs of aging. Now that you are inner disciples, I should call you Senior Brother and Senior Sister. Chun Sun laughs and looks at them. No. Shi Jing shakes his head like a drum. Senior Brother Chun Sun, are you here for something important at the Alchemy Palace? We can show you the way. Lu Yuan's body trembles. She quietly checks Chun Sun's cultivation level, but can't sense it. She covers her mouth tightly, then suddenly exclaims happily, Senior Brother Chun Sun, you have broken through. Huh? Shi Jing is stunned. He didn't pay attention to Chun Sun's cultivation level and isn't as attentive as Lu Yuan. He didn't even notice that Chun Sun still looks young. He checks again and suddenly stands stiff as if electrocuted, eyes wide with shock as he looks at Chun Sun. Greetings, uncle. Greetings, uncle. The two happily bowed and expressed their joy, feeling pleased for Chun Sun. Breakthrough achieved. I'm about to go to the alchemy hall to register. Chin Sun said calmly and kindly, with no airs, lifting them with his magic. This scene made him feel a bit emotional. He remembered how Master Wei once supported him in the same way. Uncle Master, we won't bother you any longer. Yes, Uncle Chin Sun. This is such a happy event. The two cheered excitedly, seeming happier than Chin Sun himself about his breakthrough, with no ill intentions in their hearts. I have some tips on chi refining practice to give you. They're not very valuable, but they are a token of my goodwill. Chin Sun smiled and took out 2 small booklets from his storage bag. They contained some of his experience from practicing, as he and the Black Bull always advanced steadily and slowly, which helped them notice problems. Most people in the cultivation world are eager for quick success. If they had pills to help, they'd swallow them all at once. Unlike Chin Sun and the Black Bull who prefer to practice and reflect slowly. Uncle Master, we can't accept such a gift without merit. Lu Yuan hesitated and took a step back, the first to refuse. Uncle Chin Sun, this kind of treatment is only for true disciples. We really can't accept it. Please take it back, Shi Jing said seriously, bowing. Although they knew Chin Sun was not wealthy and didn't have as much talent as they did, they still appreciated the tips. The Black Bull suddenly made a noise, clearly unhappy. These tips are also his. He must keep them. I was not thinking carefully enough. I've caused you trouble, Chin Sun said with a bitter smile, retracting the booklets. Disciples at Wu Yun's sect follow strict rules, unlike free-spirited lay practitioners. Moreover, these inner disciples already have teachers guiding them. If he interfered, it might cause some trouble. Uncle Master, you're too kind, the two said, relaxing their expressions after he took back the booklets. Go ahead and busy yourselves. My old cow and I will take a walk before heading back up the mountain, so as not to delay you. Chin Sun looked at the distant scenery with a gentle smile, his tone calm and peaceful. Yes, Uncle Master. Yes, Uncle Master. The two bowed and nodded to the Black Bull before leaving. Moo, let's go, old cow. I just found a good place. Moo, look at that hill. If we stop to look, we can enjoy the view of the flat land here. Let's go quickly. Moo. They looked excited and hurried toward the hill, even more interested in the scenery than in registering their household registration. On the way, Lu Yuan and Shi Jing walked side by side, heading toward their master's cave. Senior brother Shi, what kind of person do you think Uncle Chin Sun is? Lu Yuan asked casually. Uncle Chin Sun. Shi Jing paused thoughtfully and said, he's easygoing and generous. Yes. After saying that, he nodded again, feeling more convinced. I think Uncle Chin Sun is not a person with many selfish motives. Every time I go with my sisters to check the Medicine Valley, he's busy reading books. Lu Yuan's voice was light and clear, like a songbird, full of a pure feeling. Shi Jing was stunned for a second and shook his head. When my junior brothers and I went, Uncle Chin Sun was with the Black Bull catching chickens, saying he was making us a good meal. Haha. Lu Yuan covered her face and laughed softly. Uncle Chin Sun has always been a funny person, and his personality isn't strange at all. Yeah, that's true. Shi Jing sighed deeply. It seemed that the elders and uncles in the sect had lived too long, and some of them had a bit of a strange temper. If they got unlucky, they'd have a tough time. What are you two secretly talking about? A sloppy woman suddenly appeared behind them without making a sound. Both of them were startled and froze in place, breaking out in cold sweat. Oh no. Hee. Master, why are you out so early? Sorry for the rudeness. Don't talk nonsense. Shi Jing. If you don't establish your foundation within 5 years, you'll be a cook for the 5 Elements sect. The sloppy woman suddenly grabbed Shi Jing as if he were a small chicken and carried him toward the cave. Lu Yuan, follow me. You're not much better. Are you shy about finding a marriage? Huh? Lu Yuan blushed deeply, said nothing, and quickly followed behind. Master, please give me some face. There are so many people here. Shi Jing's eyes widened as he shouted loudly. Being carried away in broad daylight. How can I stay in the 5 Elements sect after this? This is the fate of the weak. Face is for the strong. The disheveled woman even slowed her steps, raising her lotus-like arms a bit higher. You have reached the foundation establishment stage in your cultivation. I can let you go for now. Stone Jing kept screaming in pain, no longer showing any noble demeanor. As he looked around at the strange gazes, he desperately tried to break through, going all out. The 3 of them walked slowly along the road, accompanied by Stone Jing's pig-like squeals. Listeners were moved to tears, and those nearby felt sad. Lu Yuan was so frightened she trembled all over. She really didn't want to be dragged along. Inside the pill refining hall, Chun Sun was surrounded by several Foundation establishment elders. He kept bowing and smiling, quickly introducing himself. I didn't expect junior brother Chun Sun to have such good luck. Just one Foundation pill is enough to break through. It's truly a blessing for our 5 elements sect. The path of cultivation is all about luck. Old man Jing Huang, are you saying that junior brother Chun Sun only needs one Foundation pill and still can't advance to the Foundation establishment stage? I never meant that. Junior brother Chun Sun, don't listen to that old rascal Ruan Jing's nonsense. He's just obsessed with alchemy and has lost his mind. You old fool Jing Huang. How dare you slander me in front of the new junior brother? Let's have a duel. Come on, who's afraid of whom? The usually peaceful hall suddenly became tense and ready to fight. Chun Sun broke out in sweat. He and a few elders quickly stepped in to separate the two, trying to calm them down. Bull was also nervous, constantly shaking his head and watching them. Why did they want to draw swords over a small argument? Silence. A cold-faced woman suddenly appeared on the high platform of the hall, frowning and speaking. Her powerful aura suppressed everyone inside. Among the main peaks of the 5 elements sect, the pill refining hall was the most disorderly. The elders acted casually. This was because the hall held a very high status in the sect, and everyone pampered it. Most importantly, the peak master was a rough and unkempt person, which caused chaos from the top down. Zui Ying, as the vice peak master, was also very worried about the hall. Senior sister Zua, everyone's expression became serious. They quickly bowed and no longer dared to act presumptuously, seeming to be very afraid of her. Chun Sun also lowered his head and bowed, secretly swallowing his saliva. As vice peak master, she was at least a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, but she was very young and carried a commanding presence. Chun Sun, come with me, said Zua Ying gracefully. She had long hair that reached her waist, carried herself with elegance, and walked toward the side hall alone, with one hand behind her back. Senior brothers, I will go ahead, Chun Sun said, holding the ox and bowing to the elders to say goodbye. Junior brother Chun Sun, travel safely. Senior sister Zua is actually a good person. Don't worry too much. Junior brother Chun Sun, go with confidence. If it's not convenient, we can also take care of this spiritual beast Black Ox for you. They spoke to each other earnestly, one after another. Chun Sun, walking along, felt uneasy and kept glancing back at their expressions. What do they mean? In the side hall, Zui Ying sat on the main seat, her eyes bright and focused, staring directly at Chun Sun. Chun Sun forced a smile, sometimes lifting his head, sometimes lowering it. The woman said nothing, as if playing mind games with him. The Black Ox, however, was fearless, watching the layout of the side hall with admiration. Chun Sun, from Yongquan County in the Qianghua, failed to pass the trial at the 9-Star Valley Ascension Conference and joined Wuyun's sect. Since then, he has been diligently planting spiritual fields and participated in sect competitions, Zui Ying said carefully, never taking her eyes off Chun Sun. 20 years ago, he entered Nanda Mountain and helped the sect obtain 3 main medicinal herbs for foundation building. Later, he quietly continued planting spiritual fields. Chun Sun felt his throat dry after hearing this. Most of their backgrounds were here, but they had also done many other things, going for walks, hunting, reading books, catching mountain chickens, and so on. It wasn't as boring as she made it sound. His background is very clean, with no issues, Zui Ying continued casually, seeming quite satisfied with Chun Sun. It seems you really like planting spiritual herbs, Senior Sister Zua. To be honest, I am quite skilled at planting spiritual herbs with my ox. I really enjoy it, moo moo. The man and the ox seemed to get more excited, their expressions lively, as if hitting a nerve. Zui Ying smiled slightly. Have you made progress with the water spirit technique? Level 2. Honestly, I have no interest in fighting or killing. Besides practicing, I focus on cultivating the water spirit technique. Chun Sun took a step forward, performed a hand seal, and bubbles appeared in midair, floating with a faint aura of spiritual energy. Zui Ying stood up seriously. It was indeed the second level of the water spirit technique. The sect currently lacked such talents. And this was the real reason she personally met Chen Sun to bring him into the sect. Every elder in the foundation building stage seeks breakthroughs and longevity. They cannot focus on cultivating the water spirit technique without spending a lot of time and effort. Most of their lives are spent searching for cultivation resources, and only about 10 or so people in the sect have reached the second level of the water spirit technique. The precious spiritual herbs of the 5 elements sect depend entirely on their efforts. They have basically given up on their own future and are willing to dedicate themselves to the sect. They have also tried forcing some scattered cultivators in the foundation building stage to practice the water spirit technique, but none succeeded. This small spell is like a mind-refining practice, requiring patience and calmness. The cultivation process is very long and can be very frustrating. Do you know anyone in the 10 great sects who has reached the 3rd level of the water spirit technique? Zhuo Ying suddenly changed the subject. Really? Such a master? I reached the 2nd level after most of my life, and now my progress is very slow, almost at a standstill, Chen Sun said in surprise, frowning. Yes, the power of the 3rd level can cultivate many rare spiritual herbs, helping them survive harsh growing conditions. Even foundation-level spiritual medicines are included. Zhuo Ying nodded seriously and said in a deep voice, if someone in our sect can reach the 3rd level of the water spirit technique, the entire sect would support him with countless pills and treasures, helping him advance to the golden core stage. This statement was full of meaning, and Chen Sun was shocked. Luckily, he didn't reveal that he had already reached the 3rd level. Otherwise, not only the sect's attention, but also other sects might try to secretly harm him. No, that's too ostentatious and dangerous. I should just focus on planting spiritual herbs, Chen Sun thought silently, giving up any other ideas. Senior Sister Zhuo, I will do my best to cultivate the water spirit technique. I don't have many hobbies, just planting spiritual herbs, Chen Sun said sincerely, cupping his hands. Zhuo Ying nodded slightly, with a hint of expectation in her heart. She just hoped he wouldn't be blinded by the lifespan of the foundation building stage. With a 5-element mixed spiritual root, he could never break through to the golden core stage. Junior brother Chen Sun, Zhuo Ying's voice became gentler. Senior sister, please speak. Chen Sun instinctively took a step back. Zhuo Ying smiled brightly and softly said, although it's difficult to break through to the golden core stage with a 5-element spiritual root, you still have over 300 years of lifespan. You can do many meaningful things in that time. Of course, junior brother, you understand this well. Chen Sun felt a heavy weight in his heart, but responded with a bright smile. The ox was slightly angry inside. Was this woman saying they had no hope and should just work honestly in the sect? They understood the truth, but this woman was too clever for her own good. She didn't even leave them with a bit of dignity. She promised to grow spiritual herbs well, but kept adding unnecessary rules. Zhuo Ying nodded, then suddenly changed her expression back to her usual cold look. She took out a set of robes and floated in front of Chen Sun, saying, to be an elder, you need to be at least in the middle stage of foundation building. Since you are registered in the alchemy hall, you cannot wear outer sect disciple clothes anymore. Yes, senior sister Zhuo, Chen Sun replied with a respectful bow. He had just seen that the elders wore dark gray robes, which looked very steady. Zhuo Ying took out a gray token from her storage bag, activated her magic power, and looked at Chen Sun. She said, Junior brother Chen, may I borrow a drop of your blood? Chen Sun's eyes slightly narrowed, without hesitation. He forced out a drop of blood from his body and shot it into the air. The gray token floated in midair, quickly swallowing Chen Sun's blood. It emitted a blue light, as if recognizing its master, and flew directly toward Chen Sun, landing in his hand. This token is the forbidden device of the floating light mysterious veil array. It allows entry into the true spiritual herb garden inside the sect. I won't say more about the rules. Zhuo Ying sat down slowly, elegant and poised. Those who cultivate the water spirit technique to the 2nd level enjoy peace and quiet. Unless there's an urgent matter, no one will disturb you inside the sect, and your freedom will not be restricted. But she had not finished speaking. Chen Sun was about to feel grateful and happy when a cold voice suddenly rang out, like a bucket of cold water poured over him. The sect's spiritual herb garden is very important. If someone leaves the sect and is absent for 20 years, they will be considered a traitor. Everyone in the Five Elements sect must deal with them. Zhou Ying slightly tilted her head, looking down at Qin Sun. The words may sound harsh, but the laws of the country and the rules of the sect are not aimed at you alone. With the floating light mysterious veil array guarding the herb garden, it can detect intrusions. Even high-level golden core cultivators cannot quietly take a seed of spiritual herb out. This is one of the sect's core strengths. This rule is naturally aimed at the people in the spirit medicine garden. They don't want these individuals to go outside the sect to seek opportunities, like Foundation establishment cultivators do. Many people have been outside for 100 years or more, and some even die suddenly there. This rule is to protect their safety, but it shouldn't be too strict, so as not to make their minds restless. If such a person truly exists, neither Qin Sun nor old Niu will let him go, Qin Sun said seriously, with no other thoughts in mind. Zhou Ying smiled slightly after hearing this. Then, junior brother Qin Sun, are you willing to join the spirit medicine garden? I won't force you. The tactics are quite deep, one step leading to another. The blood essence has already been put into the forbidden token. Now they ask if I am willing, Qin Sun thought silently. Senior sister Zhou, I am naturally willing and without regret, Qin Sun replied with a respectful bow, but hesitated a bit, stammering, but if my lifespan runs out, we still might not be able to break through. The sect will prepare for such people and even record their achievements on the sect's monument for future generations to admire, Zhou Ying said slowly, sighing slightly. Who can resist the passage of time? What the? He didn't mean that. Qin Sun was shocked. Are they already preparing his funeral? He and He Niu are immortal. Seeing Qin Sun's expression, Zhou Ying added, of course, after everything is settled, you can also go down the mountain yourself to settle some regrets. Senior sister Zhou, that would be perfect. I haven't married or had children yet. Qin Sun sighed deeply, looking completely at ease. Zhou Ying's face twitched. Senior sister Zhou. Junior brother Chun, please speak. Within the sect's spirit medicine garden, do we have any benefits every year? Qin Sun looked at her hopefully. They had been talking about this for a while, but hadn't mentioned treatment or benefits. They weren't greedy. 300 contribution points were enough. The black bull also softly mooed, looking at Zhou Ying with hope. Actually, this was what they cared about most. Benefits? Zhou Ying looked at Qin Sun and the black bull with their eager faces, showing confusion. It's just the annual salary. Qin Sun lowered his head, clasped his hands, and even licked his lips. They were really poor, and it wasn't the right time to sell spiritual medicines now. Left Ying suddenly understood, shook her head with a light smile. She said, of course there are benefits. Cultivators who officially join the Foundation establishment stage are considered true members of the Five Elements sect. The sect will never mistreat its own people. Members who join can participate in major sect affairs and receive 500 sect contribution points each year. If they hold official positions, they can earn even more. The sect contribution hall also offers more items for exchange to official members. Even major inheritance items of the sect can be exchanged for if they make significant contributions. However, those who join as official members usually have a clean background. Cultivators who join halfway through the Foundation establishment stage often do not get these benefits. Most of them serve as sect guests. Left Ying spoke softly, looking at Qin Sun in the central hall of the side pavilion. Her expression was a bit speechless. He was now gazing at her with deep affection. Even the spiritual beast beside him was behaving well. Their eyes were misty with emotion. Qin Sun loudly declared, "We will dedicate ourselves to the sect." Moo moo moo. The black bull lowered its head, deeply moved. It thought, isn't this enough? No need to fuss so much with them. Suddenly, Left Ying's expression became serious. She looked at the black bull and took out a crystal-clear pill from her storage bag. She said, "This is a Spirit Beast Foundation establishment pill. It's not as precious as a foundation pill, but it's still hard to refine." Qin Sun and the black bull were both surprised. What does this mean? This is a gift from the Alchemy Hall to congratulate Qin Sun on officially joining the sect. It's a token of appreciation. Your contributions over the next 10 years will also be credited to the hall, Senior Sister Zhou. This pill is very important to us. My junior brother won't refuse it. Qin Sun looked serious. He stepped forward, took the pill from the air, and sincerely bowed. Thank you, Alchemy Hall, for your kindness. Chen Sun will never forget it. Moo moo. The black bull also expressed thanks in all directions. Its problem had already caused Chen Sun a lot of trouble for a long time. Every night, he watched Chen Sun with difficulty falling asleep. They even prepared for the worst. Left Ying nodded secretly, a hint of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. Chen Sun's words came from the heart, without any pretense. The sect would never be stingy with resources for talented people. Most of the people managing the sect's spiritual herb garden were introverted. Some raised turtles, some kept fish, and others raised spiritual beasts. These seemed to be their last spiritual support, to avoid drifting aimlessly on the path of cultivation. The Five Elements sect has been around for countless years and already knows how to keep those practicing the water spirit technique. The top figures of the 10 great immortal gates are even more experienced. Their descendants are directly taught by high-level golden core cultivators. Long-standing sects have large, complex systems that must be managed carefully in every part. They are not just about fighting and competing to see who is stronger. Junior brother Ruanzhong is what Ying softly called, releasing a wave of spiritual power and spreading her awareness. Chen Sun and the Black Bull suddenly felt a tingling scalp sensation. The power of her awareness was so strong, it was completely different from the early Foundation establishment stage. Her awareness could easily see through disguises. Even their masks wouldn't hide from it, unless they used special items that block spiritual sense. Otherwise, nothing could hide from her. Stronger awareness gives an advantage in spiritual battles, but fights at the Foundation establishment stage are fierce, with vast magical powers. Most of the time, awareness is used for scouting or support, not direct attack. In the world of cultivation, it is common knowledge that spiritual sense cannot be cultivated to grow stronger. It only naturally increases with higher cultivation levels. Cultivators at the same level have similar spiritual power. After breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage, the difference from chi refining is huge. Whether it's the powerful protective shields or the physical enhancements during Foundation building, they far surpass chi refining disciples. As the realm advances, Chen Sun understands that such gaps are like tails from the sky. The higher the level, the bigger the difference. Senior Sister Zhua, Ruanzhong came slowly, with white hair and a flowing white beard. His face was bright with a healthy glow. Behind him, he carried a fairy sword, dressed simply. Take Chen Sun to get familiar with the Alchemy Palace. After speaking, Zhua Ying looked at Chen Sun and said, "In 3 days, you can activate the restriction order and go to the Spirit Medicine Garden. It won't interfere with Chen's duty report at the main hall." "Yes, Senior Sister Zhua." "Yes, Senior Sister Zhua." The two bowed and then left the side hall with the Black Bull. Outside the Alchemy Palace, many disciples came and went. Seeing Chen Sun and Ruanzhong, they all bowed and called them uncle or senior uncle. Chen Sun also enjoyed the feeling of being a senior, watching the Black Bull with envy. "Junior brother Chen, are you interested in alchemy?" I have some knowledge." "Haha, that's good. You must know about the Foundation establishment spirit medicine." I've heard a little." Chen Sun smiled awkwardly, feeling a bit helpless. "Senior brother, I actually need to go to the Spirit Medicine Garden, not to practice alchemy." "Huh?" Ruanzhong's hand, which was stroking his white beard, tightened, and his face showed shock. "Junior brother Chun, you just broke through. Why go to that poor Spirit Medicine Garden? There's no one there. You won't have a chance to improve in the sect." "Senior brother Ruan, to be honest, I've only reached the 2nd level of the water spirit technique. This is the best way I can help the sect," Chen Sun said with a slight smile, understanding Ruanzhong's good intentions. "But you shouldn't give up. If you choose the path of alchemy." Ruanzhong paused here. Zhua Ying was walking out from behind them, looking at Ruanzhong with a cold expression. "Actually, the Spirit Medicine Garden is quite good. It has a long history and underground spiritual veins. It's a place where many spiritual medicines are grown. It has benefited many cultivators of our 5 senses sect," she said. Ruanzhong looked serious and said calmly, with his hands behind his back, "It's also a quiet and elegant place. I believe it will greatly help junior brother Chen's cultivation." "Haha, senior brother Ruan, you're right. Could you tell me what I need to do?" Chen Sun asked with a bow and a smile. Ruanzhong kept his gaze straight ahead, but his spiritual sense had already noticed that Zhua Ying had left. he suddenly felt a bit disappointed. He thought he had found a good opportunity and wanted this new, wandering disciple to help him out. Not only does the Foundation establishment stage have spiritual awareness, but the power of the alchemical fire also greatly increases. He could have this disciple help refine some auxiliary medicines, saving him a lot of time. It's much better than the chi refining disciples. Moreover, Chen Sun was a wandering disciple with no strong backing in the sect. It would be easy to persuade him. Perhaps he could even make him grateful. Later, he could give Chen Sun some guidance, making him a tool for him. Wouldn't that be perfect? That was the main reason they had just been flattering Chen Sun. Unexpectedly, someone else had snatched the opportunity. The Spirit Medicine Garden doesn't require annual offerings of spiritual medicines. If needed, someone will come to harvest. It might be once every 10 years, or even every few decades, Wang Zheng explained. Every 20 years, elders come to inspect the garden. If any precious spiritual medicines are damaged, Junior Brother Chen will also have a hard time. You should pay more attention, he added. A flicker of impatience crossed Wang Zheng's eyes. Suddenly, he pretended to be surprised. Junior brother, I still have a batch of pills in my cave that I forgot to refine. I must go now. Please excuse me. No problem. Please don't delay Master Ruan's important matter, Chen Sun said with a gentle smile, bowing slightly as he led De Hainyo to the side. Wang Zheng nodded slightly and quickly flew away on his sword, looking very hurried, as if rushing to attend a family funeral. They watched Wang Zheng's figure disappear into the distance, all feeling a bit confused. Then they headed toward the Medicine Valley to start packing their belongings. On the way, they met many disciples bowing respectfully, and Chen Sun responded with a smile each time. Inside the Medicine Valley, the air was filled with birdsong and the scent of flowers. Chen Sun and De Hainyo sat quietly in front of a waterfall. Mu, it's okay. If a person has no value, then what's the point of being in this world? Chen Sun looked into the water with deep eyes and a faint smile. Old cow, don't think too much. The sect has shown us great kindness, and that's enough. Moo moo. De Hainyo rubbed against Chen Sun. It's true, we are just passing through here. There's no need to think too darkly. One should not have malicious intentions, but also must be cautious of others. We need to carefully observe the sect's true medicinal garden, as always. Moo. Moo. De Hainyo shouted loudly, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at Chen Sun. Only reveal 1/10,000th of our strength, never show off, and live a good life, Chen Sun said with a slight smile, looking at De Hainyo, who nodded in agreement. There are still many places to explore and many things to learn. I'm planning to create a cultivation plan for us. 300 years, there's so much for us to learn. Ha ha. Moo moo. Old cow, pack everything up and move. Moo. De Hainyo was so excited that he suddenly stood up, snorting loudly, and began gathering formation flags and stones from all around. Chen Sun also rushed into their underground cave to pack up pots, bowls, wooden carvings, and other belongings. He started busying himself again. Inside the cave, Chen Sun picked up a somewhat decayed wooden carving. Its tail was already blackened from damage. He sighed softly and carefully stored it away. This was a gift from the boss. We've been in this cultivation world for so long, but we may never meet someone like that boss again. A low murmur sounded inside the cave. It was cleaned thoroughly, making it much more convenient for the next disciple who came here. In the Medicine Valley, Chen Sun's loud shouts kept ringing out. Old cow, little chicken, please be gentle, we need to carry it over. Moo moo, old cow, just tie its legs with rope. I'll go get our wild boar. We only managed to catch it last year in the mountains. It has piglets now, so we must be careful. Moo moo. Under the sky, one person and one cow hurriedly moved through the medicinal valley. The cave behind the waterfall was destroyed and covered with broken stones. Inside, the medicinal herbs were picked and placed into a small box. The black cow used its storage bag to swallow some herbs. Chen Sun watched and kept sighing, even singing a song. Listen to me. Thank you, because of you. The black cow felt tense and broke out in a light sweat. Its ears twitched constantly. Chen Sun's singing was really not good. He should find a chance to remind it later. The next day, the sun shone brightly. They arrived at the edge of a pond, looking a bit nervous. Old cow, get ready. My spiritual sense is already spread out. Everything is under control, Chen Sun said, and then walked toward the distance. Moo! The black cow roared, energy surging inside, and its hooves moved swiftly. Bubbles kept rising from the water, and suddenly, two formation flags shot up from the bottom of the pond, along with many large stones appearing quietly underwater. This was a small basic illusion array. It could hide a small pile of stones, and with magic power, it could cover a large area of stones. Moo! The black cow roared again, looking very serious. Three ordinary-looking stones suddenly moved. No one could tell they were actually formation stones. Bubbles also appeared in another part of the pond, and a faint glow flickered in the mud. A small whirlpool appeared. The black cow quickly jumped into the water. Hidden in the mud was a medicinal box containing a common 100-year-old herb. The black cow gently picked it up, then cast a spell in the water. Three hidden formation flags emerged from the mud. The bubbles in the water grew faster and faster. Large patches of mud flew into the water, making it murkier and murkier. The black cow grinned, stretched out its hoof, and took out a bag of medicinal seeds wrapped in the formation. It quickly rushed out of the pond and swallowed the seeds. Moo! The black cow called Chin Sun. It sat happily by the pond, holding the seeds of all the herbs needed for foundation-building pills. Old cow, let's go! Chin Sun shouted from afar. Moo! The black cow charged straight ahead. Today, a strange scene appeared in the Five Elements Sect. A foundation-building cultivator was walking along the road, pulling two large wild boars, followed by a group of piglets, and carrying a basket of chirping little chicks. Next to him, a black ox spirit beast had its sides full of tied-up mountain chickens. They looked hopeless, with no strength to resist, all gazing blankly at the sky. The ox still had two baskets of eggs hanging from its horns. Despite the rough mountain path, it moved steadily and confidently. Uncle Master is going down the mountain. To the market? No, I think he's practicing some great magic and needs them. Don't guess about Uncle Master. The power of a foundation builder is beyond what us chi practitioners can imagine. Exactly. Many disciples passing by whispered among themselves, but with respect in their eyes. That is the power of a senior. Whatever they do is right. Even if they are just pulling a pile of manure on the roadside, they can make it seem like something important. The true spirit herb garden of the sect is in a remote place, deep in the mountain forest. Many foundation-building cultivators guard it, making it very secure. The spiritual energy here is so rich. This is the real spiritual vein of the Jade Bamboo mountain range. Before stepping in, Chun Sun felt a shock in his heart. There are caves and formations everywhere, with flashes of light passing by now and then. Moo! The ox softly called out. It felt a bit nervous. This place is definitely the most dangerous and also the safest spot in the Five Elements Sect. Chirp! Chirp! Their wild boars and mountain chickens started trembling all over. The fear from deep within their souls made them scream constantly. Be quiet, Chun Sun frowned. I brought you here to see the world, not to scare you. As soon as he finished speaking, the mountain pigs and wild chickens broke out in cold sweat and quickly became quiet. This master is even more terrifying. Old ox, look. The floating light mystical array. Who? They looked up at the sky, stunned. It was a strange sight. A dazzling, magnificent light curtain like the northern lights, shining brightly. It looked like a beautiful pillar rising into the sky, then suddenly turned into a pulled-back tent. It surrounded a mysterious place, graceful yet hard to understand, awe-inspiring and intimidating. The black bull's heart was filled with excitement like a raging ocean. Its eyes widened like copper bells. This is the legendary Great Formation. In the future, it will surely set up an even stronger one. Suddenly, several divine senses swept over recklessly. Chin Sun's eyes narrowed slightly. He held a forbidden token and said, Old Bull, let's go. Two mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators sat cross-legged in front of the Great Formation, one on each side. They closed their eyes briefly, then suddenly opened them, staring intently ahead at several figures who looked surprised. This person seems quite wise, like a strange genius. Greetings, senior brothers. I am here to plant spiritual herbs and have already reported my duties at the sect's main hall, Chin Sun said calmly, offering the forbidden token. So you're from the pill refining hall. The two exchanged glances and cautiously took the token, sensing into it. No problem. The place where the junior brother is located is in the Zhun position, Huiquan Stream, Herb Garden. One of them returned the token to Chen Sun. You must not enter the herb garden recklessly. One forbidden token can only open one area. Thank you, senior brothers. Chen Sun nodded in gratitude. If it weren't for the fact that these senior brothers seemed detached from worldly affairs, he might have given them a wild chicken. Go ahead, junior brother Chun, they said calmly, then separated and began cultivating. Chen Sun squinted slightly. They actually knew his name. It seems this forbidden token isn't as simple as it looks. They are also warning him not to cause trouble in the herb garden. He nonchalantly led the black bull and the livestock inside, then instantly disappeared into the great formation. Old bull, calm your mind. Moo. The moment Chen Sun and the black bull stepped in, a strange change occurred. Countless probing eyes appeared. Their internal spiritual essence kept warning them. After a stick of incense, these probes disappeared. Chen Sun looked up at the sky. Streams of shimmering light flickered, as if they were inside a colorful glass dome, cut off from the outside world. The outside couldn't see inside at all, surrounded by misty clouds. Even divine senses couldn't reach beyond half a mile. It was impossible to see clearly inside. Everything was peaceful and quiet, but the spiritual energy here was refreshing and pure. Such rich spiritual energy. No wonder this is a spiritual vein. Chen Sun looked at the black bull happily. They were experiencing a spiritual vein for the first time. I just don't know what rank this spiritual vein is. In the world of cultivation, spiritual veins are divided into 9 ranks based on quality and size. The first rank is the best, and the 9th is the lowest. These veins have many uses and can even produce mineral veins with embedded spiritual stones. There is also a legend that suggests there might be spiritual veins above the first rank, but no one has ever seen them. All first-rank veins have disappeared, so no one knows where to find veins of higher rank. Moo moo moo, the cow cheered happily. No matter what rank, they are sure they made a good profit. TSK. Old cow. I read in books that when a 5th-rank spiritual vein appears, it can cause a big fight in the cultivation world, Chen Sun said calmly, unsure if it was true. Maybe we should study these veins more. Who knows, maybe one day we'll find a first-rank vein while traveling and having fun. Moo moo. The cow nudged Chen Sun and lifted its head proudly. Of course, with so much merit, they deserved it. These veins not only help speed up cultivation, but also have very pure spiritual energy. When breaking through a level, their effect is even greater. Many cultivators chase after them, and they are often the cause of big battles. Old cow, let's go to the Huiquan stream and set up camp. Moo moo. Chen Sun activated a magic token in his hand, and the surrounding mist slowly cleared away, revealing a narrow path that seemed to stretch endlessly. They started walking at a relaxed pace, chatting and joking, their strange laughter echoing. The 2 wild boars behind them were so scared they shivered all over. The Huiquan Stream spiritual herb garden was located in the center of a large formation. Around it, thick white mist covered everything, making it impossible to see clearly. Even the ground they walked on was hidden by the fog. Moo. The cow nervously nudged Chen Sun. It clearly felt that their direction was changing. If they tried to go back the way they came, they would definitely get lost. No worries, we're not doing anything bad. Just relax, Chen Sun said with a smile, patting the cow. After spending so long together, he had grown quite accustomed to it, which made him feel very satisfied. Moo. The cow grinned, seeming to agree. They are good people, after all. The magic token floated in the air, like a thin film, revealing the vast scene of Huiquan Stream to Chen Sun and the cow. Wow, moo, gee. They all seemed frozen in place. Even the little piglet opened its eyes wide, amazed by the wonderful scene. Just like, I always want to carry the dream of morning, dragging the beautiful sunlight to every corner of my heart. Even the dark places are filled with warm light. In the medicine garden, many strange spiritual herbs grow scattered. Some are in the flowing mountain stream, and others are in the spiritual fields. They walk on the lively grassland as if they are in a vast green ocean. Although there is a protective formation, a cool breeze also blows gently. Chen Sun lies relaxed on the ground. He is laid down. He just wants to quietly enjoy the blue sky and white clouds. The piglets start running happily into the grass, sometimes disappearing from sight. Sometimes they stand still, seeming to enjoy endless fun. The ox also runs with a big smile and begins eating the grass. The mountain chickens on both sides are anxiously chirping, as if saying, "Big brother, let us run too." The medicine garden is under the sky, stretching 1,000 miles of blue, but it is not vast and empty. There are small hills everywhere, and even the hills are green. It looks like a huge painting spread across the sky and earth. The green is so pure, so distant. The fields are boundless and endless. Inside, there is a feeling of being emptied, like a still ocean. On the hilltop, a few large silver-white flowers are blooming, emitting tiny white lights. The entire garden is full of lush greenery, as if it is gently flowing into the clouds. The world of the medicine garden is very quiet. A gentle breeze blows, and the grass waves sway with the wind, making it very comfortable. Chen Sun lies flat on the grass, with a faint smile. His eyes look at the distant mountain stream flowing through the green fields, rushing nowhere. When the clouds come, the grass turns dark green, the wind suddenly rises, and the green waves roll endlessly. Chen Sun and the ox fought, and whoever pulled them away would be in a hurry. Let them see the power of the fireball spell. Old cow, a place for aging and healing. No, a place for cultivation. Chen Sun slowly gets up and takes a deep breath. Moo, the ox calls from afar, still chewing grass in its mouth. Old cow, let's get to work. Making chicken coops and pigsties is a big deal. Moo. They quickly start chopping wood. Although these ancient trees are tall, they can't compare to Chen Sun's axe. The ox begins dragging the wood to find a good feng shui spot. In the mountain wall here, there are several caves and signs of cultivation. It seems they have been here for a few days. It's normal. Managing one medicinal garden earns many contributions, and managing two is just as rewarding. No one would bother to take on so much trouble for nothing. Chen Sun recognizes all the rare spiritual herbs here and even spots 2 foundational pill auxiliary spiritual medicines. Holding his pickaxe, Chen Sun sighs deeply. There aren't as many spiritual medicines here as in the Medicine Valley. Life is easier, and the contributions are higher. He is secretly pleased. Although they are not talented in cultivation, talented people are valued everywhere. They won't go hungry. Old cow, I leave the spiritual medicines to you, Chen Sun says, pulling out a small notebook. I'm going to start planning our training. Learning never stops, haha. They haven't even begun basic spells, formations, or talisman writing. Most importantly, they lack a cultivation method. Soon, they will need to find a foundation stage cultivation technique. Moo moo. Black Bull responds casually, as if it's no big deal. Chen Sun buries the forbidden token at the entrance of the Huiquan stream to prevent any dirty things from entering. Being cautious is always wise. Our foundation pill can actually improve our cultivation. That's amazing. If we had a proper cultivation method, we could have advanced much faster. Without one, it's just a lonely progress, he thinks. These pills can't be taken randomly. Without the correct cultivation route, the pure medicinal power almost damaged our meridians, he mutters. Luckily, we added defenses, or something worse could have happened. We must never do this again. We haven't even reached the stage of creating our own techniques. He secretly hopes that their foundation pill can keep improving their strength. It's more valuable than other foundation stage pills. He wonders how far it can take them. If only it could keep increasing forever. He looks up at the sky. The formation is still running, but it no longer probes them. Still, he feels uneasy. No rush. Some things are better kept hidden for now. We should observe carefully. A faint smile appears on Chen Sun's face as he looks back at the notebook, especially interested in the basic 5 elements escape technique. These rare spiritual herbs don't need daily nourishment from the water spirit technique, but they consume a lot of energy. Just over 100 herbs, and each nourishment session uses some of their spiritual power. Still, they can go years without tending to them. This is just their control over the water spirit technique. If used with full power, the strange spiritual energy in the water would be enough for these medicinal herbs to grow well for more than 10 years. The Black Bull also tried to use the water spirit technique to nurture the herbs, but they didn't respond at all. It was like pouring ordinary water on them. Over time, the herbs only released their medicinal power and withered because this wasn't the right environment for their growth. However, The strange spiritual energy in the water spirit technique is very different from the natural spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Chen Sun is very sensitive to small magic spells, but now is not the time to study it deeply. They also began to busy themselves, preparing to improve the spring of gathering water. This place will be their home for hundreds of years, so they must be careful. Time passed quickly. After a month, Chen Sun led the black bull out of the medicinal garden. Many people came to investigate, but after passing through the array, the senior brothers on both sides never checked on him again. The trip to Nanda Mountain, which happens once every 20 years, was about to begin. The Five Elements sect welcomes many new disciples each year, and many elders quietly leave the mountain. They often look back at each other without realizing it. One full of youthful energy, the other looking tired and old. The elders seem to see their younger selves, while the young people feel more excited inside, thinking they will never be like that in their old age. In the mountain range, there are many caves and wooden houses for chi refining disciples. An elder, just over 60, sat inside his house packing his luggage. His temples are slightly gray, but he is still very healthy. His eyes are bright and full of life. His face shows the marks of age, but it's clear he was a handsome man in his youth. This person is Ji Kuan. His vitality has not yet declined. Most chi refining stage 10 disciples can live to 100 years old, which is quite different from ordinary people. He still doesn't want to give up and plans to go to Nanda Mountain this year. The sect is more lenient with experienced disciples like him. Ji Kuan naturally made the list. Bang bang. There was a knocking at the door. Ji Kuan frowned slightly, feeling a bit cautious. The trip to Nanda Mountain was coming soon. He hoped nothing unexpected would happen. He slowly got up and went to open the door. When he saw the person outside, he was stunned, standing there like a half-wooden figure. What caught his eye was a smiling face, exactly the same as the one he saw long ago when he was full of ambition during the flying boat encounter, unchanged. Uncle Chun. Ji Kuan lowered his head with a bitter smile and clasped his hands. His face still looked young, which meant he had successfully built his foundation. He had heard that when breaking through to a higher realm, one's lifespan could greatly increase, allowing a person to become young again or stay the same, all depending on the heart. Time passed quickly, and the world changed. It seemed that junior brother Chen was doing well and not as miserable as Ji Kuan. A sad memory flowed through his mind. His own failure made him sad, but seeing others succeed hurt even more. Ji Kuan's waist seemed to bend even lower. They had grown apart long ago, now feeling like strangers. Distant mountains and misty hills blurred together. Looking around, it was as if countless moths fluttered among the mountains and valleys. The world suddenly turned gray and white. The first snow on the jade bamboo mountains silently covered everything. Ji Kuan. Chen Sun hesitated for a long time before calling his name. Ha. Uncle Chen coming to my humble home is a great honor, Ji Kuan said with a smile. He had lost much of his sharpness from before and become more smooth-tongued. Please, uncle, come in. The cold wind blew, causing the nearly broken door to shake and creak. Chen Sun nodded gently and stepped inside. The house was very simple, with only a bed and a table and chairs, all old and worn, just like Ji Kuan himself now. I don't know why Uncle Chen came. Ji Kuan respectfully cupped his hands, hesitating to speak. His gray-white hair was blown by the cold wind, revealing a few strands. The house was drafty. I came to see an old friend, Chen Sun said calmly. He looked around but did not look at Ji Kuan. Hearing this, Ji Kuan was shocked inside. He remained silent for a long time, then forced a smile. It's an honor to be friends with Uncle Chun. Chen Sun slowly turned his head to look at Ji Kuan. The other's face still wore a bitter, flattering smile, and his eyes kept dodging. Years ago, I heard you haven't been doing well outside the sect steward hall. Uncle Chen, you're being too kind. So many years have passed, Ji Kuan said softly, lowering his head and clasping his hands. His gray-blue robes looked very striking now. He was right in front of Chen Sun, but felt distant. They were no longer in the same world. Have you ever thought of coming to see me? I know my talent is limited, so I didn't want to trouble Uncle Chen. Ji Kuan. Chen Sun suddenly shouted angrily, startling Ox outside. It trembled and shivered in fear. Ji Kuan only managed a sad smile in place, wrinkles forming at the corners of his eyes. The snowstorm outside the wooden house seemed to even stronger, constantly brushing against his face marked by years of life. Ji Kuan, you're already so hopeless now. Chen Sun frowned, his chest rising and falling with anger. Where's your fighting spirit? I tell you, I was already annoyed with you back when we were at Xingya carving. Whoa! Dahainyo also roared from behind, reminding them of the past when they ignored him at Xingya carving. Hearing this, Ji Kuan felt even more sad. It was clear they came to humiliate him. He said, Uncle Chun, please forgive me, I... Shut up! Chen Sun snapped angrily. His robes fluttered without wind, and a surge of powerful energy burst out, shaking the old wooden house so violently it looked like it might collapse. Ji Kuan was blown back by the fierce wind, his hair messy, and he hit the wall with a muffled sound. His expression grew slightly angry. Uncle Chin, why do you have to humiliate me? I look like this now. What more do you want? Whoosh. Chen Sun's expression turned even more furious. He moved swiftly, grabbing Ji Kuan's robe and shouting, My senior brother Ji was never like this. He was a great person, like a big brother, not someone as weak as you. Dahainyo's pupils shrank. After all these years, he had never seen Chen Sun so angry. Ha ha! Ji Kuan laughed trembling, his eyes red from crying. His laughter was full of sadness. There was no heroic spirit left in him. Just a simple person from the countryside of the cultivation world, like someone sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Go to with your laughter. Boom. Chen Sun punched Ji Kuan's side, smashing a huge hole in the wall behind him. The snowstorm howled fiercely. Ji Kuan broke out in cold sweat and finally calmed down. The cold wind behind him kept hitting him, making him feel icy all over. He suddenly felt a terrifying sense of death. Chen Sun slowly raised his fist again. His wild energy kept crashing against Ji Kuan, as if he wanted to kill him with one. His eyes narrowed, cold and sharp. He threw a powerful punch. Whoa! Chen Sun, whoosh. The fierce fist wind suddenly stopped right in front of Ji Kuan's eyes. His gray-white hair was blown back by the impact. But Ji Kuan's eyes did not blink at all. He stared straight at Chen Sun and calmly said, Uncle Chun, please let go of your hand. Chen Sun took a step back and lowered his hand, still looking cold. I will go to the secret realm of Nanda Mountain. I know, many things happened inside the Nanda Mountain secret realm back then. I don't want to involve you all. Has it been resolved? Yes, it has. But I can't stay in the outer disciples anymore. Ji Kuan's face was calm, showing signs of aging. His gaze at Chen Sun finally changed, and he said with relief, I didn't expect you to remember me. Congratulations on reaching Foundation establishment. Please sit, Uncle Wu. 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 Inside that large cave, a strong wind kept blowing through. The two sat across from each other at a wooden table. The ox only dared to stick its head inside the door today, because Chen Sun scared it. Suddenly, the two of them started chatting as if nothing had happened. It turned out that after Ji Kuan left with his junior sister, he found the person who had fled at the last moment and asked Ji Kuan to keep the spiritual medicine safe. He naturally refused. Both of them were furious and started fighting fiercely, using all their tricks. The junior sister also joined Ji Kuan's side and killed him in the Nanda Mountain. The people who could team up with them were naturally strong. They were colleagues of the outer disciples and a distant relative of an elder. After returning, the junior sister suddenly betrayed them, claiming Ji Kuan had harmed fellow disciples. She twisted the facts, saying she had picked the spiritual medicine with that person, but Ji Kuan betrayed her and attacked. To protect herself, she had to compromise and used her body to stabilize Ji Kuan. Ji Kuan indeed acted carelessly, unlike Chen Sun. He took many of that person's belongings, which was basically evidence of theft. Luckily, he insisted that he was killed by someone from another immortal sect, so the situation didn't escalate further. Not only the Wuyun sect, but all major sects strictly forbid internal fighting. But they couldn't just believe the junior sister's words. However, under the elder's manipulation, Ji Kuan's spiritual medicine and contributions were counted on the junior sister's side. Most Foundation establishment elders are cold by nature, and he wasn't her biological son. He only regained some face through Ji Kuan. Ji Kuan's life had not been easy in those years, but thanks to the sect's protection, he managed to get away unscathed. But he bore the blame for harming fellow disciples. His old friends distanced themselves from him. and it was difficult for him to find a job within the sect. He dared not seek out Chen Sun in this situation. He didn't want to cause trouble for his simple junior brother, who always carried a smile and led the Black Bull. He endured shame and humiliation, all for the chance of a final effort during the next 20 years at Nanda Mountain. Senior brother Ji, if you can return from Nanda Mountain, you will still be my senior brother. Uncle, let me finish first. Chen Sun interrupted Ji Kun. His expression was serious. He took out a small booklet and a magic tool from his storage bag. This is a high-grade yellow rank magic tool. It costs 2,000 contribution points. The booklet contains some of my insights from Nanda Mountain, which can help you obtain the 3 main spiritual herbs. Ji Kun was shocked and stood up suddenly, shouting, "This can't be. Chen Sun, you owe me nothing. These 2,000 contribution points are what you owe me. If you can come back and harvest the foundation-building spiritual herb, I will wait for you at the foot of the mountain and personally give you the foundation pill." Chen Sun spoke carefully, then slowly looked up at Ji Kun and suddenly smiled. "We both come from 9 Stars Valley. Naturally, we should look out for each other." This familiar phrase suddenly appeared in Ji Kun's mind. Wasn't it what he said to Chen Sun when they first arrived at Weiyan's sect? He never expected Chen Sun to remember it all these years. Ji Kun seemed unable to hold back anymore. His whole body trembled. After experiencing life's ups and downs, he finally saw who his true friends were. He lowered his head, eyes red, and his lips trembled constantly. The world of cultivation is grand and exciting. People are never truly alone. With many boats competing, I do not feel lonely. I challenge fate in the heavens, and I believe in lasting existence. For some reason, Ji Kun suddenly remembered a passage from an ancient book. A strange tingling sensation ran down his spine. He slowly looked at Chen Sun. Their eyes met. He nodded heavily, no longer pretending. "What is that woman's name?" "Su Yedong. If senior brother Ji cannot return, I will help you deal with her. When she disappears from the world, the sect will not find any trace. You, senior brother Ji, I hope you don't think I'm Chen Sun a great hero." Chen Sun slowly stood up, revealing a cold, gloomy expression Ji Kun had never seen before. "If you return, I will not interfere in your matters with her." Ji Kun took a deep breath. Today, it was as if he was seeing Chen Sun in a new light. "I understand. Sometimes, friendship between men doesn't need many words." Chen Sun nodded slightly and turned to leave. However, when he reached the door, he stopped and said, "Senior brother Ji, I will wait for you at the foot of that mountain. I won't let you down." Ji Kun suddenly looked sharp. He felt a strange, powerful force rising within him. "Aha! This is the senior brother Ji I know." A soft whisper sounded, and Chen Sun had already led the Black Bull away, disappearing from sight. "Senior brother Ji, I'll come help repair the cabin later. I'm going woodcutting with the old ox." "Moo!" 2 voices sounded from afar. In the snowstorm, 2 figures moved steadily and reliably. Ji Kun clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed on the distance. His veins bulged on his arms and forehead. This time he must win. He would not let them down. Time passed quickly, and it was already May. The 5 elements sect rang with bell sounds, and 5 sharp eagle cries echoed. 5 majestic Qingya eagles appeared in the sky. They soared freely in the sky, their cold eyes fixed on the ground, heading toward the sect's main peak. The once-in-20 years journey to Nanda Mountain finally began. Chen Sun, leading the Black Bull, stood at the mountain's foot, looking up calmly. "Old ox, let's go." "Moo." They headed toward the outside of the mountain range, planning to visit a sect marketplace to meet an important person. Everywhere in the 5 elements sect, disciples at the Qi refining stage paused and looked up at the sky, talking about this trip to Nanda Mountain, unaware that an uncle was passing by with a Black Bull nearby. In Xianzhu Market, outside the Yuzhu mountain range, it is one of the sect's external markets, a place where many wandering cultivators and disciples from various sects come and go. To enter this market, one must pass through a tall, straight bamboo forest. Ordinary people who enter by mistake can easily get lost. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the bamboo to sway softly, producing rhythmic sounds like beautiful music floating in the air. Disciples and sect members saw a figure approaching, their expressions surprised. They hurriedly bowed and made way, but the person responded with a gentle smile and was very kind. He was also leading a Black Bull spirit beast. This person wore a blue-gray robe of the Five Elements Sect, clearly a Foundation establishment cultivator from the sect. After passing through the bamboo forest, the view suddenly opened up. Countless buildings with tiled roofs appeared in a neat row. The marketplace was lively, with small auctions happening from time to time. All the wandering cultivators looked alert. Although the marketplace was safe, the outside area was uncertain, and everyone was in a hurry. Chen Sun smiled softly, as if seeing his past self. They once lived a life full of risks and uncertainties. Meow. Dehanyo looked around. Now they were the big brothers, and the feeling was quite different. No one dared to look at them strangely anymore. Instead, everyone showed respect. Dehanyo wagged his tail happily, feeling very comfortable. Old cow, let's go. He's inside the talisman shop in the sect. Meow. Dehanyo rubbed against Chen Sun. They walked confidently through the sect marketplace, no longer hiding or sneaking around. The Feng talisman shop was busy with many customers, and business was booming. But at the edge outside the building, a middle-aged man was scolding a few disciples. He kept talking, making the disciples look annoyed. The man looked to be in his 50s, already at the 10th level of chi refining. He had a serious face, tall and strong, and his words carried a tone of disappointment. After a few incense burns, the man finally stopped lecturing. The disciples hurriedly left, muttering about how unlucky they were. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "Time flies. You should focus on practicing. If you wait too long, you might miss your chance." Time passed, leaving behind a face carved by years, full of experience and stories. "Le Feng," Chen Sun said with a smile, bowing slightly. The middle-aged man was surprised. He looked across the street and saw Chen Sun. His face lit up with joy. "Chen Sun, Uncle Master." It was strange to see a young man calling a middle-aged man his Uncle Master. Come, Uncle Master, I didn't expect you to break through to the Foundation establishment stage." "That's wonderful." Lu Feng's face bloomed like a flower. He hurried over, taking Chen Sun's hand and holding to Hanyo's leash. "Uncle Master, Hanyo, come in quickly." "Hey, slow down. Meow." They were pulled along by Lu Feng, just like the day they first arrived at the Five Aroma Sect. This senior brother was always so enthusiastic. In the backyard, Chen Sun sat on a stone bench, while Lu Feng stood nearby with his hands clasped, not daring to sit down. "Lu Feng, come and sit." "Yes, Uncle Master," Lu Feng replied with a slightly hoarse voice. They sat facing each other, both showing gentle feelings of happiness and reflection. "Lu Feng, why did you leave the mountains so early? You still have many good years ahead. I believe you are close to forming your foundation." Chen Sun asked curiously, as he hadn't seen any signs of discouragement in Lu Feng. "Uncle Master, you don't know the full story. The law enforcement hall has a strict age limit for chi refining disciples, no more than 50. But I could continue practicing in other halls. Haha. Uncle Master, my goal isn't just that." Lu Feng shook his head gently and said seriously, "I only have a 4-element spiritual root. I was found by the Master at the foot of the mountain and raised by the Five Essence Sect. My fighting skills are weak, and I can't even make it into the top 5,000 in the Sect's competition. Staying inside the Sect would just waste cultivation resources. Forming the foundation has never been my main goal. My greatest wish is to encourage my junior brothers and sisters to practice diligently." Lu Feng smiled openly, looking at Chen Sun with only satisfaction in his eyes. Seeing junior brother Chen Sun successfully form his foundation is already enough for me. Chen Sun felt as if his words were stuck in his throat. He thought that whatever he said now would seem powerless. People like Lu Feng are truly different. "It's a relief for me to see brother Lu Feng in such a state of mind," Chen Sun said with a gentle smile. "Uncle Master, there's no need to worry. Not all cultivators seek immortality, and I have no regrets. Haha. Life may bring many encounters or many events, but as long as we learn some wisdom from them, that is enough." Chen Sun suddenly clasped his hands in a gesture of celebration. It seems brother Lu Feng has found what he was looking for. "Congratulations. Ha. The two burst into hearty laughter, leaving the ox nearby confused. "What are you guys rambling about?" Walking quietly through the peaceful garden, the world's worries drifted away like clouds and smoke. They strolled slowly in the backyard, reminiscing about old times, feeling more open-minded. Chen Sun was very patient this time, listening to Lu Feng's chatter. After half a day, Chun Sun and the ox took their leave. Uncle Master, Black Ox, time flies. Please don't indulge in trivial pleasures anymore. Lu Feng shouted loudly at their backs, with a hint of worry on his face. Chun Sun turned around casually, clasped his hands, and laughed loudly, saying, Chun Sun will remember this. Meow. Dahainyo also turned back and called out, indicating it had remembered too. The two left the marketplace. Lu Feng watched their disappearing figures for a long time, then sighed softly. He returned to the talisman shop to randomly pick a lucky person. Now that Uncle Chun Sun is a good example, he looked at the young ones. Who dares to waste time and not practice hard? Chun Sun and Dahainyo returned to the spirit medicine garden. They worked carefully planting spiritual herbs. Every day, they mostly watched the floating light mysterious female array. They didn't do anything unnecessary. They raised mountain chickens and wild boars, and looked at the basic heavenly material and earth treasure encyclopedia. Every day, they drooled over the valuable items inside. They learned that gung metal could improve the sharpness of magic tools when forging, and that 8 treasures red gold could increase the harmony between internal magic power and magic tools, making the tools more powerful. They also found that the mysterious ice jade liquid could be used to train their eye power, breaking illusions, and even seeing through some restrictions. There was also something called illusion true stone milk, which made Dahainyo drool. It could strengthen the body. If used to refine its horns, it would be invincible. No one could break it. One person and one cow sat on the hill in the herb garden, overlooking the grassland. Old cow, you are amazing. Your knowledge has grown so much. I didn't know there were so many strange things in this cultivation world. Chun Sun sighed in admiration, pointing at different items in the books. Dahainyo was also fascinated. This was just the basic level. Chun Sun finally understood that the iron essence was only the lowest grade for making magic tools. His mountain cutting axe still had a long way to go. They immersed themselves in learning. Sometimes they cried because the item wasn't theirs, and other times they giggled wildly, thinking they might find such items in the future. Both the man and the cow became more excited, shouting loudly in the herb garden, scaring the mountain chickens and wild boars. The road to eternal life was long, and their future was full of unknowns and excitement. Old cow, let's go to the alchemy palace. I think the elders there need help from foundation-building cultivators. Chun Sun looked at the cow and said with a smile, we don't seek any reward. Just learning more about alchemy from the senior brothers is good enough. The cow nodded repeatedly. They also had tasks in the spirit medicine garden, and the elders couldn't keep them there all the time. Chun Sun prepared himself and started leading the cow toward the alchemy hall. The guards outside the formation didn't stop them. As long as they weren't traveling far, it was no big deal. This place wasn't a prison. Chun Sun found Elder Jing Huang inside the alchemy hall and offered to help with alchemy without pay, just to learn a little. Elder Jing Huang was very happy and stroked his beard, saying that with Chun Sun's mindset, he was definitely destined to become a golden core cultivator. This was a great opportunity. Foundation-building cultivators are busier than chi-refining disciples, often looking down on others. And now, Chun Sun was helping without asking for anything in return, not even the spiritual stones needed for his own recovery. Most importantly, Chun Sun could use his divine sense power, which was much more useful than his registered disciples. This would surely increase the success rate of forming pills. However, Chun Sun set 3 rules for himself. He still had matters in the medicine garden to attend to and couldn't come often. Elder Jing Huang was straightforward and said that since they were fellow disciples of the alchemy hall, there was no need to be formal. He wouldn't force Chun Sun to do more. Chun Sun was very happy. It was clear that working in one department was easier to get along with. If he went to the weapon forging hall, he might get kicked out. The 5 Emotions sect had strict rules, and he couldn't wander around freely like in a small mountain village. For half a month, Chun Sun stayed in a certain alchemy room, while the cow read books nearby. Jing Huang gave him many low-level spiritual herbs to refine. The resulting pills made Jing Huang very satisfied. They worked better than those of his own disciples. But Jing Huang never taught Chun Sun any specific alchemy techniques. This was part of the inheritance. He only gave some guidance on basic alchemy knowledge. Chun Sun was content with that. One day, they were drinking tea in Jing Huang's cave. Chun Sun's divine sense was heavily drained, and needed time to recover. It was the first time Jing Huang invited Chen Sun to his cave as a guest. Senior Jing, is it true that the main spiritual medicine for foundation building can be used to make more than one batch of foundation pills? Chen Sun was shocked. He realized he had made a big mistake. He stared at Jing Huang in disbelief. Does that mean many spiritual medicines can be used to make several batches of pills? Jing Huang shook his head and chuckled. How does junior brother Chen seem to not understand anything? Of course, the potency of spiritual medicines is too strong, which can greatly affect the process of forming pills. Foundation-building pills are one example. For instance, a spiritual plant that takes 30 years to refine into a pill. If you use a plant that's 300 years old to make the same pill, what do you think the result will be? The power of the pill would increase greatly? Chen Sun thought for a moment. He had some experience, having done similar things before. Haha, junior brother Chen is overthinking. That would only cause the pill to break apart. It simply can't handle such strong medicinal power. Jing Huang laughed while sipping his tea. This junior brother Chen was quite amusing. When water is full, it overflows. When the moon is full, it wanes. Extremes lead to reversal. The same applies to spiritual medicines from heaven and earth. I see now. Thank you, senior brother Jing. If you hadn't told me, I might have been kept in the dark for my whole life. Chen Sun wiped his sweat, feeling more and more uncomfortable. He realized he had taken many wrong turns. I've always wondered why the spiritual plants in the garden aren't allowed to grow older. Now I understand. Jing Huang smiled slightly and poured more spiritual tea for Chen Sun. He had some other matters to attend to. Inviting Chen Sun to his cave today was also a way to show his gratitude. Senior brother Jing, I won't stay any longer, Chen Sun said as he stood up and bowed, accepting the tea as a farewell. All right, I won't keep you, junior brother. If you have any questions, you can come to my cave to find me. Jing Huang nodded calmly. This junior brother Chen was quite sensible, knowing when to speak and when to hold back. He never asked about the art of pill making beyond small questions. Chen Sun smiled slightly and turned to leave. He looked at the ox outside the cave. It was standing in front of a large pile of wood, deep in thought. He paused and then said, Senior brother Jing. Yes, junior brother, what's the matter? What kind of wood is that outside? I see many senior brothers' caves have it. Haha, that's the wood of the crane spirit tree. It's used to make medicine boxes or to store pills. Many places in the Jade Bamboo mountain range have it. Really? What? Chen Sun's eyes suddenly filled with tears. He shouted in disbelief, realizing he had been a fool for so many years. His eyelids suddenly rolled outward, and his body twitched. He collapsed to the ground. Junior brother Chen. Moo. On the road, Dahe Nyo carried Chen Sun on his back, while Chen Sun gazed blankly at the sky. He felt as if ants were crawling all over his body. His anger kept building inside, and the axe on his waist gleamed coldly. Dahe Nyo kept looking back at Chen Sun. This time, they truly suffered a great loss. They used to be so poor that they had to sell a single spiritual herb just to get back the herb box. But they were told that this kind of spiritual tree was common in places rich in spiritual energy. They had come from hard times, and the disappointment in their hearts was huge. Old Nyo, Chen Sun suddenly shouted loudly from the cow's back. Cut down the trees. From now on, our bowls, spoons, pig pens, chicken coops, and everything else will be made from this crane spirit tree. Otherwise, how can we be clear-minded and cultivate? We can't live like this anymore. Moo moo. Angry, one person and one cow charged into the mountains. Seeing the crane spirit tree, Chen Sun swung his axe fiercely. Dahe Nyo also rammed with force, causing continuous rumbling sounds in the mountains. Chen Sun and Dahe Nyo carried a large pile of wood toward the spiritual herb garden. The disciples passing by looked at them with surprise. They thought, surely this Uncle Master is about to practice some powerful wood-based magic. Outside the spiritual herb garden, the Foundation establishment cultivators guarding the gate were shocked. What kind of shape was that? They saw a person carrying over a dozen round logs on his shoulders, and the black beast also had 6 or 7 logs on its back. If their 5 senses weren't clear, they might have thought 2 giant logs were walking. Junior brother, what are you planning? One asked, unable to hold back. Are you going to practice mortal martial arts in the cultivation world? Senior brother, we're fine. Felling trees helps us clear our minds, Chen Sun replied with a smile. his forehead veins bulging. "Old Nyo, let's go," he said. "Moo," Dahe Nyo responded. Although the two guards were far apart, they shook their heads and sighed as they watched Chen Sun. Someone who could cultivate the water spirit technique to the second level definitely had a strange personality. In the days that followed, Chen Sun and Dahe Nyo added a new activity to their leisure time, cutting down trees in the mountains. Their spiritual herb garden was filled with logs of crane spirit trees, stacking higher and higher. Their mood also became more relaxed. They began making various tools, and the sound of hammering echoed throughout the Huiquan stream spiritual herb garden. Time keeps passing quickly. Chen Sun and Dahe Nyo no longer feel the probing power from the array, but they still dare not relax. They continue to quietly do their duties. Today is a bright and sunny day. In the sky outside the Wuyan Sect, the soaring cry of eagles echoes loudly as 5 Qingya eagle statues cut through the sky. 6 months ago, the disciples returned from their trip to Nanda Mountain. The inner disciples held hope in their hearts, and the elders of the sect were eager and expectant. The Qingya eagles landed in front of the sect master's hall. Only about 100 of them survived this year, a heavy loss, but they gained many valuable medicinal herbs. The sect master and elders encouraged everyone. The remaining disciples walked on in silence. Many of them bore bloodstains, and cold glints flickered in their eyes. They followed the elders down the mountain. No words were spoken. This year's competition was very fierce. Some disciples from the 10 great sects even used high-grade yellow-rank magic weapons, with no one able to stop them. Below the sect master's peak, a person led a black cow, watching the mountain path from afar, seemingly waiting for something. After descending the mountain, the disciples began flying on their swords in different directions, but they still seemed to be waiting for that person. Dahe Nyo kept snorting heavily. Fewer and fewer disciples were coming down the mountain. Why hadn't they seen him yet? Chen Sun clenched his fists tightly, staring fixedly in that direction. His peripheral vision kept flickering over the disciples, but he never saw that person, not even someone who looked similar. Momo? Dahe Nyo looked at Chen Sun, his expression unusually tense. The disciples had already thinned out, almost nobody remaining. Old cow, I dare not give Brother G a foundation-building pill directly. It would be a disaster for him and for us, Chen Sun said with a trembling voice. Brother G might really not have returned. Dahe Nyo let out a deep moo, and from afar, no one was coming down the mountain anymore. Haha, old cow, let's go. We've truly done our best, Chen Sun said with a forced smile, holding the cow's head. Do our best, and leave the rest to fate. Brother G has at least tried his best. He has no regrets, and neither do we. Dahe Nyo rubbed against Chen Sun, looking very sad. The fallen leaves rustled as they turned to leave, their figures filled with endless sorrow. The blazing sun flickered above the sect master's peak, slowly sinking. The few white clouds at the horizon dispersed, turning into a beautiful sunset. At the foot of the mountain, the last rays of sunset shone on a hurried figure. Because he had won first place, the sect master personally encouraged him, so he arrived a bit late. Suddenly, the figure stopped abruptly, as if he saw something. His eyes widened, and he seemed to gather all his strength, shouting in one direction. Uncle Chun, Junior Brother Nyo. A familiar voice suddenly came from afar. Chen Sun and Dahe Nyo were like struck by lightning, their bodies trembling, and their steps stopping at the same time. Their eyes flickered, caught in a dazed state. Chen Sun slowly turned his head. Standing at the foot of the mountain was a figure. Ji Kuan. Ji Kuan's many words seemed stuck in his throat. His eyes were slightly red, full of spirit. The scars on his body made him look even more vigorous. He seemed to have regained his old aura. Despite his white hair, he showed no sign of old age. Ji Kuan didn't say a word. He simply nodded heavily at Chen Sun. Moo moo moo, Dahe Nyo jumped excitedly, standing up with a loud roar. His momentum made the leaves on the ground fly around. Chen Sun's gaze was deep, and he smiled slightly, nodding again at Ji Kuan. He led Dahe Nyo away. The two of them didn't exchange many words during the whole time. Ji Kuan solemnly cupped his hands towards their backs, then slowly looked at his storage bag. The contribution value of this yellow-grade top-quality magic tool was at least 3,000, and only Foundation establishment cultivators could exchange for it. Before leaving, He had already inquired about this for months. Chen Sun had tricked him, but his great kindness was enough for him to remember for a lifetime. Ji Kuan stood with his hands behind his back, gently looked up at the sky, and sighed. His heart was full of mixed feelings. The path of cultivation was full of deception, but meeting such friends was truly wonderful. So good. After Chen Sun and He Nyo returned to the spirit medicine garden, they felt excited. They looked at each other deeply, smiled knowingly, and added this year's longevity points to their spiritual power. Old Nyo, I plan to refine foundation establishment pills for Brother Ji, but not the same kind as ours. Otherwise, the foundation might fail, Chen Sun said seriously, slightly frowning. The foundation establishment pills given by the sect might have some issues. When the time comes, I will volunteer to deliver the pills and exchange them. Moo, He Nyo asked nervously. He didn't understand alchemy. It might be a defective product, but definitely not a top-quality foundation establishment pill. Chen Sun spoke in a deep voice, looking at the cow. But this is just my personal guess. Whether it's a defective product or not, I will replace it. Brother Ji only has this last chance. He was not in the alchemy hall to waste time. He had learned quite a lot, such as the 4 grades of pills: low, medium, high, and top quality. He had not yet heard or seen any information about the patterns on the pills. He was still exploring how to identify pills. Currently, he could roughly tell the quality of pills used in the Qi cultivation stage, but he couldn't see the quality of foundation-building pills yet. Moo. The cow nodded seriously. Always cautious, it believed it would never make mistakes. The pattern detection method of this great array has been figured out by us. As long as we miss the 2 daily time points, no one will know what we are doing. Chen Sun squinted slightly, looking at the streaks of light crossing the sky. If it weren't for the warning and concealment of the essence of all things, they would have been fully exposed and detected long ago, yet they remained unaware. Moo. The cow also looked up seriously at the sky. There was something dirty here, definitely not as peaceful and beautiful as it seemed. Old cow, start the work, Chen Sun said with a slight smile. With the current level of the essence of all things, they could now cultivate a 120-year-old spiritual herb in a month. Moo. The cow quickly ran toward the cave dwelling they had built at the foot of the hill. Its storage bag still held many foundation-building spiritual medicines. They had once tried boldly, pulling a spiritual herb from the spiritual field into the herb garden. The great array did not react, which was normal as long as the herb was not taken out or damaged. Everything was fine as long as it remained in place. But if the herb's growth years were wrong, then it was a matter for the alchemy hall to handle. The array did not have such detection abilities. They had also casually planted a few ordinary spiritual herbs. The array did not react to these either, seeming to only respond to recorded spiritual herbs. They had many secrets and had to be very careful. Inside the cave, Chen Sun began to refine pills. He controlled the fire quite normally. This time, he did not combine all the spiritual medicines into one, but divided the liquid evenly. The cow continued to cultivate spiritual herbs nearby. When free, it would read books and remind Chen Sun of the right times to avoid. Time passed as Chen Sun practiced alchemy. He tried every day, and because of the different strengths of the medicine liquid, the quality of the pills varied greatly. However, none of them had the same pattern of pill markings as before. Now, with awareness inside him, the success rate of forming pills increased greatly. He could control the spiritual herbs inside the alchemy furnace precisely. His pill-making skills, combined with the power of the flame, had reached a quite impressive level. After more than half a year, the foundation establishment pill was finished in the alchemy hall. Chen Sun took the initiative to offer the foundation pill to Ji Kuan, saying they both came from the 9-Star Valley and wanted to send him off on his final journey. The elders agreed without objection. It was natural to do this favor, but giving a foundation pill to a wandering cultivator had little benefit. Most people failed to establish their foundation, and there had been resentment within the sect because of this before. They handed Chen Sun a jade bottle containing a shiny, black, transparent foundation pill. The 9 Emotions sect also had strict rules, carefully checking for corruption. If it was found that the foundation pill did not reach the disciple, the punishment could be severe, either imprisonment in the law enforcement hall or stripping of cultivation and expulsion from the sect. If this practice spread, no one would be willing to serve the sect, and it would lead to a lack of successors. Not everyone could directly break into foundation establishment through talent alone. Chen Sun rode his sword with the ox. Inside the bottle, the foundation pill had been swapped. It was a white, shiny pill without markings, but he had painted it black with medicine liquid. In the old, shabby house, Ji Kuan's eyes were sharp. He remained calm every day, waiting patiently for Chen Sun to arrive. Whoosh! A sword light came from the distant sky. Ji Kuan smiled. That large dark mass was definitely Brother Niu. He always liked to stay behind Chen Sun. Ji Kuan, Chen Sun saw the figure in front of the house and suddenly laughed loudly. Uncle Chen, Ji Kuan bowed deeply, holding his hands together. His voice was full of emotion, weariness, relief, hope, and deep gratitude. We came to give you the foundation pill, Moo Moo. They flew down on their swords, eyes filled with joy. Chen Sun took out the jade bottle, ready to give it to Ji Kuan. But Ji Kuan still bowed without rising. The foundation pill was no longer very important to him now. Even if he couldn't establish his foundation, having a friend like Chen Sun was enough for a lifetime of no regrets. Quickly, take it. Chen Sun used his magic to lift him up, but suddenly he and the Black Bull were startled, and their eyes widened at the same time. Ji Kuan was crying loudly, tears streaming down his face, but he didn't make a sound. His nose was running, and when he inhaled, he was hit with a loud slap. The scene was so beautiful that Chen Sun and the Black Bull couldn't help but laugh. They kept their composure and respect for Ji Kuan, not making any noise. Keep going. Remember, you still owe me 2,000 contribution points. Chen Sun smiled and took out a small bag from his storage pouch. If you succeed in building your foundation, open it. After reading, destroy it. Yes, Uncle Chen. Ji Kuan carefully took it without asking questions. He took out a magic tool from his pouch. Uncle Chen, this is yours, but I will never delay paying the contribution points I owe. We can use magic tools in the spirit medicine garden. When the time comes, just pay us back. Meow? Chen Sun and the Black Bull both shook their heads, not caring at all. Ji Kuan frowned. Today, he had to return this magic tool to Chen Sun. But suddenly, Chen Sun let out a sharp scream. Old Bull, draw your sword. Retreat quickly. Meow swish. Swish. A burst of dust and smoke passed by. Ji Kuan was covered in dirt and dust, standing stunned. He watched Chen Sun and the Black Bull disappear into the horizon, speechless for a long time. Their retreat was so fast and graceful. Haha, Uncle Chen, Brother Bull, who exactly are you? Ji Kuan looked at the sky with a faint smile, feeling warm inside. After leaving the spirit medicine garden, Chen Sun and the Black Bull didn't go back. Instead, they headed to the alchemy hall. He heard that Sister Zwa was there today. She was a master alchemist, and many inner disciples' foundation pills were made by her. Old Bull, act more emotional. Yes, more sorrowful. Chen Sun kept adjusting the bull's head. The Black Bull drooped its head, looking sad, and kept lowing softly. Perfect, just like that. Chen Sun coughed, then suddenly changed his expression, as if someone in his family had died. He led the Black Bull into the main hall, crying mournfully. A sense of sadness and gloom surrounded them. Passing disciples were shocked. What happened to Uncle Chen and his spiritual beast? When Zwa Ying heard that Chen Sun wanted to see her, she was also surprised when she saw their appearance. Could it be that the spirit medicine garden was destroyed? Unexpectedly, Chen Sun said, Senior Sister Zwa, this matter is truly unfortunate. The cultivation techniques in the contribution hall are too expensive and don't suit my physique. Is there any common foundation building technique available? Zwa Ying was surprised upon hearing this. She was genuinely amused by Chen Sun this time. Her eyes looked clear like a calm lake, and a gentle smile appeared on her lips. She said, Actually, I overlooked this when I first joined. There are very few people with the 5-element spiritual roots for foundation building, so the Sect's main hall didn't prepare such techniques. Hee hee. Chen Sun awkwardly cupped his hands, knowing in his heart that these techniques were too basic and not suitable for the Sect's main stage. Junior brother, wait for me a moment, Zwa Ying said softly. Then a fragrant breeze blew past, and she disappeared in an instant. However, Chen Sun and He Niu couldn't help but feel their eyelids twitch. Was this a body movement technique? They really wanted to combine their strength and speed into their foundation building spells, but they hadn't found a way yet. Not long after, Zhua Ying returned, holding a book of cultivation techniques. She said, "Junior brother Chen Sun, I give you this 100 refinements of the 5 elements. Foundation building techniques usually include some special spells, but this one isn't particularly special. However, it comes with a small movement technique called 5 Elements Shadow Escape. I think it's very suitable for someone like you who cultivates medicinal herbs. Although your fighting skills aren't strong, having a movement technique outside the mountain gate can give you more self-protection." She raised her hand and pointed, and the technique floated in the air, landing perfectly in Chen Sun's hand. Chen Sun and Dahei Niu felt deeply grateful. Chen Sun said solemnly, "Thank you, Senior Sister Zhua, for this gift." Although women might affect their cultivation speed, wealthy benefactors wouldn't, because they only gave themselves better techniques. Moo, Dahei Niu also lowered his head in thanks to Senior Sister Zhua. Truly, she was a thoughtful vice peak master. This is what junior brother Chen Sun deserves. This technique isn't very precious. Go now, Zhua Ying said with a slight smile. Similar techniques are abundant, and techniques for the 5-element spiritual roots are increasingly being abandoned by more people. As the cultivation world developed, resources gradually depleted. It was no longer the era from tens of thousands of years ago. Many spiritual herbs have gone extinct, and now even foundation building with the 5-element spiritual root is difficult. Many high-ranking people in the Qianghua believe that the large consumption of ancient cultivation resources was due to the many practitioners with mixed spiritual roots of the 5 elements. They thought these practitioners used too many resources and were too numerous. Looking at the countless cultivation techniques passed down for 5-element spiritual roots, their guess was not unfounded. These techniques are not only ordinary, but also quite useless. However, Chen Sun and the Black Bull considered these techniques a treasure. On the way, they kept praising how good people are in this world. They remembered this kindness. "Old Bull, why do you think we can't become vice peak masters, but my sister left can?" "Moo, because of the big atmosphere. Does the alchemy hall lack a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator? Otherwise, only my sister left could be qualified. If there were a vote, I would vote for her first." Moo. The Black Bull's eyes lit up, and it kept nudging Chen Sun. It also wanted to vote for Sister Left. Ha. A burst of laughter echoed on the road. The big stone in their hearts finally fell, and they happily headed toward the spirit medicine garden. Chen Sun was about to sing on the road when suddenly the Black Bull said it needed to go to the bathroom. He immediately frowned, confused about what that meant. He stared at the Black Bull by the roadside. The latter looked unhappy, holding back for a long time. Its face turned red from holding in anger. Chen Sun squinted slightly, sensing something was wrong. He stepped closer to the Black Bull under the tree, holding a pickaxe in one hand, softly singing, "Listen to me, Moo." The Black Bull looked shocked and let out a loud scream. Suddenly, a thunderous was released. "Oh, ugh, old bullet. Die for me, Moo." The Black Bull ran wildly, looking back as it ran. Its pupils shrank sharply. Chen Sun was chasing from behind with a mountain axe, smoke and dust billowing, and killing intent everywhere. Countless disciples were frightened and fled in all directions. The senior uncle looked pained, with veins bulging on his forehead, as he chased after a crazy cow. They only stopped when they reached the entrance of the spirit medicine garden. Chen Sun showed a bloodthirsty smile, nodded to the 2 senior brothers nearby, then carried the cow into the garden. Since then, the spirit medicine garden in Huiquan Stream would echo with sounds like ghostly wails and howls, along with the painful cries of the cow, as if it was suffering greatly. Life finally became peaceful. Chen Sun and the cow began to practice seriously, eating their special foundation-building pills while absorbing pure spiritual energy from the spiritual veins. Their cultivation improved every day. Although progress was slow, it was promising. They remained calm, carefully feeling each step of their growth, constantly strengthening their understanding. The cow was now more skilled at riding with its control magic. They took a foundation-building pill, and the next one might be a month or even several months later, not rushing for quick growth in their cultivation lifespan. "Old cow, there's a lot to do. Let's follow our training plan and stay calm." Moo, they sat cross-legged on the grassland, eyes slightly closed, radiating mysterious energy. They were calm and patient, with the surrounding green grass moving gently in the wind, full of rhythm and harmony. Chen Sun and the cow also settled into a routine, practicing morning exercises, meditating, and breathing techniques. As Chen Sun said, the day's plan starts in the morning, and at sunrise, purple energy comes from the east. The cow believed deeply in Chen Sun's words. Sometimes it woke up even earlier than him. After reaching the foundation stage, its energy increased greatly, and its memory improved a lot. They now slept less than before. These new feelings made Chen Sun constantly marvel. The leap in life level was comprehensive, truly terrifying. In the afternoons, they practiced formations, talisman techniques, or read books. At night, they trained in movement techniques and basic five-element escape arts, occasionally tending to the spiritual herbs, filling their days completely. The mountain pigs and mountain chickens were simply raised there. They didn't plan to eat them. The spirit medicine garden became lively and bustling. The cow naturally became their leader, taking them out to play every day. Sometimes, it got so anxious that it mooed loudly, making Chen Sun laugh heartily. Time was fleeting, and life was short. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 years passed. Chen Sun and the cow had added all 3 longevity points to their magic power. The order in the mortal world of the Dry Kingdom finally became stable. After the new emperor took the throne, he worked hard to improve the situation. He sent large armies to punish criminals everywhere. Many evil people were beheaded or hanged in the markets. The conflict between the Wu Kingdom and the Dry Kingdom also ended. Both sides began to withdraw their troops, leaving behind countless corpses at the borders. The land was covered in white cloth, and everyone mourned in silence. However, the real clash between the two kingdoms was just beginning. It had shifted from the mortal world to the cultivation world. The 10 great sects of the Dry Kingdom were now on high alert. They had called back many monks who were outside, and everyone was secretly preparing for something big. The Wuyun sect often had powerful monks rising to great heights. They moved swiftly through the air and disappeared into the sky in an instant. The entire sect was filled with a tense atmosphere, as if a storm was coming. But there was also good news from the sect. For example, Ji Kuan and others had successfully built their foundations, adding strong pillars to the sect. Today, a man stood with his hands behind his back outside a cave residence. His face was sharp and clear, like a carved sculpture. He had long, black, thick hair. He looked wild and free, but his sharp eyes showed a fierce spirit that made others afraid to underestimate him. Junior Brother Chun, Junior Brother Nyo, I have successfully built my foundation. If anyone in the sect dares to bully you, I, Ji Kuan, will not rest until we settle the score. Ji Kuan was full of confidence, and his eyes shone with cold light. The ancient trees around him trembled from his powerful aura, dropping many green leaves. Su Yedong. Haha. Ji Kuan slightly raised his head, a look of hatred flashing in his eyes. Now, he had a position as an outer sect elder, but that woman was still under the control of a senior elder. Ji Kuan frowned slightly. Killing her was easy, but dealing with the aftermath and avoiding future trouble was complicated. The outer sect was large and complex, and he couldn't let others find a handle on him like before. Junior Brother Chun said that after I build my foundation, I should open this thing. Ji Kuan carefully took out a silk bag from his storage pouch. Inside was a piece of paper covered with writing. It said, "Congratulations, Senior Brother Ji, on successfully building your foundation. But enemies should be resolved, not tied together. A female disciple in the Qi refining stage is not worth risking your life. As a foundation establishment cultivator, we should follow the sect rules." Ji Kuan raised his eyebrows after reading this. Chen Junzi didn't say this before. He started to hesitate. Should he really let go of his hatred? He was caught in a battle between his heart and mind. But he didn't want to offend Chen Sun, so he continued reading. That elder only believed the woman's slander back then. Brother Ji should prepare an apology and explain the matter clearly. After Brother Ji establishes his foundation, I believe the elder will give you face. We are all fellow disciples and part of the outer sect elders. There's no need to ruin the relationship. The road ahead is long. Ji Kuan's heart tightened, and his brow furrowed more deeply. Besides Su Yedong, he hated this person the most. Does he have to go and seek his favor? But Junior Brother knows that Brother Ji is very proud. No matter what happens, Once you reach the elders' residence, you must lower your stance and avoid offending the seniors. Finally, I hope Brother G can stay true to his original intention and continue on the path of cultivation with great success. Haha. Ji Kun finished reading every word carefully, but his heart calmed down. His gaze grew more profound. Junior Brother Chen's words were full of kindness, flawless, and very much in line with his character. Anyone reading this would see nothing wrong. Even Ji Kun thought so. He sighed deeply, knowing that Junior Brother Chen was doing this for his sake. He had received such great kindness from him. Even if he let go of his hatred and endured some hardship, it was nothing. He immediately burned the paper and began preparing his apology. 2 days later, Ji Kun personally went to Elder Dai's residence to apologize. He stood outside for a whole hour before being allowed inside. He looked slightly angry, but then remembered Chen Sun's words and forced a smile. Inside the residence, there was a burst of scolding, but every time Ji Kun wanted to get angry, he kept thinking of Chen Sun. He could only smile and explain. Finally, the scolding gradually lessened, and occasional laughter could be heard. Elder Dai said that everything was in the past and praised Ji Kun for his sincerity. He said he saw genuine effort. The incident with the female disciple in the Qi refining stage was also let go, and no more trouble was to be caused. Ji Kun didn't want to embarrass himself. He guessed Elder Dai's intentions and understood his purpose. But Ji Kun didn't care at all. He only said he was there to apologize and clarify, with no other intentions, and he had no desire to harm his fellow disciples. He claimed he had let go of his hatred. Elder Dai was very pleased with Ji Kun's character and kept hinting at recruiting him. This person was talented, adaptable, and had just broken through to the foundation establishment stage. His potential was enormous. Ji Kun kept joking and acting casually, saying he needed to think carefully because it was a big matter that concerned his future. He had no intention of offending anyone. Elder Dai also showed understanding, telling Ji Kun to go back and think it over carefully. He promised many benefits, and each word was full of praise. He also said that no matter who Ji Kun chooses in the future, based on his actions today, their past conflicts would be forgiven. He showed Ji Kun what it means to be broad-minded. On the way back, Ji Kun looked serious and kept thinking about Chen Sun's words. He felt like he had grasped something important, but also felt he hadn't seen the full picture. He muttered to himself, "In the end, stick to your original goal." That goal was clear now, to kill that woman and then join Elder Dai's rival, Elder Li, who is a powerful figure among the outer sect elders. He believed he was strong enough to face this person, but he knew he couldn't really kill that woman. Even Elder Dai seemed to suspect what he was planning. A few days later, Ji Kun officially announced he was joining Elder Li's group. When Elder Dai heard this, his blood pressure shot up. He couldn't focus for days and felt angrier the more he thought about it. In the following days, Ji Kun, who came from a wandering background, showed courage and strength far beyond that of ordinary disciples. He kept making contributions to the sect, which made Elder Li very happy and proud. Even during meetings of the outer sect elders, Elder Li kept mentioning Ji Kun. He said that the outer sect elders needed people like Ji Kun, brave and willing to fight. The other elders nodded in agreement. Elder Dai's blood pressure rose even more. His thoughts became more confused, and he felt a deep frustration. He believed Ji Kun should be under his command. He remembered Ji Kun's sincere apology that day, which touched his heart. The events from that time still had many unclear points, and even the sect's law enforcement hall hadn't reached a conclusion. Elder Dai gradually started to suspect Su Yetong. He thought she was the one stirring trouble, causing him to lose a great general in the foundation establishment stage. Su Yetong often woke up from nightmares. She knew it was easy for Ji Kun to kill her, a Qi refining disciple at the 10th level, now that Ji Kun had broken through to the foundation establishment stage. But Ji Kun had never come to trouble her before. Instead, his actions made her more afraid. It felt like a psychological attack. Her reputation among the outer sect elders was growing, and she was more and more worried every day. Sometimes she even wished she could just be killed outright. However, she had already prepared a backup plan. Even if Ji Kun dared to come and kill her, she was ready to implicate him. If she died, the sect could still find out that Ji Kun was responsible. But Ji Kun showed no reaction. She was driven mad by his rising reputation, losing her mind day and night. Sometimes, she would scream when she saw a man, even if she was disheveled. She even crazily told others that Ji Kuan wanted to kill her, and in the end, she sought protection from Elder Dai. Elder Dai was furious when he saw her. Ji Kuan's junior brother didn't care about her at all. Her wild behavior made him feel ashamed and disgusted. Later, Elder Dai assigned her to do some very dangerous tasks. Su Yetong eventually died in an accident. Her body was eaten by monsters, leaving no bones behind. Her ending was very tragic. This small incident didn't cause any big trouble. It was normal for a Qi refining disciple to die during a mission. Ji Kuan was also proven innocent during another mission, with a perfect alibi. When he returned to the sect, many people who admired Ji Kuan said that her death was good. They believed Ji Kuan was wrongly accused all along. Because of her death, Ji Kuan's reputation was restored. Many outer sect elders and disciples cursed Su Yetong, saying that Ji Kuan was not the kind of person who could be falsely accused. Now, Ji Kuan was full of killing intent, his whole body radiating coldness and seriousness. He paid no attention to those flattering him. Instead, he returned to his cave alone. His mind was shaken, and finally, his expression showed shock. He had seen her madness among the outer sect elders and found it quite entertaining. Luckily, he hadn't acted impulsively back then. If Elder Ji cannot return, I will help you deal with this person. When she disappears from the world, the sect will never find any trace. Congratulations to Elder Ji on successfully establishing the foundation. But enemies should be resolved, not created. She's just a Qi refining female disciple. Why put yourself in danger? As a foundation establishment cultivator, we must follow the sect's rules. Ji Kuan kept recalling Chen Sun's words. His shock grew deeper, and his pupils trembled. That innocent junior brother, always smiling and leading the Black Ox. Haha, maybe I was overthinking. Chen Sun is so simple. Ji Kuan, oh Ji Kuan. Ji Kuan shook his head and sighed. He wondered where his thoughts had drifted. It seemed he had been in the outer sect for too long, imagining the most important person in his heart as someone else. Snap! He slapped himself hard, constantly scolding himself. Chen Sun's heart was his last pure place, untouched by anyone, not even himself. But seeing this woman meet such a tragic end, he let out a deep breath of relief. It felt very satisfying. Now he had joined Elder Li's group and was always making things difficult for Elder Dai. Because he apologized sincerely and had never paid attention to that woman, Elder Dai never targeted him. Ji Kuan felt more and more that Chen Sun's words were right. It was a big relief to have fewer problems. He held a communication talisman in his hand and headed toward the spiritual herb garden of the sect. Today, Chen Sun was practicing breathing to absorb spiritual energy. Suddenly, his communication talisman glowed faintly. He slowly opened his eyes and smiled. It seemed that senior brother Ji had already handled everything. He personally took Ji Kuan to his cave in the spiritual herb garden. Ji Kuan was amazed by the beautiful scenery. Seeing Chen Sun and the Black Ox living so happily, he felt at ease. They talked a lot. They shared their experiences over the past half year. They didn't mention anything about that woman. Next to them, the ox's eyes widened in surprise. There were so many dangerous places outside the sect, and even evil cultivators existed. Chen Sun was excited listening to all this. The laughter in the cave kept going. Ji Kuan was serious at first, but kept being teased and laughed. How could such dangerous things sound so funny when Chen Sun talked about them? For example, do evil cultivators really use cultivators training? What do they look like? Do they eat spiritual beasts? Do they always wear black robes and laugh weirdly? A series of strange questions. The ox looked terrified, but also curious. It rested its head on Chen Sun's shoulder, still wanting to hear more. Then they went to the contribution hall together. Neither of them pretended to be serious. They exchanged array items with the ox. If Chen Sun hadn't stopped them quickly, Ji Kuan would have used up all his contribution points. But outside, they still followed the sect's rules. The senior was the leader, Chen Sun was the senior brother, and Ji Kuan was the junior brother. They made sure not to leave any trouble behind. In Ji Kuan's heart, Chen Sun and Black Bull will always be his junior brothers. They are not good at fighting, and if something unexpected happens, he is willing to risk his life to protect them. Even during the trip to Nanda Mountain years ago, Ji Kun always believed that their good fortune was not gained through fighting skills. Every 20 years, during the Nanda Mountain trip, there are always people from various sections. In the days that followed, whenever Ji Kun returned from outside missions, he would come to talk with Chen Sun and Black Bull. This was the place where he felt most relaxed. Especially when he saw they were safe and sound, he always felt an inexplicable sense of peace, as if he was reassured by their well-being. Chen Sun and Black Bull were also very curious about the outside world. Every time Ji Kun visited, they listened eagerly, laughing and joking nonstop. Ji Kun sometimes took Black Bull to the contribution hall. Chen Sun would shake his head and sigh. Really, Brother Bull, you're so big but still not staying put. Haha. Eventually, Ji Kun discovered a big problem. Black Bull hadn't yet formed a foundation. How could that be? He looked serious and said, Brother Bull, don't worry. I'll go outside and fight for your future. The Spiritual Beast Foundation pill won't cost more than 10,000 contributions. Senior Brother Ji, we have the foundation pill now? We have it. Moo moo. Chen Sun and Black Bull hurriedly stopped him. Brother Ji's attitude was like he was risking his life. Luckily, he showed them the foundation pill for spiritual beasts, which made Ji Kun finally relax. But he still said loudly, Brother Bull, even if the foundation fails, it's okay. With me here, I'll help you exchange for another one later. Chen Sun and Black Bull were deeply moved. They stood outside the spiritual herb garden, watching Senior Brother Ji leave, hoping he would return safely each time. Then they turned around and resumed their cultivation plans. Years passed like a song, time flowing like flowers. Unknowingly, many springs and autumns had gone by. Now, it was the 10th year since Chen Sun and Black Bull arrived at the spiritual herb garden. During these years, the 5 Elements Sect's bell tolled loudly. A great cultivator at the Golden Course stage passed away, and many mourned him. Even a 1,000-year lifespan couldn't withstand the passage of time. The sect was now quiet and desolate. The main pillar had quietly fallen, and many people had yet to recover from the deep sorrow. There is no such thing as peaceful years in the 5 aggregates sect. It is only because these elders carry heavy burdens and forge ahead. In unseen places, every disciple benefits from their kindness and protection. Chen Sun and the Black Bull have already performed funeral rites for the elders. Chen Sun also crafted a wooden coffin from crane spirit tree wood. Together, they carried the coffin, blew a swana horn, and rang bells to honor the elders with the most solemn village funeral. Although they had no direct connection and their efforts might seem small, it was their way of showing respect. Afterwards, they prepared a big pot, boiled water, and held a heartfelt gathering filled with sadness. They also added the 7 longevity points to their spiritual power. The debt owed to the Spirit Medicine Hall was finally paid off. With their basic salary and earnings from the Spirit Medicine Garden, Chen Sun carefully calculated that he earned about 1,000 contribution points a year. It was a good fortune. Relying on his own and the old cow's cultivation skills, he could support his family without stealing or robbing, which made him feel at ease. Last year, the Black Bull successfully established its foundation. Afterwards, it registered with the Spirit Beast Hall. Now, it has become an important figure, walking with a breeze and proudly lifting its bovine nose. It kept riding on the ground, asking Chen Sun to call out junior brother Nyo to try. Chen Sun was in a good mood and agreed. Excited, the Black Bull suddenly stood up, mooing happily and rubbing against Chen Sun. In the Spirit Medicine Garden of the sect, compared to the usual quiet, today's Jichuan stream exuded a tense, warlike atmosphere. Everyone was on edge. The Black Bull looked nervous, constantly scanning around. Many Chen Sun figures appeared, each with different expressions, some wearing bandit masks and sneering, some standing on water, others on grass tips, and some on large rocks. It spread its spiritual awareness everywhere. But these Chen Sun figures were just spiritual energy and magic constructs. They couldn't move. The old cow knew it wasn't fooled by such low-level tricks. Moo! The Black Bull roared in anger. A blazing fire shot up into the sky, and the flames in the center spread outward, controlled by its spiritual awareness. The terrifying magic within the flames roared like tearing winds. Whoosh! Whoosh! One by one, the Chen Sun figures were swallowed by the flames, turning into blue smoke that vanished into the sky. The Black Bull grinned. This was the foundation building stage. Its magic power was quite terrifying, and it hadn't even used its full strength yet. Bang! A loud, ringing sound echoed through the air. The black bull suddenly narrowed its eyes and was shaken back several steps. Its body shimmered with a multicolored protective shield, blocking a surprise attack from a mountain axe. This is the great advantage of the foundation establishment stage. As long as there is spiritual energy inside, the shield can be activated at any time to block deadly hits. It is no longer a small, fragile shield like in the chi refining stage, which only protected against wind, rain, and dust like a thin film. Of course, if the shield is broken, it's over. But the body of someone in the foundation establishment stage is much stronger, making it hard for ordinary swords and spears to cause real damage. They are no longer as fragile as in the chi refining stage. The 5 elements shadow step has now perfectly combined with their speed. In the past, they ran in straight lines and often couldn't stop in time, and the black bull would frequently crash into trees. Now, they are incredibly agile, with controlled speed. They even think this movement technique is as good as that of the legendary White Master Senior Brother. Killing intent is like a cold wind, piercing to the bone. At this moment, continuous sonic booms echoed around. After each illusion, a figure named Chun Sun appeared. But the black bull was completely calm. It slowly steadied itself, calming its mind. Chun Sun had taught it that in battle, one must stay calm. Otherwise, they would lose control. Moo. The black bull's eyes flashed with cold light. Its spiritual sense saw Chun Sun hiding under a distant spiritual tree. Whoosh! The black bull transformed into a rainbow, rushing swiftly forward. Its agility left behind many shadow images of black bulls and several wood elemental clones. In an instant, it reached Chun Sun's front, kicking with a loud whinny. But Chun Sun revealed a cruel smile. "Old bull, you've fallen for my trap." Boom. Moo. The black bull let out a surprised cry, eyes wide with disbelief. Its hoof struck the illusion, then forcefully hit the big tree behind it, leaving a huge hoof print. "Shaman Black Bull, die for me." Chun Sun shouted loudly, weaving through countless shadow clones, laughing eerily. Fireball technique. Suddenly, Chun Sun appeared not far behind the black bull. He made a hand seal, and a rain of fire spread out across the sky. He also controlled his spiritual sense like a dark red fire dragon rushing toward the black bull, leaving no chance for escape. It all happened so quickly. The dark red fire dragon was about to reach the black bull, and they seemed about to collide. But at that moment, the black bull's body suddenly twisted violently for some unknown reason. The cow just left a sneering smile with its mouth open. Who doesn't know the basic 5 elements escape technique? Suddenly, a fiery dragon appeared and engulfed it, turning into countless blue smoke that dispersed. Chun Sun said angrily. This Western Gate black bull was really difficult to deal with. His eyes were sharp, and he kept observing the increasing number of cows around him. Moo! With another loud roar from the cow, it suddenly appeared on the water's surface. The roar echoed instantly, and a powerful aura gradually rose. In an instant, 5 banners were placed in 5 directions. A strong wind swept through like sharp blades, scattering countless fragments of Chun Sun's magic power, revealing his true form. "Old cow, I told you not to use formations." Chun Sun was furious, speaking each word clearly. "How dare you pretend to be me?" Moo moo. The cow happily jumped, saying, "You taught me. This is called deception in warfare. Power to move mountains and a spirit that surpasses all." Moo. A scream was heard. The cow was thrown back into the water by Chun Sun, who then suddenly attacked, pulling Chun Sun into the water. They started fighting underwater. In the end, Chun Sun, having the right to speak, declared himself the winner. He laughed wildly in the water, continuously hitting the cow. "Western Gate Black Bull, playing tricks on me? You're still too inexperienced." Moo moo. This time, the cow was furious, snorting loudly as it puffed air. "All right, you win. You win." Moo, really, come up now. Chun Sun slowly climbed ashore, his magic evaporating the water on his body. White mist rose, and his body quickly became dry. The cow shook its head vigorously. It didn't like using magic to dry off. It preferred to dry naturally, casually nibbling on some grass. "Old cow, This basic 5 elements escape technique is really amazing. Chen Sun sat by the shore, took a deep breath, and was surprised. It was completely different from what they expected and from what they imagined. Moo, the cow nodded thoughtfully. The original spell wasn't anything extraordinary, just a small technique for the chi refining stage. It used the principles of the 5 elements to create a tiny magical clone. It couldn't do much, only confusing enemies and then escaping. For example, in the water, they used the spiritual energy of water to transform into a form. On the ground, they used the earth's spiritual energy, and so on. However, they haven't used their true strength just now. Their magical avatars are incredibly real. Although they can't move freely, they can split into hundreds of parts, and when their magic runs out, it's hard to tell what's real and what's fake. If someone touches these avatars casually, they just turn into a wisp of spiritual energy and disperse. Plus, with the 5 elements shadow escape, they can move seamlessly between avatars, making it the best way to escape. Even the old cow's magic shield is strengthened by magic power and defense. Chen Sun once attacked with full force, but the shield didn't move at all. It only pushed the old cow back a few steps. Old cow, we shouldn't underestimate these chi refining stage spells. Moo, can you create your own techniques to help so many cultivators? If there were a copyright fee, others would have made a lot of money long ago. Moo moo. The black cow was surprised. It seemed to understand, even if it didn't get the copyright part. It knew that even simple spells like small fireballs are something they can't create on their own, let alone teach so many people. So, we also need to study various small spells. These are the results of the wisdom of many elders. That's true lasting inheritance, Chen Sun said seriously. They don't have the best conditions or luck to compete for the best techniques and spells. These small spells are easy to buy and simple to practice. There must be some common points among them. In fact, during their daily outings, they also visited many cliffs, the bottom of cliffs, and deserted caves to find so-called opportunities. But they found nothing, only a few pretty stones. Still, it wasn't a wasted trip. The key was that Chen Sun and the black cow were very happy, shouting that they had gained a lot. As for the so-called great spells and good techniques, they are all inherited items from others. These are only passed to disciples, not shared with the Sect's contribution hall. Only some relics of foundation building or core formation cultivators who passed away without heirs are kept in the contribution hall for foundation building cultivators to exchange. This is to ensure there are successors and to give their passing some meaning. If they only rely on themselves, they can only make great contributions to the 5 elements sect. The sect will grant them additional spells. After all, this is not a charity hall. The most they exchange are books, small spells, and various low-level materials. They have no interest in high-level techniques or spells. Chen Sun and the Black Bull were quite ordinary, just one among many foundation establishment cultivators in the cultivation world. Fortunately, great luck and benefits did not fall on their heads. Moo, the Black Bull nudged Chen Sun, surprised. Moo moo, understanding and integrating everything, old bull. We have only this much talent. Shouldn't we work hard? Chen Sun smiled slightly, leaning close to the Black Bull. Our defenses even held up against the last meridian disorder. If we keep practicing, we can try out the routes of spells and techniques. Moo, the Black Bull cheered excitedly. Chen Sun was right. They were no longer novices in the cultivation world. Creating new techniques and spells requires testing countless different methods. If they go wrong, they might go astray or even face serious consequences. If they succeed, they could become immortals, and the entire sect would celebrate. The Black Bull also wanted to try stacking many formations. Right now, it often clashes with other formations and suffers backlash. Luckily, its magic shield protected it from many injuries. It found it difficult to set up even 2 small formations at once. Every day, it studied tirelessly, with no shortcuts. Only experience gained little by little. Moo moo. The Black Bull looked anxious, rubbing its head against Chen Sun. It took out the Basic Formation Encyclopedia and some formation books that Senior Sister Ji had brought back from outside. These were carefully stored in the large straw hat Chen Sun had made for it. The Black Bull's eyes widened as it pointed at the books with its hooves, mooing loudly. It was just starting to learn. Don't worry, old bull. You're the most talented formation master I've ever seen. You will succeed. Chen Sun understood what it meant. His tone and gaze were very confident, without any hint of doubt. I'll work on techniques and spells. You focus on formations. They may not be powerful now, but at least we can learn something, right? Moo. The black bull stared with big eyes and nodded heavily. Chen Sun was very smart. There was no one smarter than him in the world. But this isn't something you can do just by talking. It takes practicing countless small spells and spending a lot of time summarizing. How long do cultivators live? However, Chen Sun's expression was calm, neither proud nor impatient. He paused, then slowly looked at the black bull, who also looked back at him. We have plenty of time. Moo. They looked into each other's eyes with deep affection, their mouths gradually curling into smiles. Their smiles became more crooked, and eventually, they started to compete to see who could make their mouths look the most crooked. In the years that followed, they each year contributed to the Hall of Contributions to exchange for small spells, such as Morning Breeze Technique, Ice Valley Technique, Five-Leaf Technique, and others. Dahe Nyo kept exchanging small materials for formations. Since the wear and tear were too severe, Chen Sun also began refining tools. It was generally cheaper to exchange materials than to buy finished products. Every year, they used up all their contributions. The elders of the contribution hall couldn't stand it anymore and even gave Chen Sun a few small spell books, really not wanting to see this junior brother waste his contribution points like that. But when Chen Sun received them, he was overjoyed and grateful, promising to come back next year. Dahe Nyo also kept lowering his head in thanks. The sect was full of good people. All the elders of the contribution hall were stunned. Chen Sun and Dahe Nyo fell back into their busy routines. Their days were packed, especially as Chen Sun increasingly realized how powerful these small spells were, full of clever ideas. Most importantly, having a 5-element spiritual root was a big advantage. They could practice any spell without many restrictions. The only difference was that their spells were slightly weaker in power and consumed a bit more energy than others, but it was not a big deal. Dahe Nyo was also practicing formations, constantly mooing loudly. Once a cow set a goal, the pursuit of longevity became even more meaningful. Time is an unpredictable thing for all living beings. They were unaware that time was passing quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years had gone by. They added points of longevity to their spiritual power, reaching 42. The happiest thing was that these longevity points hadn't reached the threshold yet, and their spells became more and more terrifying. Meanwhile, the entire Qian Kingdom's immortal sect fell into complete calm. There were no more disputes with the Wu Kingdom. Both sects were filled with a sense of extreme repression. However, the Wuyun sect was a bit better. Everyone was minding their own business, seemingly not yet reaching the heights of the 10 great sections. Now, Ji Kuan's killing aura was growing stronger. He could now sense a bit of the situation between the two countries and told Chen Sun that there was no immediate danger, but he didn't know much. Chen Sun also asked Ji Kuan to help find any cultivation techniques related to body refinement. He had broader connections outside, but within the Wuyun sect, there were no such techniques. At that moment, Ji Kuan was very surprised. He quickly advised Chen Sun to focus on practicing his body cultivation. Body cultivation does not improve spiritual power, and Chen Sun does not fight with spells. Although he said this, he agreed. Over the past few years, whenever he went on missions, he paid special attention and only brought back some common body cultivation techniques from the mortal world. Chen Sun also took the techniques seriously, without any disappointment. He simply told Ji Kuan not to look for more, as what he had was enough. Today, 2 figures entered the spirit medicine garden of Huiquan Stream. Both were early-stage foundation establishment cultivators, and their eyes showed seriousness. However, their robes were not grayish-blue but light blue, indicating they were direct disciples of a peak master. Their status was almost equal to that of foundation elder, and their seniority was much higher than Chen Sun's. Junior brother Chen Sun, He Nyo, Lu Yuan, and Shi Jing greeted with a smile. Their eyes were also drawn to the beautiful scenery of the spirit medicine garden. They looked down at the rolling grassy slopes and the flowing mountain streams. But both of them were surprised to see large piles of crane spirit wood and colorful, shiny stones placed around the area, as if they had been cleaned and polished daily. They thought Chen Sun would live a simple life, But when they saw the chicken coops and pigsties in the distance, they realized they had been mistaken. Junior brother Chin's son was just like in the old days. A gentle breeze blew, causing countless grasses to bend and fall to the ground. Two figures with straw hats appeared, walking with smiles. Chin's son's eyes were bright as he came with Hein Yo. "Haha, senior brother Sure, senior sister Lu? Is there something you need?" Chin's son laughed loudly. A few years ago, after they reached Foundation establishment, they visited him and Hein Yo once, but only outside the spirit medicine garden, in a hurried manner. Hein Yo also greeted them with a smile. "We came to say goodbye to junior brother Chun," Jing said, a strange look flashing in his eyes. He felt that Chun Sun's aura was very special, with a kind of unspoken charm. "Goodbye? Are you going far away?" Chun Sun asked as he took off his straw hat. He knew many Foundation establishment cultivators left their sects to seek opportunities elsewhere. "Yes, to the imperial city of Qian country, to settle worldly affairs," Jing nodded gently. He had become more calm, but beneath his handsome appearance, he seemed even more charming. "Senior brother Shi and I are both from the imperial city. Our family has some connections with the Wuyan sect." Lu Yuan looked a bit sad and said that, like Da Hein Yo, she couldn't hide her feelings. Chen Sun and Da Hein Yo were both surprised. They had only seen the highest officials in the mortal world, like the great magistrate. "Senior brother Shi, senior sister Lu, this is such good news. We can go home and visit," Chen Sun said happily, but he sensed their mood was not very cheerful. "Following the master's order, from now on, we must part ways between heaven and earth," they said together, with a hint of struggle in their eyes. "Junior brother Chun, if you choose to walk the path of cultivation, do you really have to give up your mortal heart?" Lu Yuan asked softly, looking up at Chen Sun. She missed her mother. They are still alive. Jing also looked at Chen Sun with some hope. They had just begun to build their foundation and didn't fully understand the master's meaning. Meow. Da Hein Yo turned to look at Chen Sun. Deep down, it kind of understood why Chen Sun wanted to take it on the path of cultivation. Remember, Chen Sun used to love staying in the mortal world, even enjoying blacksmithing. "Hee, you're so deep, so deep. I haven't experienced as much as your master. She definitely won't harm you." Under the hopeful gazes of the three, Chen Sun surprisingly smiled and said such words. Both of them sighed slightly. Lu Yuan then changed the subject and said with a smile, "Junior brother Chen, are you coming with us to the imperial city? The Qing kingdom's capital is huge. That was their real reason for coming here, to invite Chen Sun and Da Hein Yo to travel together." Meow. Da Hein Yo's eyes widened. The imperial city of Qing kingdom must be even bigger than Panning city. "Senior brother, senior sister, where is the imperial city of Qing kingdom?" Chen Sun also asked with wide eyes. He and Da Hein Yo had never been to big places before. Moreover, he had never been to the capital in his previous life, which was a big regret. "It's in Jinfeng Prefecture, 2 states away from Zhejiang Prefecture. The journey is long. If junior brother Chen joins us, he can enjoy the local customs along the way." Jing looked hopeful. Chen Sun was a very interesting and kind person. They all hoped he and Hein Yo would come with them. Meow meow. Da Hein Yo nudged Chen Sun, who was still thinking. "Senior brother Shi, senior sister Lu, I didn't mean to disappoint you." Chen Sun also looked conflicted and said regretfully, "My senior brothers and I have a training plan, and we can't leave right now. We've already used up the time for 2 incense sticks in one." Moo moo. Da Hein Yo nodded seriously at the two of them, which was true. For example, how to combine fireball magic with iceball magic. The challenge of mastering both fire and ice techniques is still far away. Also, why do different foundation building techniques work so differently inside the body? That's a big problem, and how these tiny array formations can be layered. Most importantly, if it's not too much trouble, please bring back a map of the Qian kingdom for me. Chen Sun cupped his hands and spoke sincerely, with a tone that was serious, hopeful, and earnest. The two of them had been listening carefully and thought Chen Sun was very hardworking. They hadn't expected these questions, but suddenly, his last request brought them back to reality. Jing had been quite absorbed just now, but he awkwardly smiled and said, "Junior brother Chun, don't worry about the map. We'll take care of it." "Junior brother Chun, brother Shi has a high status," Lu Yuan said with a gentle smile, always acting like a little girl. "That's great. I was worried it might be too troublesome for you." Chen Sun let out a small breath of relief. It's good to have generous seniors. He then smiled and said, but if there's a chance in the future, we can travel together again. Then, Junior Brother Chun. It's a deal, Junior Brother Chun. I remember what you said. Hey Nyo, you heard that too. Moo moo. Ha. Chen Sun laughed loudly, took a few steps forward, and said, I wish you all a safe journey. But since I am older than you, I have one more thing to say. Junior brother, please speak. They said seriously, cupping their hands and looking at him intently. When in doubt, it's best to retreat. Chen Sun said this seriously, with his hands behind his back, looking up at a 45-degree angle toward the sky. This is definitely an important life lesson. Shi Jing and Lu Yuan were both stunned after hearing this. Then they looked at each other with smiles in their eyes and said, yes. Junior Brother Chun. Afterward, they bid farewell to Chen Sun and He Nyo and began their journey home to visit family. Chen Sun and He Nyo watched them leave. After a while, they closed the barrier, and the narrow path gradually filled with mysterious mist. They sat directly on the grass. Chen Sun lay down, feeling the gentle breeze on his face, lost in thought. Moo moo. De He Nyo nudged Chen Sun. Old cow. Do you want to hear my answer? Moo. My idea is that for family and friends, there's no need to distinguish between mortal and immortal. Chen Sun said softly, humans live about 100 years. There are many goodbyes and separations around us, but everyone still lives happily. Pain is only temporary. Even ordinary people don't dwell on the past forever. Moo moo. De He Nyo nodded heavily. When they were in the small mountain village, they saw many people pass away. The families of those who left behind also lived well. But the lifespan of those at the foundation establishment stage is only about 400 years. If their mood affects them too much, their teachers might worry it's bad for their cultivation. Chen Sun smiled slightly. He looked up at the sky, vast, clear, with white clouds drifting gently, like floating sails on the sea. He continued softly, cutting off mortal thoughts. What are mortal thoughts? Aren't we all human? In this cultivation world, it's still about human feelings and relationships. How is it different from the mortal world? Moo. De He Nyo pushed Chen Sun hard. That wasn't what he wanted to hear. What are you doing? Chen Sun pretended to be angry, acting confused. Moo. De He Nyo snorted fiercely and nudged Chen Sun again. I still have a pill to refine. Shiman Black Bull. See you another day. Chen Sun lay on the ground, clasped his fists. Then his figure flickered and disappeared instantly. Moo. De He Nyo roared angrily and hurried after him. Chen Sun just brushed him off. Far away, a person and a cow started fighting, with occasional loud shouts. Old cow, we're different. We're immortal. Are you just playing hide and seek in the mortal world? Sending people away every day, then sighing like you? Do I have nothing better to do? Moo. De He Nyo roared loudly. Chen Sun cursed, then was knocked into the air. Your uncle, Chen Sun shouted angrily. I know what you want to hear. Fine, I'll tell you. Moo moo. De He Nyo grinned. He loved listening to Chen Sun tell stories. He quickly stood obediently beside him, no longer causing trouble. Senior Brother G's matter concerns his life and safety. It's a different situation. If handled well, it's just a small thing and won't cause much trouble. Chen Sun acts casually and doesn't yet reach the level of a saint. He never considers cause and effect when dealing with friends, nor does he seek anything in return. Cause and effect are for dealing with strangers. Even if Ji Kuan has an accident now, they have no regrets because they've done what they can. They won't interfere with others' paths. But can I speak carelessly about Sister Lu and Brother Shi? My advice is never to give others life suggestions. Chen Sun said with a bit of annoyance. We are immortals. Can our mindset be the same as others? Others fight for every moment, but we don't compete or fight. We're not from the same world. Feeding others chicken soup blindly, what if it harms them? We should just focus on ourselves, like Le Foam. Do we have to forcibly give him a foundation establishment pill? Moo moo. De He Nyo kept rubbing against Chen Sun, trying to please him. Chen Sun understood, but when it came to the chicken soup they made, the cow looked confused. There's no poison in it. Old cow, go cultivate. Later, we'll rush to the Imperial City. I'll buy some good fabric to make you a new robe. Moo? Moo moo moo. Of course it's true. The Imperial City has the best things in the world. We'll go broaden our horizons. Haha. Moo. De He Nyo jumped happily. Chen Sun is very good at making clothes. Then they continued their cultivation plans together. Suddenly, spring deepened, then early summer, then autumn coolness, and finally winter cold. Cultivation has no age. When immersed in it, time seems to pass quickly. 30 years have gone by since Shi Jing and Lu Yuan said goodbye. After they returned, they were sad for a short while. Chen Sun comforted them, made them a delicious meal, and then they said goodbye to retreat and cultivate. Chen Sun and Ahane Nyo also understood one thing clearly. Cultivators spend most of their time training and seeking opportunities. Maybe their lives are less exciting than a mortal's 100-year life. Meanwhile, over the years, the Wuyun sect saw a young genius appear suddenly. In less than 100 years, he reached the late stage of foundation establishment. But no one thought about the spiritual root being a heaven spirit root, because the Wuyun sect claimed that the young talent was a girl. However, this person was arrogant and overbearing, looking down on everyone. The fellow cultivators of the Wuyun sect's generation didn't take him seriously. He even challenged older cultivators, but was reprimanded by the heads of the major peaks, which made him become much more obedient. Wherever he went, there was a lot of surprise and exclamations. Junior brothers and sisters were all eager to follow him. Many foundation-building cultivators in the Wuyun sect secretly frowned at his behavior, feeling quite displeased with him. However, judging by his expression and tone, Chen Sun and Ahane Nyo both thought he seemed like a child who hadn't experienced the hardships of society. The difference between someone who has truly entered the world and someone who hasn't is huge. Living longer doesn't necessarily mean being more mature. For example, if a child trains in one place for 1,000 years, their character and experience probably haven't changed much. But for them, this was just a small matter. Chen Sun was already recognized as the weakest in fighting techniques among the foundation-building group, even using spells suitable for the Qi refining stage. Their techniques were common and ordinary. Ordinary people wouldn't be targeted by geniuses or strong cultivators. They just quietly did their jobs within the Wuyun sect. They had planned to add all 30 years of longevity points to their magic power, but after reaching 51 points, they felt no warmth flowing through their bodies. They realized that foundation-building stage cultivators also had a limit. So, they decided to put the remaining longevity points into defense, which was very important for improving techniques and spells, as it could protect their meridians. Currently, their longevity points were Strength 21, Speed 21, Essence of all things 20, Magic Power 51, Defense 32. Chen Sun and Ahane Nyo never thought of themselves as very strong or relied on fighting to improve. Even though their spells had become quite powerful, traveling in the world, they were content with being ordinary, avoiding offending others, and capable of protecting themselves. They didn't need to prove invincibility or an unbeatable heart. They had different goals. Today, in the herbal garden, Chen Sun's face was calm as he stepped out of his cave. Suddenly, ripples appeared behind him, and shadowy figures emerged as if invisible thunder was rising. A gentle breeze stirred the grass around him, but in the blink of an eye, he reached the entrance of the herbal garden, as if blending into the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Each step was like a world apart. Meh, Ahane Nyo softly mooed and silently appeared beside Chen Sun. Though fast, it no longer made that sharp, piercing cry. "Old cow, let's go," Chen Sun said with a faint smile. Meh, Ahane Nyo bit the rope in its mouth and handed it over to Chen Sun. They are filled with powerful magic, and their spiritual awareness has greatly increased. Now, they are mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators. However, the foundation pill no longer works and cannot improve their cultivation further. Chen Sun and Ahane Nyo exchange a look, but the magic inside them is slowly decreasing. Their levels are beginning to fall back, and their cultivation has only slightly improved since their last breakthrough. As they walk along the road, Chen Sun says, "Old cow, after these years of experience, I finally found a clear direction. Moo, 1 spell, 1 body refining technique, 1 movement technique, 1 cultivation method, 3 mountain breaking axes, and a few exploration techniques. Enough for now." A mysterious smile appears on Chen Sun's face. Trying to do too much at once won't work. For example, starting with fireball technique and constantly improving it. He experiments by combining various small spells to create new ones. He has tried for many years, but hasn't found any success yet. He hasn't reached that level. But through continuous practice and exploration of different techniques, he has caught a faint inspiration and has already begun to put it into practice. Moo, the cow makes a sound. Chen Sun agrees. There are countless spells in the cultivation world, and one can never learn them all. But the cow's eyes show joy. It has now begun to learn the path of stacking formations and has caught a hint of inspiration. The two figures grow farther apart and soon disappear outside the spirit medicine garden. Today, the weather is gloomy, with light rain falling. Many disciples quicken their steps, and even their whispers are fewer. Chen Sun gently walks past them, holding the cow. Raindrops patter softly on their protective spells, unable to touch them. Old cow, let's estimate the time. It should be late autumn now. Moo. They speak softly, their eyes calm. As they pass by the roadside, they glance at the mountains filled with various unnamed scenery, now covered in falling leaves, lacking the vitality of the past. After walking for a while, Chen Sun leads the cow to the law enforcement hall's residence. A wooden house is surrounded by many people, all looking sad. Lu Feng has left. Quietly, like smoke carried away by the wind, he departed without even saying goodbye. Although many disciples found Brother Lu Feng too nagging and meddlesome, when he left, countless others came to see him off. Old cow, although we don't meet many people, Brother Lu Feng is truly an impressive person. Moo? Moo. Brother Lu Feng has spent his life pursuing his ideals. Now, he has achieved perfect success. Chen Sun looked up at the dark, cloudy sky and happily clasped his hands together. This is the path Brother Lu Feng has been seeking, not some so-called cultivation realm. Moo? Moo moo. Dehainyo also looked at the sky. He didn't quite understand, but he was happy for Brother Lu Feng. Whether in Nine Star Valley or Wuyun Sect, many people chase after distant realms and power. Only Lu Feng seems to be chasing after those who chase, urging his junior brothers and sisters to cherish time every day and night, while he himself is not moved by immortality or profit. People with average talent like Chen Sun and Dehainyo have seen too much, who would willingly accept fate. Even Fat Brother from before, though he's more relaxed now, only seeks to enjoy life better in the mortal world. Lu Feng is just an ordinary cultivator with average talent. He does small, insignificant tasks in the sect, often working hard without thanks, sometimes even secretly scorned or mocked by disciples. But Lu Feng is destined to be a fleeting glimpse in Chen Sun and Dehainyo's long years. They feel no sadness or grief, just like quietly watching a shooting star fall from the sky, from prosperity to decline, and then to shattering. Chen Sun's lips curl into a faint smile, and his eyes seem to have a realization. He understands that death and separation are not always painful, sad, or regretful, and there's no need to avoid it. Just go with the flow. Old cow, let's go. Seeing so many people see him off, I feel at ease. Brother Lu Feng must also feel comforted. What he's doing is meaningful. Moo moo. Their eyes are filled with smiles as they head toward the contribution hall. Despite the heavy feelings of parting, with many tears and sorrow, and the relentless autumn rain, two figures gradually disappear into the misty drizzle. Countless people in the distance didn't notice anyone passing by. It seems no trace was left by those two figures. However, when passing by a spiritual tree, their steps suddenly stop. Their breath becomes sharp and intense. Chen Sun's mountain axe on his waist trembles, and Dehainyo's horns quiver. Their gazes seem to be drawn, fixed tightly on the spiritual tree. Suddenly, they shout, "Crane Spirit Tree! Old cow, what are you waiting for? Attack now!" Moo! Booming sounds, booming sounds. A cloud of dust rises as two figures gradually leave. Only countless raindrops hit the fallen crane spirit tree, making a steady pattering sound. Inside the contribution hall, some elders feel a headache. Why does this junior brother keep bringing a black ox spirit beast? Over the past 30 years, if not for the rebirth technique, most of the small spells in the sect would have been exchanged away. The key is that this junior brother is still very enthusiastic, almost obsessed. No matter how much they try to persuade him, he refuses to stop. These small spells are useless for foundation establishment stage cultivators anyway. However, today Chen Sun did not exchange small spells. Instead, he traded some alchemy recipes for chi refining stage pills, which made many elders breathe a sigh of relief. It seems his interests have changed again. They all heard that this junior brother manages the spirit medicine garden. His peculiar personality is understandable. But Chen Sun's real goal isn't to study those recipes. He wants to exchange the recipe for the 3-yuan pill. The 3-yuan pill greatly benefits mid-foundation establishment cultivators, but it has a strong poison that makes it dangerous to take too much. He learned about this when helping in the pill refining hall. However, this recipe is extremely expensive, requiring 10,000 contributions. But they're not in a rush now, to avoid suspicion and unnecessary trouble. As for the so-called poison, Chen Sun has studied it. The pills he makes don't seem to have this problem. They only cultivated some seeds from each spirit herb in the spirit medicine garden and planted herbs of the same year. The large formation showed no reaction, and they had already tested it thoroughly. Many of these herbs' effects they don't even know. They only recognize them. But the qi refining stage recipes definitely don't include these herbs. Better safe than sorry. Back in the spirit medicine garden, the grass kept undulating. Chen Sun changed into new clothes, took out a swana horn, and the ox was also decorated with bells. They lifted the coffin again. Old ox, rituals in life are essential. In our small mountain village's highest ceremony, we send Brother Lu Feng to ascend to immortality. Moo. As soon as he finished speaking, a mournful swana sound rang out. The ox shook the bells vigorously and began performing the ritual. They looked solemn. Such matters must never be taken lightly. One person and one ox worked busy for most of the day. The old friend has passed away, and everything is settled now. It's time to have a feast. Chen Sun carried a mountain-breaking axe and took the ox to go hunting. The spirit herbs in the garden all breathed a sigh of relief. In the mountains, there was a loud rumbling sound. The disciples flying on swords felt their eyelids twitch and quickly took a detour to avoid disturbing their senior uncle chopping wood. Deep in the forest, fallen giant trees were everywhere. Chen Sun looked at the crane spirit tree with a cold smile and suddenly turned to ask, "Old cow, do you still have virtue left?" Moo. Hearing Chen Sun's words, the black cow was startled. It released a burst of magical power from its hooves and immediately took out the small book of virtues they had prepared over the years. According to Chen Sun, the black cow was too casual with its virtues and needed to record them properly. Its pupils widened nervously as it kept flipping through the virtue book, sweat appearing on its forehead, as if it had used all its energy during the last ritual for the golden core senior uncle. Moo. The black cow kept lowing, looking at Chen Sun with hopeful eyes. It seems it's gone. Chen Sun sighed softly. Suddenly, he remembered something. "Old cow, we can only owe virtues to heaven and Buddha now. The matter of Brother Lu Feng is urgent." Moo. Of course we can owe them, but we must repay later. We're not good at accumulating virtues in the sect right now, and heaven and Buddha will understand. Moo. The black cow was so excited it stood up. It believed heaven and Buddha would forgive it. Moo. Old cow, set up a ritual. Brother Lu Feng will definitely have the best spiritual roots in his next life. Building the foundation in one day, forming a golden core in a month, invincible in the world. Chen Sun sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes half closed, reciting words softly. His magic power quietly emerged, surrounding him with swirling blue smoke, becoming more and more professional. Moo. The black cow snorted fiercely, then took out a small altar, flower petals, and a few talismans from its storage bag. It ran around Chen Sun constantly mooing, creating a lively atmosphere and adding to the ritual's effect. They stayed in the forest for half a day. Chen Sun carried wood, and the black cow carried a wild beast, both looking very satisfied with their harvest, and returned happily to the spirit medicine garden. Outside the garden, the two guards found it harder and harder to understand them. Chen Sun looked like an ordinary person, completely lacking the aura of a cultivator. And his black spiritual beast cow was even more out of place, looking like a rustic old cow rather than a foundation-building spiritual beast. As the sun rises and sets, and the stars shift in the sky, time slowly passes. Chen Sun and He Nyo are becoming happier every day. Sometimes, the two senior brothers outside the medicine garden secretly envy them. They seem to live so well, as if they no longer care about their cultivation levels. They often see Chen Sun riding a sword with a big object in his eyes, flying out happily. They also do hunting and logging, trying everything. The most strange thing is that they often bring back beautiful big stones, making their junior brother and spiritual beasts so happy they can't stop talking. Maybe in the world of cultivation, once you stop chasing higher levels, you seem to have no more worries. Time passes, years go by, and in the blink of an eye, 20 years have gone since Lu Feng ascended to immortality. Chen Sun and He Niu visit the temple to burn incense and pay respects every year. The sect has prepared a resting place for these disciples. It is on a mountain called Xianyin, where countless generations of disciples' tombstones stand tall. They have added their long life points to their defenses and the essence of all things, making life more peaceful. They do not compete or fight, and they do not offend anyone. They are quite kind-hearted. It's hard to find someone willing to trouble them. Their current long life points are Strength 21, Speed 21, Essence of all things 22, Magic Power 51, Defense 50. Meanwhile, the conflicts between the cultivation worlds of Qian and Wu countries suddenly quiet down. Rumor has it they are preparing for something big. But both sides are strong and refuse to back down. They have started setting up formations at their borders. The secret realm of Nanda Mountain is officially closed, to reopen in 500 years. They must prevent the extinction of spiritual herbs. This rule has been set long ago, and everyone understands. However, when this news spread, many sects and clans wailed in sorrow. They were stirred up and eager for battle. What if there are no more cultivation resources? The only option is to fight Wu country. Some sects are even more eager than the top 10 sections. This is a great opportunity to rise. Looking at the history of cultivation, every sect's rise and every great cultivator's emergence depends on resource competition. No matter how good your cultivation talent is, as long as you are human, you cannot resist this temptation. Everyone wants to progress faster in this limited lifespan. The path of cultivation has no end. These messages were heard by Chen Sun during a meeting in the sect's council hall. The sect leader also said that a war between the two countries' cultivation worlds is inevitable, and this feud has been brewing for a long time. He instructed the major foundation-building cultivators within the sect to prepare early. Following the orders of the 10 great immortal gates, if the two countries' cultivation worlds go to war, all sects must stand firm and do their duty. The news was finally confirmed. All major sects began to prepare. Some sent people, others provided spirit stones. The entire Qian Kingdom's cultivation world is about to face a huge upheaval. At that time, Chen Sun was holding a wooden cup filled with goji berries and other precious herbs, along with 2 spiritual plants, for health purposes. Although the essence of all things seemed to have no adverse effects on his body after resting, the psychological trauma was very deep, especially since they were cultivating spiritual herbs daily, and health was urgent. They carried some to drink wherever they went. Chen Sun had learned medicine from Ning Si for many years, so he naturally wouldn't waste the knowledge. He even hung a small wooden bucket on the ox's head with a long straw, so it could drink when thirsty. The ox was happy for several days, riding on the ground and saying it felt its cultivation had improved. But the real effect was surprising. After drinking, their mental wounds slowly healed, which was quite helpful. Chen Sun was sitting at the end of the seat, listening carefully and sipping health tea. When he heard this news, his water cup trembled, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. The ox was sitting beside him. They exchanged a deep look. Soon, the resource war between the two countries would begin. After the meeting, Chen Sun and the ox hurriedly prepared everything. If they could fight, they would. If they couldn't, they would prepare an escape route. But now, both countries were still in the preparation phase. A cultivation world war wouldn't start with a loud shout, and everyone rushing blindly. They went to Wuyun's sect, Huiquan Stream, and the spiritual herb garden. Chen Sun took out the map of Qian Kingdom, brought back by Shi Jing. However, he frowned deeply. A large map was spread in midair. Chen Sun and the ox stood diagonally opposite each other, looking at different parts of the map. To the north of Qian Kingdom was Wu Kingdom. To the south was the boundless, vast mountain range. The map only marked areas where great demons often appeared. The other side was unknown. To the east of the Dry Kingdom, there are many small and large countries, along with vast deserts. but none are as strong as the Dry Kingdom and the Martial Kingdom. To the west of the Dry Kingdom lies a lawless land with endless, vast plains called the Tian-Duan Plain. Shi Jing once said that on the other side, there might be a superpower that is several times stronger than the Dry Kingdom. Old cow, what do you think? Qin Sun whispered, his eyes becoming deep. This world is really big. Moo? Dahainyo asked curiously. Every time he looked at this map, he felt excited and nervous at the same time. These places might take a lifetime to explore. If we go there and can't handle it, we should prepare a way out first. We won't fight beyond our strength, old cow. Qin Sun suddenly shouted loudly, with a strange excitement in his eyes. Look where we can run. Just point one place. As long as we stay together, we can go anywhere. The world can be our home, moo moo. Dahainyo suddenly ran over excitedly, resting his head on Qin Sun and rubbing against him. Ha ha. Old cow, just point somewhere. Qin Sun hugged Dahainyo tightly, his eyes shining with determination. Their hearts were pounding, and they stared blankly at the map. Such a vast and magnificent world. Perhaps eternal life is really good, and it makes life more meaningful. Plus, having a brother by your side to support each other, that feeling. Most people can't truly understand. Moo. Dahainyo stretched out his front hoof, pointing west, then looked at Qin Sun. He was thinking that they definitely couldn't go north, and the south was too dangerous with big monsters. There are many countries to the east. Qin Sun told him stories about those places, probably full of wars and conflicts. Only the west seemed promising. If at the end of the vast plains there really is a superpower, the security would be quite stable, and everyone would follow reason. All right, old cow, if something really happens, we'll just head west and run. No one can stop us. Whoever chases us will die. Ha ha. Moo moo. Dahainyo roared loudly and rushed out, ready to pack his things. When Qin Sun gave the order, they would run away immediately. Suddenly, Qin Sun shouted, Old cow, what are you doing? Moo. Not now? Neither of the two kingdoms' cultivation worlds are fighting yet. Why are you panicking? If we can't fight, we run. But we still have to fight if needed. Moo. The ox smiled widely, so excited that it forgot to stop. It quickly paused its steps. Qin Sun shook his head with a smile and kept looking at the map. There were many blank areas on it, probably where the major sects were located. These places should be kept far away to avoid accidentally disturbing any dirty things and causing unnecessary trouble. Now, he had a rough map of the 9 provinces of the Qian Kingdom in his mind. Although the details were few, he could roughly tell the directions. Carefully, Qin Sun stored the map away. He valued gifts from others very much. Even a wooden carving represented their kindness. 2 days later, as the sun set and dusk fell, a bright moon rose slowly, bringing a starry night sky. On the main peaks of the Wuyun sect, figures appeared everywhere, shoulder to shoulder, all coming out. They looked up at the sky, their eyes full of amazement. The mountains were dark and solid like iron, as vast and majestic as a great ocean. Between the mountains, many disciples of the Wuyun sect floated in the air on their swords, staring in disbelief. Everywhere seemed quiet, without noise or fuss. The peaceful night and gentle moonlight complemented each other, and all was silent. A shooting star streaked across the night, leaving a beautiful long arc in the sky. Just then, more and more shooting stars appeared in the deep blue night sky. Millions of stars fell like shining ribbons suddenly, lighting up the whole sky. Though they disappeared quickly, the stars kept coming more and more. The night was dazzling, and the horizon seemed to be constantly cracking. Colorful meteors streaked across the sky faster and faster, breaking through the darkness. The entire Jade Bamboo mountain range seemed to be lit up. Silence. The whole mountain range was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The already strange atmosphere suddenly froze, making people's hearts pound with fear. The mountains and the disciples on the ground all froze, staring in shock at this magnificent scene in the sky. Boom. Finally, a great commotion erupted across the mountains, with exclamations of awe. Stars falling like rain in the night. This is the scene from legend. Something from beyond the sky. This is a bad omen. Disaster stars are pouring out. It's over. Could something big be happening in the cultivation world? Impossible? Suddenly, the silence across the Jade Bamboo mountain range was shattered by loud shouts from all directions. The sound waves soared into the sky, causing many disciples to cry out in panic. On the main peaks, several cultivators at the Golden Core stage stood in the air, frowning and watching intently. They exchanged serious looks, their expressions changing slightly, then turned their gaze back to the sky above. Shooting stars streaked across the night, trailing bright light as they flew rapidly. They seemed to burst with the brilliance of a lifetime of beauty and wonder, creating a dazzling display in the night sky. These stars appeared from nowhere and vanished just as mysteriously, endless and dreamlike. However, one place seemed strangely calm amid the tense atmosphere everywhere else: the Spirit Medicine Garden in Huiquan Stream. There, a young boy was shouting excitedly on the ground, while a black ox beside him also mooed loudly with excitement. They looked very happy, not sad. "Wow, old cow. Wow, moo moo." They hugged each other tightly, full of excitement, pointing at the colorful shooting stars in the sky. It was a breathtaking scene they had never seen before. "Junior brother Chin-sun, come out quickly. Junior brother Chin-sun, such a wonderful sight. Let's enjoy it together." Chin-sun's communication talisman kept vibrating. He waved his hand, sending ripples through the air. The protective barrier opened, and two figures approached, Shi Jing and Lu Yuan. They remembered their promise to travel together if the chance arose. Shi Jing, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, looked powerful. A faint aura of killing intent surrounded him, indicating he had reached the foundation establishment stage. The sect was likely sending these young talents out to gain experience. Lu Yuan casually let her long hair fall over her shoulders, tying it with a silver ribbon. She looked ethereal and relaxed, much more mature than before. "Senior brother Shi, senior sister Lu? Haha, let's go quickly. Moo moo." Chin-sun and the ox happily spoke. At that moment, a wild chicken quietly passed by. They had been playing outside just moments ago. Suddenly, Chin-sun nonchalantly walked past it, but a large hand suddenly reached out and grabbed it. Chin-sun shouted loudly, "Old cow, light the fire. Light the fire, quick. Moo, cluck." The wild chicken was terrified, flapping wildly, but it couldn't escape the iron-like grip of that huge hand. The skill of handling one cow at a time was quite proficient, but soon the aroma filled the air, and even spells were used. Both Shi Jing and Lu Yuan were stunned by what they saw. "Let's go. Let's find a good place. I'll go call brother Ji Kuan." "Ji Kuan? Is he the rising star among the outer disciples? I think I've heard of him. Yes, we both come from Nine Stars Valley. We were on the same flying boat back then." Moo. The group flew quickly through the spiritual herb garden on their swords. Outside the herb garden, even the two guards couldn't stay calm. They looked up at the sky with shock in their eyes. This strange phenomenon lasted too long. It's definitely not a good sign. Not only the 5 Elements sect, but also the 10 Great Immortal Gates and many other cultivation sects' disciples and wandering cultivators looked terrified. There are many legends about falling stars like rain, but they are never good news. In the country of Qian, everyone from the royal family to common people came out of their homes, looking frightened. Discussions about this event spread across the land. Such a strange sight was rare in thousands of years. It would leave a mark in history. Everyone of this generation was witnessing history. The ancestors of the 10 Great Immortal Gates appeared outside their sects, standing in the air. Each sect's sky was filled with terrifying spiritual power waves. They looked serious. An unusual event falling from the sky was a sign of great danger. This strange phenomenon might affect not only Qian and Wu countries, but also some elders suspected. Could it be that the legendary ancient place is having problems? But in their circles, only a few words were passed around. No one knew exactly where that place was, only that it was very far away. Inside the 5 Elements sect, at the mountain gate, countless disciples were making loud noises, creating a chaotic scene. The loud noise echoed through the mountain peaks and trees, making a howling sound that vibrated under the night sky. Tonight, Ji Kuan was also inside the sect. He stood in an open space, looking up at the sky with a cold expression. He looked serious and unapproachable. The outer sect disciples around him kept their distance, afraid. Uncle Ji Kuan was a very formidable person, with a fierce aura that had probably killed many cultivators. Because of his handsome and cold appearance, a Foundation establishment stage junior sister came to seek a spiritual partnership with him. The result was a cold rejection, and Ji Kun only left a single icy remark. I have someone I want to protect in my heart. I cannot promise you anything more. I'll wait for you. His junior sister only left this sad, quiet message before leaving alone. Ji Kun was watching the magnificent night sky, feeling uncertain inside. In this vast world, humans are small and humble. Suddenly, a faint glow from a communication talisman on him sounded. He frowned slightly, sensing it with his spiritual awareness, and a small smile appeared on his face. A sword light rose up, flying toward a certain direction. Whoosh, whoosh. The guards and disciples nearby were all surprised. The way Ji Kun just passed by was with a smile, something they couldn't imagine being happy about. On a mountain cliff, all the mountains stretched out below, making the place seem open and high. For people and a black ox stood there. Wow, this is so amazing. I've never seen such a wonderful view of the world. It's so beautiful and colorful. Senior brother, junior brothers, look east. The black ox is coming, moo moo, but it also seems to signal bad luck. Senior brother Chun, junior brother Nyo, you must be careful. They talked one after another, their eyes shining with wonder. Their knowledge was shallow compared to the elders, and they didn't think as deeply or broadly. But the other three occasionally mentioned terrifying legends about this sky phenomenon. Why be afraid? Old Nyo and I once sat in prison. If something huge really happens, we can't run anyway. Might as well enjoy it. Moo Moo, Chin Sun, holding the ox, laughed loudly while holding a chicken leg. The black ox occasionally bit it. Huh? Junior brother Chun was also in prison, Lu Yuan asked in surprise. Isn't that a punishment for villains? Shi Jing and Ji Kun also looked at Chin Sun with blank expressions. He seemed like a good person. Of course, it all started when I was a kid, working with old Neo in Panning City, forging iron. Chin Sun began bragging. The ox danced around, wanting to add a few words too. The mountain wind howled past their ears, and the surrounding forest rustled like the deep breathing of mountains, giving a mysterious and distant feeling. At this moment, the beautiful, starry sky was constantly streaked with shooting stars, so free and lively. Chin Sun was still talking. Finally, it's the great sky lord who will release me and the old ox. Moo moo. Huh. The three of them shook their heads and laughed loudly. Chin Sun's words were exaggerated and sounded fake. Lu Yuan covered her face and giggled softly, her cheeks slightly red. Was Chin Sun and the black ox always so optimistic? Boom. Boom! Suddenly, a shocking change occurred. A slight tremor came from the vast starry sky, and countless huge meteors shot across. They shone with white light, leaving a brief flash of brilliance in everyone's eyes. Wow! Old ox, lift me up. Quickly! Moo! The ox stood up suddenly, lifting Chin Sun onto its head. Chin Sun sat on the ox's shoulders, holding the horns with both hands. They looked up at the meteor shower in the sky, standing on the edge of a cliff. Their eyes were full of hope and wonder. Maybe all those who had passed away were there. Old ox, make a wish quickly. It will definitely come true. This is a great thing. Moo moo. Suddenly, they closed their eyes and enjoyed the mountain breeze, muttering words as if in deep reverence. Shi Jing smiled and nodded slightly at Ji Kun, who responded with a smile. Chin Sun's friends were his friends. Lu Yuan sat at the edge of the cliff. The silver ribbon was blown into Shi Jing's hand by the mountain wind. He carefully tied it around Lu Yuan's waist from behind. The two had long fallen for each other and sat together again, both looking up at the sky with happy smiles. Ji Kun, standing at the back with his hands behind his back, watched the shooting stars streak across the sky with a deep, serious look in his eyes. Hey, something's happening. Old ox, Junior G, look. The peaceful scene was suddenly interrupted by a voice. When will there be a wedding? I know a lot about happy events, haha. Moo? The ox turned with Chin Sun, looking confused. Why were these two sitting so close? Hey, Junior Chun, it's not that serious. Shi Jing's face reddened as he quickly moved a few steps aside. Such matters between men and women need the approval of the master. Lu Yuan didn't say a word after Chin Sun spoke. She buried her face, feeling shy. Even after reaching the foundation building stage, her personality hadn't changed. Ji Kun chuckled softly. Wow, moo. Chin Sun looked at the starry sky and shouted loudly. The great black bull also roared along, and countless shooting stars streaked across the sky, both beautiful and sad. As the roars faded, the entire mountain echoed with sounds like ghostly wails and wolf howls. Come on, junior brother G, senior brother Sure, senior sister Lu, shout out loud. Opportunities like this don't come often, probably once every few 10,000 years. Moo moo. Chin Sun and the great black bull encouraged everyone. If they didn't let loose now and make big wishes, when would they? Their faces changed, feeling a bit overwhelmed by Chin Sun's wild thinking. Cultivators shouldn't do such ordinary things. But Chin Sun was not done. He made the great black bull lift each person up. He didn't spare Lu Yuan either. In the eyes of the great black bull, everyone was the same, no distinction between men and women. Ha ha ha. Black bull. Moo. On the cliff, loud screams and wild, uncontrollable laughter echoed one after another. Eventually, they all gave in. For people and a bull stood at the edge of the cliff, shouting up at the sky. The mountain echoed with wave after wave of sound. Chin Sun and the great black bull's voices were the loudest, startling the disciples nearby, who began imagining all sorts of scenes. They started chatting again at the cliff, talking about the wind and moon, not about cultivation levels. Everyone was avoiding mentioning the matter. This strange phenomenon of falling stars lasted for a full hour. All the countries stirred up a huge commotion because of it, even causing some chaos temporarily. Disciples from the 5 Elements sect kept talking about it, and many planned to go back and focus on their training. Any increase in strength meant better self-protection. The Jade Bamboo mountain range gradually quieted down, no longer as lively and noisy as before. The main peak masters flew swiftly toward the Sect Masters' Hall, which was brightly lit. Somewhere on a mountain cliff, Chin Sun and the others had not left yet. Next year is the centennial celebration of the Qian Kingdom. Yushu City will probably be very lively. Shi Jing's gaze was deep as he looked at everyone. Lu and I will go. I don't know if the 2 junior brothers will join us. I will follow Elder Li, the outer sect steward. I've already issued the order, Ji Kuan said coldly, looking at Chin Sun. The grand event will last for a year, with 3 auctions held by the 10 Great Gates, and many people from other countries will come. Our master will also go. Lu Yuan smiled and said, once we reach the foundation establishment stage, our master will let us see the world. I heard there will be competitions among the talented disciples of the Great Gates, flower festivals, and other grand events. As she finished speaking, Shi Jing's breath grew sharper, which was one of his goals for this trip. Competing with talented disciples from other gates and learning from the battles helps improve faster than just practicing alone. Everyone who has participated in the sect's big competition understands this. Of course, Chin Sun and Black Bull are exceptions. Chin Sun looked at the others, feeling a bit awkward, and asked softly with a bow, haha, I haven't heard about this before. What about me and Old Bull? Moo? Black Bull also looked confused, wondering if this place was on the map of the Qi Kingdom. Shi Jing and Lu Yuan looked surprised. Does this junior brother Chin Sun not socialize much? Isn't this common knowledge among Foundation establishment cultivators? Elders usually tell us. Ji Kuan frowned slightly, looked deeply at the confused Chin Sun and Black Bull, and showed a hint of sympathy, which he quickly hid. Chin Sun looked at their expressions and said casually, I don't have much contact with others. Moo. Black Bull also snorted and looked around, as if trying to remember the scent so he could find the way later. Junior brother Chun, it's fine. Take out the map and spread it out, Shi Jing said with a smile, seeming to realize something. He quickly changed the subject. I'll tell you where it is. Junior brother Chun, Black Bull. You. Lu Yuan was about to speak when a spiritual sense pressed down on them. Yushu City is to the west of the Qi Kingdom, near the empty area of the Tianduan Plain. Shi Jing interrupted Lu Yuan with a single sentence. He looked at the map and pointed to a spot. This is it. It's a large city built by cultivators from all over. Thank you, senior brother Shi, for clarifying, Chin Sun said with a bow, looking enlightened. His gaze also shifted to the map. Old Bull. Look, the city of cultivators is here. Moo moo. Black Bull sniffed and kept looking, as if trying to remember the scent so he could find the way. Junior brother Chin, Black Bull, come with us. Shi Jing sincerely said, looking at the curious person and cow. With our master present, it should be safe on the way. Several senior brothers and sisters are also with us. He wanted to introduce some members of their sect to junior brother Chun. Someone like Chen Sun is really hard to dislike. Senior brother Shi, the auction must have a lot of spirit stones. We don't have many, so we won't join the fun for now. We also can't participate in the battle of talents. We're not good at fighting magic. Chen Sun smiled and patted Dahei Niu, who was still looking at the map. If it's not too much trouble, just bring back a list of auction items. Old Niu and I want to see what's out there. Moo. Dahei Niu excitedly called out. Sure, there are many treasures they've never seen before. All right, I will definitely bring it back. Before Shi Jing could speak, Lu Yuan nodded firmly in agreement. This was just a small matter, but it seemed very important to junior brother Chun and Black Niu. Shi Jing frowned slightly and left with Lu Yuan, looking troubled, not as happy as before. On the cliff, only Chen Sun, Dahei Niu, and Ji Kuan remained. Junior brother Chun, Niu, are you looking for something? Ji Kuan, standing behind them with a serious face, said, If you need help, I can do it for you. Senior brother Ji, you're too kind. We just want to see more of the world, Chen Sun replied with a smile. Go ahead and busy yourselves. Old Niu and I will stay a little longer. Moo. Dahei Niu, with crescent-shaped eyes, called out happily. They just wanted to see if they could find something unknown in the future. No need. I'll stay with you for a while, Ji Kuan said calmly, looking into the distance. In the dark night, only the faint lights from the disciples' residences could be seen. Tonight's moonlight was uneven, but the light and shadow moved in harmony, with only the mountain wind wandering alone. Chen Sun's face was calm, slightly leaning back with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance. An unspoken aura flashed briefly. Ji Kuan watched that figure, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, Chen Sun and Dahei Niu sat together, shoulder to shoulder, laughing and joking. It seemed that the brief moment earlier was just his illusion. He silently stayed behind them, saying nothing. After an hour, Ji Kuan quietly left. Tonight's special event will also include a meeting of the Outer Gate Elders. In this world of cultivation, everyone seems very busy. On the edge of a cliff, the night wind is still blowing loudly, leaving only Chen Sun and the ox. They look at the starry sky with reverence. Old ox, I made many wishes. Today, I can tell you a few, Chen Sun says calmly, with a blank look. Moo, the ox gasps in surprise. It only made one wish. Moo. The first is that we will always be together, through life and death, Chen Sun says softly, holding the ox gently. The second is that I hope our friends are all doing well, even in the next life. Moo, the ox nods blankly. It didn't realize it could make more wishes. Its eyes show a hint of worry. Why didn't Chen Sun tell it could wish for more? The third wish is that we will always be happy. Ha. Chen Sun suddenly laughs loudly, then becomes serious. Old village chief, Sun Lao, Ning Shi, Brother Lifeng, and our neighbors, they all appeared just now. Moo. Falling stars like rain are not a bad sign. It means their spirits are watching over us from heaven. Moo. The ox excitedly shouts. Chen Sun never lies to it. Sure enough, they just went somewhere else. They didn't disappear. Their good deeds are definitely useful. Old ox. Even these rare phenomena that happen once every tens of thousands of years are visible to us. Don't you understand? Chen Sun grins widely, looking at the ox. Moo. The ox happily responds, sitting beside Chen Sun and muttering to itself. The person and the ox sit quietly on the cliff, gazing at the starry sky. They whisper softly, as if they have endless words to say. They stay there all night without leaving. The next morning, beautiful sunrise colors the east, and a thin mist drifts through the air. Old ox, it's a new day. Let's go. Moo. They rush down the mountain, feeling the cool morning breeze. They feel refreshed and excited. But when they reach the large formation in the spiritual herb garden, they are stopped by a middle-aged man. He has a medium build, a square face, and looks a bit tired. A middle-aged man was fully focused on Chen Sun, speaking confidently. He appeared to be a mid-stage foundation-building cultivator, and his age was hard to tell. He was surrounded by the scent of medicinal herbs, indicating he was also a herbalist. Chen Sun thought for a moment and smiled politely, saying, Senior brother, It's okay to speak openly. The middle-aged man nodded expressionlessly, releasing a burst of spiritual power. The protective formation in the medicinal garden opened a path, also serving as proof of Chun Sun's identity. Chun Sun slightly shook his head and said calmly, "Senior brother, let's discuss things here. I prefer not to go to others' places. Then I will follow your wishes, junior brother," the man replied calmly, though a hint of longing flickered in his eyes. The two began discussing diplomatic matters in the medicinal garden. Chun Sun's eyes showed understanding. So that was the case. This man is named Su Wenlin, the manager of the Chushuang Lake Herbal Garden. He used to help manage the Lingyao Garden in Huiquan Stream, but moved out after hearing Chun Sun was coming. He didn't want to miss this once-in-a-century event, and he had some personal affairs. He wouldn't return for several years and hoped Chun Sun could help take care of the herbs. Chun Sun had also heard about him. According to the two senior brothers guarding outside, Su Wenlin's temper wasn't strange, just a bit eccentric. "Senior brother Su, I can agree to this, but we need at least one witness, right?" Chun Sun looked uncomfortable but smiled. "And this Chushuang Lake Herbal Garden also has an owner. Junior brother Chun, no need to worry. As long as you agree, I will report to the Alchemy Hall immediately." Su Wenlin's expression remained calm. Chun Sun understood his meaning. The contributions each year naturally count as junior brothers. This isn't assigned by the sect. He didn't want to owe anyone favors either. Clearing the account was the best way to show mutual respect. "Senior brother Su, I agree." Chun Sun nodded suddenly. He was good at reading people. He liked straightforward talkers. If Su Wenlin wanted to take advantage of him or the old ox, he would find a reason to leave immediately. He had learned enough lessons in the mortal world. They weren't friends, and there was no real bond. "Junior brother Chun, straightforward." Su Wenlin cupped his hands and let out a breath of relief. He had already approached several people, all of whom refused him. No one wanted to cause trouble for himself. And this once-in-a-century event, many probably didn't want to miss it. If it weren't for some personal matters, he wouldn't be able to find Chun Sun. The spiritual medicine doesn't need attention for a year, and there won't be any big problems. "Senior brother Su, let's go to the Alchemy Hall." "Junior brother Chun, please." Su Wenlin's attitude changed. He spoke more sincerely and no longer looked so calm. 2 days later, Chun Sun and He Nyo took the people from the Alchemy Hall to check the Lingyao Garden at Chushuang Lake thoroughly. They now have quite a bit of knowledge about how spiritual medicines grow. It's better to check now to prevent any future problems that might be blamed on them. Being very careful is the best way. Mistakes are unlikely. Su Wenlin and the elder of the Alchemy Hall were amazed. The person and the cow were too cautious. With the floating light mysterious array here, the spiritual medicines won't have any issues. "Senior brother Su, you can go with peace of mind. The caves here are protected by restrictions, and we won't touch them." "Moo, all right. Thank you." "Junior brother Chun." Su Wenlin cupped his hands and spoke calmly, with no change in his expression. 2 more days later, after finishing all the handovers at the Alchemy Hall, senior brother Su left, leaving only a token and a communication talisman. At Chushuang Lake's Spiritual Medicine Garden, in the center, there is a large lake that looks like a flawless jade, shimmering with light, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. Various spiritual medicines grow around the lake. The spiritual medicines here are quite different from those in their garden, but there are about the same number, with some rare ones being fewer. On the shore, weeping willows sway quietly in the breeze. The wind gently ripples the blue lake surface, creating small waves that make people feel relaxed and happy. Chun Sun and He Nyo stand by the lake, looking into the distance, both smiling knowingly. "Old cow, let's grow some seeds from here too. We'll need them someday." Chun Sun stands with his hands behind his back, takes a deep breath, and feels comfortable. He Nyo wags his tail, calm and peaceful. He loves to watch the scenery, especially when he's with Chun Sun. "Old cow, observe for a while. Don't do anything unnecessary. We've contributed enough, so we should take good care of the garden." "Moo." Chun Sun and He Nyo start to work. They plan to come here every day. Not only will they take care of the spiritual medicines, but also the flowers, grass, and trees, keeping everything as it is. Spring passes and autumn comes, and in the blink of an eye, a year has gone by. They have added the long life point to the essence of all things. Today, the Wuyun sect is very powerful. There is a huge ship flying across the sky, and spiritual beasts soaring in the air. The scene is breathtaking, with rainbow-colored light shining over the jade bamboo mountains. Except for the monks in seclusion, all the other Golden Core cultivators are standing around. Some disciples have boarded the Sect's flying boat, traveling with senior members to see the wider world. Buzz, buzz. In the sky, there are constant loud roars. Many disciples stand on the mountains, their eyes full of envy. They are not yet qualified to ride the flying boat. Most of the chi-refining disciples who can go are elders, descendants, and inner disciples, with noble status, far above them. Only true members of the Wuyun sect, those who have officially joined, are allowed to board. On a mountain peak, two figures look up at the sky, smiling. Old cow, our Wuyun sect is so strong. This scene could rival the 10 great immortal sects, right? Chen Sun sighs in admiration, secretly feeling envious. When we get the chance to earn spirit stones, we should go to the Vortex City. It must be huge, a city for cultivators. Moo, moo. Dahei Nyo's eyes widen as he nods foolishly and excitedly. After so many years in the Wuyun sect, this is the first time he's seen such a grand scene. Half a day later, no one else comes. The huge ship and spiritual beasts head west, with all the cultivators standing on it. The powerful magic waves create strong winds. Buzz, roar. The ship and spiritual beasts roar loudly, breaking through the sky. Magic shields open along the way as they head west. Suddenly, the peaceful sky turns into a swirling, furious ocean of wind and dust. Tall trees on mountain peaks sway wildly, and even the wild animals in the mountains fall silent. In the blink of an eye, they disappear. Chen Sun and Dahei Nyo swallow hard, stunned and silent. Awesome, Chen Sun finally manages to say after holding it in for a long time. Dahei Nyo agrees, nodding. His eyes are still fixed on the west, amazed by the speed. Old cow, let's go. Chen Sun smiles slightly and leads Dahei Nyo down the mountain. Time passed quietly, and countless people in the cultivation world experienced many ups and downs, with moments of great joy and deep sorrow. But no matter what, over the years, many became more impressive and refined. Now, 50 years have passed since the grand gathering of the Qin Kingdom. The entire cultivation world is filled with hidden dangers, as if preparations are nearly complete. Many wandering cultivators from major sects have been summoned back. Even the war tools of the Wuyun sect are being prepared intensively. All the great cultivators have left seclusion. Years ago, they declared the mountains closed, allowing only entry, not exit. The whole Qin kingdom is tense, with a heartbeat that seems to echo in the ears. It feels as if even the mortal world is affected by the coming great battle, with people burning incense and praying for protection everywhere. At Wuyun sect, in the Lingyao garden of Huiquan Stream, Dahei Nyo has finished packing. It's clear they are about to go to war. They are fully prepared for battle. Chen Sun and Dahei Nyo have added longevity points to their essence of all things and speed. Their current longevity points are Strength 21, Speed 44, Essence of all things 50, Magic Power 51, Defense 50. The combined essence of all things of Chen Sun and Dahei Nyo can now cultivate a 250-year-old spiritual herb in a month. A 1,000-year-old herb is no longer a dream. The basic 5 elements escape technique and the 5 elements shadow technique, enhanced by speed and magic power, have now merged perfectly. They don't really know how fast they are now, as they can't test inside the Wuyun sect. On the battlefield, they definitely can't fight against core formation stage cultivators. One person and one cow can't change the overall situation, but at least they can run. In these 50 years, Chen Sun has been strengthening his fireball technique. Its power has only slightly increased, but it gives hope. Dahei Nyo can now stack 2 mini-arrays, much more successful than Chen Sun, finally taking a step forward. Chen Sun is overjoyed and keeps praising Dahei Nyo as a genius, just a little behind him. Starting is always hard, so they celebrate and even cut a few crane spirit trees in the mountains and go hunting. After Su Wenlin returned, he was even more satisfied. Junior brother Chen Sun truly has a kind heart. Nothing in the herb garden has changed, and he didn't touch anything he shouldn't. Their small circle spread the news, and a few people even approached Chen Sun, asking him to help manage the spirit medicine garden, as everyone has personal matters. Since he contributed enough, Chen Sun naturally agreed without hesitation. Stealing spirit medicine seeds was just a side task. He also obtained the recipe for the 3-yuan pill, which didn't raise any suspicion. He started changing the pill recipes gradually, from the qi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage. The elders in the contribution hall only shook their heads, thinking this junior brother liked to waste contributions. The herbs needed for the recipes were actually inside their sect's spirit medicine garden, but they were very rare. At that time, Dahei Nyo was full of admiration for Chen Sun, constantly mooing in amazement. Chen Sun was truly very foresightful. But having the recipe wasn't enough. He lacked the skills to refine pills. He was slowly experimenting. He still used the main herbs from 500 years ago, even though the recipe was from 300 years ago. He didn't believe in superstitions. He tried countless times. Using ordinary fire would ruin the pills, making it impossible to refine them properly. However, with the power of the flame, the liquid became very stable. His guess was correct, but he dared not use herbs that were too old. Because the power of the pills was too strong, taking them could cause death from an explosion. Stories of the entire sect suffering from such accidents happened every day in the cultivation world. Chen Sun and Dahei Nyo weren't short on lifespan, so they weren't worried. They weren't in a rush to improve their cultivation, but preferred to proceed steadily and carefully understand each step of their progress. They saw these herbs as gifts from heaven and earth. Without them, even if they had the essence of all things, it would be like a skilled cook with no rice. Cultivation was about defying the heavens and fighting for destiny, but Chen Sun and Dahei Nyo, because of their pursuit of immortality, had a completely different mindset. They were truly grateful to heaven. As for the so-called danjin, poison in the 3-yuan pill, it did exist, but it seemed to have been dissolved by the added flame, reducing many troubles. Chen Sun also discovered a big secret: increasing the quality of the pills by adding extra flame power and using herbs beyond their usual age greatly improved the quality. His refining skills were rough, but he could already make a mid-grade 3-yuan pill. That was enough for now. Contentment brings happiness. They also saw many treasures on the auction list for the virtual city, including spirit beasts. It was beyond their imagination, greatly expanding their knowledge. They kept saying they wanted to go see it someday. Chen Sun and Dahei Nyo happily spend their days as if these things belong to them. Most importantly, they also see many objects that block spiritual awareness. There are magic tools, strange materials, and items that preserve youth. The world of cultivation is full of wonder and fantasy, always inspiring endless imagination. Today, in the cave of the Huiquan Stream's spirit medicine garden, the sound of sharpening an axe can be heard. Only Chen Sun can use stones to sharpen magic tools. Old Nyo, this is called a pre-battle ritual. It shows that we will soon triumph. Chen Sun looks serious, with a slightly cold gaze. The mountain-breaking axe is still being sharpened. We've never even fought in a battle before. Moo moo. Dahei Nyo roars angrily, its hooves constantly moving. It is also sitting nearby, sharpening a full set of fierce knives made of refined iron, looking very focused. Battles are not a game. They are not like the secret realm of South Dipper Mountain. Old Nyo, we must be very careful. Chen Sun's expression becomes unusually serious. He can't imagine the war among cultivators, but he knows it must be much more brutal than wars in the mortal world. Moo. Dahei Nyo's hooves speed up again, looking very nervous. It keeps making urgent mooing sounds. It has been frightened by the formation of the Wuyun Sect. Such a big display of power makes it wonder what the 10 great sects are like. The world of cultivation is truly terrifying. Dahei Nyo once asked Chen Sun, once the news was confirmed, why they didn't leave early, at least to avoid risking their lives. Moreover, in the war between the two cultivation worlds, missing 2 people isn't a big deal. Adding 2 more doesn't matter much. Chen Sun would never put himself in danger. But Chen Sun just smiled and said, if we lose the will to resist, then when we run away, all the merits accumulated over thousands, 10,000s, or even hundreds of millions of years could be lost. We might be safe, but we will lose our integrity. We won't be able to get it back in this life. Old Nyo, not fighting or competing is not the same as living a cowardly life. This is our homeland. Under the fallen nest, No egg is safe. The small mountain village, Old Sun and others' resting place, is here. Wuyun Sect is our new home. Other cultivators are just as foolish as us. Everyone refuses to resist and runs away. Sooner or later, they will fall apart. Why bother cultivating immortality? Just become wandering cultivators. People like that, even if they reach the peak of the great Tao, are just cowards. They are nothing. They won't be recognized by Shaman Black Bull. After hearing this, the Black Bull felt enlightened, his eyes wide with excitement, almost ready to burn incense and bathe in joy. He bowed his head in respect to Chen Sun. In the end, Chen Sun just gave a cold smile. If the situation was hopeless, no one could stop those great cultivators, so of course, he would run away. He and the Black Bull could only fight a few people. A single powerful spell from a late-stage Golden Core cultivator would probably defeat them. Later, when they had more strength, they would come back and destroy their sect completely. They would also dig up the graves of their ancestors, because in the country of Wu, how long can cultivators live compared to them? Old Bull, remember what I said. We will only fight those in the early foundation establishment stage. When they reach mid-stage, we run. We won't fight them head-on. Moo. One person and one bull sharpened their weapons inside the cave, their hearts full of passion. They believed they must stand firm for their country and protect the borders of Qian Kingdom. They had shared hunger, traveled together, been imprisoned together. Now, they were about to go to war together. Chen Sun and the Black Bull looked at each other and smiled knowingly, both feeling a strange sense of emotion. Old Bull, check our gear and belongings. Make sure to bring everything. Don't leave anything behind. Moo. The Black Bull snorted fiercely, then disappeared instantly into another cave to do a final check. Suddenly, Chen Sun's brow furrowed. His communication talisman kept ringing with urgent, faint signals. A faint rumble sounded, and he vanished from the cave. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared in the medicinal garden. Chen Sun waved his hand, activating the protective barrier. Junior brother Chen Sun, the 10 Great Gates have issued a decree to eliminate immortals. All sects in Qian Kingdom have received the message. They are officially declaring war on Wu Kingdom's cultivators. A worried woman's voice came from the road. Lu Yuan. She shouted, our Wuyun sect will set out in 3 days. What? A thunderous roar echoed. Chen Sun instantly appeared at the entrance, his eyes slightly red. Old Bull, grab our weapons, get ready to leave, and go to the battlefield. Moo. Another deafening roar came from another cave. The Black Bull, like a wild ox, also had red eyes and charged wildly at Chen Sun. This battle was a matter of life and death. The battlefield was where heroes were made. A good soldier dies in battle. True men must fight on the front lines. Chen Sun held an axe that could split mountains in one strike, with 2 more weapons wrapped around his waist. In his other hand, he held a fierce bandit mask, his eyes cold as frost. The great Black Bull stood beside Chen Sun, constantly growling in anger. Its body was already equipped with blades, ready to march for the Qianghua nation at any moment. An endless wild wind swept through, carrying cold, killing intent in all directions. The surrounding grasslands kept falling, and the scene was extremely imposing. Lu Yuan had now broken through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. She stared in shock at Chen Sun and the great Black Bull. What is going on? Senior Sister Lu, don't worry. The old cow and I have been preparing for this day for a long time. We are willing to risk our lives for Qianghua. Fight until the last drop of blood. Chen Sun's blood was boiling with excitement as he shouted loudly. As for why he wanted to leave the last drop of blood, it was naturally to save some for a quick escape. Moo moo. The great Black Bull roared angrily, feeling very excited. Even the old cow was ready to go to battle. Junior brother Chun, Black Bull, you've misunderstood. Huh, Moo? This time, it's Qianghua attacking Wugua. The people from the Spirit Medicine Garden don't need to fight. I'm just here on orders from the Alchemy Palace to inform you. Ha. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chen Sun's eyes turned even redder. He couldn't accept it at all. He roared, Senior Sister Lu, isn't it Wugua that's attacking us? Isn't Qianghua the weakest? And what's to say that the people from the Spirit Medicine Garden can't fight? Old Bull and I also have foundation establishment strength. Moo. The great Black Bull also shouted angrily, upset that people looked down on the bull. Junior brother Chun, Black Bull, don't get too excited yet. Lu Yuan was frightened by Chun Sun's behavior today. He seemed like a different person, just like Brother Shi and the others. When his senior brothers heard about the attack on Wugua, they became even more excited than when they broke through. Their minds were completely unsteady. These men, they only said one thing. No one could refuse the first page of the Sect's record with their name on it. Lu Yuan began to comfort Chin Sun and the Great Black Bull, explaining the pros and cons of the situation. Chin Sun clenched his fists tighter and tighter. So the strength of the cultivation world in Qianghua had always been stronger than Wugua. But when he asked around, everyone spoke vaguely. Rumors were everywhere, and he couldn't access the core information himself. The situation was starting to change in a way that was very different from what he had imagined. Under Lu Yuan's surprised gaze, Chun Sun casually put away his mountain-breaking axe and bandit mask, and a kind smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Dahe Nyo also carefully put away his blades, making soft mooing sounds. Hee Sister Lu, I see now. Junior brother understands. Chun Sun cupped his hands and smiled warmly, like spring breeze. Then my old cow, and I won't cause trouble for the Sect anymore. His quick change of expression surprised Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan also smiled lightly and said slowly, the Sect also has people on guard. Junior brother doesn't need to worry. Just focus on managing the medicine garden. Sister Lu, are you going? Brother sure will go. I have been assigned by the master to stay and guard the Sect. Then thank you for letting me know, Sister Lu. You're welcome, Junior brother Chun. Lu Yuan pursed her lips and looked peacefully at Chin Sun and Dahe Nyo. I'll go first. There are too many things happening now. All right, of course. Take care, Sister Lu. Chin Sun cupped his hands, with a hint of sadness in his eyes. The barrier was activated, and her figure gradually disappeared. Only Chin Sun and Dahe Nyo remained in the medicinal garden. Chin Sun sat weakly on the grass, eyes full of frustration. It seemed he couldn't hold back anymore, and he angrily punched the ground. Moo! Boom! The ground trembled slightly, and large patches of grass flew up, scaring Dahe Nyo into loud neighs. Chin Sun was truly angry. He looked disappointed and angry, saying, Old cow, we can't go to the battlefield anymore. Moo! Dahe Nyo let out a low cry and rubbed against Chin Sun sadly. They still had many important things in life to experience. The Great War in the cultivation world was one of them. Fighting side by side, entrusting their backs to comrades. Chin Sun had told him many stories, and they both longed for it deep inside. Old cow, let's go outside and take a look. Moo, they had been preparing inside the cave for the upcoming battle and hadn't left the medicinal garden. When they arrived outside the garden, both Chin Sun and Dahe Nyo were surprised. The Five Elements Sect was now filled with a heavy, gloomy atmosphere. Many disciples rushed past from the mountains, their voices hushed, their faces tense. It seemed everyone was waiting for that day, waiting for that earth-shaking battle. The entire Jade Bamboo mountain range is echoing with loud, powerful sounds, as if some huge creature is about to emerge from the ground. The wind howls, and every plant seems to be on edge. A faint killing aura fills the air. Both Chin Sun and Dahe Nyo are shocked by this tense atmosphere. In a distant place, loud shouts are heard repeatedly. The Wuyun sect has already begun preparing for battle. Even Ji Kuan and Shi Jing didn't have time to say goodbye, showing how hurried everything was. Most of the Foundation establishment cultivators in the sect are getting ready to fight. Only the Qi refining disciples can prepare logistics. They aren't qualified to fight. Old cow, let's go. Moo, go make something. Moo, they ride their swords away. Dahe Nyo still looks confused, not knowing what Chin Sun plans to do. 5 days later, at night, the moonlight is dim, and a vast darkness covers the land. The outlines of everything become blurry. The night is deep. The mountains and fields are silent, as if this is the calm before a storm. Many disciples of the Wuyun sect look up respectfully toward the north, where the entire Jade Bamboo mountain range has been completely sealed off. Above the horizon, rainbow lights shoot from all directions, carrying powerful magic energy. The killing intent grows stronger, making people feel uneasy. Sect leader Yu Yuanhua stands at the front of the north. A vast amount of magic power erupts from him. He speaks calmly, let's go, let's go. As soon as the calm voice sounds, it echoes everywhere. Many disciples frown, breathing heavily, eyes fixed on one direction. Yes, sect leader. Yes, sect leader. Yes, sect leader. Suddenly, loud roars come from between several mountains, drowning out the night wind. But no one notices. At this moment, a sudden change occurs. Buzz, buzz. In several valleys, deep humming sounds rise, like giant beasts awakening. The sect's war weapons, the Wuyun treasure ships, begin to move. 3 enormous treasure ships slowly lift into the air. Shadows cover the ground. The ship's flags flutter in the fierce wind, bearing the Wuyun sect emblem. Many disciples feel their scalps tingle with excitement and adrenaline, their faces flushed. On the ships stand countless figures, their eyes filled with unmatched killing intent. A murderous aura surrounds them as they march forward, ready to fight for the Qian Kingdom's cultivation world. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Strong winds roared around, and above the sky, dark clouds gradually dispersed. The 3 treasure ships, which blocked the sun, had finished rising and emitted a very oppressive aura. The shining flag of the 5 elements sect fluttered on the treasure ships, its glow so bright that even the moonlight couldn't hide it. Above the sky, a fierce killing intent filled the air. All the high-level cultivators at the Golden Core stage had come out. A cold, bleak atmosphere spread across the land and sky. Many cultivators stood on the treasure ships. They looked down at the earth with cold eyes, sending out sharp glints of coldness. The air was bone-chilling, and there was not a trace of warmth in their expressions. The war in the cultivation world was no longer just about magic battles. It was much more brutal than anyone could imagine. Ji Kuan and Shi Jing stood on the treasure ship too. They felt excited but uncertain. Suddenly, they both looked toward the top of a mountain peak. On the peak, a Foundation establishment cultivator waved a huge battle flag and shouted repeatedly, "Victory for the 5 Elements sect! Victory for the Qian Kingdom!" Next to him, a black ox spirit beast was jumping and mooing loudly. They even wore eye-catching cloaks with 2 words written on them. Unbeatable, Junior Brother Chun, the Black Ox. Junior Brother Chun, Ox Junior Brother. Ji Kuan and Shi Jing immediately recognized them and shouted in their hearts, their faces full of shock. A warm feeling flowed through their hearts as they started to look away, their gazes turning colder. They looked northward. The flying treasure ship's protective formation was fully set up. A huge light screen covered the entire ship, acting as a defense formation, glowing with blue light that moved constantly in the air. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded across the sky. The 3 treasure ships tore through clouds and mist, accelerated instantly, and disappeared from sight. The entire 5 Elements sect was now empty. All the disciples looked as if they had suddenly lost their backbone, their faces showing excitement and worry. They only hoped that their senior members would return safely. Chen Sun was still shouting angrily on the mountain peak, looking at the group of people who disappeared to the north. His face was also very grim, and he looked helpless. After preparing for such a long war, they ended up with nothing. Chen Sun's teeth were almost clenched to breaking point. His heart felt like it was blocked by an iron wall, with nowhere to vent his anger. Old Ox, we shouldn't have gone to that useless spirit medicine garden in the first place. Chen Sun suddenly shouted loudly, his eyes bloodshot. If Wugua attacks, it means we've already lost and have no advanced combat power. We should run first and come back when we have strength. Moo. Dehainyo looked simple and honest, still gazing northward. He also wanted to sit on the treasure ship. Old cow, go practice. Moo. Chun Sun led Dehainyo down the mountain, cursing as he went. The latter kept comforting him. Without clear thoughts, he couldn't meditate. Half a month later, in the Han Yun Mountains, the top immortal sect of Xiang Prefecture, the Xian sect, prepared for battle. 10 warships appeared in the sky, banners flying everywhere. They hovered in the sky at a certain point. 3 elegant women stood at the front, calm and composed. Inside the ships, men and women held magic tools, their expressions respectful and stern. None showed fear. Loud roars echoed through the sky as ships gathered from all directions, the sect banners fluttering proudly. Many sects had bet everything on this battle, determined to fight to the end. The ships were crowded with people, filled with fierce fighting spirit. This battle was to expand the territory of the Xianxiao world for the Qian kingdom. From above, looking down, Xiang Prefecture seemed to be flooded by a rushing torrent, as if a storm was about to break, making the atmosphere tense everywhere. The ships slowly stopped at various points in the sky, like mountains. Just one look was enough to be awe-inspiring. All the major sects of Xiang Prefecture gathered. Golden core cultivators floated in the air, wind and clouds swirling around them. Their magic powers surged wildly, their fighting spirit intense, silent but fierce. Friends, a woman from the Xiun sect stood in the sky, her voice powerful and grand, filling the entire gathering place. Her presence was far beyond that of a golden core cultivator. She was a nascent soul elder above the golden core stage. Ji Kuan and Shi Jing looked at her in shock. She was a legendary figure, yet so young. Everyone gasped in awe, feeling a deep sense of fear and admiration. She was incredibly strong, truly a mighty expert. Senior, senior, senior. The gathering place roared like thunder, the wind and clouds changing color. The waves of magic power grew more intense, and even the high-level golden core masters bowed respectfully to her. For the Xianxiao world of our Qian kingdom, we marched to battle. Yes, yes, yes. All the cultivators raised their hands and shouted angrily, their hearts filled with passion. The warships stretched endlessly, fierce winds howled, banners fluttered wildly, all pointing toward the north. All the sects in Jiang Prefecture prepared to fight. A terrifying killing intent burst out, sweeping across the land and shaking the heavens. The entire sky trembled, and even the sand and dust shook. Boom, boom. Countless warships finally set sail, roaring loudly as they followed the army of cultivators from the Purple Cloud sect. The clouds and mist were blown apart. From above, looking down from the sky, the 9 states of the Qian kingdom gathered their great sects. Countless armies of cultivators headed toward the northern border. Streams of powerful energy constantly echoed in the sky. Many scattered cultivators trembled, and ordinary people were frightened too. The royal family of the Qian kingdom had issued notices everywhere, urging people to stay calm. The army of immortals was expanding the territory, and chaos was not allowed. But these efforts had little effect. People in each province still trembled with fear. Most had lived for decades, but had never seen such a grand scene. All the major sects of the Qian kingdom united, gathering the entire cultivation world to attack the Wugua. A mighty surge of energy exploded in the high sky of the Qian kingdom. Looking up, the sky was filled with countless warships, like dark clouds covering the top, casting shadows on the land. 10 powerful torrents of energy threatened to swallow everything, turning the world dark. This was the power of the immortals. People across the Qian kingdom knelt and bowed in reverence. At the border, vast and boundless, the Wugua border was also filled with dense warships, banners flying, formations rising high. Over a dozen nascent soul elders stood with their hands behind their backs in the sky, their presence overwhelming. They formed a formidable line of defense, ready to fight the Qian kingdom. The sun shone brightly, and suddenly, countless battle flags appeared on the distant horizon. Massive warships, covering the sky, slowly emerged from the clouds like giant beasts descending. Their presence was overwhelming. Dark shadows cast over the land, blocking the sun. Light and heat disappeared, leaving only endless coldness. The allied cultivators of the Qian kingdom arrived. A vast, terrifying killing aura swept forward. All the Wugua cultivators clenched their magic weapons tightly. Their blood was boiling, and their eyes fixed on the distant horizon. Fellow cultivators, protect our Wugua's borders. Fellow cultivators, protect our Wugua's borders. A dozen or so nascent soul elders are furious, their hair flying wildly. Their powerful magic ripples like waves spreading out, covering the entire border of the Wugua kingdom among the allied cultivators. Kill, kill, kill. The cultivators of the Qian kingdom shout together in anger. The wind roars, flags flutter wildly, and yellow sand swirls in the sky, sweeping across the land. A terrifying killing intent bursts out. A mighty aura spreads across the sky and earth, like clouds gathering. Rainbow-colored magic forms countless dazzling rivers hanging across the sky. Boom, boom. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dense, rapid sound of wind breaks out. At first, over 10,000 figures collide instantly, and countless magical powers explode on the border battlefield of the two kingdoms, like a storm sweeping through. This is the long-anticipated battle between the two cultivation worlds, which has been brewing for over 100 years. Wuyan Sect, Huiquan Spring Spirit, Herb Garden. Chen Sun has been unable to meditate properly these days. His heart feels more and more uneasy. He doesn't know how terrible the battle there is. If they lose, Wuyan Sect might be finished. They sit on the grass, still pulling apart vines. Dahe Nyo keeps mooing softly, looking nervously at the huge spiritual vine on the ground. He carefully pulls out silver threads from the vine, afraid to anger Chen Sun. Chen Sun's chest rises and falls slightly as he looks at the spiritual vine. His strength increases, and with a loud snap, the vine breaks. Moo? Moo? Dahe Nyo is startled, quickly comes forward to comfort him, rubbing his head against Chen Sun. Old cow, Chen Sun whispers with a low, heavy voice, full of fear. Brother Ji, Brother Sure, and our fellow disciples and seniors, they will come back safely, right? Moo moo. Dahe Nyo looks terrified, nodding repeatedly to comfort him. Chen Sun has made a wish. Old cow, come sit here. Moo, I'm fine. The feud between Wugua and Qian Kingdom isn't something we can worry about now. Once we're on the battlefield, there will be plenty of chances. Chen Sun sighs deeply, feeling very down. He looks into the distance, but his eyes reveal a hint of worry. He had watched many war movies in his past life. When cultivator armies fight, it's much more intense than gunfire. Without strong power, it's hard to stay safe on your own. Moo. Cow kept rubbing against Chen Sun. It didn't understand how cruel war was. It thought it was just like a contest at Nanda Mountain. Chen Sun didn't tell it many details. Let's start by peeling the silk. It's very valuable. Moo. They got busy again. The 1,000-year-old spiritual vine was pulled from the lake bottom of the Frost Lake Spirit Herb Garden. It has many uses. It can be used for refining pills and even as material for magic tools. Its silver threads can block spiritual awareness. Chen Sun had spent over 100 years at the Five Elements Sect. Finally, they found this vine. That's the benefit of a long life. The items used to block spiritual awareness in the contribution hall aren't suitable for them. Things like jade pendants and special stones are mostly used to hide cultivation levels. Better items are not casually exchanged by the sect because these materials are not renewable. Trading one means losing one. Old cow, let's test the effect of this 1,000-year-old spiritual vine first. Chen Sun cleared his mind and focused. Growing this vine took a long time, but the silver threads are produced very slowly, so they can only gather them gradually. There's no rush. In the Qianquan cultivation world, silver threads are no longer used as main materials. They are just auxiliary now. Cultivators like Chen Sun and Cow are rare and special. Moo. Cow nodded and sat down to continue peeling the silk. But the growth of medicinal herbs has limits. They can only try with 1,000 years first, then slowly increase later. They remain calm and patient. Chen Sun and Cow paused their cultivation to calm their minds. Some things are part of their long journey to immortality. Every day, besides cultivating herbs and peeling silver threads, they spend the sunset on the mountaintop, gazing northward. They often stare for hours. Sometimes Lu Yuan comes anxiously to find them, telling them about the frontline battles. The 10 great immortal sects keep sending disciples to reinforce the front. Rumor has it they face obstacles, and the battlefield isn't progressing smoothly. The strength of the Wu Kingdom cultivation world isn't much weaker than Qianquan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been stalemated for so many years. Chen Sun also thanked Lu Yuan, but every day he still stood on the mountaintop with the black bull, gazing northward. Time passed like the morning glow. It has been 10 years since the war between Qian and Wu countries began. The Wuyun sect occasionally sent people to bring back fallen cultivators, some with injured bodies, some only leaving behind a piece of clothing or a magic tool. Chen Sun and the Black Bull had never experienced war, but their blood-stained robes made their eyes tremble with fear. 10 years have passed. The great battle still continues. Rumor has it that it has reached into Wu country, and the fighting remains fierce. Lu Yuan also hasn't sent news about Shi Jing and Ji Kuan. The front lines are so long and chaotic that no one knows who is alive or dead. Qin Sun and the Black Bull returned to their usual roles in the Wuyun sect. As Foundation establishment cultivators, they could only handle the sect's logistics. The sound of Aswana and bells drifted through the mountains, helping the fallen cultivators find peace in the immortal hidden mountain. Some people didn't even know their names. They were just buried in simple tombs. Perhaps among these people were Shi Jing and Ji Kuan, too. But Qin Sun kept saying he had come to terms with it. These were choices others made. In the path of cultivation, conflicts always lead to mountains of corpses and seas of blood. As long as there are no regrets, that's enough. And Black Bull knew Qin Sun well. He understood that Qin Sun was comforting himself in advance. If their identities weren't confirmed, it meant they were still alive. Qin Sun still held on to a small hope. They had spent these years increasing their longevity by focusing on speed and strength. Their current longevity points: Strength 25, Speed 50, Spirit Essence 50, Magic Power 51, Defense 50. In the Yuzhu mountain range, the mountains that peeked through the clouds looked like floating islands, scattered and suspended in the air. On a mountaintop, a man and a cow sat on the ground. Old cow, I finally understood. It was I who was too aggressive at first, acting impulsively, Qin Sun said calmly, smiling as he looked at the confused Black Bull. He gently patted it. We were just trying to defend our homeland back then. Moo. The Black Bull snorted fiercely, not meaning to go to war, just for the sake of fighting. The truth is, the Qi cultivation world of Qian country was fighting over cultivation resources. We got involved, but Wu country hasn't even sent troops yet. Qin Sun looked into the distance and said softly, others fight for their lives. We don't need to get involved in such things anymore, nor should we voice opinions about it. Moo moo. The cow grinned happily when it saw Qin Sun understanding. Look at you. You've lived so many years, and you're still wasting your life? Moo. The cow called out to Qin Sun. Clearly, it was the most excited at that moment, almost ready to prepare a special treasure ship just for him. Old cow, can't I be passionate just once? Qin Sun looked a little embarrassed and hurriedly explained. Every man has a desire to fight and protect the homeland. Moo moo. Suddenly, the cow ran forward. Its big eyes curved slightly, and it didn't have any worries. As long as it was with Qin Sun, it was happy, ready to face any danger without hesitation. Old cow, let's go. Time to train. The road is long. Qin Sun slowly stood up, exhaling a deep breath. Our big treasure is about to be born. This will be our future food source. Moo. The cow bit the rope and handed it to Qin Sun. Then they strolled down the mountain together. Now, they had already advanced into the mid-stage of foundation building. Thanks to the foundation building pills, their roots seemed very solid. Their progress in cultivation slowed down noticeably. Qin Sun and the cow often discussed these changes, filling their small notebooks. But this situation made Qin Sun very happy. They weren't lacking time or spiritual medicines. What they needed was to walk each step steadily. With 5 spiritual roots and a widened liquid spiritual field, plus a peaceful mind, Qin Sun only said 2 words. Perfect. Hearing this, the cow also felt inexplicably happy. That night, they were so excited they didn't rest, and they chopped down a large number of crane spirit trees in the mountain range. They felt refreshed the next day. For releasing stress, chopping crane spirit trees was the best way. Today, after returning to the spirit medicine garden, they tiptoed to a hidden cave. The fragrant hoof prints of the cow filled the air. Inside the cave, there were spiral banners rising to the sky. With a roar, a gentle breeze swept through, and countless blue smoke drifted around. On the open ground, a huge coffin made of crane spirit trees slowly appeared. No, a medicinal box. Old cow, open it. Qin Sun looked excited, licking his lips. Moo. The cow stood up. With one hoof raised, the medicinal box shot straight into the sky, revealing a thick, tangled spiritual vine inside. The entire cave suddenly filled with a strong aura, and everywhere there was the fragrance of countless fine spiritual vines. They had already turned dark and shiny, like beautiful works of art. The maximum age of the spiritual vines is 10,000 years. Ha ha ha, my precious one. Qin Sun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he laughed wildly. Old cow, let's go inside and start extracting the silk. Moo. The cow was also very excited. A 10,000-year spiritual herb is not listed in the auction in the City of Ruins. At most, it's a 1,000-year herb. If they took it out, Chen Sun told it, it would probably cause a big fight in the cultivation world. Boom. As soon as they entered, the lid of the medicine box suddenly slammed shut, and the entire cave became quiet. The smell of medicine disappeared. Only the medicine box, looking like a giant coffin, stood silently there. The 10,000-year-old spiritual vines could no longer be cut open with magic tools. They were slowly refined using enhanced alchemical fire. Otherwise, with their current strength, even with 10,000-year herbs, they could only watch helplessly if they used ordinary alchemical fire. Blackened silk strips kept being extracted, simple and unadorned. Chen Sun and the cow became more and more excited inside the large medicine box. Under the glow of the firelight, both a man and a cow showed a bloodthirsty smile, sharing a deep understanding.